countries. And the FBI raided his house. They discovered gold bars and envelope after envelope of cash, wads of it in his boots, in his jacket, in his shoes, and it totaled nearly $500 million stuffed everywhere in that house, Kira.
I have to chuckle. I know it's a serious story, but we remember the images, those images becoming key evidence, Brian, the gold bars, the cash. I mean, it really was the scene out of a, Hulu special when we saw what investigators had found. So clearly, I don't think you're very surprised at this verdict.
Gold bricks and cash kind of popping out of jackets inside of the Menendez home. Now, the defense made the argument that this is just his Cuban heritage, that they typically keep money on hand out of fear of the government. But of course, also pointed the finger at Menendez's wife, who is still awaiting trial. And while that can be a very productive argument for the defense attorney, especially in a case like this, where there wasn't a lot of direct evidence that Menendez had really received bribes, it was more that his wife had received information and then tried to use his influence, and he was a part of it, but there wasn't any direct evidence to that. But the jury saw through that and saw that he was connected to these bribes and he was selling his influence to the highest bidder, so to speak.
So Brian, we've got to talk about Menendez's wife, though, Nadine. She was also charged in the bribery scheme, but her trial was delayed so she could actually be treated for cancer. Let's talk about the verdict here. Could it impact her trial at all? And also, we can't forget the fact that Bob Menendez continually threw his wife under the bus, even as she's been going through cancer treatment, saying this was all her. But clearly, the jury didn't see that today.
Absolutely. So it always depends on the facts. But I would say the facts of this case, with Bob Menendez being convicted, it doesn't help Nadine, because she was almost the fulcrum in this case, where the representatives from Qatar and Egypt kind of used their relationship with Nadine to then get to Bob Menendez. And so if the government has already proven that end result, getting to Bob Menendez for the favors and getting cash, is as a guilty verdict, then anything in between should also be guilty as well. A lot of the evidence in Bob Menendez's case also incriminates that of Nadine. Now, she may point the finger as well, but I think a major question is going to hurt her, that being, why would you influence the wife of a senator to get political favor if it wasn't ultimately to get to the husband? And so she, I think, appears to be the fulcrum in this all, at least in the government's eyes. And I think Bob's conviction does help the government in convicting her as well.
Aaron Katersky, Brian Buckmeyer, thank you so much for joining us kind of at the last minute there for the breaking news. We sure appreciate it. Now I want to take you all back here to the RNC. Happening right now behind me are Jay O'Brien and senior reporter Catherine Falders, both here in Milwaukee for the convention. Jay was right there in the middle of all the action down on the floor. A lot more quiet today, Jay, for sure. But Republicans hoping to make America safe again. That's the theme today. Quite apropos in light of what we witnessed over the weekend in Pennsylvania, for sure.
Yeah, absolutely, Kira. The floor doesn't technically open for a little bit and things don't kick off here for some time. But the thing to watch for tonight, in addition to that theme, and obviously this emerging kind of undercurrent theme that isn't the stated theme of defiance in the wake of that assassination attempt. So those two things are to watch for. But the other thing is that we know, according to people who are familiar with this schedule, that Nikki Haley is likely to address the convention tonight. She was obviously a significant rival of former President Trump's. She wasn't scheduled to address this convention until just in the immediate aftermath of that assassination attempt, is when she was a last-minute addition to the proceedings here. And then we also know that another former Trump rival, Florida Governor Ron DeSantis, is going to address this convention as well. And it's interesting to hear what both of them say about unity. Trump has been endorsed by DeSantis, but not by Haley. And there are still Nikki Haley voters out there who have voted in a protest vote against Trump for Haley in certain primary states. So it's interesting to see what message, if any, Haley delivers to some of those more moderate Republicans who may not like the unpredictability of Trump or other things about Trump's background. Does she give them a message, particularly in the wake of what happened Saturday, to get behind him in this spirit of party unity?
Catherine, what's been the reaction to the J.D. Vance pick?
Well, look, you can clearly see the Republican Party uniting behind J.D. Vance. Those former VP hopefuls, of course now former Marco Rubio, Tim Scott, Doug Burgum, they all have thrown their full support behind J.D. Vance. So that's been the reaction here so far. What I've heard behind the scenes, at least from sources privately, is that there's some discussion of how will he pull in maybe some of those demographics that Trump doesn't do as well with, that he needs. We'll have to see how that works. But one vocal critic, I should say, Republican critic of Vance, is the former Congresswoman from Wyoming, Liz Cheney. Of course, she sat on that January 6th committee, that House committee. She has been critical of Vance, saying, he essentially would do what Pence didn't do as it relates to certifying the election results in 2020. So that's been a notable criticism. But overall, the reaction here, at least, has been a good one, at least from people who I've talked to privately and publicly, Kira.
Well, speaking of reaction, just while I have you, Jay, because I know you're working your sources on all the news of the day. We just reported moments ago on the breaking news, Bob Menendez found guilty in his federal corruption trial. We can't forget all the pictures of stuffed cash in his boots, in his closet, and all the gold bars. Looks like the evidence definitely convinced a jury that he's guilty. What are you just hearing the reaction? Because, we should make the point that while we were covering the corruption trial of the former president in New York, right next door was the corruption trial of a Democrat, Bob Menendez. Looks like we've got guilty verdicts, 2 different trials on both sides of the aisle now.
And I've talked to already some sources who say a couple of things. The first is, remember that while Menendez was accused and now convicted of engaging in that conduct, as Aaron pointed out just minutes ago, he was the chair of the powerful Senate Foreign Relations Committee, which governs, as its name, foreign affairs. And so the thing there is that I've talked to Democrats on the Hill already who say, look, this leaves a stain on that committee, particularly in the tenure in which Bob Menendez was running it. He stepped down from that post in the wake of that indictment. The other thing to keep in mind is that Bob Menendez's seat is up for re-election this year. He has said he's not going to run as a Democrat. He hasn't fully closed the door on running as an independent, and that has been an open question in New Jersey politics. There's already a Democratic nominee, Andy Kim, who is running for that seat, and it's a Democratic-leaning state, so he's expected to potentially perform well. I just texted a source with the Kim campaign, and I asked them if they know if Bob Menendez, in the wake of this or even before it, was still considering running as an independent in any of their work on this campaign. This source says, especially in the wake of today's news, quote, that is a question for Bob Menendez. So this is going to have ripple effects, not just in New Jersey politics, but obviously in the battle this election cycle for control of the Senate. Democrats, as you know, only have a razor-thin control of that chamber.
All right, Jay O'Brien, Catherine Falders, thanks so much. Let's continue the conversation with our Washington Bureau Chief and Political Director, Rick Klein. Now, Rick, before we get into what's happening here at the RNC, the jury finding Senator Bob Menendez guilty, as you just heard, Jay even saying the ripple effects for control of the Senate already being felt. What are you hearing?
Well, if Menendez is forced out of the Senate, which I would expect there is going to be increased calls for him to do that, the governor of New Jersey is a Democrat. He would, of course, appoint a Democrat to be the successor. But more immediately, the political fallout could happen as early as this fall. That seat is up this fall. He is not the nominee. He's said he would run as an independent, but he hasn't really done much on that front. The Democrat, Andy Kim, would be favored under normal circumstances. But I don't have to tell you, Kira, these are not normal circumstances. Not just the salacious and scandalous details that came out in the Menendez trial that led to the guilty verdict today, but also the overall political climate. Donald Trump has been talking a lot about his ability to win New York and New Jersey and other big blue strongholds, and it wouldn't take much in this political environment to put additional Senate seats into play. I know that the Republican candidates across the board, we're going to hear from a lot of them by coincidence tonight here at the convention, are very excited about putting some traditionally blue states like a New Jersey, like a Maryland, in play this fall.
All right, let's take it back to the RNC where we all are, Rick, and just talk about turning enemies into allies now. J.D. Vance now on the ticket and Nikki Haley speaking today. I guess for the sake of politics, bygones can always be bygones, right?
Yeah, and a big speech by Marco Rubio, who, of course, was so critical of Donald Trump back in 2016, but emerged as one of the finalists for the vice presidential slot. You're going to see, I think, a highlight today of, yes, people that ran for the nomination and fell short, like Vivek Ramaswamy and Ron DeSantis. Nikki Haley, I would even put in a different category. That is probably the most anticipated speech of the night for political intrigue. She long signaled that she would not be attending. Something changed since Saturday. We don't know what exactly went into that decision, but given the theme of the night, which is about crime and public safety, it seems to make sense to have her try to carry that banner. But people will be watching very closely, Kira, to see if there's any daylight that she offers up between her take on not just domestic policy, particularly foreign policy, and the take of President Trump, because the Trump-Vance party is, of course, what is populating that arena.
So before I ask you a little bit more about J.D. Vance, Nikki Haley, word on the street is she is going to play a major part in a Trump administration if indeed he gets the win for the White House. What are you hearing? What are your thoughts?
Yeah.
Could we see a Secretary of State here or something of that level?
I got to say, until Saturday night, I would have said no way, no how. And there was a late rumor that she was considered to be Trump's vice president. I was never really realistic. But I do think something changed in the country, potentially, but certainly within the party on Saturday. And it gave Haley an invitation back into the party. I think also she's going to have to worry about kind of the political intrigue of down the road. She's quite a bit younger than Donald Trump, and she made a lot out of it. Well, I think J.D. Vance is about 12 years younger than she is. She has to be worried about kind of being left behind generationally if she doesn't get on board. She's now in the private sector. I'm sure she's enjoying not being in the same political limelight, but she's only in her early 50s. She would, by any other circumstances, have a bright future. And if that future involves a role in the Trump administration, I guess I can't discount that possibility as much as I would have a few days ago.
Makes me feel so good to hear you say 50s is young, as I'm 55 years old and don't always necessarily feel that way. All right, let's stay on the theme of age, shall we? You talk about Nikki Haley, or I guess rather J.D. Vance being younger than Nikki Haley. How about the fact that J.D. Vance is 40 years younger than Trump? Do you think that could be an issue? He's only been in office for 18 months. Will Trump respect him, listen to him, lean on him, or run all over him like an Amtrak train?
Well, they do have an existing relationship. It's deeper than the relationship was with Mike Pence, frankly, even though it's not, it's not like it goes back decades. But over the last couple of years, Vance inserted himself into a lot of conversations that were important to the former president. He became very close with his adult sons, who were around his age. I think the generational ticket balancing strikes me as a Bush-Quayle situation or an Eisenhower-Nixon situation, and every president and vice president kind of handles that on their own. And if you look at it another way, given his age right now, and Kira, you got a lot of time left too. I mean, it's I think 45 years until he gets to Biden's age. So if Vance isn't successful this time, or even if he is, that's like 10 or 11 presidential election cycles where we could still be talking about him by the same math.
Okay, you just made my day twice. I'm young, and I still have life, hopefully, in this business and in life in general. Rick Klein, things all good today. Thank you, Rick. All right, well, we are learning more details now about that shooter and the failed assassination attempt on Donald Trump over the weekend. The FBI saying that 20-year-old Thomas Crooks brought 50 rounds of ammunition from a gun shop, actually, before he went to the rally, and also 2 crude explosive devices were found in his car. These are details that we're just learning. We're also finding out that just over the last few months, Crooks received packages marked as hazardous materials, but a motive still unknown. Let's bring in our Alex Brachet. He is in Butler, Pennsylvania. Also our Justice Department reporter Alex Mallon in Washington. So Alex Brachet, let's start with you. The FBI saying that it has gained access now to the shooter's cell phone, but have they been able to get into it, open it up, see any texts or messages or calls?
Well, so Kira, they're hopeful that will be an indicator of some sort of motive. But as they continue to go through his electronic equipment, we do know that they conducted more than 100 interviews, many taking place in his Bethel Park neighborhood. You mentioned those 2 crude explosives that were found in the car. There was another one found inside that home. And we're also learning a little bit more about this shooter's profile, right? He was set to begin attending Robert Morris University in the Pittsburgh area this fall. He had just graduated from a community college of sorts this May. He received high honors and studied science, but he's vastly been described by many in his neighborhood as a quiet loner. And listen, his family has Republican ties. He is a registered Republican, despite at least someone with his name donating $15 to a progressive group a number of years ago. But listen, all of this is going to go into building that profile and hopefully determine some sort of motive here, Kira.
Okay, well, lapse in security. We definitely witnessed that. A major lapse in security. Alex Mellon, what's the latest on that side of things?
Yeah, I mean, Kira, this was already one of the most significant events, if not the most significant event in Secret Service history. And it really points to the passage of time only seems to raise more and more questions about the lapses that were really present here. ABC News Chief Justice Correspondent Pierre Thomas got an exclusive interview with the Secret Service Director where it was her first time taking questions since that incident. And this is what she had to say.
This is an event that should have never happened.
Who is most responsible for this happening?
What I would say is that the Secret Service is responsible for the protection of the former president.
So the buck stops with you?
The buck stops with me. I am the director of the Secret Service. It was unacceptable, and it's something that shouldn't happen again.
Fine.
Now, Kira, even in light of that interview, more questions being raised. The Secret Service Director tried to put the onus for protection of that facility that the shooter was able to mount and take those shots at Trump largely on local officials. She notes that there were actually local police officers stationed in that building at the time that he climbed on top. The real questions raised is what was the lapse in communication between officials in that building, the Secret Service who were able to observe the shooter once he did climb atop that perch. And again, all these questions being put to the Secret Service, and she's going to be in front of the House Oversight Committee at 10 a.m. on Monday to take some questions from lawmakers. Expect that to be bruising testimony. She told Pierre that she does not plan to resign at this time.
All right, we'll be listening. Alex Brachet, Alex Mellon, thank you both. So voters are preparing to head to the polls. They have also been talking, debating, and a lot of voters that I was able to catch up with here in Wisconsin are even worried about who they may have to pick. A lot still on the fence. So, of course, we went to one of the best places to find good conversation. And no, it wasn't a bar or the local pub, but the barber shop, of course.
I don't really agree with what both men have shown as far as leadership, as far as what I expect out of a president or what I've seen growing up. Both have definitely kind of let me down. Just more strength, more character, more alignment, more unity, you know what I mean? Like, even a president like George Bush, who I definitely didn't agree with a lot that he was rocking with, but he was able to get parties to work together. And you're not really seeing that from the last 2 presidents. So I feel I need to vote because my ancestors fought for it. I mean, they died. I'm still living, so for them to die and go through what our people have gone through, I'm almost getting emotional about it. That's why I'm voting. I don't have to agree with, excuse my language,
it's okay,
a damn thing that they're talking about, but I'm voting for the betterment of our people, period.
I mean, you look for both, and I think both presidents are at an age to where, in my personal opinion, they shouldn't even be in this position. There's nothing against them, but the talent should be, it should have been at the point where we had someone who was younger and ready to kind of push forward and take the country and with a new, more innovative, more young energy kind of direction. So that the fact that they're both here kind of speaks to the parties.
And of course, just getting the chance to talk with a handful of voters there, it was interesting to see that no one was really sold on one candidate or another. And they all are listening to the RNC. They want to see what the speakers have to say. And then, of course, they're waiting to see what comes of the Democratic Party and the future of President Joe Biden as well. We'll keep talking to voters in all parts of Wisconsin. Coming up, our special coverage of the Republican National Convention continues. We are here live from Milwaukee. We'll take you to the floor of the RNC. And, of course, a lot more interviews ahead with some of the folks that will be speaking tonight. Stay with us.
whenever news breaks.
We are here in Israel, a nation at war after that brutal surprise attack by Hamas.
On the ground in Ukraine, reporting from Lewiston, Maine.
The scene of a horrific mass shooting.
ABC News Live is right there everywhere.
From the scene of that deadly missile strike in Dnipro, Ukraine.
Reporting from the earthquake in Turkey.
In Rolling Fork, this tornado tore through this little town.
From the most devastating disaster in Hawaii.
From Charleston, South Carolina, on the 2024 campaign trail.
In Iceland, let's go.
Traveling with the president in Mexico City.
Wherever the story.
From the front lines, from southern Israel.
Outside the Gaza Strip.
In Beirut.
From the FBI.
Reporting from the nurses on the picket line.
Here at 10 Downing Street in London.
Streaming live to you.
Wherever the story is.
Wherever the story is.
Wherever the story is, we're going to take you there.
You're streaming ABC News Live.
ABC News Live.
You're streaming ABC News Live.
ABC News Live, streaming free everywhere. America's #1 streaming news.
If you were coming of age in the 1980s, the Brat Pack was near the center of your cultural awareness. But for those of us experiencing it from the inside, the Brat Pack was something very different.
The critics agree.
Hated the Brat Pack. What a disaster.
Why did we take it as an offense? Andrew?
I'm not going to say we were the Beatles or anything. Well, we didn't fill Shea Stadium.
1985? I think we could have.
First thing in the morning.
There's a lot going on.
We're still in a flash flood warning.
To catch you up with what happened overnight. Police in riot gear arresting dozens of protesters.
What's happening today? Escalating tensions in the Middle East.
What people are talking about. The migrant crisis.
Fast, straightforward.
With some fun in between.
Check out the Gator on the 17th hole.
The buzzkill in baseball.
First thing in the morning.
America This Morning.
America's #1 early morning news.
On ABC News Live.
And welcome back. You are watching ABC News Live and our continuing coverage from the Republican National Convention. I am live from Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Let's bring in our political experts as we continue the conversation. Our GOP strategist, David Muir, also Democratic strategist, Julie Rajinski. David, let's start with you. The breaking news today is Bob Menendez. Guilty verdict. We are waiting for the New Jersey senator to actually exit the courtroom as we speak. He may address reporters. He's done that in the past. While we wait for that, let's talk about the fact that this is a first conviction of a sitting U.S. senator, and Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer now just calling for Menendez to resign. Let me just get your immediate reaction.
Sure. Well, look, I think people of all stripes, all parties, this isn't a partisan issue. They're just tired of the traditional old way of backroom politics. And this is just another example of obviously taking it to the next level. Americans are tired of this type of behavior. They're sick of it, whether it's Bob Menendez in New Jersey or, as we've seen cases across the country. It's time to clean house. It's time for politicians and people that represent the American people to go to Washington, and not people that want to go to Washington and represent themselves. And so, I don't know all the intimate details of this case, but I'm glad the jury took, their deliberation seriously and found him, guilty of charges. And, I think Senator Schumer is right, as are Republicans and Democrats alike in the Senate. He needs to go, and he needs to go now.
Seems recently it doesn't matter what the party. From Republicans, you can have a former president of the United States convicted, and now as we monitor a corruption trial on the side of Democrats, we've got a conviction there now. So it doesn't matter what party you're in. People are being held accountable at the highest level. Julie, let me ask you, could this leave Democrats vulnerable, you think, going into the election now?
Well, I don't think so. First, let me back up by saying I've known Senator Menendez personally for about 30 years, so it's a very sad day for me. I know him, I know his family quite well. And so, and it's from, I don't live in New Jersey anymore, but it is my home state. So I'm very sorry and sad for my home state, as well as for the senator's family and for his constituents who had to live through this and suffer through this trial and these allegations. I will say that there seems to be two levels of justice here, right? Somebody's powerful as Senator Menendez, the chairman of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, was convicted. He is facing serious jail time and up to more than 30 years of prison time. And then on the other hand, You have a judge in Florida who just decided arbitrarily to throw out a very serious case against the former president. So there are two tiers of justice, and I agree with David. If we're going to hold people accountable, let's hold everybody accountable. You have a president of the United States, a former president, who's been convicted of crimes in New York State, and yet his sentencing has been adjourned pending the Supreme Court's completely bizarre decision to potentially allow him to walk on those charges as well. So, if we are saying that no man or woman is above the law, it seems to me that some people are above the law, or specifically one person, Donald Trump. That to me is very sad as well. It should be sad for everybody, regardless of political party, that there are certain sets of justice for some people, but not for others.
Well, we're definitely see what's happening, David, on the Democratic side of things. And it's been a rough couple of weeks for Democrats, from Joe Biden to Bob Menendez. The spotlight, though, back here on the GOP and Trump. Let's talk about J.D. Vance. It happened yesterday during the afternoon. We were talking about it as the moment was as the moment was actually playing out. Now that he is going to be on the campaign trail, what do you see from J.D. Vance? What will he contribute? What will he do? And I would be remiss if I didn't mention, look, he's 40 years younger than the former president. No doubt they're going to take advantage of his energy and his youth here.
Well, that's right. And look, I think he's the right pick for the right moment. And, as we see buoyancy in this race, a lot of things have happened over the last 3 weeks, starting with the debate, but not ending there. You're going to see this race, I think, ultimately shift back to the economics of the day and the year and how people feel. Can they afford to put their kids through school, put food on the table? Can young couples afford to buy that first home they've been saving for? And so I think J.D. Vance, in terms of, the conservative, President Trump, MAGA movement oriented economic vision, is the right fit for this moment. He's a blue collar guy raised from the Midwest, and when you talk to politics, and traditionally vice presidential picks don't necessarily have much influence on the ballot or how people react ultimately at the ballot box. I do think his history in the Rust Belt, his representation of a Rust Belt state, is going to have a meaningful impact. His story, his vision, his ability to talk economics in a way that, blue collar folks all across the country will understand, I think is actually a big advantage. And as we know, President Biden's only chance at this election is to sweep the Rust Belt. And it's already going to be difficult enough. I think it became much harder after last night.
I have a feeling Vance's book is going to once again hit the New York Times bestseller list since the pick. All right, Julie, now let's talk about Democrats resuming campaigning, of course, today. The DNC launching these dark Brandon billboards all across Milwaukee with messages saying restore Roe, vote for Roe, and Social Security cuts, try me. The DNC also releasing its first paid media campaign targeting the Trump-Vance ticket, just when we thought we were in national unity here. Well, okay, there's multiple billboards warning of abortion bans and higher taxes. I guess we had to expect this, of course. How does this VP announcement alter the Biden campaign strategy, if at all, you think?
Well, look, J.D. Vance may be young, but his views are kind of antediluvian. I mean, this is somebody who voted against the IVF bill to allow women to have IVF. I mean, that's not the party of life from where I'm sitting. This is somebody who espoused cuts to Social Security and Medicare by supporting Project 2025.
Thank you. All right, guys, I apologize. David, Julie, stay with us throughout the afternoon. We want to get straight back to New York City, where Bob Menendez was just found guilty on corruption charges. Press conference underway with the U.S. Attorney. Let's listen in. I'm not hearing it, gang. Josh, just so you know, I'm not hearing this at all.
I'm enormously proud of them and proud to serve with them. Thank you.
Will you seek the maximum sentence, sir?
Good afternoon. I'm Christy Curtis. I'm the Acting Assistant Director of the FBI's New York Field Office. Today is a day of victory and a victory for justice. Public corruption investigations like this hold our leaders accountable and ensure they serve the public's interest and not their own. This conviction comes after careful investigation and hard work by the FBI, IRS, and the U.S. Attorney's Office. The FBI's pursuit of truth and integrity was instrumental in securing this conviction. When an elected official betrays the trust placed in them, it undermines the foundation of our democracy. Thank you.
My name is Emmanuel Gomez, and I'm with IRS-CI Criminal Investigations. I'm Assistant Special in Charge in the New York Field Office. Thank you and good afternoon. Thank you to U.S. Attorney Damian Williams for hosting us today. It is a great commitment and collaboration between IRS Criminal Investigations, the FBI, and SDNY that today's verdict was possible. I would like to recognize the work of the FBI Public Corruption C-Squad, the SDNY Public Corruption Unit, trial attorneys and paralegals for the tremendous effort in presenting this case, and the SDNY tax attorneys. I want to specifically recognize the IRS-CI special agents who worked this case in tandem with FBI special agents. Today's verdict is a reflection of all their hard work. Job well done.
Thank you, everyone.
Mr. Williams, will you seek the maximum...
All right, from the U.S. District Attorney there to investigators, a little bit of an impromptu press conference there after 10 weeks of a trial, 15 hours of closing arguments. Bob Menendez, the senator of New Jersey, found guilty of bribes paid in cash, gold, and a car for political favors. Our Phil Liffoff has been following this for us. Didn't know we were going to get a verdict so soon, Phil. We've also got Jay O'Brien, who's here with me at the RNC, and our legal beagle Brian Buckmeyer, who's been tracking the trial as well. Phil, let's start with you since you've been monitoring this for us. You got word to us that we were about to get a verdict. Just bring us up to date on what we know. I heard part of that press conference. There was a little bit of an audio issue. So just, if you don't mind, wrap what was said by all three and where we stand at this point.
No, of course. I was able to hear all of it here in the studio. It was quick, as you mentioned, and twice reporters asked, "Are you going to seek the maximum sentence?" And no one answered that question. But the gist of it was they were happy. This is what they laid out in the indictment. They laid out in the charges, and they're happy with the verdict. 13 hours of deliberation over 3 days, and it's not just that. This is the senior senator from New Jersey. I've been covering him for 15 years now, but he's a Democrat powerhouse. And he was charged and now convicted of taking bribes in the form of gold bars, wads of cash stuck in his apartment, luxury automobile, for taking bribes on behalf of the governments of Egypt and Qatar and 3 New Jersey businessmen. At one point, he pointed the finger at his wife over the taking of a Mercedes. And at one point, Kira, he said, as an excuse for having these gold bars and hundreds of thousands of dollars in cash, that this is sort of the way he grew up, because he grew up in a Cuban family, and years ago in Cuba, this is the way, you know, people did it because they didn't trust the government. This is a huge fall from grace. He is now the first American to be convicted of being a public figure who acted as an agent of a foreign government, namely Egypt. This is a big deal, a huge fall from grace. He will be sentenced October 29th and could get decades in jail because of it.
Yeah, I think the Cubans would take issue with Bob Menendez trying to throw his culture under the bus there for how he operates as a senator, an elected official, found guilty now on these corruption charges. So, Jay, just real quickly, because the news, the reaction is coming forward now. We've got Majority Leader Chuck Schumer calling on Menendez to resign. Are you hearing from anybody else? And what do you think will happen now politically for the senator?
Yeah, that's correct. So Chuck Schumer, who has not called on Menendez to resign until this verdict today, said that he should, quote, do what is right for his constituents, the Senate, and our country, and resign. When Menendez was accused and now convicted of conducting this activity, he was the chair of the powerful Senate Foreign Relations Committee. After this indictment came out, he stepped down from that post, but he is still in the United States Senate even right now. He's actually running for re-election. His seat is up in November. He's running as an independent. He just said he did not seek the Democratic nomination here. There's a Republican candidate as well, a hotel businessman, and then there is Congressman Andy Kim, who was running as the Democratic candidate here. Menendez filed as an independent. It's unclear how serious that campaign is. There were some questions as to whether or not that campaign was being kept alive in order to pay for Menendez's defense. We're waiting to hear from, I just got it. I got a statement here from Congressman Andy Kim while I'm sitting with you here on the air. He's, again, the Democrat who's running to replace Bob Menendez in the New Jersey Senate. He said, quote, "This is a sad and somber day for New Jersey and our country. Our public servants should work for the people. And today we saw the people judge Senator Menendez as guilty and unfit to serve." That is, again, from Andy Kim, who is the Democrat running to replace Bob Menendez in the Senate. Worth pointing out here, Menendez, as of right now, has not resigned, and he's also seeking re-election. But obviously, this is fast developing, and we'll see what happens towards the end of the day.
Jay, you mean Andy Kim didn't say this is a sad day in American politics, but a great day for me? I mean, this opens the door for Andy Kim in a big way, right?
Well, there's that consideration, too. He's obviously already the Democratic nominee. But also there's a consideration that I've heard concerns from some New Jersey Democrats express, which is that if Menendez is convicted, there may be a ripple effect on Democrats in the party. And they said if, because they were expressing these concerns prior to the conviction today, in that if this longtime Democratic senator from this state is convicted of doing illegal acts while the senator of that state, does that, in a sense, paint a negative picture of Democrats there and make that relatively safe Democratic Senate seat more competitive? We're not certain how that will shake out, but I can tell you it is something that a worry that Democrats expressed to me months ago when this case was still going through the court system.
So Brian Buckmeyer, it looks like he will be sentenced, Bob Menendez, October 29th. And the charges that he's been convicted of carry the possibility of decades in prison. Your thoughts?
Yeah, so from now until October 29th, his defense, as well as the prosecutor and the Department of Probation, are going to evaluate Bob Menendez in a way that creates a point system. And based on those points, he's going to have a sentencing guideline. And what I mean by guideline, it'll be a range. And I can't give you the exact number because I don't know where the points may lie. I know that he hasn't admitted guilt, so he'll get additional points for that. This is a first-time conviction. I know he's had a mistrial in the past, so he'll get points for having a clear record. But as that guideline is formed, both the prosecution and the defense will have the ability to argue aggravating and mitigating circumstances, and that's where we're going to get a range. I know you're saying decades. I think it's somewhere 20 to 30 years. But for a case like this, with someone with his background, as bad as it may be, there's also some good there. So it's going to be interesting to see where that range ends up. But of course, there's also going to be some negotiating on the side, and that could influence how long he spends in prison.
And now, Phil, it looks like the New Jersey governor is just put out a statement here asking for Bob Menendez to resign. You're there in New York. What's the buzz? Do you think this is just going to continue to be a domino effect? And by the way, Phil, is it right that we're thinking that maybe Bob Menendez might step up to the mic and talk?
Well, he has been during this trial. Now that he's convicted of all these counts, not sure that he will. But we have eyes on that podium, and we'll bring it to you if it happens. It won't be the last public official to call for him to resign. He's now convicted, and these are really serious charges. And this is, by the way, 7 years after a mistrial in the first federal bribery prosecution against him. So it makes him another dubious distinction, the only U.S. senator ever to face federal bribery charges twice, and the first convicted of acting as a foreign agent. So I don't know how anybody, Bob Menendez, as Jay points out, is running as an independent, still running, still active, not stepped down. How will this affect it? We'll see. But he has maintained his innocence throughout this entire trial, throughout the entire ordeal. even when he pointed the finger at his wife, who, by the way, is now going to be tried. And as Brian so aptly pointed out earlier on, she was kind of the conduit to getting to the senator for what you needed him to do, so doesn't look good for her either. But yeah, I mean, this is just going to be a dam that bursts with everybody asking him to resign. Would be
Jay,
my guess.
Well, and I was going to say to Jay, I'm having flashbacks here. I'm feeling a George Santos moment.
Yeah.
I mean, what do you think? Okay, here comes Bob Menendez. Let's take it.
Obviously, I'm deeply, deeply disappointed by the jury's decision. I have every faith that the law and the facts did not sustain that decision and that we will be successful upon appeal. I have never violated my public oath. I have never been anything but a patriot of my country and for my country. I have never, ever been a foreign agent, and the decision rendered by the jury today would put at risk every member of the United States Senate in terms of what they think a foreign agent would be. I'm going to say something and then I'll keep going.
Afternoon. We were disappointed with the jury's verdict. We disagree with it, and we believe today, as we have since day one, in Bob's innocence. There are grave appellate problems with this case and with this verdict, and we're going to pursue all appellate avenues aggressively, and we do expect he will be vindicated. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Brian, two questions for you. First, it looks like he's going to appeal. How do you see this playing out?
Yeah, so I haven't seen each and every second of the case, but I'll give you a play-by-play of how appeals typically work. What the defense is going to look at is any mistake of laws. The big ones are usually any mistakes that a judge has made in terms of admitting evidence that should not have come in, and then any mistakes that the prosecutors have made. You can, and it is an option as well, we hear it from time to time, ineffective assistance of counsel. You can't even say that your defense attorney made some mistakes. And if those mistakes amounted to material differences as to how the jury got the case and ultimately decided, that could be something that could reverse on appeal. The appellate process is a long and arduous one, so it will take some time. The question would be is whether or not he can get the appeal to push back the sentencing, because the big thing is he doesn't want to be sitting in a federal penitentiary waiting for an appeal. He'd rather be, as he just did right now, walking free on the street and seeing where his legal options lead him.
Go to Jay next. Let's just talk. Could shake up the Senate now.
Yeah, firstly, it's an open question as to exactly what happens to Bob Menendez in terms of his Senate seat. Right now, he is still a United States Senator, being convicted of a crime, and apologize for the noise you and I are here together covering the RNC, but just because you're convicted of a crime doesn't mean you're not allowed to serve in the United States Senate. There's no provision of federal law that says that, so either Menendez has to resign or he can be expelled from the Senate, a la what happened to, for instance, George Santos in the House, although Santos was expelled prior to the adjudication of his case, and Menendez's case has obviously been adjudicated, despite the fact they're going to appeal. We got a statement from Phil Murphy, the governor of New Jersey, and this is very telling, and Phil mentioned it a moment ago, but there's one part here that really sticks out to me. He says, quote, "If he refuses, he being Menendez, to vacate his office, I call on the U.S. Senate to vote to expel him." That would be significant. The Senate does not take up these votes to expel members of the Senate lightly. I can't think of one in modern political history, although I'm sure some of my colleagues who are a little bit more voiced in the storied history of the Senate might check me on this. But I can't think of another time the United States Senate, in just the last few decades, has voted to expel one of its members. The House has done it, Jim Traficant, et cetera, but not necessarily the Senate. That would be extremely significant, Kira, for the Senate to take up this step, and they would, Phil Murphy's calling them to, rather, if Menendez holds firm, says he didn't do anything wrong, as he indicated in that press conference, and chooses not to step down.
So we're talking about the New Jersey governor now. Dozens of members up on the Hill there calling for Menendez to step down. Phil, what do you think this means for Democrats in a pivotal election year?
Well, none of this is any good. The last week or so in national politics has really been kind of earth-shaking. Back to Governor Murphy's statement, as Jay was just pointing out, you know, you heard Senator Menendez there. It was a very quick and defiant statement. It's as he's been this entire trial. He said, I am innocent. I've always been innocent. I'm going to prove my innocence even after being convicted of all these charges. There were mistakes made. The governor of New Jersey, where Senator Menendez serves, says he received a fair trial. And that's one thing that Senator Menendez said, this trial, you know, how could it have been fair? I'm innocent. Well, one other thing that he said, Kira, that I wanted to point out, you caught it there at the end. He said this sort of sends a chilling message to all other senators that the way they do their job could land them in the same situation I'm in. That's the kind of argument he was making at the end there. I think many would disagree. I don't know of any other senators who have been caught with gold bars, hundreds of thousands of dollars in cash with his fingerprints on it. I mean, the evidence was pretty stacked up against him. This wasn't, according to what he's been convicted of, someone just doing their job. I mean, those gold bars, I think he even Googled at one point how much is an ounce of gold worth on his computer. And there's the Mercedes that was involved in a bribe that his wife was involved in, according to the indictment.
The evidence doesn't get much better than that. The actual gold bars, the stuffed cash, and the swanky cars. One more question, if you don't mind, before we take it back to the RNC. Jay, let's talk about the possibility of expulsion here. What are the options?
Yeah, if Menendez digs in his heels, the United States Senate can vote to kick him out, but it is very rare. I pulled up some research here on my phone since the last time you and I spoke. Since 1789, the Senate has expelled only 15 members, this according to the U.S. Senate website. Of that number, 14 were expelled during the Civil War for supporting the Confederacy. The rest tend to resign under threat of expulsion. So the last analogous case that we can find is Robert Packwood, who resigns under the threat of expulsion. He was a senator from Oregon over sexual misconduct and abuse of power allegations. But again, the Senate doesn't take that expulsion vote in his case. He resigns under that threat. So if Menendez digs in his heels, and this is a lot of ifs and thens, right? But if the Senate does dig in its heels, if Menendez digs in his heels and refuses to resign, and the Senate moves forward with a vote to expel him, that would be relatively unprecedented in modern political history, Kira.
What did we ever do before Google, Jay O'Brien? Even though I know you had all that in your head, what did we ever do before Google?
Somebody did text me a few things, too, to remind me. Someone did text me a few things, too.
Well, I admire and respect all of your brains. Phil Lipoff, Jay O'Brien, Brian Buckmeyer. I'm so glad I had the three of you as we had the breaking news. Really appreciate you guys. Coming up, of course, we're not leaving. We've got full special coverage of the Republican National Convention. We will take you back down to the floor and up here on set for some key interviews as we talk about one big name. Actually, Jay and I can give a wave to you right now. Nikki Haley. She has gone from foe to friend. She is speaking tonight and supporting Donald Trump, hoping her supporters will vote for the former president.
Whenever news breaks,
we are here in Israel, a nation at war.
In Rolling Fork, this tornado tore through this town.
From Lewiston, Maine.
The scene of a horrific mass shooting.
From the scene of that deadly missile strike.
ABC News Live everywhere.
In Iceland, let's go.
On the 2024 campaign trail.
Here at 10 Downing Street.
Wherever the story is.
We're going to take you there.
You're streaming.
ABC News Live.
ABC News Live.
You're streaming ABC News Live.
ABC News Live, streaming free everywhere. With so much at stake, so much on the line, more Americans turn here than any other newscast. ABC News World News Tonight with David Muir, America's #1 most watched newscast across all of television. Nightline, the stories that shape your world, that shape your life. Dramatic, stunning, empowering, jaw-dropping. The most powerful stories of our time. Nightline, on right after Kimmel and streaming on Hulu. Why do so many people start their day here?
From ABC News, this is Start Here.
To be in the know and get a different take on the day's top stories.
A lot of news today, so let's get into it.
Listen now to the Daily News Podcast honored with 4 Edward R. Murrow Awards and see why the New York Times calls it a news podcast worth listening to. Start Here, ABC News. Make it your daily first listen.
Now, that's a part of the story I bet you didn't see coming.
Wherever you get your podcasts, Start Here.
First thing in the morning.
There's a lot going on.
We're still in a flash flood warning.
To catch you up with what happened overnight. Police in riot gear arresting dozens of protesters.
What's happening today? Escalating tensions in the Middle East.
What people are talking about. The migrant crisis.
Fast, straightforward.
With some fun in between.
Check out the Gator on the 17th hole.
The buzzkill in baseball.
First thing in the morning.
America This Morning.
America's #1 early morning news.
On ABC News Live.
What does it take to be the most watched newscast in America?
We are part of an operation.
Is this our combat operations center?
We're approaching the gate. Militants came in from different directions. Nuclear reactor. So you have a couple loaded and ready to go. The house is destroyed, but the flag.
Not a carry in it.
How important it made the USA. Great work.
Hi. Appreciate you.
Thank you.
Ismail?
David. I'm David Muir.
I know who you are.
You
Watch
do?
you every night.
ABC's World News Tonight with David Muir is America's most watched newscast.
Hey, good morning, America. Good morning, America.
Good morning, America.
Are you ready? They are ready. Covering the biggest events in the country right now.
There's a lot going on here this morning.
You don't just see it, you feel it.
I'm in.
I'm in.
I'm in too.
I'll be there.
I am here and so happy.
I'm in.
I'm in too.
Michael, George,
Lara, Ginger.
So glad you're streaming with us here in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. We want to continue our conversation now here from the RNC with Elizabeth Pipko, spokeswoman for the Republican National Committee. Boy, a lot going on. The news doesn't stop.
Certainly does not.
Well, let's start with Bob Menendez. That's what we were just talking. And then we get back here to the RNC and of course, your presidential candidate, the new VP pick, Trump hoping that J.D. Vance, along with himself, will be the next 2 individuals leading our country. But Bob Menendez found guilty in his federal corruption trial. Your reaction?
Look, this is, I think, what the American people wanted and expected, and I think that's what matters the most. We've all kind of been surprised by the details that have been coming out, though I've heard rumblings about him for years. No one really expected what came out in this trial, in this case, so I think the verdict actually was expected by most of us, and I think the American people deserved that verdict, but also deserved this transparency that they got in the case, and I think that's what's most important.
Well, look, it wasn't very long ago that every single day we were talking about the former president and following his trial as well. I mean, he's now a convicted felon. It seems no matter what the party, we're finding guilty verdicts all across the board. But then this last weekend, this assassination attempt, something happened. Something changed, at least for a moment. And we heard not only President Biden and fellow Democrats, but also the former president, Donald Trump, and Republicans, for the first time lowering the temperature, talking about unity, talking about political violence, and that things need to change, and that there's no room for that. Is that conversation going to continue, at least for your side?
I definitely believe that it is. I don't think anyone obviously expected what happened on Saturday, but I don't think anyone really knows how to react to it just yet. I mean, this is a man who literally looked death in the eye. This was about 45 seconds for me that I didn't know if he was alive. I actually had my father-in-law in the audience as well. I didn't know if he was alive. It was a very difficult minute for me and my family, very difficult, of course, for the president and his family, and I don't think anything prepares you for that, nor for how to respond to that moving forward. And I think that we've had a very difficult few years in this country. We can all agree. The country is divided. The country is fractured. We are more polarized than probably ever before, certainly in my lifetime that I've ever experienced. And if anything can bring us back from that, it is this horrible tragedy. Not only did Donald Trump almost lose his life, a former president, but we did lose an American soul on Saturday, something that should never, ever happen at a political event in this country. My parents came from the former Soviet Union. This is what happens over there, right? No one should wake up excited to see a political candidate that they support in America and not come home that night. And I think, unfortunately, that had to happen for us to unite
unite around what makes us American. It's something that we all share, which is a love for this country.
Do we know if the former president did reach out to the family of that fighter who was killed, right next to the former president when that shooting went down? I mean, everybody's been talking about how he was, covering his kids. They survived. He didn't. Others were also injured. Has the president even sort of looked beyond his survival in this campaign just for a moment and recognized those people that were there to support him, one man losing his life? Do we know if the president has reached out?
I cannot speak for him, obviously, though I know that the family is very much affected, both President Trump and his family, by what happened. I'm sure there's going to be more to come out from our communication with that family in the future, but I can say that we are all affected. We are all mourning together with this hero's family.
Woman to woman here, Nikki Haley. Hey, there was a time she and the former president were throwing each other under the bus. And the former president was saying, she will never, ever be in my world. Now she is speaking today. The flip. How did it happen? How did the former president realize this woman is important to be in my camp?
I've been in Trump world on and off since 2016. I've seen a lot of flips in a lot of different ways. Look at J.D. Vance, right? This is a man who did not support
he was throwing the president,
Donald Trump, and now he is one of his biggest supporters, obviously, on this ticket. Now we're all very excited to have him. I've seen a lot of people change their minds about President Trump. I've seen President Trump change his mind on a lot of things, too. So in the interest of unity, I think I can say even before Saturday, we were all excited to have her and anyone else that wants to be a part of this movement.
Well, it'll be very interesting to see and listen to his speech this Thursday night. What can we expect?
Look, he was very, very affected by what happened on Saturday. There is no doubt that his speech and countless others have changed after what we witnessed. I know he wants to speak to the American people, not just as a former president, as a candidate right now, but as an American. I would hope that all Americans that watch that, doesn't matter left or right, were affected. No one wants to see that happen to any politician, let alone a president in their country. I know that he believes people feel that way. And he's excited for, I think, the moment truly to connect with the American people who, for the first time in a long time, see him as a human, see him as someone that they relate to in any way, because no one expected this. And out of that tragedy, I can only hope we can come together.
Elizabeth Pipko, appreciate your time. Appreciate you stopping by. All right, coming up, a lot more from the Republican National Convention as we continue our special coverage live from Milwaukee, Wisconsin. We'll be right back.
What does it take to be the most watched newscast in America?
An operation to capture ISIS fighters.
Is this our Combat Operations Center?
We're approaching the gate now. Militants came in from 4 or 5 different directions. Operational nuclear reactor. So you have a couple loaded and ready to go. The house is destroyed, but the flag, there's not a tear in it.
Not a tear in it.
How important is this label right here, Made in the USA? Look at your smile. You're proud of this.
I love this.
Great work.
Hi.
Where are you? Where are you?
Appreciate you.
Thank you, David. Good to meet you.
Ismail? David.
David.
Yes, yes. I'm David Muir.
I know who you are.
You
I watch
do?
you every night.
ABC's World News Tonight with David Muir is America's most watched newscast.
If you were coming of age in the 1980s, the Brat Pack was near the center of your cultural awareness. But for those of us experiencing it from the inside, the Brat Pack was something very different. If you could have the Brat Pack name not exist, would you? I hated the Brat Pack. What a disaster.
Why did we take it as an offense? Andrew?
I'm not going to say we were the Beatles or anything.
Well, we didn't fill Shea Stadium.
1985? I think we could have.
This is ABC News Live.
The crush of families.
On the ground in Ukraine.
ABC News Live, America's #1 streaming news. Anytime, anywhere. Streaming 24/7, straight to you for free.
Thank you for making ABC News Live America's #1 streaming news.
Reporting from Monterey Park, California, I'm Robin Roberts. Wherever the story is, we're going to take you there. You're streaming ABC News live.
Why do so many people start their day here?
From ABC News, This is Start Here.
To be in the know and get a different take on the day's top stories.
A lot of news today, so let's get into it.
Listen now to the Daily News Podcast honored with 4 Edward R. Murrow Awards and see why the New York Times calls it a news podcast worth listening to. Start Here, ABC News. Make it your daily first listen.
Now, that's a part of the story I bet you didn't see coming.
Wherever you get your podcasts, start here.
Here's to Good Mornings in America.
Can you feel the love? Oh, yeah.
Mornings that inspire, filled with hope, kindness, joyous surprises, and so much fun.
This is crazy. This is absolutely crazy.
Start your day with Good Morning America's Ray of Sunshine, highlighting the best of America and helping
make dreams come true. Wow. I'm just so happy. It's so good.
Get ready to smile and put the good into your morning, America, because
you know what will make the morning better? A little ray of sunshine.
First thing in the morning.
There's a lot going on.
We're still in a flash flood warning. To catch you up with what happened overnight, police in riot gear arresting dozens of protesters.
What's happening today? Escalating tensions in the Middle East.
What people are talking about, the migrant crisis.
Fast, straightforward,
with some fun in between.
Check out the Gator on the 17th hole.
The buzzkill in baseball.
First thing in the morning.
America This Morning.
America's #1 early morning news.
On ABC News Live.
Whenever news breaks.
We are here in Israel, a nation at war.
In Rolling Fork, this tornado tore through this town.
From Lewiston, Maine.
The scene of a horrific mass shooting.
From the scene of that deadly missile strike.
ABC News Live everywhere.
In Iceland, let's go.
On the 2024 campaign trail.
Here at 10 Downing Street.
Wherever the story is.
We're going to take you there.
You're streaming.
ABC News Live.
ABC News Live.
You're streaming ABC News Live.
ABC News Live, streaming free everywhere.
Whenever, wherever news breaks, it's so important to always remember that lives are changed. Here in London, in Buffalo, Uvalde, Texas, Edinburgh, Scotland.
Reporting from Rolling Fork, Mississippi.
Ukrainian refugees here in Warsaw. We're heading to a small community outside of Mexico City, getting you behind the stories as they happen. ABC News Live Prime. We'll take you there.
Stream ABC News Live weeknights wherever you stream your news. Only on ABC News Live.
Hey, good morning, America.
Good morning, America.
Good morning, America.
Are you ready? They are ready. Covering the biggest events in the country right now.
There's a lot going on here this morning. You don't just see it, you feel it.
I'm in.
I'm in.
I'm in too.
I'll be here.
I am here and so happy.
I'm in.
I'm in too.
Michael, George, Lara,
Ginger.
Why do so many people start their day here?
From ABC News, this is Start Here.
To be in the know and get a different take on the day's top stories.
A lot of news today, so let's get into it.
Listen now to the Daily News Podcast honored with 4 Edward R. Murrow Awards and see why the New York Times calls it a news podcast worth listening to. Start here, ABC News. Make it your daily first listen.
Now, that's a part of the story I bet you didn't see coming.
Wherever you get your podcasts, start here.
And welcome back to ABC News Live and our special coverage of the Republican National Convention. We now have a Republican ticket, folks, after Donald Trump picked Ohio Senator J.D. Vance as his running mate, 39 years old. Vance would be one of the youngest VPs in history, nearly 4 decades younger than the former president. We are at day 2 now here at the Pfizer Forum Arena in downtown Milwaukee. The official theme for today, Make America Safe Again, but the focus will really be on unity within the Republican Party. Tonight, Trump's former rivals all grabbing key speaking slots. That includes Ron DeSantis, Vivek Ramaswamy, and Nikki Haley, who went from criticizing Trump to urging her supporters to vote for him. Convicted as charged on corruption on a massive scale. That's the breaking news we have for you right now. New Jersey Democratic Senator Bob Menendez guilty on charges that carry the possibility of decades in prison. Senate Leader Chuck Schumer asking him to resign now. And of course, we're still following the latest in the assassination attempt against Donald Donald Trump. We will have an update on that investigation and where it goes from here. Hello, everyone. I'm Kara Phillips. So glad that you continue to stream with us here live from the Republican National Convention. I do want to get right to that breaking news first before we talk about today's events here at the RNC. We are still following that breaking news out of New York City, looking at the latest developments now. A jury finding Senator Bob Menendez guilty, as you know, in the federal bribery trial against him. If you've been watching, we brought that to you just moments ago. Menendez convicted on all 16 counts that he faced, becoming the first American convicted of being a public official who acted as an agent of a foreign government. Moments ago, Menendez rejected the verdict, came to the mics, vowing to appeal. Take a listen.
Obviously, I'm deeply, deeply disappointed by the jury's decision. I have every faith that the law and the facts did not sustain that decision, and that we will be successful upon appeal.
We have our Phil Lipoff, also Jay O'Brien, who's joining me here from the RNC, in addition to our legal contributor and legal beagle Brian Buckmeyer. Okay, guys, Phil, let's start with you. What's the latest?
Well, you just heard a very defiant Senator Menendez saying he has every faith that he will be, found not guilty on appeal. But there's no evidence to that, for him to have that thought. You see him come out there, as he has every day of this 9-week trial, very defiant, claiming he was innocent. But he was convicted on 16 counts, as you say. He had 2 other defendants, co-defendants along with him. They were convicted on all counts. He now is the first American to be convicted of being a public official who acted as an agent of a foreign government, in this case, Egypt. Menendez took bribes. We can now say it because he's been convicted. Took bribes in the form of gold bars, tons of cash, hundreds of thousands of dollars in cash, a luxury automobile, in acting on behalf of these businessmen and these other governments. And this is his second trial. 7 years ago, a federal bribery trial ended in a mistrial. And now more people are calling for him to step down. Here's some of the evidence in the case. The gold bars, all that cash. At one point, he said it was a familial trauma that had him keep all this cash in his home, familial trauma for leaving Cuba. That was one of the excuses. Also, that his wife was gifted some gold bars by her family. But the other senator in New Jersey, Senator Cory Booker, has now come out and said Senator Menendez should step down. So he is the senior senator in New Jersey. Now the junior senator has called for him to step down, and so has Governor Phil Murphy, the governor of New Jersey. And those won't be the last 2 calls for him to step down, Kara.
That's right. The name's still coming, for sure. Brian Menendez facing 36 years behind bars. Let's talk about just the impact that this verdict will have politically as well, and what we can expect at sentencing, you think?
So at sentencing, you're going to hear both the government and the defense give their aggravating and mitigating circumstances. What I think, though, is going to be a real detriment to Bob Menendez, or Senator Menendez, is that when we think about punishing people or even just incarceration, defense attorneys and prosecutors often think about I call them 5 pillars of why we incarcerate someone. It's retribution, reparation, rehabilitation, incapacitation. And the big one, I think, for the senator is deterrence. For better or for worse, I think he's going to be made as an example. And a big pillar that I think the government's going to look at here is deterrence, that Bob Menendez is meant to be the first senator to be convicted of a foreign actor or agent, and they're hoping that he is the last, and that a punishment is given to him in a way that tells all other senators and all other people who represent the United States, whether it's be the president or a local municipality, that you will be prosecuted and will serve serious jail time. So I think it's going to be a difficult argument for the defense.
So, Jay, we're already talking about the political implications. We were talking about it prior to the conviction, and now that we know that he has been found guilty, we're seeing Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer calling on him to resign. You just mentioned the governor there in New Jersey. I mean, clearly this is going to shake up the Senate.
Well, there's a few things to keep in mind here. Firstly, there were Senate Democrats who were keeping their powder dry and not calling on Menendez to step down because they were waiting for this trial to play out. Schumer, by my recollection, has not called on him to resign until today, and now he has. Phil Murphy has called on Menendez to resign before, but he took the extra step today of saying that the Senate should vote to expel him if he chooses not to resign, if Menendez digs his heels in and doesn't go anywhere. That would be significant. A vote to expel a senator hasn't happened in recent political history. Most senators just resign under threat of expulsion. The last example we could find was from 1995. That's the first thing to keep in mind. The other thing is that Cory Booker, for instance, who Phil referenced as well, has also called on Menendez to resign, but he reiterated that call today. And so you're going to see two things play out Democrats in New Jersey are expecting. First, people who have already called on Menendez to resign reiterating those calls, which will complicate the ongoing election there. Remember, Menendez is running as an independent for his job again. It's unclear how serious that campaign is. Some folks I talked to in New Jersey were speculating that whether or not that campaign was just a campaign to keep Menendez in the conversation and potentially cover some of his legal bills. There's obviously a Democrat, Andy Kim, running to replace Menendez, and then there is a Republican, a hotel magnate, who's running as the Republican candidate. So this complicates that race, and also it potentially puts pressure on some of those Democrats who have yet to vocalize any desire for Menendez to step aside, even if they feel them privately, to do so publicly. So you've got to watch both of those things play out at once. Certainly, it's going to shake up the political conversation in New Jersey and potentially control the United States Senate if that seat gets pushed into play.
All right, a lot to watch. Phil Lipoff, Jay O'Brien, Brian Buckmeyer, thank you, gentlemen, so much. You can probably hear behind me a little bit. The mic check still taking place on the floor here at the 2024 Republican National Convention. Our senior reporter, Catherine Balders, joins me now. She's also here in Milwaukee. So the actual theme tonight is Make America Safe once again. Last month, the FBI released the numbers showing what the Attorney General called a historic drop in crime. What are we expecting to hear, and what are we dealing with here? I mean, we've got dueling realities, that's for sure.
Yeah, that is for sure. And we do know those FBI statistics last month that said that that crime was down historically. That also, in that same report, there was some language about how even though crime is going down, it doesn't really jive with public perception of crime. They don't believe that crime has actually, in fact, gone down. So I think maybe that could be a result of some of the rhetoric and speeches we could hear tonight. But this is a typical talking point for Trump and his allies. I think we'll hear about what they believe the rising crime, this is what they say, rising crime in the United States, which obviously is contradictory to those FBI statistics, but it's also going to be broadened out to immigration. These are the talking points you hear from Trump a lot, immigration, border control, and things like that. So I think that's what's on tap here, Make America Safe again. That will be the theme. We'll have to ultimately see what's in these speeches. But as you know, the speeches have been changed. They're going to focus more on a message of unity. Does that affect the theme tonight in the speeches? We'll have to wait and see.
All right, well, Trump has talked a lot about national unity in the wake of his near assassination on Saturday. But tonight, the focus is really going to be on party unity. What do you make of all the former rivals now on board with the former president? Of course, everybody's talking about Nikki Haley.
Yeah, and she's the big one, Kira. She's the one to watch. Nikki Haley, she once called Donald Trump, I believe one of the words was a catastrophe. She was a last-minute addition here, so she will be speaking. I'm fascinated to see what she says. Of course, she's endorsed the former president now. She was running against him, so she will be front and center here tonight. We'll have to see what she says. But look, other rivals of him as well. By the way, including some of those VP candidates. Marco Rubio is expected to speak in prime time. What will he say, of course, after not being selected to be Trump's running mate? I think it will be fascinating to at least see how those speeches have changed, how the message of unity has been brought into those speeches. I was told behind the scenes they're still obviously sorting out a lot of these speeches and changing them, of course, right up until this evening. Kira.
All right, Catherine Balders, appreciate it. Thanks so much. Well, while the mood inside the convention has been far from celebratory, the mood outside has been decidedly a little more mixed, with protesters making their presence pretty well known. Our chief national correspondent, Matt Gutman, is outside the RNC here in Milwaukee. Matt, as I'm looking at the live pictures behind you, looks like it's a little more calm than yesterday. What's going on? Bring us up to date.
You know, it is very calm, but just a few moments ago, you might have seen these mounted officers sort of clomp up here. Not exactly clear what they're doing right now. They just arrived. They're creating this phalanx here. But obviously, and if you've seen it from inside, Kira, security here has been intense, and it crescendoed probably last night when former president arrived here. This was nothing. There were also snipers on the rooftops, and you may be able to make out that tent up there. It's just above where you are, Kira, inside. You can see spotters. Looks like Secret Service up there now. There were multiple locations where there were teams of snipers and spotters together. There were drones in the air, helicopters, mounted police, bicycle cops like the ones you see here, foot patrols, literally thousands of police officers, and gunboats in the river. So it was this gridlock of security locked down in this part of Milwaukee, especially in this soft area. And I think it felt very secure. And I spoke with multiple city officials and federal officials, and they are very pleased with how yesterday went. As you mentioned, security incredibly tight because of that attempted assassination on Saturday. Everybody here was on tenterhooks, Kira.
Yeah, and just, you know, looking at the scene behind you, Matt, do you think it's just different from yesterday, where the protests, they were loud and proud, and you and I even talked about all the various signs. We didn't see anything too nasty, but there were protesters with regard to what's happening in Gaza. You did have some politics in the mix, saying they weren't happy with Biden nor Trump. You had folks out there even with signs regarding immigration. I mean, it was an interesting mix. As security is sort of beefed up. Yeah, tell me, go ahead.
And I'll show you what's left of it. Not very much. I mean, it's basically a group of people right here. Jesus Saves from Sin. There was a animal testing group against animal testing. And that's pretty much it. City authorities and the coalition to march on the RNC, which organized yesterday's very broad and large protest that had at least 1,000 people, probably more. They said they're not planning anything in addition. We were just at a bridge nearby where Code Pink, 4 or 5 people unfurled a banner calling for the end of the war in Gaza. But that's been basically it. Very, very quiet here. And I think that attempted assassination of the former president on Saturday, coupled with this soft perimeter area being a place where, because of Wisconsin gun laws, firearms are allowed and people can open carry, put a damper on people's desire to protest here, and as well as this massive security. And so the one thing that we've seen from everybody who's been protesting is discipline. Nobody has wanted to interact with police or to start with fights. And Kira, at this point, we haven't even seen a whiff of violence. The city did tell me that 3 people have been arrested in the past 24 hours, most of them for disorderly conduct, and nothing major, at least at this point, Kira.
Well, Matt, I think this is the safest Milwaukee has ever been. I was just sitting here making a list of all the assets from the mounted unit, the police on bikes, the boats on the water. We've seen the air assets. I even saw a Coast Guard helicopter flying above. I mean, they are taking no chances, and I'm sure Saturday played into that, Matt, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, protesters are aware of it, and they are also aware that there might be counter-protesters who might be edgier than normal. So I think that general awareness has changed the tone and temper of what people expected to be massive protests outside the RNC. There was an expectation of some sort of tension and taunts, but it hasn't really materialized. And again, I think the biggest part might have been the massive and very visible presence of law enforcement and Secret Service pretty much everywhere you look here. Kira.
All right, Matt Gutman, Great to have you. Appreciate it so much. And it is nice to see calm on the outside, but it sure wasn't that way, as we know over the weekend, as we are learning more details now about that shooter and the failed assassination attempt on Donald Trump. The FBI saying that 20-year-old Thomas Crooks bought 50 rounds of ammunition from a gun shop before going to the rally, and 2 crude explosive devices were also found in his car. We've also learned over the past few months that Crooks received packages marked as hazardous materials, but a motive still remains unknown. Let's get back to our Alex Brichet in Butler, Pennsylvania, also our Justice Department reporter Alex Mallon. Now, Alex, we know that the FBI has gained access to the shooter's cell phone, but what exactly does that mean? Can they read text messages? Can they hear cell phone calls, emails, anything?
So Kira, they will have access to text messages, they will have access to emails, and also social media posts and content. And we know that in past cases, I mean, that has been paramount to cobbling together some sort of motive. But, you know, as that kind of plays out, we know that the investigation in Bethel Park is in full swing. The FBI has conducted more than 100 interviews, many of them happening in this neighborhood where the suspected shooter lived. We know that his parents are both cooperating, and as you mentioned, there were those 2 crude explosives that were found in his car. We know that another was found inside the home, and so that is going to certainly raise some questions. But Thomas Crooks, by many accounts of folks that we've talked to that went to school with him, he was known as a loner and someone who was often bullied and kind of kept to himself. Kira?
Alex Mallon, bring us up to date on the Secret Service. Definitely under fire, but what appears to be a major lapse in security. How did Crooks get up on that roof? How is he not seen? And how was he able to pull the trigger?
Yeah, I think, Kara, with more time passing, the more questions that are being raised about this being able to even happen. I think that what we heard from the Secret Service director yesterday in her exclusive interview with Pierre is a little bit of blame shifting to local officials on the ground. They say that that facility that the shooter climbed atop of was actually occupied in the building itself by the local police there. But it doesn't really explain why the shooters, the Secret Service snipers that were positioned atop that building were able to spot him, you know, and how much time passed before he was allowed to take that shot at the former president. Here's what the Secret Service director had to say in that exclusive interview with our Chief Justice correspondent, Pierre Thomas.
This is an event that should have never happened.
Who is most responsible for this happening?
What I would say is that the Secret Service is responsible for the protection of the former president.
So the buck stops with you?
The buck stops with me. I am the director of the Secret Service. It was unacceptable, and it's something that shouldn't happen again.
And expect Cheeto to face a lot more questions when she appears before the House Oversight Committee next Monday at 10 a.m. Kira?
All right, we'll be following it. Alex Brichet, Alex Mallon, thank you both so much. Coming up, we continue our special coverage right here from the Republican National Convention as we take you live to the floor and also talk about all the speakers coming up, in particular Vivek Ramaswamy, Ted Cruz, Nikki Haley, Governor Sarah Huckabee Sanders, and more. Stay with us.
Whenever news breaks,
we are here in Israel, a nation at war.
In Rolling Fork, this tornado tore through this town.
From Lewiston, Maine.
The scene of a horrific mass shooting.
From the scene of that deadly missile strike.
ABC News Live everywhere.
In Iceland, let's go.
On the 2024 campaign trail.
Here at 10 Downing Street.
Wherever the story is.
We're going to take you there.
You're streaming ABC News Live.
ABC News Live.
You're streaming ABC News Live.
ABC News Live, streaming free everywhere. With so much at stake, so much on the line, more Americans turn here than any other newscast. ABC News World News Tonight with David Muir, America's #1 most watched newscast across all of television. Nightline, the stories that shape your world, that shape your life. Dramatic, stunning, empowering, jaw-dropping. The most powerful stories of our time. Nightline, on right after Kimmel and streaming on Hulu. Why do so many people start their day here?
From ABC News, this is Start Here.
To be in the know and get a different take on the day's top stories.
A lot of news today, so let's get into it.
Listen now to the Daily News Podcast honored with 4 Edward R. Murrow Awards and see why the New York Times calls it a news podcast worth listening to. Start Here, ABC News. Make it your daily first listen.
Now, that's a part of the story I bet you didn't see coming.
Wherever you get your podcasts, start here.
First thing in the morning.
There's a lot going on.
We're still in a flash flood warning. To catch you up with what happened overnight. Police in riot gear arresting dozens of protesters.
What's happening today? Escalating tensions in the Middle East.
What people are talking about, the migrant crisis.
Fast, straightforward.
With some fun in between.
Check out the Gator on the 17th hole.
The buzzkill in baseball.
First thing in the morning.
America This Morning.
America's #1 early morning news.
On ABC News Live.
I'm Ariel Reshef in Norwalk, Connecticut. Wherever the story is, we'll take you there. You're streaming ABC News Live.
Some other headlines we're following for you this hour. We're getting word out of Gaza that Israel hit a refugee shelter with airstrikes in the second straight day. This comes after a weekend strike that targeted Hamas, left 90 Palestinians dead. Those latest strikes drawing a sharp rebuke from the United Nations Human Rights Office. And the head of Colombia's Soccer Federation and his son also facing charges after allegedly attacking a security guard after the Copa America final on Sunday. Police say the pair tried to get on the field after Colombia lost to Argentina, then threw a guard to the ground when they were finally stopped. The federation says the president regrets what happened. Just one of the dozens of arrests around the match in the past several weeks. And the Dodgers have their first home run derby winner. Teoscar Hernandez topping perennial favorite Pete Alonso and Bobby DeWitt blasting 49 dingers into the stands over 3 rounds. But his big win might have been drowned out by the national anthem ahead of the derby, which, well, it was so bad the singer actually apologized to the MLB and checked herself into rehab afterward. All right, I feel really bad saying anything because she said she checked herself into rehab, so my heart breaks for her after a pretty brutal performance. Hopefully, she'll come back with a better voice soon. All right, coming up from the RNC, our special coverage of the Republican National Convention continues. We are here in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. We are talking to voters, and we have all kinds of guests coming up as we get ready for some big speakers tonight, including Speaker Mike Johnson, Nikki Haley, Dr. Ben Carson, Marco Rubio, and Lara Trump topping things off tonight.
Wherever news breaks, it's so important to always remember that lives are changed. Here in London, in Buffalo, Uvalde, Texas, Edinburgh, Scotland. Reporting from Rolling Fork, Mississippi, Ukrainian refugees here in Warsaw. We're heading to a small community outside of Mexico City, getting you behind the stories as they happen. ABC News Live Prime. We'll take you there.
Stream ABC News Live weeknights wherever you stream your news. Only on ABC News Live. With so much at stake, so much on the line, more Americans turn here than any other newscast. ABC News World News Tonight with David Muir, America's #1 most watched newscast across all of television.
First thing in the morning.
There's a lot going on.
We're still in a flash flood warning. To catch you up with what happened overnight. Police in riot gear arresting dozens of protesters.
What's happening today? Escalating tensions in the Middle East.
What people are talking about, the migrant crisis.
Fast, straightforward.
With some fun in between.
Check out the Gator on the 17th hole.
The buzzkill in baseball.
First thing in the morning.
America This Morning.
America's #1 early morning news.
On ABC News Live.
There is a price to be paid every time a survivor shares their story. I will not be silenced.
Do you feel the church accepted abuse?
I wouldn't say accepted it as so much pretended it didn't exist.
Yep, that's him.
Yep.
Ready? Kira Phillips with ABC News. Does your church protect sexual predators?
The powerful new Impact by Nightline. Secrets of the 2x2 Church.
There's nothing pretty about hearing this.
Now streaming on Hulu.
Why do so many people start their day here?
From ABC News, this is Start Here.
To be in the know and get a different take on the day's top stories. Start Here.
Now, that's a part of the story I bet you didn't see coming.
Make it your daily first listen, wherever you get your podcasts.
Glad you have picked us to watch the Republican National Convention unfold. We are in the second day now. The big speaker tonight, of course, Nikki Haley, once a, well, not so friendly person toward Donald Trump, now getting ready to join in and tell her supporters to support him as well. But we're also following a lot of breaking news out of New York City, even as we follow the RNC. A jury earlier today finding Senator Bob Menendez guilty in the federal bribery trial against him. Menendez convicted on all 16 counts that he has faced. He's the only U.S. senator to ever face federal bribery charges twice, and the first convicted of acting as a foreign agent. Menendez earlier rejecting that verdict, saying he's going to appeal.
Obviously, I'm deeply, deeply disappointed by the jury's decision. I have every faith that the law and the facts did not sustain that decision and that we will be successful upon appeal.
Let's bring in our Phil Lipoff, also our ABC News legal contributor, Brian Buckmeyer. Brian, let's start with you. Sentencing, we have now learned, is set for October 29th, just about a week before we all go vote for the next president of the United States. You know, the verdict could mean decades behind bars for Menendez. What can we expect from sentencing, you think, and on what grounds do you expect Menendez to appeal?
So prior to the sentencing, we will get, or at least the defense and the government will get, a pre-sentencing report. Bob Menendez will speak with the probation officer and walk through what happened in this case. One of the things that if he sticks to what he's doing, and that being that he is innocent of his charges, that could be used against him in the fact that he is not admitting guilt. It could be a negative strike. And multiple negative strikes could amount to a higher score number, and that score number will go into the sentencing guidelines. Because while he does face a maximum of 36 years in prison, it's probably far less than that based on his background and his lack of criminal history. When it comes to an appeal, I don't really see a grounds for an appeal, but I didn't see each and every pretrial argument. I think the biggest arguments that you can make for an appeal is that the judge made a mistake of not admitting evidence that would be helpful to the defense, or letting in evidence that the prosecution or government said they needed and was wrong in doing so. So I think he's going to attack what the judge did and also what the prosecutor did from a legal standpoint and say that really hurt him. But when a co-conspirator takes the stand and says, I gave this person money along with his wife to buy him and put him in my pocket, it's kind of hard to argue that an appeal is going to save you.
So, Phil, there's also a growing chorus from his own party calling for Menendez to resign, including Majority Leader Chuck Schumer and his fellow New Jersey Senator Cory Booker, even the governor of New Jersey. Clearly, there are political implications here.
Yeah, it comes from the highest levels of government outside of the president. People, as you said, the Senate leader, Chuck Schumer, the governor of his own state, the other senator he serves with, Cory Booker. Now, will he step aside? No indication that he will. You saw he was very defiant there when he came out of court, as he's been for this 9-week trial, maintaining his innocence, saying that the facts, he's confident that the facts, that he'll win on appeal. No evidence to that, as a jury just convicted him on all 16 counts. Also, the 2 co-defendants who were charged with him. His wife is also charged. She has a separate trial later this year. So what can he do? Well, there's no law that says you can't serve in Congress, in the Senate, if you've been convicted. That it's the same kind of thing we were just been talking about with the former president. There's no law saying he can't be president since he's been convicted. Same thing in the Senate. So nothing prohibits him. But as Jay O'Brien was talking about a little while ago, about a half hour ago, that the governor of New Jersey says if he does not step aside, he will call on the Senate to expel him. Now, that is very rare, hasn't happened, I think Jay said, since 1995, and it is very rare. Most people under threat of expulsion resign. What will Bob Menendez do, Senator Menendez? Who knows? He's been serving since 2006 in the state of New Jersey, and there is no sign, at least publicly, that he is even entertaining the thought of stepping down.
All right. We'll follow, because we know how this goes. The more people that cry for you to do something, you might be pressured to do so. Then again, let's look at all the pressure George Santos was put under. That guy just refuses to step aside in so many ways as well. Phil Lipoff, Brian Buckmeyer, thank you guys. Let's turn back now to our coverage of the 2024 Republican National Convention, shall we? We are here live in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. The GOP definitely feeling pretty good about its newly minted Trump-Vance ticket. The former president tapping Ohio Senator J.D. Vance despite his past criticism, and it's especially pertinent today as a number of Trump's former rivals get ready to take the stage. That includes Nikki Haley and Ron DeSantis as the party puts its unity on display for the entire country to see. Let's bring in our Jay O'Brien. He, of course, has been with me throughout the entire week so far. We're into day 2. We got a couple more to go. You're now down on the floor. Boy, Jay, a lot more quiet, calm, no music versus yesterday. It was a little crazy yesterday.
It was. This is a much different scene than yesterday, Kira, and I can actually see the back of your head. Hello, this is the second time I've done this little bit over the course of the week, and I'll keep doing it. But so yeah, not much going on, obviously. Preparations underway. We've seen speech practices, things of that nature. And there aren't as many questions hanging over today as there were yesterday. The biggest question hanging over yesterday was how would that assassination attempt on Saturday change the dynamic of this convention? We already saw that play out last night, right, when former President Trump made that dramatic surprise appearance with the bandage on his ear. He sat in the box. He was with his newly picked vice presidential candidate, J.D. Vance. That was another question hanging over yesterday, who would be the VP pick. Today, there are still questions, though, and they're questions of unity. So you mentioned Nikki Haley. She is expected to address this convention tonight. There has been questions as to whether or not Trump is doing enough to appeal to more moderate Nikki Haley-type voters who have voted for Nikki Haley in some cases as a protest vote in certain state primaries, even after she dropped out of the race. And while Trump may not make those overtures, and maybe even Vance will or won't, the question facing Nikki Haley tonight when she takes this stage, as she is expected to do, is what does she say to her voters? Does she tell her supporters to get behind Trump? That would, of course, be significant.
All right, what's the next? All right, Jay. I was just checking in to see if we were going to be coming back to you again, because we're getting word, we're getting glitches in your shot, which we just saw. So we're going to fix that. And I promise we're going to come down to the floor and talk to you a number of times. Are you? No. You're still there. You're still there, Jay. Forgive me. It was glitching in and out, but we will be coming back, I promise. All right, let's bring in our political experts now. GOP strategist David Polyansky, also former Democratic Senator of North Dakota, and also ABC News political contributor Heidi Heitkamp. I know we've got them locked and loaded because they are on Zoom, and we will not lose you. I'll tell you, that floor shot has been tough, guys. You know, you've been here. Both of you have been down on that floor, and it gets crazy with all the technicalities of cameras and live feeds. Anyway, good to see you both. David, let's start with you. It's interesting. Trump is starting to distance himself from Project 2025. We haven't mentioned Project 2025, by the way, in a while now. This list of conservative policy proposals that we have been talking about within Project 2025, Democrats calling it very extreme, wondering if he will be able to continue that sort of tone after naming J.D. Vance as VP. What's your thought? Because it hasn't come up since we've been here, I can tell you that.
Well, first, it's nice to talk to you without that background music, although it was nice, but it's a little easier to hear you today. Look, I think you've seen the president. I think he himself had a pretty important footprint on our party's platform, which was voted in yesterday by RNC members. And I think that lays out his vision, the global designs of his future, not just for the next 4 years, but for the future of the party. And so what outside groups and advisors do, exterior to that really doesn't matter. And that happens on both sides all the time. There are outside groups that try to influence administrations and campaigns. You get that even through primaries. I don't think that matters much here. I think what's more important is you're seeing a party united behind President Trump and now his vice presidential pick. You're seeing a party united by his vision for the party as a whole, even from the platform standpoint. Even when there were some internal disagreements, everybody's come to the table and united behind that. And I think that's a pretty sharp contrast and something Democrats are going to have to struggle with a bit, because today, as you see House Democrats back in Washington circulating a letter asking for the president to drop out, at least from the nomination process for his party, that's a pretty stark contrast. When you have your base here in Milwaukee excited, enthusiastic, ready to roll, and excited about the prospects of winning in November versus, the other side 36 days out from their convention trying to push out the incumbent sitting president. Whew, I like our chances in that battle.
Well, Heidi, we know that J.D. Vance is a staunch supporter of abortion bans, even signaling that he would support a national abortion ban. What could a Trump-Vance presidency mean for abortion rights?
Well, I think anyone who thinks that you should pay attention to Project 25 didn't pay attention when the Federalist Society provided a list that would form the new Supreme Court, and all the new nominees that Trump appointed came from that list. Trump has never been particularly concerned about policy or about ideology. He took the Republican Party in a direction that I don't think they expected by appealing to blue-collar workers, by opposing free trade, by not paying attention to debt and deficit, grew it twice as much. And so, Trump is going to be an interesting kind of person to watch here, because he does not feel like he needs those parts of the party base. But do pay attention to 2025. When you look at the Democrats, I don't disagree. I think there's a lot of unity right now coming off an assassination attempt. You see the rallying around the party banner, which you should always expect in a presidential election. And by the same token, yes, there are people who are asking this president to step aside and let the nominee be someone else. But if he decides to stay in it, make no mistake, there will be a huge resolve of the Democratic Party to hold firm and to fight very, very hard to retain control of the White House and certainly the House and hopefully the Senate. So, going forward, abortion rights is still a key issue and will be a key issue in this election, especially for suburban women. If you look at the kind of voting patterns in the last two elections, this has been the issue that has driven the Democratic Party to victory. So J.D. Vance's position will be very problematic as the president tries to pivot to a states-only kind of argument.
Do you see J.D. Vance being problematic, David?
Absolutely not. This is an economic election. People are going to vote based on their ability to put food on the table, send their kids to school, pay for the books, and even for young couples who want to buy that first home. This is going to be about the economy. And as we see in every metric measurable, the president is losing ground every day on that front. And I think J.D. Vance's background, his history, his book, his story, where he's from and where he represents, and his ability to campaign in the Rust Belt states is going to be a huge additive in terms of the economic fight that's going to lead to ultimately Republican success in November. So absolutely not.
Heidi, Trump seems sort of untouchable since the attempt on his life. How are Democrats going to try and catch up to this momentum? I mean, President Biden was just getting hammered on his mental acuity and his age. I mean, that was in every single headline. Then Saturday completely changed the headline, and it was all about this attempt to assassinate Trump, but he survives. And now the headline is Trump survives assassination attempt. And boy, are they playing off of that. And you haven't really heard much about President Biden's mental acuity lately. The conversation has really shifted. Are we going to go back to finding a balance? How do you see this playing out?
Well, I think what it tells you is if you pay too much attention to the issue today, wait until tomorrow, wait until the next week. And so, yes, this will be a good week for the Republican Party. Conventions always are. It's their way to highlight what they're thinking, to really energize the base. The Democrats will go last, and I expect that the convention in Chicago will be equally uplifting, that there will be a lot of great folks that come out who talk about the importance of electing a Democratic agenda. And I just to the point about this being an economic election, that's what we heard during the midterms. Guess what? It wasn't. And so the economy is better now than it was in the midterms. I think that this is going to be an election, as all elections are, about the future. And yes, Biden does not get good marks on the economy, but on the issues that may matter to a lot of swing voters, AKA suburban women, choice is still a major issue.
Yes, it is. Heidi Heitkamp, David Polanski, thank you so much. And speaking of choices and where voters stand, we did head out into the state of Wisconsin to get a feel on the tone. We're going to bring that to you coming up as our special coverage of the Republican National Convention continues.
What does it take to be the most watched newscast in America?
An operation to capture ISIS fighters.
Is this our Combat Operations Center?
We're approaching the gate now. Militants came in from 4 or 5 different directions.
Operational nuclear reactor.
So you have a couple loaded and ready to go. The house is destroyed, but the flag, there's not a tear in it.
Not a tear in it.
How important is this label right here, Made in the USA?
Look at your smile. You're proud of this.
I love this.
Great work.
Hi.
Where are you? Where are you?
Appreciate you.
Thank you, David. Good to meet you.
Ismail? David.
David.
Yes. I'm David Muir.
I know who you are.
You
Watch
do?
you every night.
ABC's World News Tonight with David Muir is America's most watched newscast.
All right, let the dogs out, please.
I don't think he's going to give you a hard time.
Even if he gives me a hard time, I'm the right guy.
You can handle it.
I want to make sure that we all learn together.
Calm, confident.
Calm, confident, calm, surrender.
Everything that he's taught has become a reality.
Yeah.
We are so grateful and impressed.
I feel like crying.
You changed our world.
It is a beautiful thing to see. As you rehabilitate the dog, you also rehabilitate you.
Why do so many people start their day here?
From ABC News, this is Start Here.
To be in the know and get a different take on the day's top stories.
A lot of news today, so let's get into it.
Listen now to the Daily News Podcast honored with 4 Edward R. Murrow Awards and see why the New York Times calls it a news podcast worth listening to. Start Here, ABC News. Make it your daily first listen.
Now, that's a part of the story I bet you didn't see coming.
Wherever you get your podcasts, Start Here.
And welcome back. You are watching ABC News Live in our continuing coverage of the Republican National Convention. I'm Kira Phillips, live here in Milwaukee, Wisconsin, as voters are preparing to head to the polls. Well, they have also been talking and debating, and a lot of people with whom we spoke right here in Wisconsin, they're even worried about who they may have to pick. Not everyone's thrilled with the 2 candidates. And where else to find the best place to get, good conversation? Where you go get a cut, of course, the local barbershop.
I don't really agree with what both men have shown as far as leadership, as far as what I expect out of a president or what I've seen growing up. Both have definitely kind of let me down. Just more strength, more character, more alignment, more unity, you know what I mean? Like, even a president like George Bush, who I definitely didn't agree with a lot that he was rocking with, but he was able to get parties to work together. And you're not really seeing that from the last 2 presidents. So I feel I need to vote because my ancestors fought for it. I mean, they died. I'm still living, so for them to die and go through what our people have gone through, I'm almost getting emotional about it. That's why I'm voting. I don't have to agree with, excuse my language,
It's okay.
a damn thing that they talking about, but I'm voting for the betterment of our people, period.
I mean, you look for both, and I think both presidents are at an age to where, in my personal opinion, they shouldn't even be in this position. There's nothing against them, but the talent should be, it should have been at the point where we've had someone who is younger and ready to kind of push forward and take the country and with a new, more innovative, more young energy kind of direction. So that the fact that they're both here kind of speaks to the parties.
So let me tell you why both candidates went there. That was Kenosha, Wisconsin. You may remember 4 years ago, that is where Jacob Blake was shot by a white police officer in the back 7 times. He's now paralyzed from the waist down. Then you'll remember the protests and the looting that happened after that. And then when that was taking place, you remember 17-year-old Kyle Rittenhouse. He came there saying he was coming to protect a car dealership. Well, he ended up shooting 3 people, killing 2. Then a trial happened. The world was watching. He's acquitted. That's why we went to Kenosha, because after that assassination attempt that we witnessed over the weekend, we wanted to go back into that community to see how they were feeling. If that was playing into their vote, all this political violence, it is. And that was just a taste of more voters we talked to from Kenosha. You will hear from all of them, but the bottom line is they, more than anybody, want to hear a message of national unity from both candidates, and that's going to impact their vote. Coming up, a lot more from Milwaukee, Wisconsin, as our special coverage of the Republican National Convention continues.
Wherever news breaks, it's so important to always remember that lives are changed. Here in London, in Buffalo, Uvalde, Texas, Edinburgh, Scotland. Reporting from Rolling Fork, Mississippi. Ukrainian refugees here in Warsaw. We're heading to a small community outside of Mexico City. Getting you behind the stories as they happen. ABC News Live Prime. We'll take you there.
Stream ABC News Live weeknights wherever you stream your news. Only on ABC News Live. With so much at stake, so much on the line, more Americans turn here than any other newscast. ABC News World News Tonight with David Muir, America's #1 most watched newscast across all of television.
First thing in the morning.
There's a lot going on.
We're still in a flash flood warning. To catch you up with what happened overnight. Police in riot gear arresting dozens of protesters.
What's happening today? Escalating tensions in the Middle East.
What people are talking about. The migrant crisis.
Fast, straightforward.
With some fun in between.
Check out the Gator on the 17th hole.
The buzzkill in baseball.
First thing in the morning.
America This Morning.
America's #1 early morning news.
On ABC News Live.
There is a price to be paid every time a survivor shares their story. I will not be silenced.
Do you feel the church accepted abuse? I wouldn't say accepted it as so much pretended it didn't exist.
Yep, that's him.
Yep.
Ready? Kira Phillips with ABC News. Does your church protect sexual predators?
The powerful new Impact by Nightline. Secrets of the 2x2 Church.
There's nothing pretty about hearing this.
Now streaming on Hulu.
Why do so many people start their day here?
From ABC News, this is Start Here.
To be in the know and get a different take on the day's top stories. Start here.
Now, that's a part of the story I bet you didn't see coming.
Make it your daily first listen, wherever you get your podcasts.
Reporting from the site of the 2024 Iowa caucuses, I'm Victor Okendo. Wherever the story is, we'll take you there. You're streaming ABC News Live.
Welcome back, everyone. I'm Kira Phillips here live in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. So glad you're streaming with us as we are here at the Republican National Convention. As you can see right now, Don Jr. on the stage, getting ready for his speech tonight, down there on the floor. And this is just behind me as I'm looking down. This is what happens when all key speakers get ready to talk. They look at the teleprompter. They make sure it's at the right spot. They're getting direction on where certain people will be standing. So as I look at the rundown of everybody here that is going to speak tonight, I don't see him on the list. Is he speaking tonight, or is he just checking out the stage? Do we know? Yeah, I don't think that he's speaking tonight. So this is interesting. So I wonder why Don Jr., is out there. Jay O'Brien is actually down there on the floor. Jay, I don't know if you're able to go up there and see if Don Jr. will talk to you, but I'm looking at the list here of speakers tonight. I don't see that he is speaking or introducing anyone. Is this new, or is he just checking things out?
This is the mic check, so they usually do these the day before someone speaks, or sometimes they do them the same day, but this is relatively par for the course. To your question of whether or not we can get up there, no, there's big plexiglass barricades here, but this is relatively par for the course. It's not necessarily an indication of anything changing in terms of the run of show here, but it is his mic check, and one of the things we're waiting for here, this group of reporters, is not just Don Jr., but is there anyone else notable that comes for their mic check in the near future? Certainly, it's why we're camped out here at the base of the stage to see who we can see, Kira.
Okay, well, as I'm looking at the list, you've now confirmed this is just about a mic check. I know you want to check things out, but Nikki Haley speaking about 8:16 Eastern time, or no, Milwaukee time. Senator Ted Cruz, Vivek Ramaswamy, Speaker Mike Johnson, Dr. Ben Carson, Governor Sarah Huckabee Sanders, Senator Marco Rubio, of course, Lara Trump, topping things off around 9:30 tonight, Jay. So, yes, indeed, it'll be interesting to see if anybody else comes in for a day of mic check, but thank you so much for rolling for that moment. We were wondering what Don Jr. was up to. Jay O'Brien, appreciate you so much. We're going to take a quick break, and when we come back, our coverage continues from Milwaukee, Wisconsin, right here live from the Republican National Convention.
Whenever news breaks.
We are here in Israel, a nation at war.
In Rolling Fork, this tornado tore through this town.
From Lewiston, Maine.
The scene of a horrific mass shooting.
From the scene of that deadly missile strike.
ABC News Live everywhere.
In Iceland, let's go.
On the 2024 campaign trail.
Here at 10 Downing Street.
Wherever the story is.
We're going to take you there.
You're streaming ABC News Live.
ABC News Live.
You're streaming ABC News Live.
ABC News Live, streaming free everywhere. What does it take to be the most watched newscast in America?
An operation to capture ISIS fighters.
Is this our Combat Operations Center?
We're approaching the gate now. Militants came in from 4 or 5 different directions.
Operational nuclear reactor.
So you have a couple loaded and ready to go. The house is destroyed, but the flag, there's not a tear in it.
Not a tear in it.
How important is this label right here, Made in the USA?
Look at your smile. You're proud of this.
I love this.
Great work.
Hi.
Where are you? Where are you?
Appreciate you.
Thank you, David. Good to meet you.
Ismail? David.
David.
Yes. I'm David Muir.
I know who you are.
You
Watch
do?
you every night.
ABC's World News Tonight with David Muir is America's most watched newscast.
Hi, I'm Andy. And I'm Sabrina. And we're moms, juggling tons of stuff every day, like all you moms out there. And you know what we love? Really love? Pop culture. So what happens when being obsessed with pop culture collides with being a mom? You get us. So listen now to our new podcast, Pop Culture Moms, wherever you get your podcasts.
Reporting from Monterey Park, California, I'm Robin Roberts. Wherever the story is, we're going to take you there. You're streaming ABC News Live. Hey, good morning, America.
Good morning, America. Good morning, America.
Good morning, America.
Money. Are you ready? They are ready. Covering the biggest events in the country right now.
There's a lot going on here this morning.
It's always a good time. That's what the show's about.
That's good.
Really good. Very good.
Coming in hot, Jimmy, coming in hot.
It's far from elementary.
Good morning, America. I'm not going to try to strut like Michael or anything.
I have known George a long, long time.
Have you ever gotten him to dance?
Look at that face.
You don't just see it, you feel it.
I'm in.
I'm in.
I'm in too. I'll be here.
I am here and so happy.
I'm in.
I'm in too.
I'm in.
That tells you something when Snoop Dogg's in. Michael, George, Lara, Ginger.
Whenever, wherever news breaks, it's so important to always remember that lives are changed. Here in London, in Buffalo, Uvalde, Texas, Edinburgh, Scotland.
From Poland once again tonight. Thank you so much for streaming with us. Ukrainian refugees here in Warsaw.
Do you think you'll ever be able to go back home? We're heading to a small community outside of Mexico City. Splintered houses and splintered lives. The magnitude of the devastation.
You're streaming ABC News Live. Reporting from Rolling Fork, Mississippi.
Santa Fe, New Mexico. Raleigh, North Carolina. The U.S. Capitol. Mayfield, Kentucky. Minneapolis.
Mexico. Tongass National Forest, Alaska.
Getting you behind the stories as they happen. Giving you a front row seat to our world as it plays out in real time, live. ABC News Live Prime. We'll take you there.
Stream ABC News Live weeknights, America's most honored streaming news program, only on ABC News Live. Streaming free right now wherever you stream your news.
Welcome back to ABC News Live's special coverage of the Republican National Convention. Well, we've got a Republican ticket. That's the headline. After Donald Trump picked Ohio Senator J.D. Vance as his running mate, that 39-year-old young lawmaker would be one of the youngest VPs in history, nearly 4 decades younger than the former president. Glad you're with us, everyone. I'm Kira Phillips. It is day 2, and it is underway here at the Pfizer Forum Arena in downtown Milwaukee. The official theme for today: Make America Safe Again. But the focus will really be on unity within the Republican Party. Tonight, Trump's former rivals all grabbing key speaking slots. That includes Ron DeSantis, Vivek Ramaswamy, Nikki Haley, who, as you know, went out on criticizing Trump from the very beginning. Now she has changed face, urging all her supporters to vote for him. Convicted as charged on corruption on a massive scale. It's the other story that we're following for you. New Jersey Democratic Senator Bob Menendez guilty on charges that carry the possibility now of decades in prison. Senator leader Chuck Schumer asking him to resign. And of course, we are still following the latest in the assassination attempt against Donald Trump. We've got the latest on that investigation and where exactly it goes from here. Okay, let's get right to it. We will start with the breaking news out of New York City. Senator Bob Menendez facing a growing chorus from within his own party to resign after being found guilty in the federal bribery trial against him this afternoon. Menendez, convicted on all 16 counts he faced, is the first American convicted of being a public official who acted as an agent of a foreign government. But he's vowed to appeal. Take a listen.
Obviously, I'm deeply, deeply disappointed by the jury's decision. I have every faith that the law and the facts did not sustain that decision, and that we will be successful upon appeal.
Let's bring in our Phil Lipoff. Also with us are Jay O'Brien and ABC News legal contributor Brian Buckmeyer. Phil, let's go ahead and start with you. Menendez has faced calls to resign for some time now, even before this verdict. How will things change now that that guilty verdict is official?
Well, last time we spoke, Jay described it as a lot of Democrats were holding their powder. And that's the case. A lot of politicians will wait until there is a guilty verdict before they call for anything. You're correct. Some politicians did come out and say he should resign. But now the governor of New Jersey has officially called for it and said if he doesn't step aside, he should be expelled by the Senate. That's a whole different story that Jay can talk about. Rarely ever happens. The junior senator from New Jersey, Cory Booker, there's the governor's statement. statement. Cory Booker, Chuck Schumer, all of these folks have come out and said now that he is guilty of using the power of his office, taking bribes to interfere with prosecutions and secure investments from Qatari officials, not let alone be an agent of a foreign government, which they alleged and had now convicted of being Egypt. 37 witnesses in all called, just 5 called by Menendez. He did not testify. The FBI seized almost $500,000 in cash, 13 gold bars, to which he said that there was some familial trauma after leaving Cuba. And a lot of Cuban-American families do that. It just didn't hold water for this jury. And this comes 7 years after his last trial. There was a mistrial in the first time the feds went after him for bribery charges. That was 7 years ago. There was a mistrial there. Here they have a conviction on all 16 counts. He could spend up to 36 years in prison.
So let's talk about the political implications. Senator Majority Leader Chuck Schumer already calling for him to resign. We have fellow New Jersey Senator Cory Booker as well, calling on him to resign. And I mean, it's already shaking up the talk up on Capitol Hill, which is usually where you are, Jay, but you're down on the floor of the RNC. You're still getting word, though, from back home, right, where we all live and cover our nation's capital, that, you know, this is going to shake up the Senate.
Yeah, and just to give you a sense of why I'm standing here, we're waiting on mic checks of certain notables here right in front of the stage of the RNC. But back to your question on Senator Menendez. So what Governor Phil Murphy's statement is the most instructive here, because Phil Murphy has called on Menendez to resign before, but also what he said is if Menendez digs in his heels and refuses to resign now in the wake of this conviction, Phil Murphy will call on the Senate to vote to expel Menendez, and that would be unprecedented in modern American political history for the Senate to do something like that. We've seen that in the House play out, of course. George Santos is a good example of that. But in the Senate, they do not tend to vote to expel their members. According to the Senate, I believe it's been only 15 in the entire history of the Senate, and 14 of those senators expelled. Those expulsions related to the Civil War. When senators do face any kind of expulsion effort, they tend to resign before they are voted to be expelled. The last example of that was in 1995. Point being, if Menendez does dig in his heels, and this is an if and then a then, but if Menendez does dig in his heels, it would lead to an unprecedented period of Senate political history, or relatively unprecedented period of Senate political history, where there would be this effort potentially on the parts of Democrats to kick him out.
So looking ahead now, Menendez is set to be sentenced in October. Brian, what can we expect from that hearing, and on what grounds do you think he might appeal?
Look, in the hearing, you're going to hear from both sides making the plea that Menendez should either get more jail time or less. For the government, they're going to be looking to make an example of him, to create a sense of deterrence so that any senator or any person in the House understands that if you are convicted of bribery or even being an agent of a foreign nation, that there's a serious penalty that comes with it, to the tune of potentially decades in jail. You said that he's already facing up to 36 years. But the defense will try to make the opposite argument, saying that there are mitigating circumstances and trying to decrease that sentencing range, because it will be a range based on his background, his lack or sense of criminal record, as well as his contributions to the community. And a big part of it as well is whether or not he admits guilt. So far, he has not, and that could be used against him in terms of punishment. But for an appeal, I don't see any appellate issues, but of course, I don't have his case in front of me. But I think he's going to focus on the evidence that came in, what the judge allowed to come in that he might have made objections to, but the judge ruled against him, or even what the prosecutor did or how they prosecuted this case. Those are often the biggest arguments or genres of arguments that a defendant can make upon appeal, and see where it goes from there. But I think the major hurdle here is that the mountain of evidence against Senator Menendez could make it that any small issue that he might win on appeal would not overcome the standard of what's called harmless error. That if a very small issue should have been resolved, that could be a problem. But if the large part of the evidence proves that he's guilty, it's sometimes considered harmless, and a judge may say, you know what, you're still guilty regardless of this small issue, and we're going to push forward with sentencing and the conviction. All
right, Brian, Jay, Phil, Thanks, guys. Appreciate, especially you, Jay. You're doing double duty from the RNC and breaking news. Brian, Phil, you always jump in on the fly. Thanks, guys, so much. Our coverage of the 2024 Republican National Convention continues as we now talk with executive editorial producer John Santucci. He's here in Milwaukee as well. One of the things we can't stop talking about, of course, is the latest pick for VP. We now actually have an official ticket. It is Donald J. Trump and J.D. Vance. And Trump apparently made a dramatic and emotional appearance at the convention last night. How do you think that went over? What do you think is playing into that? Do you think it's the fact that he came to the stage really publicly for the first time since someone tried to take his life?
Yeah, Kira, great to be with you. Listen, I think you hit it right on the head. It was the first time Donald Trump has been out in public since the horrific events of Saturday played out. And really, Kira, there was a moment that struck me, besides looking at the former president's face and body language, looking at the way he interacted with his adult son, seeing that moment he had with Donald Trump Jr. as they shook hands. Obviously, they had been in contact for much of the last 24 hours as he, of course, was pushing his father to pick J.D. Vance to join him on the ticket. But really, the emotion I think so many saw in Donald Trump's face last night, I think it has been overwhelming for him. I think even seeing him backstage, which was a rare moment, actually, of Donald Trump just sort of waiting to be announced, to come into the arena, I think all of it just came onto this former president, came onto it as way any human would, frankly, after nearly beating death. And Donald Trump spoke about that to our colleague, Jonathan Karl, where he said that, you know, just that slight turn of his head on Saturday, just inches, clearly saved his life, Kira. Just an unbelievable moment last night.
Why do you think he picked J.D. Vance over Marco Rubio, Doug Burgum, and the other folks that were on the short list?
Well, listen, up until the last few hours yesterday, Kira, I think you know, we were all reporting it in real time on the air with you. It was really a nail biter. I mean, J.D. Vance only got that call 20 minutes before it came announced to the public and on Donald Trump's social media. But my sense on it is that Donald Trump Friday night, before the Saturday event, the assassination attempt, actually brought all three men down to Mar-a-Lago, had one-on-one conversations with them. And J.D. Vance, at the end of the day, out of all three, ideologically is much closest to Donald Trump, someone that many people around Donald Trump, of course, led by his son, Trump Jr., were really pushing for. And I think a lot of those conversations were playing out in real time. I also think, listen, we know one thing about Donald Trump, right? It's who's defending me most. And if you look at the media appearances that J.D. Vance has done over the last several months, many of which while Donald Trump was on criminal trial in Manhattan for that case, J.D. Vance, you got to imagine, was clearly the strongest of any of those defenders, and I think that played a big role.
All right, and just as we were talking, John, I want to take it back to the floor because J.D. Vance is now stepped up to the mic to do. It's interesting, as Jay was mentioning to us, we were looking at the list of who will be speaking tonight, but they've already done their mic checks. Yeah. They're already getting ready. And so now the key speakers coming up towards the end of the week are getting a chance to come up, look ahead, see where the teleprompter is, get a mic check, get briefed by the directors on exactly what's going to happen. So live pictures right now from the floor of the convention here in Milwaukee. J.D. Vance, the former president's pick for vice president, his best friend there right by his side, Don Jr., who was really pushing for J.D. Vance for a long time, telling his father that it's this young Ohio senator. Are you able to get close, Jay? You're going to go for a question? What do you think?
Well, so we've got barricades between us and them on the stage.
Okay.
And we're quite a far distance away, and there's a throng of reporters here, but I can tell you that that's exactly right. So we were waiting here for Senator Vance because we thought perhaps this would be the time that he would do his mic check, and certainly it is. Obviously, he is not speaking tonight. As you noted, there is a different schedule. He's speaking tomorrow night, but point being is it still comes as there are lingering questions about this vice presidential pick. Firstly, is J.D. Vance going to be able, and forgive me for not looking at you, here we go. We're shouting a few questions at J.D. Vance,
yes,
and I don't
ahead.
think he's going to take the bait and answer. No, well I think he's ignoring everything, so I think he's going to walk away. Yeah. So, point being is this. It comes as there are some lingering questions about whether or not J.D. Vance is going to be the pick who can reach out to, as you've heard John and Catherine, et cetera, report. And let's get a little bit out of the way here. You've heard John and Catherine, et cetera, report that, right there's fine, that it's unclear if J.D. Vance is the candidate who's able to reach out to some of those more moderate voters, those Nikki Haley-type voters, for instance. Nikki Haley also expected to speak tonight. And can J.D. Vance do what Donald Trump has not done so far, which is talk to those moderate Republicans, those fiscal conservatives, for instance, with his business background, et cetera, who might not like the unpredictability of Donald Trump, who were more attracted to a candidate like a Nikki Haley. Can Vance do that better than Trump can, or is he cut very much in Donald Trump's mold? I can tell you, I talked to Mike DeWine, governor of Vance's home state of Ohio, yesterday, right after the Vance pick was announced. He first said he thought it was a good pick. He congratulated Senator Vance, and then he went on to say, Kira, that he sees Vance very much cut from the same cloth as Donald Trump. He views them as being very similar people, and so I asked the question of him, does that beg the question then, is Vance able to reach out to those moderates? And he didn't necessarily answer that. All he said is that he believes that Vance and Trump are very similar. But that's the question now hanging over this pick is, what does this campaign look like? Does it look like the exact same campaign it was prior to this Vance pick, at least in terms of its appeal to moderates? Or, in addition to the events on Saturday and Trump's expressed desire for unity in light of those events, plus this pick, does it try to unify the party?
In his intro. All right, Jay, appreciate it so much. I know Mary Alice Parks, our White House correspondent, is also with us. Where's your location, Mary Alice?
Yeah, I'm basically standing above Jay here. I can see Jay over the corner of my eye, and also you can see the running mate now just leaving the stage. It was interesting to me when he took the stage. The hall is still pretty empty, right? Delegates aren't expected to be here, Kira, for a few more hours. But still, when he took the stage, those who were here, other volunteers, Republicans that are in the room, of course, cheering for him. And then this big moment of him glad-handing there with Don Jr., like you've been talking about with John and Jay, the two of them clearly close. And we know that he was really advocating for the Ohio senator to be the running mate. So, all these reporters here were gathered, definitely excited to catch a glimpse of him. He's a big buzz. Obviously, it's the headline so far, that, and of course, former president's appearance. But just to add a little bit to what you were talking about with Jay about sort of that the anxiety, I would say, among some other Republicans about the pick. I mean, overall, we've heard nothing but support and excitement from people in the room. But if there is an anxiety, I agree. It's whether or not this is a pick that is too confident, sort of overconfident. I mean, normally, traditionally, you have a vice presidential pick that is one that is seen as strategic to try to expand the base or to reach out to a different demographic, to reach out to a different state. I mean, Ohio is a reliably red state now, one that Trump is sure going to win. And to the point that Jay was making, I mean, we are looking at a senator who has been full-throated supporter of the MAGA movement since he got there into the Senate. He is America first through and through. And so to me, it really projects a sense of confidence from the former president going into this November election that he didn't feel the need or those who are pushing him to try to pick someone that would in some way broaden his appeal or expand appeal to a new swath of voters. That argument didn't win out. This is a confident pick that's really reinforcing the former president's message more than anything else, Kara.
Asma, what do you think about Nikki Haley? As I just look at this list, right? Of course, we're talking about Nikki Haley, but Marco Rubio as well. Those in particular have been very critical of the former president. And now there's talk. Can you hear me okay, Asma? Okay, good. We got you. Now there's talk of these two individuals, playing a part in his cabinet if indeed he wins again. Put into perspective just why you think critics like this decided to flip and now will be on stage speaking tonight.
Well, two reasons. One, I would say, really, I do think that the shooting, the attempted assassination over the weekend of Donald Trump did really solidify support behind him within the base of the Republican Party. Certainly, those are the reports we're hearing about, Nikki Haley's invitation to come and speak here at the convention in Milwaukee. But secondly, I would say, in many ways, I don't find it particularly surprising, right? Those of us who covered the election in 2016 remember there was a lot of Republican intra-party debate. At the end of the day, much of the Republican Party aligned behind Donald Trump, and that's what we're seeing. That is the tone of this convention so far. It is a message of unity, and I will say, as someone who covers the White House and the Democrats often, it is in stark contrast to the debate we're seeing currently on the Democratic side. There's a lot of intra-party debate on the Democratic side. This mood, the vibes here, very different. There is a vision of unity, and there's a desire to project party unity also.
Mary Alice, Asma, thank you both so much. I appreciate it. And while we're talking so much about the Republican National Convention and former President Trump and everything that has happened over the past weekend, let's not forget, there is President Biden. He's also on the campaign trail. And today he is in Nevada after temporarily pausing events due to that attempt on Trump's life. And this comes as the president is now telling donors it was a mistake to say it's time to put Trump in a bullseye. Senior White House correspondent Selena Wang is in Las Vegas with the president, joins me now for more. And Selena, I'm glad we have you because we've been so focused on the RNC. We've been so focused on the former president and what happened over the weekend. This is the first time President Biden has actually gotten back on the campaign trail since then. And, even saying that he would take down all attack ads for the time being. How is Biden doing now? And what is he hoping to accomplish as he's back on the trail? He's in Nevada. He is still, once again, more than likely, going to be questioned about his mental acuity and his age and his ability to lead. We can't forget that that was the headline before the RNC and before the assassination attempt.
Yeah, Kira, well, after the weekend events, that temporary pause in the campaign is very much over. The president is going to take the stage any moment now here at the NAACP, and it's part of his outreach to black voters. This is a critical constituency that the president needs to win re-election. And what this shows is that the campaign is very much plowing ahead, visiting this critical battleground state. And I'm told that the president is not only going to drive home that contrast between him versus Donald Trump, he's also going to highlight Donald Trump's extreme visions, but he's also going to take things back to core economic issues like housing. Today, Kira, the president is calling on Congress to pass legislation that would cap rent increases per year, cap them at 5%. He's calling on Congress to do that. So very much this campaign is trying to reset the conversation here. But Kira, I can tell you, I've been speaking to events, NAACP members here at this event, and they've been telling me they're pretty split on President Biden. Some tell me they are fully behind the president no matter what, but others tell me that they would prefer Vice President Kamala Harris at the top of the ticket. These are serious Democrats and Biden supporters, so pretty notable that some of them would prefer the vice president.
So this is all happening after the announcement, too, of Senator J.D. Vance as Trump's running mate. How does knowing the full ticket now change how the president campaigns, or does it not change in any way?
Well, Kira, I think it's actually giving the campaign some new fuel, an ability for them to shift the conversation back to Trump's policies. So the campaign, you already see them going after J.D. Vance, calling him this clone and extension of Donald Trump, and they're really zeroing in on his record. They're going after his previous comments, saying he would support a nationwide abortion ban and even criticize exceptions to rape and incest. They're also calling him out for his comments that he would not have immediately certified the election if he were vice president on January 6th. So very much this is an ability for them to bring the conversation back to Trump and his policies. It doesn't change the core messaging, but it does give them some new fuel to attack.
Senior White House correspondent Selena Wang there in Las Vegas for us. Selena, thank you. Well, coming up, I met her on the plane actually coming to Milwaukee. California delegate Vanila Singh joins me next. Doctor, congressional candidate, and served in the Trump White House. What does she think of the energy among delegates here? She'll tell us next.
Whenever news breaks,
We are here in Israel, a nation at war after that brutal surprise attack by Hamas.
On the ground in Ukraine, reporting from Lewiston, Maine.
The scene of a horrific mass shooting.
ABC News Live is right there everywhere.
From the scene of that deadly missile strike in Dnipro, Ukraine.
Reporting from the earthquake in Turkey. In Rolling Fork, this tornado tore through this little town.
From the most devastating disaster in Hawaii.
From Charleston, South Carolina, on the 2024 campaign trail.
In Iceland, let's go.
Traveling with the president in Mexico City.
Wherever the story.
From the front lines from southern Israel.
Outside the Gaza Strip.
In Beirut.
From the FBI.
Reporting from the nurses on the picket line.
Here at 10 Downing Street in London.
Streaming live to you.
Wherever the story is.
Wherever the story is.
Wherever the story is, we're going to take you there.
You're streaming ABC News Live.
ABC News Live.
You're streaming ABC News Live.
ABC News Live, streaming free everywhere. America's #1 streaming news.
First thing in the morning.
There's a lot going on.
We're still in a flash flood warning. To catch you up with what happened overnight. Police in riot gear arresting dozens of protesters.
What's happening today? Escalating tensions in the Middle East.
What people are talking about, the migrant crisis.
Fast, straightforward.
With some fun in between.
Check out the Gator on the 17th hole.
The buzzkill in baseball.
First thing in the morning.
America This Morning.
America's #1 early morning news.
On ABC News Live.
Why do so many people start their day here?
From ABC News, this is Start Here.
To be in the know and get a different take on the day's top stories.
A lot of news today, so let's get into it.
Listen now to the Daily News Podcast honored with 4 Edward R. Murrow Awards and see why the New York Times calls it a news podcast worth listening to. Start Here, ABC News. Make it your daily first listen.
Now, that's a part of the story I bet you didn't see coming.
Wherever you get your podcasts, Start Here.
Glad you're with us as we continue our special coverage, day 2 of the Republican National Convention. Well, I met her on my flight to Milwaukee, headed here to the RNC, and I found out she's a delegate from California, was a former chief medical officer at the Department of Health and Human Services during the Trump administration. And oh yeah, she also brought her son with her, of course, to take part in all the festivities and get a firsthand look at what it's like to be a delegate. Dr. Vanila Singh joining me now on set. And of course, great to see you again, by the way.
Fantastic to be here. Thank you so much for having me.
No, it's a pleasure. And, you know, just to give a little more context, I mean, when you and I were talking, you said, yeah, I'm a delegate from California, but then you started going down the list of all the amazing things that you have done just in your life. And then you did bring that to the Trump administration the last time, or when he was in office. Just for a moment, before we get into the energy among all the delegates right now, when you were in the Trump White House, what do you think you were most proud of from a medical perspective, being a doctor and working with the Health and Human Services? Biggest achievement when it came to healthcare, medicine, maybe even the pandemic while you were there?
Well, that's quite a question. And honestly, it was an honor, and I was really humbled to be able to go to the government and bring what I think was years of experience in anesthesiology and pain management, which turned out to be a time of the public health crisis of the opioid
that was your
crisis.
Specialty,
Exactly.
Right, the opioid crisis.
And if I look back, I mean, there are so many things, but really it was the CARA legislation, the task force that was tasked to HHS with the DOD and the VA to put out a report. And I had an incredible group of folks on our task force who were of all backgrounds and expertise with differing political views, I presume, but they were really brought on for their expertise. And we produced what I believe was a very nuanced approach to the opioid crisis, emphasizing the importance of innovation and how to help people with pain, because of course, you know, it's like affects people's lives, their ability to work, their ability to take care of their kids. And it's about, you know, 30 million people in the United States, maybe 50 million, who are afflicted by it. So it was really a huge, heartfelt scientific endeavor, and that's something that I'm, you know, very proud of.
Well, now you are here again, right in the mix. You're a delegate. What was it like to be down there on the floor with all the other delegates from all around the country, especially because you and we texted after we met, and then that assassination attempt happened on Trump, and all you said, I'm praying for Donald Trump. How did that change things here and translate into the energy when you were down on the floor talking to delegates from all across the country?
Right, and we were excited. I was so excited to bring my son and my daughters here too, and they're like high school and soon to be a college kid, and I wanted them to feel what it's like to be part of the political process and that the people have to be involved. And then suddenly it's all turned on its head, and it's very real and surreal. I think it changed the exuberance, realized that there's so much at stake, and people forget that we have the honor really to consider policies and who do we want to support, and we forget that even when there's differences. And so I think this is like a reality check. I did feel once I got to the delegate section, the excitement that people had, the willingness, the desire to be resilient. I think former President Trump has really put that to the forefront, that this will not stop us to move forward. And I think that's an important lesson for all of us Americans, not to be held back, to keep fighting for the important things in life, for each other, for our community, for our kids, for our future. But we have to do it, of course, with dialogue and understanding and even ability to modify our thoughts and what we believe. We're all just a hybrid of our experiences. So that's really what I came out with.
Well, and that's what everyone's talking about, national unity. If indeed Trump does take that seat in the White House once again, do you want to play a part in the administration once again with your background and your experience? Look, you ran for Congress, I know, in California. Have you thought about that? Would you like to be a part of the administration again?
I would be honored if I was tapped to come back and contribute. I do feel, especially this time around, I think each time you bring more experience. I went right back into the clinical realm. My feet are on the ground. You can't forget who you are and where you come from, and I think that brings a realism to the government. I think that's really important with folks who are there and who have an opportunity to lead and set the agenda. So absolutely.
Well, I have you since you're a doctor, and then I promise we'll go to break, folks, but I've got to ask you this again. I did ask you as a doctor, and your specialization is pain management, which has led into so many other parts of your research at Stanford, et cetera. But I asked you about President Joe Biden and his health and what you see and what you are paying attention to. There was the talk of this Parkinson's expert visiting the White House. We've talked about his mental acuity. What have you noticed and what concerns you? And clearly you're not his doctor, but you are paying attention, and you had some interesting thoughts you shared with me.
Yeah, first of all, I hope for his health. I think we all do, right? He's our president. But it's clear that there is a cognitive decline. I don't say that because it's something that is fun. It's actually important to be mature and understand that these are serious potential implications, and that's been clear for the last couple of years with his response to questions. Sometimes it's a memory issue, sometimes it's confusion on the stage, and when I think about that, you think about neurologic potential, and I'm certain he has access to the best, and I'm certainly hoping that they're thinking about that as well as potential movement-related disorders, maybe Parkinsonian-like, but certainly he needs good treatment, and there are great treatments, and there's hope out there. But those are the things that come to mind.
Appreciate you so much. Not only talking to me on the plane while we had a 2-hour delay, I got a chance to know you, but just coming back and being on set with me and giving some perspective as a delegate. I'm really grateful for you, Vanilla, and your time. Bring your kids back.
Will do. Thank you so much.
You
I
bet.
appreciate it.
Things are kicking up on the stage. We've got a lot more live coverage here from the Republican National Convention. We'll take you down to the floor next.
What does it take to be the most watched newscast in America?
An operation to capture ISIS fighters.
Is this our combat operations center?
We're approaching the gate now. Militants came in from 4 or 5 different directions.
Operational nuclear reactor.
So you have a couple loaded and ready to go. The house is destroyed, but the flag, there's not a tear in it.
Not a tear in it.
How important is this label right here, Made in the USA?
Look at your smile. You're proud of this.
I love this.
Great work.
Hi.
Where are you? Where are you?
Appreciate you. Thank you, David. Good to meet you.
Ismail? David.
David.
Yes, yes. I'm David Muir.
I know who you are.
You
Watch
do?
you every night.
ABC's World News Tonight with David Muir is America's most watched newscast.
All right, let the dogs out, please.
I don't think he's going to give you a hard time.
Even if he gives me a hard time, I'm the right guy. I want to make sure that we all learn together.
Calm, confident.
Calm, confident, calm, surrender.
Everything that he's taught has become a reality.
We are so grateful and impressed.
I feel like crying. You changed our world.
It is a beautiful thing to see. As you rehabilitate the dog, you also rehabilitate you.
Why do so many people start their day here?
From ABC News, this is Start Here.
To be in the know and get a different take on the day's top stories.
A lot of news today, so let's get into it.
Listen now to the Daily News Podcast honored with 4 Edward R. Murrow Awards and see why the New York Times calls it a news podcast worth listening to. Start Here, ABC News. Make it your daily first listen.
Now, that's a part of the story I bet you didn't see coming.
Wherever you get your podcasts, start here.
Oh, the music just wrapped up. I was hoping we'd have a little bit of a musical interlude here as we continue our special coverage on day 2 of the Republican National Convention live from Milwaukee. Here now with us, Republican Congressman Tom Tiffany. He represents the 7th District in the northwestern part of Wisconsin. You guys sure know how to throw a party.
Hey, this is a great party.
I tell you what.
Welcome to Wisconsin.
Oh, hey, and you know, I'm kind of back home. I worked out here in Green Bay. I've got my Irish relatives everywhere. I had my cheese curds last night, so I'm in a good place right now. But did you, I guess I have to ask you this. When we found out the RNC was going to be here, and your man, Donald Trump, didn't have very nice things to say about Milwaukee. Oh, that's a horrible city. Have you been able to talk to him about that? And what do you hope that he realizes while he's here about the great state of Wisconsin?
So when they said that he made that comment about a horrible city, I was sitting 10 feet away. That is not what he said.
Oh.
It was taken out of context by a Washington, D.C. reporter. That was not an accurate quote in regards to Donald Trump loves Milwaukee. He loves Wisconsin, and he knows, Kira, how important Wisconsin is for his electoral prospects in November.
Okay, so I like how you switch things up here. Okay, now I would follow up, but I've just been told you can probably see the live picture right here. It's happening right behind us. Nikki Haley just stepped to the stage. She is speaking tonight. Everybody is talking about Nikki Haley and what she is going to have to say. We weren't expecting to actually see her, so while she's there, we have this live picture. What do you think of Nikki Haley?
You know, Nikki Haley represents the broad tent that is the Republican Party. I mean, you look at people, you know, economic conservatives, tough on foreign policy. I mean, there's a whole, the libertarians, which I think J.D. Vance, that's part of the pick there, saying, hello, libertarians, we're with you. So it's a big tent that we have. Nikki Haley's in that tent.
What does she add by being here and speaking? You know, she and the former president, they were on the outs, clearly. They were rivals. They weren't saying very nice things about each other. It was not the Wisconsin way, sir, with all due respect. Yeah. Now they're standing side by side. What can she add to the party? And would you like to see her a part of the administration if indeed he takes the White House for another 4 years?
You know, I think she's been a big part of the Republican Party ever since being governor in South Carolina. And her message will be really important. But it goes back to the Big Ten. President Trump has had run-ins with his Republican opponents before. It has happened. They usually make up and get on with business because it is about the American people, Kira. That's the one thing I hear back at home. What about us? What about us, the American people?
Is this tone going to stay here right now? Saturday was a wake-up call. I have had Republicans and Democrats say to me, this has been a wake-up call for everybody, that no matter which side you're on, just stop the dangerous rhetoric. Stop the nastiness. Let's not promote violence. Let's come together and finally find national unity that we can all participate in. Can that tone continue? We know Donald Trump. We know that he can get folks riled up. Dangerous rhetoric is something that we have had to talk about for a number of years while he was in office. Can this change in tone stay?
But to be fair, people on the other side have done it too, and I'm not getting into the each side does it. I think the important thing is to talk about policy. Get the personalities aside. And that's why I say the American people are saying, what about me? They want to know what policies are going to come out of Washington, D.C. So let's make it a debate about policy, because if it's immigration, the economy, and inflation, our weakness on the world stage, we Republicans will win if the debate is about policy. People know the country's going in the wrong direction, Kira.
Well, you named three things that everybody, they are definitely talking about, all three of those issues. In light of everything that's going on right now, people want to wake up, be able to fill up their car with gas, be able to bring home a solid paycheck to take care of their family. The economy is on the heart of everyone right now. Representative Tom Tiffany, thank you so much for being here. Appreciate it, Congressman.
Great to have you in the cheese state.
It's great to be. I should have brought my cheese hat. It's kind of messed up. I've had it for a long time. It's been about 3 decades. Coming up, we do continue our special coverage here of the Republican National Convention live from Milwaukee, Wisconsin. I'm Kira Phillips. A lot more news ahead. Stay with us.
Whenever news breaks,
We are here in Israel, a nation at war.
In Rolling Fork, this tornado tore through this town.
From Lewiston, Maine.
The scene of a horrific mass shooting.
From the scene of that deadly missile strike.
ABC News Live everywhere.
In Iceland, let's go.
On the 2024 campaign trail.
Here at 10 Downing Street.
Wherever the story is.
We're going to take you there.
You're streaming.
ABC News Live.
ABC News Live.
You're streaming ABC News Live.
ABC News Live, streaming free everywhere. With so much at stake, so much on the line, more Americans turn here than any other newscast. ABC News World News Tonight with David Muir, America's #1 most watched newscast across all of television. Nightline, the stories that shape your world, that shape your life. Dramatic, stunning, empowering, jaw-dropping. The most powerful stories of our time. Nightline, on right after Kimmel and streaming on Hulu. Why do so many people start their day here?
From ABC News, this is Start Here.
To be in the know and get a different take on the day's top stories.
A lot of news today, so let's get into it.
Listen now to the Daily News Podcast honored with 4 Edward R. Murrow Awards and see why the New York Times calls it a news podcast worth listening to. Start Here, ABC News. Make it your daily first listen.
Now, that's a part of the story I bet you didn't see coming.
Wherever you get your podcasts, start here.
First thing in the morning.
There's a lot going on.
We're still in a flash flood warning.
To catch you up with what happened overnight, police in riot gear arresting dozens of protesters.
What's happening today? Escalating tensions in the Middle East.
What people are talking about, the migrant crisis.
Fast, straightforward.
With some fun in between.
Check out the Gator on the 17th hole.
The buzzkill in baseball.
First thing in the morning.
America This Morning.
America's #1 early morning news.
On ABC News Live.
Glad you're with us as we continue to follow major breaking news out of New York City today. New Jersey Senator Bob Menendez facing calls for his resignation from the highest levels of Congress after his conviction in the federal corruption and bribery trial against him, despite condemnation from members of his own party, including Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer. Menendez says he plans to appeal. Take a listen.
Obviously, I'm deeply disappointed by the jury's decision. I have every faith that the law and the facts did not sustain that decision and that we will be successful upon appeal.
The Senate Ethics Committee also just moments ago saying it will promptly complete the investigation into Menendez. It started when these allegations first surfaced. For more, let's bring in our Phil Lipoff. He's been covering this for us from the moment news broke. Phil, members of his own party, including Chuck Schumer, New Jersey Governor Phil Murphy, his fellow New Jersey Senator Cory Booker, all calling on Menendez to resign now. What do you think could happen to his Senate seat and even the overall Senate makeup of this election this year, Phil?
Yeah, well, that all hangs in the balance, right? I mean, listen to the Democrats you just talked about. Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer, the other senator, the junior senator Cory Booker in New Jersey, the governor of New Jersey. And the governor even went as far to say is if you don't step aside, which I think you should do, then I think you should be expelled from the Senate. And the Senate hasn't done that in a long time. Our Jay O'Brien did some research, and 14 of the 15 senators who've ever been expelled were expelled for the Civil War. So it's not something that happens. I mean, you see him come out. He's very defiant. He's talking about his appeal. He's running right now as an independent, and there's no law, as you know, Kira, that says you cannot be in the Senate if you're convicted of a felony. It's the same kind of thing that people were shocked about. A lot of folks were shocked about when they heard that Donald Trump could still run for president when he was convicted. It's the same thing in the Senate. It doesn't seem like he's going to step aside. He's moving forward with his appeal, and he's maintaining his innocence as he has since the beginning of this entire ordeal. It's been a 9-week trial. And by the way, this is the second time he's faced bribery charges, federal bribery charges. He's the only senator ever, the only American politician, I think, ever to face it twice. This was 7 years ago, and that ended in a mistrial. This time, a conviction on all 16 counts. He could spend 36 years in prison for this. And his wife, by the way, was charged. She will be tried later this year.
And we'll follow that, too. And look, he can deny the charges, but the pictures don't lie. We've seen the gold bars. We've seen the cash stuffed in the boots and the coat pockets. You know, you can't make this stuff up. I mean, it's like an old-time gangster, you know, hiding everything in the clothes, under the bed, under the mattress. What do you think we can expect from his sentencing in October, Phil?
Well, I would leave that more to a legal mind about what I know. He's facing 36 years. He's facing decades in prison. This is really serious. You know, they're saying he acted as a foreign agent, an agent for foreign governments, for Egypt and Qatar. And I mean, he's one of the most powerful Democrats. So he's going to get jail time, and they're probably going to make an example out of him, because if you can have someone in the Senate doing this, you can have someone anywhere in the government doing this, and that is not going to stand. One last thing, Kira, you talked about the gold bars, 13 gold bars, hundreds of thousands of dollars in cash, that Mercedes that was sitting out in their driveway. And I think to a lot of people, especially a lot of my Cuban-American friends, who tell me that it was just really offensive when he said he had those gold bars and that money because there was familial trauma from leaving Cuba, and that's why he stashed all this stuff in his house as one of the most powerful Democrats in the Senate.
Stay tuned. Lots to come. Phil Lipoff, appreciate you. Thank you so much. All right. Well, let's turn our coverage back to the 2024 Republican National Convention, shall we? Can you hear the music? The GOP feeling pretty good about its newly minted Trump-Vance ticket. The former president tapping Ohio Senator J.D. Vance despite his past criticism. And, well, it's especially pertinent today as a number of Trump's former rivals get set to take the stage. That includes Nikki Haley, who we saw on stage just moments ago for a mic check. Also, Ron DeSantis will be speaking tonight as the party puts its unity on display in real time for the entire country to see. Let's bring in our Jay O'Brien now, who is down there on the floor. Am I hearing a little Creed right now? Hold on. Yes, I'm hearing a little higher.
Kira. So,
yeah, okay, yes.
You are. I want to go just grab this gentleman here.
Okay.
Governor, pardon my interruption. We're live on ABC News. How are you, sir? Can we ask you a quick question? I know, Governor Hutchinson. This is Governor Asa Hutchinson, presidential candidate at one time. We just saw Nikki Haley on the stage, Governor. Obviously, someone who captured the minds of more moderates in the party like you did. So can I ask you this? do you think moderate Republicans, given the events of Saturday, should also rally behind Trump?
Well, I think this convention shows that the Republicans are coming together largely because Donald Trump showed such strength in the assassination attempt. And then he comes out and says this is a time that we can come together as a nation. I think that's very positive. I view myself as a conservative, and I ran against Donald Trump, but hats off.
You were very critical of him.
I was, and, you know, we still have some serious disagreements, but I'm anxious to hear Nikki Haley tonight. It was last minute, but I'm so delighted that Mr. Trump extended the invitation to her. Look forward to hearing her and Vance this week and Trump. These are key moments for the campaign and persuade people to come in.
Will you vote for Donald Trump, sir?
Well, you know, that I've made some commitments about not voting for a convicted felon, but that seems like a long time ago.
So you could move away from that commitment?
Well, let's see how it develops in the future.
Governor Asa Hutchinson, thank you very much for your time, sir. Thanks for doing this live. That was Governor Asa Hutchinson, one-time presidential candidate, obviously staunch moderate in the party, had a lot to say about the state of the party when he ran, a lot of critical things to say about Donald Trump. And as you just heard, Kira, he was not saying as hot of a kind of criticism as he said in the primary in that interview just there.
Yeah, right. Ending his campaign, after a sixth-place finish in the Iowa caucuses. Interesting. I think you caught him off guard there, and his answer seemed very transparent and genuine when it came to his feelings regarding the former president. Something tells me, I don't know, Jay, what did you think of what he said?
Yeah, and we're going to go back over to the stage because we want to see if we can see some other people, but I'll answer your question on the move. So, okay. It's interesting because there has been this question of what happened on Saturday and what kind of unity does that provide. Donald Trump has said he wants to make this convention in the wake of that assassination attempt about unity. And I can tell you, I've talked to members of Republican leadership in Congress, for instance, who say that they've heard from moderates who think very much like Asa Hutchinson, for example, who in the wake of Saturday can see themselves supporting Donald Trump because of the way he carried himself in the immediate moments after that assassination attempt, and then, of course, subsequent in the days since then as well. And so it'll be interesting to see how things fully shake out on Thursday, but there is an emerging trend here, which is GOP party unity. Prior to Saturday, there was this question of, will the moderates in the party, the Nikki Haley voters, for instance, ever really get behind Donald Trump? And I can tell you, the moderates we've spoken to over the course of the last few days, Asa Hutchinson among them, have said, look, Donald Trump impressed them on Saturday, and they may not say that they're fully supporting him, as the governor didn't just there, but they're seeing themselves getting there, and that is a significant development for this party.
It sure is. I mean, you just made some news there with Asa Hutchinson, Jay. We're going to get that out on the DL immediately. Love how you're able just to spot folks and make things happen. Jay O'Brien there down on the floor for us here at the convention as the mic checks and also the music checks continue, the sound checks, rather. We're going to continue our conversation now with White House correspondent Mary Alice Parks, plus ABC News contributor Asma Khalid. They're both here in Milwaukee as well. Mary Alice, House Democrats this morning actually trying to delay the DNC convention roll call, I understand. What's the latest?
Yeah, well, a few of them, Kira. It seems like this is still just a growing movement, but I reported out with a few of my colleagues the fact that there is this letter circulating among some House Democrats calling on the Democratic National Convention and the party to wait to conduct that roll call that would make President Biden the formal nominee. Obviously, we're here at the Republican National Convention where just yesterday we saw that roll call, all of the states sort of formally pledging their delegates to make it official, to make Trump the Republican nominee. Well, on the Democratic side, Kira, they had planned to do this kind of virtual roll call going around the country and having delegates weigh in around the country to formally nominate President Biden to be the Democratic nominee. They'd moved up the dates because of some rules in Ohio. Well, now, because of all of the controversy and all of the anxiety, frankly, in the Democratic Party around President Biden's candidacy, we're seeing some of these House Democrats asking the party to really pump the brakes. They haven't made any formal decisions yet. I talked to folks with the convention planning. They said, hold your roll. There's no formal decision. They're planning to meet this weekend as sort of a rules committee and make that formal plan. But it just goes to show there is still such anxiety about what is being done there, even at the top of the ticket, even when it comes to formally nominating President Biden to be the Democratic presidential nominee. And some members really hoping that they will have a little bit more time and that the party won't rush this process, Kira.
Yeah, how do you do that? How do you sort of slow down and not rush this process? I mean, a lot of questions out there. When would Biden be formally nominated, and how could this all go down? I mean, clearly time is of the essence, but this is a huge decision.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, there's only so many times, so many ways they can change the rules. They can rewrite the rules. I mean, the party makes this decision for themselves. They decide exactly how and when they're going to nominate their party. But there's a bit of a deadline because at some point they have to submit their candidate to the states to be on all the ballots, to be printed. We've heard different Democrats talk about what that kind of final drop-dead date would be like, more likely the end of August. But of course, no one really wants to see this process drag on past the convention or even come close to the convention. I think that Democrats are aware that they have time, but the question is, will they use that time, or instead are they going to make a decision where they do this kind of formal roll call sooner rather than later, even as soon as the end of this month, weeks before all of them are set to gather in the middle of August in Chicago. That's the scenario where they actually do this sooner. They formally nominate the president to be the Democratic presidential nominee. Where they do it sooner, that has some of those House Democrats a little bit anxious. Kira.
Asma, your thoughts?
Yeah, you know, look, I think the major thoughts to me as somebody who covers Biden's White House is how different this moment, this Republican convention feels from the current moment in the Democratic Party. You know, we're talking about a convention in which we are hearing of unity, whether these are the more moderate folks, whether it's someone like Vivek Ramaswamy. I heard him speak yesterday. All sorts of factions within the Republican Party are uniting behind Donald Trump. They are uniting largely behind his pick for Vice President, Ohio Senator J.D. Vance. And on the other side with Democrats, look, I think this predates even the conversations around the president's age and the debate. For months, because of the war in Gaza, you've been hearing dissent within sort of progressive, left-leaning circles of the Democratic Party. There is a lot of dissension. There are expected to be large-scale protests at the Democratic convention. And frankly, we're just not seeing that here at the Republican convention. And as somebody who has covered previous conventions, I will say there is a mood of confidence and cheer at this Republican convention that I think is different from Democrats right now, but I also would say it's different from where Republicans were at their last big in-person convention in 2016.
All right, Mary Ellis Parks, Asma Khalid, appreciate you both so much. Great to have your perspective. Coming up, we do continue our special coverage here in Milwaukee, Wisconsin at the Republican National Convention as they are getting ready for some key speeches tonight on that stage. Nikki Haley is the one everyone's talking about. Ted Cruz, Governor Sarah Huckabee Sanders, and more.
What does it take to be the most watched newscast in America?
An operation to capture ISIS fighters.
Is this our Combat Operations Center?
We're approaching the gate now. Militants came in from 4 or 5 different directions.
Operational nuclear reactor.
So you have a couple loaded and ready to go. The house is destroyed, but the flag, there's not a tear in it.
Not a tear in it.
How important is this label right here, Made in the USA?
Look at your smile. You're proud of this.
I love this.
Great work.
Hi.
Where are you? Where are you?
Appreciate you.
Thank you, David. Good to meet you.
Ismail? David.
David.
Yes, yes. I'm David Muir.
I know who you are.
You
Watch
do?
you every night.
ABC's World News Tonight with David Muir is America's most watched newscast. Whenever news breaks,
We are here in Israel, a nation at war.
In Rolling Fork, this tornado tore through this town.
From Lewiston, Maine.
The scene of a horrific mass shooting.
From the scene of that deadly missile strike.
ABC News Live everywhere.
In Iceland, let's go.
On the 2024 campaign trail.
Here at 10 Downing Street.
Wherever the story is.
We're going to take you there.
You're streaming ABC News Live.
ABC News Live.
You're streaming ABC News Live.
ABC News Live, streaming free everywhere.
First thing in the morning.
There's a lot going on.
We're still in a flash flood warning.
To catch you up with what happened overnight. Police in riot gear arresting dozens of protesters.
What's happening today? Escalating tensions in the Middle East.
What people are talking about. The migrant crisis.
Fast, straightforward.
With some fun in between.
Check out the Gator on the 17th hole.
The buzzkill in baseball.
First thing in the morning.
America This Morning.
America's #1 early morning news.
On ABC News Live.
Whenever, wherever news breaks, it's so important to always remember that lives are changed. Here in London, in Buffalo, Uvalde, Texas, Edinburgh, Scotland.
Reporting from Rolling Fork, Mississippi.
Ukrainian refugees here in Warsaw. We're heading to a small community outside of Mexico City. Getting you behind the stories as they happen. ABC News Live Prime. We'll take you there.
Stream ABC News Live weeknights wherever you stream your news. Only on ABC News Live.
Hey, good morning, America.
Good morning, America.
Good morning, America.
Are you ready? They are ready.
Covering the biggest events in the country right now.
There's a lot going on here this morning. You don't just see it, you feel it.
I'm in.
I'm in.
I'm in too.
I'll be there.
I am here and so happy.
I'm in.
I'm in too.
Michael, George, Lara,
Ginger.
Why do so many people start their day here?
From ABC News, this is Start Here.
To be in the know and get a different take on the day's top stories.
A lot of news today, so let's get into it.
Listen now to the Daily News Podcast honored with 4 Edward R. Murrow Awards and see why the New York Times calls it a news podcast worth listening to. Start Here, ABC News. Make it your daily first listen.
Now, that's a part of the story I bet you didn't see coming.
Wherever you get your podcasts, start here.
Here's to good mornings in America.
Can you feel the love? Oh, yeah.
Mornings that inspire, filled with hope, kindness, joyous surprises, and so much fun.
This is crazy. This is absolutely crazy.
Start your day with Good Morning America's Ray of Sunshine, highlighting the best of America and helping
make dreams come true.
Wow. I'm just so happy.
It's so good.
Get ready to smile and put the good into your morning, America, because
You know what will make the morning better? A little ray of sunshine.
What does it take to be the most watched newscast in America?
We are part of an operation.
Is this our Combat Operations Center?
We're approaching the gate. Militants came in from different directions. Nuclear reactor. So you have a couple loaded and ready to go. The house is destroyed, but the flag...
Not a carry, innit?
How important it made to USA. Great work.
Hi, appreciate you.
Thank you.
Ismail? David.
I'm David Muir.
I know who you are.
You
Watch
do?
you every night.
ABC's World News Tonight with David Muir is America's most watched newscast.
Whenever, wherever news breaks, it's so important to always remember that lives are changed. Here in London, in Buffalo, Uvalde, Texas, Edinburgh, Scotland.
Reporting from Rolling Fork, Mississippi.
Ukrainian refugees here in Warsaw. We're heading to a small community outside of Mexico City. Getting you behind the stories as they happen. ABC News Live Prime. We'll take you there.
Stream ABC News Live weeknights wherever you stream your news. Only on ABC News Live. Why do so many people start their day here?
From ABC News, this is Start Here.
To be in the know and get a different take on the day's top stories.
A lot of news today, so let's get into it.
Listen now to the Daily News Podcast honored with 4 Edward R. Murrow Awards and see why the New York Times calls it a news podcast worth listening to. Start here, ABC News. Make it your daily first listen.
Now, that's a part of the story I bet you didn't see coming.
Wherever you get your podcasts, start here. Whenever news breaks.
We are here in Israel, a nation at war.
In Rolling Fork, this tornado tore through this town.
From Lewiston, Maine.
The scene of a horrific mass shooting.
From the scene of that deadly missile strike.
ABC News Live everywhere.
In Iceland, let's go.
On the 2024 campaign trail.
Here at 10 Downing Street.
Wherever the story is.
We're going to take you there.
You're streaming
ABC News Live.
ABC News Live.
You're streaming ABC News Live.
ABC News Live, streaming free everywhere.
We didn't
All right, everybody, it is day 2 of the Republican National Convention. It is set to get underway here tonight. You're looking live at the Fiserv Forum Arena in downtown Milwaukee. I'm Kana Whitworth, and we're so glad to have you along with us. This, of course, is ABC News Live special coverage of the historic GOP gathering here in the key battleground state of Wisconsin. Let's go to our top headlines right now, starting with the verdict today sending shockwaves through the political world. The pressure now building for Democratic Senator Bob Menendez to resign. This is after a jury found him guilty of all counts in his corruption trial. And back here in Milwaukee, the new reaction to Donald Trump's pick for Vice President J.D. Vance, how the Ohio senator could set the course for the future of the party. Plus the anticipation for the next round of high-profile speakers, including Vivek Ramaswamy and, of course, the late addition, Nikki Haley. We'll talk about what you can expect from their speeches tonight. But let's start here with this breaking news out of New Jersey. New Jersey Senator Bob Menendez found guilty on all counts in this federal corruption trial. Federal prosecutors allege the lawmaker accepted hundreds of thousands of dollars in bribes in the form of cash, gold bars, mortgage payments, and more in exchange for favors. Now, Menendez pleaded not guilty to 16 federal charges, including bribery, fraud, acting as a foreign agent, and obstruction. The senator expressing his disappointment immediately after the jury's decision. Take a listen.
I have never violated my public oath. I have never been anything but a patriot of my country and for my country. I have never, ever been a foreign agent, and the decision rendered by the jury today would put at risk every member of the United States Senate in terms of what they think a foreign agent would be.
Well, Menendez now receiving backlash from New Jersey Governor Phil Murphy and Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer as well, asking him to resign in a statement saying, quote, he must now do what is right for his constituents, the Senate, and our country. The verdict coming down as Menendez seeks re-election and as an independent, of course, in a deep blue state. This is the second time in the New Jersey senator has faced federal corruption charges. So I want to bring in ABC News' Phil Lipoff for the latest on this. And Phil, we're so glad to have you here with us. And look, Menendez is the only U.S. senator to ever face federal bribery charges twice and the first convicted of acting as a foreign agent. So, Phil, any word on if he plans to appeal? I mean, he could be looking at decades in prison here.
36 years, to be exact, Kana, is what he's facing on October 29th at sentencing. But you just heard him there. When he came out, he was as defiant as he's been during this 9-week trial with 37 witnesses, only 5 called by Menendez's team. He definitely plans to appeal, thinks he shouldn't have been convicted the first time. That at sentencing is not going to hold up so well because one of the things they look for at sentencing is remorse. And he says what he did. I mean, you saw the pictures, 13 gold bars, hundreds of thousands of dollars in cash. The evidence was there, and he was convicted on all counts.
Exactly. We've seen pictures of that car as well. So no remorse, no responsibility there in that statement. But also, Phil, we know Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer, again, promptly called on him to resign. His statement was pretty powerful there, right? He talked about that this is what he needs to do for not just his constituents, but really for the country. So, Phil, if he doesn't step down, could he be expelled here? How does that work?
Well, those calls are spreading. The governor of New Jersey, Cory Booker, the other senator from New Jersey, both Democrats, both calling for him to step down. The governor went as far as to say, if you don't step down, I call on the Senate to expel you. Now, that's a big deal. We've seen Congress do that. George Santos is a great example of that recently, but the Senate doesn't really do that. 14 out of the 15 people they've ever expelled were during the Civil War. So it is very rare that they do that in modern times. So it'll be up to him to step down. And right now, he's still running. And by the way, Kana, no law against him serving in the Senate as a convicted felon.
All right, and maybe perhaps running as an independent. So interesting. Phil Lipoff, thank you so much for being here with us. And look, this fallout from the Menendez conviction is rippling through the convention here in Milwaukee. Again, this is day 2, and it's all set to kick off here in just a few hours. So joining me live right now is ABC News' Jay O'Brien, along with ABC News Washington Bureau Chief and Political Director Rick Klein, and ABC News Senior Reporter Catherine Falders. Thank you all for being here with us. And Rick, let's start here with you. Are you hearing any reaction right now from lawmakers about what this could mean, this Menendez conviction here, what it could mean for the battle in the Senate?
Yeah, look, there are many Democrats that just want him gone and want to be done with it. His seat is up this fall. He's not the Democratic nominee, as you referenced. He's running as an independent, but he's really barely running. They want him to get out of the way so that Andy Kim, the Democratic nominee, has a clear shot. And look, they have to be worried because anything in this political environment, anything that expands the map is a big, big problem for Democrats. They really want the Menendez headache to end. They'll let Governor Murphy choose a Democratic successor and then let the campaign play out in New Jersey as it should. This is just a massive distraction.
A distraction, and as some are calling it, a stain on the Senate as well. Catherine, it sounds like Menendez, again, will be sentenced here on October 29th. We also hear that he's going to run here as an independent. How does that collide? How does that all play out?
Yeah, he'll be sentenced October 29th, and a couple things need to happen before then. Of course, he'll do a pre-sentence interview. That will happen. And then, of course, both sides, the defense, Menendez's lawyers, and prosecutors will submit memos that essentially have their recommendations for his sentence. Of course, he's facing decades in prison here. In terms of the running and as an independent, obviously, he stated that publicly. And just to Rick's point here, there's nothing in the law that says he can't continue to serve if he's found guilty. The question now is, will he heed calls from Senate leadership to resign? If he doesn't, of course, there are mechanisms for that, for punishment. They could expel Menendez if they decide to bring a resolution for the floor. Of course, that requires a 2/3 vote by the Senate. We'll just have to see what Menendez ultimately says and decides here as these calls for him to resign are growing.
Right, an expulsion, as Phil mentioned, would be historic. And Rick, we have talked a lot about Trump's eagerness, right, to win votes all along the East Coast, New Jersey, New York, Maryland. How quickly, Rick, do you think J.D. Vance will be hitting this campaign trail? And do you see him taking on some of those states, or do you see him sticking more to the Rust Belt, as they call it?
It really depends on what the polling looks like. The former president has said he wants to camp him out in Pennsylvania. They're also looking at Wisconsin and Michigan. That's the old blue wall. And if Joe Biden doesn't win all three of those states, he almost certainly doesn't get elected president a second time. J.D. Vance from a similar part of the country. Ohio is a much redder state right now, so I'd expect that to be the initial focus. We now know that the first Trump-Vance event joint campaign event is going to be Saturday in Grand Rapids, Michigan, one of those big three blue wall states. But if we're in a situation where we're talking about New Jersey and New York, we're talking about a landslide. That's what Democrats have to prevent.
That is very interesting. And Jay, let's go down there to you. Look, today's convention, the theme is Make America Safe Once Again. What are you hearing about how Republicans will be reinforcing that message tonight? But of course, Jay, we know there's also this theme, this underlying theme now of unity at the same time.
Yeah, exactly right. And the question tonight is how much does that theme of unity extend to the moderates in this party? Before we even get to that, very quickly, you were exactly right. That is the theme. We expect to hear discussion of immigration and the border and crime and law enforcement. But the other thing I'll tell you is that Nikki Haley is expected to take the stage tonight. This is a person who is not expected to speak at this convention until the immediate wake of that assassination attempt on Saturday. And the question facing her remarks is, what does she say to her Nikki Haley voters, those voters who were voting in protest in some states against Donald Trump even after she had dropped out? Does she throw her support behind Trump and tell them to vote for him too? I can tell you very briefly, I talked to one prominent moderate in the party, Asa Hutchinson, who is another presidential candidate. We just did it live on the air moments ago. He said even he is coming around to voting for Donald Trump in the wake of that assassination attempt. So unity appearing to pick up steam as this convention progresses.
It certainly is, and we know we saw Nikki Haley down there doing mic checks just a few minutes ago. Jay, Rick, and Catherine, our thanks to all of you for being here with us. There's also the concern of security here at the convention in Milwaukee. It's certainly top of mind after the assassination attempt on former President Trump. So the investigation right now is focusing on what lapses in security protocols happened, as well as the possible motive of the shooter. So Butler, Pennsylvania officials right now are confirming that it was a local police officer that did in fact climb to the roof of the building where that shooter was perched and confronted him. The gunman turned, pointing his rifle at the officer. The officer did not fire on the gunman and retreated. That is the latest information we're getting. And right now there was an ABC News exclusive. Our Chief Justice correspondent, Pierre Thomas, sat down with the head of the Secret Service, who took full responsibility for that breach in security. Take a listen.
This is an event that should have never happened.
Who is most responsible for this happening?
What I would say is that the Secret Service is responsible for the protection of the former president.
So the buck stops with you?
The buck stops with me. I am the director of the Secret Service. It was unacceptable, and it's something that shouldn't happen again.
All right, so joining me now is ABC's Justice Department reporter Alex Mallon in Washington, D.C. Alex, so glad to have you here with us. And look, Secret Service Director Kimberly Cheadle, as you heard, she also said in that interview with Pierre that local police had been in the building and were, quote, responsible for the outer perimeter of the building. But how is that possible, Alex, right? The shooter was able to scale up onto that roof, essentially unimpeded, and was about 400 feet from the stage with a direct line of sight to the former president.
Responsible for that specific building that the shooter was able to climb on top of. It was basically the local police's responsibility. And actually, Kana, we recently, in the past hour, just got a statement from the Pennsylvania State Police saying that they don't believe that they were held solely responsible for securing that building. So we're already seeing a little bit of a war of words between the Secret Service and Pennsylvania State Police pushing back on each other now. And obviously, this just comes as more questions are being raised about the efforts to counter that sniper as he climbed on top of that building. What really this all comes down to is timeline. We need to really get a sense of the timeline of how long that shooter was on top of that building. How long was it before he was detected at that rally? And we know from that interview with the Secret Service director that Secret Service was alerted to his presence. So it's all about timing. I think that we're going to see a lot of these questions answered when the Secret Service director appears before the House Oversight Committee next Monday. Kana?
Oh, that really muddies the water, doesn't it, when you start to see law enforcement finger pointing. Alex Mallon, our thanks to you as always. And we have a lot more special coverage ahead here in Milwaukee. We're so glad to have you with us. We're live at the Republican National Convention. You're looking live down there on the stage where we have a slew of speakers tonight set to reinvigorate this party on a Tuesday. We'll be back.
Whenever news breaks,
we are here in Israel, a nation at war after that brutal surprise attack by Hamas.
On the ground in Ukraine, reporting from Lewiston, Maine.
The scene of a horrific mass shooting.
ABC News Live is right there everywhere.
From the scene of that deadly missile strike in Dnipro, Ukraine.
Reporting from the earthquake in Turkey. In Rolling Fork, this tornado tore through this little town.
From the most devastating disaster in Hawaii.
From Charleston, South Carolina, on the 2024 campaign trail.
In Iceland, let's go.
Traveling with the president in Mexico City.
Wherever the story.
From the front lines from southern Israel.
Outside the Gaza Strip.
In Beirut.
From the FBI.
Reporting from the nurses on the picket line.
Here at 10 Downing Street in London.
Streaming live to you.
Wherever the story is.
Wherever the story is.
Wherever the story is, we're going to take you there.
You're streaming.
ABC News Live.
ABC News Live.
You're streaming ABC News Live.
ABC News Live. Streaming free everywhere. America's #1 streaming news.
First thing in the morning.
There's a lot going on.
We're still in a flash flood warning.
To catch you up with what happened overnight, police in riot gear arresting dozens of protesters.
What's happening today? Escalating tensions in the Middle East.
What people are talking about, the migrant crisis.
Fast, straightforward.
With some fun in between.
Check out the Gator on the 17th hole.
The buzzkill in baseball.
First thing in the morning.
America This Morning.
America's #1 early morning news.
On ABC News Live.
There is a price to be paid every time a survivor shares their story. I will not be silenced.
Do you feel the church accepted abuse?
I wouldn't say accepted it as so much pretended it didn't exist.
Yep, that's him.
Yep.
Ready? Kira Phillips with ABC News. Does your church protect sexual predators?
The powerful new Impact by Nightline. Secrets of the 2x2 Church.
There's nothing pretty about hearing this.
Now streaming on Hulu.
People of this city faced peril together and lifted a flag over the ruins and defied the enemy with their courage. My fellow Americans, for as long as our country stands, people will look to the resurrection of New York City and they will say, here buildings fell, here a nation rose. Mr. Chairman, delegates, fellow citizens, I'm honored by your support and I accept your nomination for President of the United States.
Well, that was Republican incumbent candidate George W. Bush at the 2004 Republican National Convention accepting his party's nomination for president. He and his running mate Dick Cheney went on to win re-election that November, defeating Democratic candidate John Kerry and his running mate John Edwards. I'm Kana Whitworth, and we're so glad to have you here with us on our special coverage of the Republican National Convention. And it, of course, is getting underway this week. It is day 2. And while this is happening, President Joe Biden is hitting the campaign trail today in the battleground state of Nevada. He is expected to address the NAACP National Convention. This is his first campaign event since the attempted assassination of former President Donald Trump. Now, Biden is hoping to court black voters that is a key demographic in that state. ABC News is now learning that there's also a new letter right now that is calling on the DNC to delay the virtual roll call on President Biden's official nomination. Right now, this is circulating among Democrats on Capitol Hill. This is according to multiple sources that are familiar with this matter. So I want to bring in ABC News senior White House correspondent Selena Wang, who's live for us in Las Vegas. Selena, glad to have you with us. And let's start with that letter. What more do we know about what it says? And have any lawmakers right now confirmed, yes, they will be signing it?
So, Kana, we've heard from multiple sources that at least several lawmakers are planning to sign on to this, and we obtained this letter as well, and it argues that by holding this vote so early to nominate President Biden, it essentially stifles debate and any possible changes to the top of the Democratic ticket. Now, Kana, I want to step back and give some context as to why they're planning to hold this early vote as early as the end of this month, and the reason why is because Ohio had changed its ballot access rules, and they wanted to get around those rules. But later, Ohio actually changed its rules and pushed back the deadline, so this letter argues it is no longer necessary to have this early virtual roll call vote.
Just a glaring question there of party unity still in the Democratic Party. Selena Wang, our thanks to you for joining us there from Las Vegas. We have a lot more special coverage ahead here in Milwaukee from the Republican National Convention. Please stay with us.
First thing in the morning.
There's a lot going on.
We're still in a flash flood warning.
To catch you up with what happened overnight, police in riot gear arresting dozens of protesters.
What's happening today? Escalating tensions in the Middle East.
What people are talking about, the migrant crisis.
Fast, straightforward.
With some fun in between.
Check out the Gator on the 17th hole.
The buzzkill in baseball.
First thing in the morning.
America This Morning.
America's #1 early morning news.
On ABC News Live.
Nightline, the stories that shape your world, that shape your life. Dramatic, stunning, empowering, jaw-dropping. The most powerful stories of our time. Nightline, on right after Kimmel and streaming on Hulu. With so much at stake, so much on the line, more Americans turn here than any other newscast. ABC News World News Tonight with David Muir, America's #1 most watched newscast across all of television. Why do so many people start their day here?
From ABC News, this is Start Here.
To be in the know and get a different take on the day's top stories.
A lot of news today, so let's get into it.
Listen now to the Daily News Podcast honored with 4 Edward R. Murrow Awards and see why the New York Times calls it a news podcast worth listening to. Start Here, ABC News. Make it your daily first listen.
Now, that's a part of the story I bet you didn't see coming.
Wherever you get your podcasts, Start Here.
This is ABC News Live.
The crush of families.
On the ground in Ukraine.
ABC News Live, America's #1 streaming news. Anytime, anywhere. Streaming 24/7, straight to you for free.
Thank you for making ABC News Live America's #1 streaming news.
Reporting from Joint Base Andrews, I'm Gio Benitez. Wherever the story is, we'll take you there. You're streaming ABC News Live.
All right, we are back. You are with ABC News Live, and this is our continuing coverage of the Republican National Convention here in Milwaukee. I'm Kana Whitworth, and we're so happy to have you here with us. I want to now bring in our ABC News political contributor and former Democratic senator from North Dakota, Heidi Heitkamp, along with ABC News contributor and editor of the National Review, Ramesh Ponnuru. Thank you both for being here with us. And Ramesh, we saw former President Donald Trump and Vice Presidential nominee J.D. Vance. They were in the convention hall last night together. Of course, Donald Trump had the bandage over his ear, but we saw the two interact now that they are both officially the nominees here. Ramesh, what is the mood and reaction right now among Republicans that you're speaking with today?
Well, most Republicans are pretty positive, not really so much about the selection of Vance, although he has quite a few fans, as about all the signs that Republicans are doing well. It's always better to be on the side that's polling better, and Republicans look at the disarray on the Democratic side, and they're just really optimistic about this election.
I just want to quickly follow up there. Are you getting a lot of remarks that people are not happy with the Vance pick?
No. I mean, certainly there are some people who aren't happy with him, people who are more allied to kind of the old school of Republican politics. But overall, he's gotten a positive reception. I just think in general, it's not so much that people are reacting to Vance as opposed to Burgum, as opposed to Rubio. They're just feeling positive about their party right now.
Okay. And Heidi, on that note, I mean, how are Democrats reacting? As Ramesh mentioned, the Republican Party in this moment seems to be very unified in lockstep, where the Democrats seem to be incredibly divided in this moment.
I think that's absolutely true, but they're also at their convention. And I want to say this about J.D. Vance. I think that people see in the Republican Party some vulnerabilities, given some of his past history and some of his past statements. But at the end of the day, you expect a convention to rally the troops. You're seeing everybody come home. This was predicted a long time ago. The question is, will Nikki Haley disaffected Republicans actually come back and be part of the campaign, and we'll see what happens.
Certainly will. And as you both were talking, we're showing video there of J.D. Vance and Nikki Haley. They're doing mic checks. This was all happened earlier today. We know that Nikki Haley is expected to speak here tonight. Traditionally, right, the vice president speaks on a Wednesday, but it was interesting that we saw him out there doing the mic check today. And Ramesh, we also know that really everything that J.D. Vance has said in the past is going to be picked apart. Last week at the National Conservatism Conference, he made some comments about one of the U.S.'s top allies. So I want to play this for you. Take a listen.
What is the first truly Islamist country that will get a nuclear weapon? And we were like, maybe it's Iran, maybe Pakistan already kind of counts. And then we sort of finally decided maybe it's actually the UK, since Labour just took over.
Ramesh, what's your reaction to that comment there?
It is not something that would have traditionally been considered appropriate for certainly a president or a vice president, and it'll be interesting to see if some of the rhetoric from Senator Vance changes now that he's taking on a new role.
Yeah, certainly. And we know that people will be watching him very closely. But Heidi, for you, the pick of Vance, it does solidify the MAGA part of the Republican Party, right? And you mentioned the vulnerabilities right now that Democrats could be seeing. But I'm also curious if you might be concerned as a Democrat and agree with the thought process here that J.D. Vance is telling some of these voters, I was you before. I didn't believe in Donald Trump. And then I took a hard look at his policies and how things have been the last 4 years. And now I support him, and you should too.
I have this theory about vice presidents. They don't help you, they only hurt you. And I think some of his past statements, especially about choice, especially about some of our allies, as you just saw there, you can't hide that stuff anymore. It's going to be on tape. It's going to be available. And so I think that he could, in fact, be a great campaigner. But one of the challenges that they're going to have is that you got a lot of Republicans behind this pick that wish they were the guy or the woman. And so, picking him was like picking the leader of the future MAGA effort.
Right, and we know in the manner in which it was picked, too, was very Trumpian and very interesting. Heidi Heitkamp and Ramesh Ponnuru, our thanks to you as always. We so appreciate having you. We have a lot more special coverage ahead here from the Republican National Convention. I'm Kana Whitworth in Milwaukee. Please stay with us.
What does it take to be the most watched newscast in America?
An operation to
to capture ISIS fighters.
Is this our combat operations center?
We're approaching the gate now. Militants came in from 4 or 5 different directions.
Operational nuclear reactor.
So you have a couple loaded and ready to go. The house is destroyed, but the flag, there's not a tear in it.
Not a tear in it.
How important is this label right here, Made in the USA? Look at your smile. You're proud of this.
I love this.
Great work.
Hi.
Where are you? Where are you?
Appreciate you.
Thank you.
David, good to meet you.
Ismail? David.
David.
Yes, yes. I'm David Muir.
I know who you are.
You
Watch
do?
you every night.
ABC's World News Tonight with David Muir is America's most watched newscast. Whenever news breaks,
We are here in Israel, a nation at war.
In Rolling Fork, this tornado tore through this town.
From Lewiston, Maine.
The scene of a horrific mass shooting.
From the scene of that deadly missile strike.
ABC News Live everywhere.
In Iceland. Let's go.
On the 2024 campaign trail.
Here at 10 Downing Street.
Wherever the story is.
We're going to take you there.
You're streaming ABC News Live.
ABC News Live.
You're streaming ABC News Live.
ABC News Live, streaming free everywhere.
First thing in the morning.
There's a lot going on.
We're still in a flash flood warning.
To catch you up with what happened overnight. Police in riot gear arresting dozens of protesters.
What's happening today? Escalating tensions in the Middle East.
What people are talking about. The migrant crisis.
Fast, straightforward.
With some fun in between.
Check out the Gator on the 17th hole.
The buzzkill in baseball.
First thing in the morning.
America This Morning.
America's #1 early morning news.
On ABC News Live.
Why do so many people start their day here?
From ABC News, this is Start Here.
To be in the know and get a different take on the day's top stories.
A lot of news today, so let's get into it.
Listen now to the Daily News Podcast honored with 4 Edward R. Murrow Awards and see why the New York Times calls it a news podcast worth listening to. Start Here, ABC News. Make it your daily first listen.
Now, that's a part of the story I bet you didn't see coming.
Wherever you get your podcasts, Start Here.
There is a price to be paid every time a survivor shares their story. I will not be silenced.
Do you feel the church accepted abuse?
I wouldn't say accepted it as so much pretended it didn't exist.
Yep, that's him.
Yep.
Ready? Kira Phillips with ABC News. Does your church protect sexual predators?
The powerful new Impact by Nightline. Secrets of the 2x2 Church.
There's nothing pretty about hearing this.
Now streaming on Hulu.
All right, welcome back to ABC News Live special coverage of the Republican National Convention. Day 2 is set to kick off in just about an hour and a half from now. And today's theme is Make America Safe Once Again. There will be speakers that will be focusing on crime, America's deadly fentanyl crisis, and illegal immigration. Now, among those set to address the convention tonight, you see him there, Vivek Ramaswamy, and the late addition to the program, Trump's longest-standing rival from the GOP primary, former South Carolina Governor Nikki Haley. So I want to turn to our team coverage now with ABC News' Jay O'Brien, ABC News executive editorial producer John Santucci, and ABC News contributing political correspondent and co-author of the Political Playbook, Rachel Bates. So I'm so happy to have you all here with us. And Jay, you've been down on the floor, working the floor for the last several days here of this convention center. I know you just caught up with Arkansas Governor Asa Hutchinson as well, which really, I think, Jay, is quite indicative of some of the things that we're seeing here at the convention, a real rallying cry here for unity within the GOP.
Yeah, it's interesting. In the early hours, rather, of this convention, I talked to a House GOP leadership source who said, look, they had members amongst House Republicans who were more moderate, they were in more competitive districts, and they were unsure what to say publicly about Donald Trump. They weren't very vocal about their support for him, even if they did support him. And then this GOP leadership source said a lot of these members, after Saturday, started to feel more comfortable, feel more air cover, if you will, to come out and support Trump. So he's essentially potentially saying there is some validity, this Trump message of unity, that he is bringing some of those moderates in the party that weren't particularly fans of his together. Asa Hutchinson is kind of cut from that mold. He's a moderate in the party. He was very critical of former President Trump when he was a long-shot Republican candidate for president. He said he would never vote for him because he would never vote for, in his words, a convicted felon. And I asked him, what does that mean now? And he said, look, he's coming around. He might have to, he said, do away with that pledge that he wouldn't vote for Donald Trump. He said that pledge was a, quote, long time ago. And the reason he gave me is because of how Trump acted on Saturday. So there are moderates getting behind him in the wake of that assassination attempt.
That'll be really interesting, and it will be especially fascinating to see what Nikki Haley says tonight and if she addresses a lot of those moderate Republicans that we know are very supportive of her. And Rachel, to you, as we're talking about unity here within the GOP, we are seeing more fracturing within the Democratic Party. I want to ask you quickly, if I can, about Democratic Senator Bob Menendez, who's just been convicted here on corruption and bribery charges, and now there's a bit of a groundswell of calls for him to step down, and that could potentially be a vulnerable Senate seat now.
Yeah, that's right, Kana. I mean, look, usually in Congress, when somebody is indicted, the leaders will often say, we're going to let the process play out. This person is sort of innocent until proven guilty. But when they're convicted, those members are expected to go. And that's why you see people like Chuck Schumer saying, enough's enough. This guy has to step down. But look, in this environment right now, New Jersey in particular, we have seen polls changing and Republicans boosting their polling there. And so it is a state, it's a blue state, but you never know in this political environment, specifically when Joe Biden is sort of dragging down the ticket right now.
That is really interesting, Rachel. And John, I want to come to you here. When we saw Donald Trump walk into this convention center last night, it was an incredibly powerful moment. And of course, we also saw him sitting there next to his vice presidential nominee, J.D. Vance. And I'm not trying to overstate it or overplay it, John, but it really seemed to be filled with emotion, especially for Donald Trump himself in that moment.
100%, Kana. Listen, I've covered Donald Trump for nearly 10 years for ABC News. I have never seen that man show so much emotion, so much of a reaction. It was almost the body language told more than anything else. And it was one of those nights that really we didn't hear Donald Trump, but his body, his facial reactions, the way that he was just silently taking it all in really told the story. So I completely agree with you. It was a very rare human moment from Donald Trump. And listen, you know, Donald Trump has said every day of his life is a TV show, if you will. Who could have ever imagined what happened Saturday, could have imagined where he's been? And Donald Trump himself, Kana, was telling my sources Saturday night as he was processing it, it was a lot of blood. I can't believe I turned my head just a few inches. I survived. So I just think that processing of it. And again, the fact that last night was the first night any American had really seen him publicly, to see that bandage, to see that reaction from him. I think that also just seeing the crowd cheer him on. You know, we know Donald Trump loves a big crowd. We know he enjoys those rallies. It's going to be interesting, frankly, how this moves forward with the campaign and reaction to the assassination attempt on Saturday, how they affect the rallies going forward. But last night, I think, was really a moment that humbled Donald Trump, Kana.
I agree. It almost appeared as if he was expressing a lot of gratitude along with that emotion. You saw it from his adult sons that were there with him as well. And John, I do want to follow up with you because I've been speaking with voters out here, and while they have concerns over the economy, their biggest concern, most of the voters I talk to, is safety, national security. And John, we know today's theme is to make America safe once again. How do you anticipate Trump's team and other GOP leaders will be addressing national security and safety of this country, and specifically gun safety?
Well, I think one of the things they're going to try to do tonight, Kana, is really talk about the border, but bring the story into local neighborhoods. And what I mean by that is talk about how the influx of migrants, some of these facilities, you know, think about, listen, Kana, I live in New York, right? Think about, you know, some of the communities that have been affected by this. They talk about hotels being taken over. They're going to talk about local communities that are no longer safe. They're going to talk about individuals that have been killed in these situations by by some of the folks that have crossed over the border illegally. So I think a lot of that is going to come into play tonight. And also, look, they are going to talk about safety on a broader level. People, that are carrying guns. Now, obviously, that's going to be a bit of a conflict with the Republican platform, but they're going to talk about the violence factor, right? And everything that happens outside someone's front door. They're going to talk about schools and safety. I think there's going to be a lot of that tonight. And listen, the speaker lineup, you mentioned Nikki Haley. One of the speakers that I think is really going to hone into that based on her platform is Sarah Huckabee Sanders, Donald Trump's former press secretary, now the governor of Arkansas. That will be something she will hit hard, I'm told, Kana.
Oh, that is really interesting. So we know that they'll be talking a lot about policy. It's our understanding as well that you'll hear from people every night on that stage that will share a personal story that will reinforce this Republican message. Jay, John, and Rachel, our thanks to all of you as always. And we have a lot more special coverage ahead here on ABC News Live here at the Republican National Convention in Milwaukee. We're so happy to have you here with us. And you can see from this live shot, the seats are starting to fill up once again. There is a lot of anticipation for a really exciting list of speakers that we will see here tonight in Milwaukee. Stay with us.
Whenever news breaks,
We are here in Israel, a nation at war after that brutal surprise attack by Hamas.
On the ground in Ukraine, reporting from Lewiston, Maine.
The scene of a horrific mass shooting.
ABC News Live is right there everywhere.
From the scene of that deadly missile strike in Dnipro, Ukraine.
Reporting from the earthquake in Turkey. In Rolling Fork, this tornado tore through this little town.
From the most devastating disaster in Hawaii.
From Charleston, South Carolina, on the 2024 campaign trail.
In Iceland. Let's go.
Traveling with the president in Mexico City.
Wherever the story.
From the front lines. From southern Israel.
Outside the Gaza Strip.
In Beirut. From the FBI.
Reporting from the nurses on the picket line.
Here at 10 Downing Street in London.
Streaming live to you.
Wherever the story is.
Wherever the story is.
Wherever the story is, we're going to take you there.
You're streaming ABC News Live.
ABC News Live.
You're streaming ABC News Live.
ABC News Live. Streaming free everywhere. America's #1 streaming news.
First thing in the morning.
There's a lot going on.
We're still in a flash flood warning.
To catch you up with what happened overnight, police in riot gear arresting dozens of protesters.
What's happening today? Escalating tensions in the Middle East.
What people are talking about, the migrant crisis.
Fast, straightforward.
With some fun in between.
Check out the Gator on the 17th hole.
The buzzkill in baseball.
First thing in the morning.
America This Morning.
America's #1 early morning news.
On ABC News Live.
There is a price to be paid every time a survivor shares their story. I will not be silenced.
Do you feel the church accepted abuse?
I wouldn't say accepted it as so much pretended it didn't exist.
Yep, that's him.
Yep.
Ready? Kira Phillips with ABC News. Does your church protect sexual predators?
The powerful new Impact by Nightline. Secrets of the 2x2 Church.
There's nothing pretty about hearing this.
Now streaming on Hulu.
Why do so many people start their day here?
From ABC News, this is Start Here.
To be in the know and get a different take on the day's top stories.
A lot of news today, so let's get into it.
Listen now to the Daily News Podcast honored with 4 Edward R. Murrow Awards and see why the New York Times calls it a news podcast worth listening to. Start Here, ABC News. Make it your daily first listen.
Now, that's a part of the story I bet you didn't see coming.
Wherever you get your podcasts, Start Here. What does it take to be the most watched newscast in America?
We are part of an operation.
Is this our combat operations center?
We're approaching the gate. Militants came in from different directions.
Nuclear reactor.
So you have a couple loaded and ready to go. The house is destroyed, but the flag.
Not a tear in it.
How important it made the USA. Great work.
Hi. Appreciate you.
Thank you.
Ismail? David.
I'm David Muir.
I know who you are.
You
Watch
do?
you every night.
ABC's World News Tonight with David Muir is America's most watched newscast. Why do so many people start their day here?
From ABC News, this is Start Here.
To be in the know and get a different take on the day's top stories.
A lot of news today, so let's get into it.
Listen now to the Daily News Podcast honored with 4 Edward R. Murrow Awards and see why the New York Times calls it a news podcast worth listening to. Start Here, ABC News. Make it your daily first listen.
Now, that's a part of the story I bet you didn't see coming.
Wherever you get your podcasts, Start Here.
And welcome back. The Republican National Convention is, of course, getting underway this week. It is Tuesday. It is day 2, and you are looking live right now at the convention floor where the seats are starting to fill up, and they are getting ready again for an exciting list of speakers here for the GOP tonight. In the meantime, though, President Joe Biden is also hitting the campaign trail today. He is in the battleground state of Nevada, and he is expected to address the NAACP National Convention. This is his first campaign event since the attempted assassination of former President Trump. Biden right now hoping to court black voters, a key demographic in that state. And as this is happening, ABC News is learning that there's a new letter. And this letter is calling on the DNC to delay the virtual roll call on President Biden's nomination. And this letter is circulating among Democrats on Capitol Hill. This is all according to multiple sources that are familiar with that matter. So I want to bring in ABC News senior White House correspondent Selena Wang, who is live in Las Vegas for us. And Selena, it's so wonderful to have you here with us. And let's start with this letter here. What are you hearing from sources about what this letter says? And do we know, Selena, if any lawmakers have confirmed yes, they'll sign it or have already signed it?
Yeah, Kana, we've learned from multiple sources that at least a few lawmakers are planning to sign on to it. We have obtained a draft version of this letter, and it essentially argues that by holding this roll call, this virtual vote for President Biden's nomination so early, it essentially stifles any debate and it shuts down the possibility of changing the top of the Democratic ticket. And what this shows, Kana, is that these ongoing discussions about having President Biden step aside, well, they aren't going away anytime soon after that brief reprieve following the events of this weekend. Now these calls are very much only escalating. But I got to step back a little bit to give some context on this letter. So essentially, the DNC had changed its process to give an earlier vote for President Biden virtually in order to comply with changes to Ohio's ballot access. However, Ohio later then changed its rules, pushed back the deadline. So this letter is arguing that you no longer need to have this very early vote to comply with those rules. So this ongoing debate, it is still happening. This is a draft letter we've got. There is some pushback from some members of the DNC who say they should move ahead with this as planned.
Interesting, and this letter calls it a terrible idea. It could deeply undermine the morale and unity of Democrats, a party that is certainly struggling with unity in this moment. But also, Selena, back to Biden addressing the National Convention at the NAACP. What do we expect to hear from him today? It almost appears like this is serving like counter-programming or something to the RNC.
Yeah, Kana, it is exactly counter-programming to the RNC, and we are expecting the president actually to take the stage any moment now. And I'm told that he is going to draw the contrast between his vision for America and Donald Trump's extreme MAGA vision, is what they're labeling it as. But he's also going to bring the conversation back to key economic issues like housing. The president today is calling on Congress to pass legislation that would cap price increases for rent at 5% per year, not allowing landlords to go above that. This is an opportunity for the campaign to really reset the conversation after that attempted assassination on Donald Trump over the weekend. The campaign had a brief pause, but now things are very much back to normal. They are plowing ahead, and they want to, again, bring the focus to the future plans of President Biden, which many members of the Democratic Party have criticized the president for not properly articulating.
Oh, that's really interesting because he does often focus on what he's done in the past, and he wants to hang his hat on that when so many Americans have questions about his future and can he serve another 4 years. And Selena, I mean, some of these swing states, I'm here in Wisconsin, you're there in Nevada, a key swing state in the 2024 election. Biden narrowly won in 2020, so stakes are clearly very high where you're at. What are people telling you there about right now their support for this Biden-Harris ticket?
Yeah, it's been fascinating. I've been talking to attendees of these events. These are NAACP members, and they are very much split about the president's candidacy. Some of them are firmly behind President Biden no matter what, but others tell me they would prefer somebody else at the top of the ticket, especially Vice President Kamala Harris. So take a listen to what some of them told me.
Can I follow up with
the president is going to step aside and allow Harris?
I would like to see that. Personally, we need new, innovative thinking instead of the same old way.
I'll take a person who's 83 years old over a person who has been part of an insurrection any day of the week. I'll take a man who has been a loyal husband and father over a man who has been found guilty of being with a porn star.
And Kata, another voter, told me that she would possibly prefer somebody else, but really it's just too late in the game. So she said really the party should stick with what they've got, work with what they've got. But look, even though multiple voters said they weren't super confident about having President Biden at the top of the ticket, they said they were going to vote and support for President Biden if he chooses to stay in this race.
And Selena, I want to follow up with you really quickly. We just heard from one of our analysts here that, you know, the vice president on the ticket often doesn't really matter. It doesn't make that big of a difference. But I'm curious as to what you're hearing from Democrats there in Nevada about how they feel now that we know that J.D. Vance is on the ticket here with Donald Trump. And of course, they know Kamala Harris is on the ticket there with Biden. What are you hearing from them in terms of the importance of who is the vice president?
Well, Kata, I can tell you the Biden campaign certainly thinks it's very important that J.D. Vance is the vice presidential pick, and they're actually using this as a chance to really bring new fuel to their argument about Trump's extreme agenda. They are calling out J.D. Vance as a clone and an extension of Donald Trump, calling him out. They're saying that he would bend over backwards to enact Trump's agenda. They're calling him out for his previous record, where he said he would back a nationwide abortion ban, even criticizing exceptions for rape and incest. So for the presidential campaign, they believe this is actually going to help give them fuel to their key message here.
Oh, that is very interesting. All right, Selena Wang there in Las Vegas, thank you so much for being here with us. And we have a lot more special coverage ahead here in Milwaukee. Of course, we are at the Republican National Convention. We have a lot to talk about, including previewing the exciting speakers for the GOP that we will see here tonight as those seats are starting to fill up here. We'll be right back.
Whenever news breaks,
we are here in Israel, a nation at war.
In Rolling Fork, this tornado tore through this town.
From Lewiston, Maine.
The scene of a horrific mass shooting.
From the scene of that deadly missile strike.
ABC News Live everywhere.
In Iceland, let's go.
On the 2024 campaign trail.
Here at 10 Downing Street.
Wherever the story is.
We're going to take you there.
You're streaming ABC News Live.
ABC News Live.
You're streaming ABC News Live.
ABC News Live, streaming free everywhere.
What's good to watch, read? Where can I get a great deal on what I'm just dying to buy? Oh, it's all right here. GMA Life. Get the latest celebrity buzz, deals and steals, and the coolest lifestyle tips from GMA.
I love that so much.
Streaming weekends on ABC News Live.
With so much at stake, so much on the line, more Americans turn here than any other newscast. ABC News World News Tonight with David Muir, America's #1 most watched newscast across all of television. Why do so many people start their day here?
From ABC News, this is Start Here.
To be in the know and get a different take on the day's top stories.
A lot of news today, so let's get into it.
Listen now to the Daily News Podcast honored with 4 Edward R. Murrow Awards and see why the New York Times calls it a news podcast worth listening to. Start Here, ABC News. Make it your daily first listen.
Now, that's a part of the story I bet you didn't see coming.
Wherever you get your podcasts, Start Here.
First thing in the morning.
There's a lot going on.
We're still in a flash flood warning.
To catch you up with what happened overnight, police in riot gear arresting dozens of protesters.
What's happening today? Escalating tensions in the Middle East.
What people are talking about, the migrant crisis.
Fast, straightforward.
With some fun in between.
Check out the Gator on the 17th hole.
The buzzkill in baseball.
First thing in the morning.
America This Morning.
America's #1 early morning news.
On ABC News Live.
Hi, I'm Andy. And I'm Sabrina. And we're moms, juggling tons of stuff every day, like all you moms out there. And you know what we love? Really love? Pop culture. So what happens when being obsessed with pop culture collides with being a mom? You get us. So listen now to our new podcast, Pop Culture Moms, wherever you get your podcasts.
Reporting in St. Petersburg, Florida, in the aftermath of Hurricane Idalia, I'm Em Nguyen. Wherever the story is, we'll take you there. You're streaming ABC News Live.
All right, everybody, welcome back here to Milwaukee. Again, you are looking live there at the stage. You can see the theme of Make America Great once again each night, a different, more specific theme. And tonight is Make America Safe once again. We are live for you in Milwaukee, and we're so happy to have you here with us for our ABC News special coverage of the Republican National Convention. I want to bring in our ABC News political contributor, Heidi Heitkamp, and ABC News contributor, Ramesh Ponnuru, as well. We're so happy to have you here both with us. And Ramesh, we've been talking a lot about the speakers here tonight. We have a list of some of them. This is an exciting moment for the GOP, most notably here. We've been talking a lot about Nikki Haley. We saw her down there just a little bit ago. She was in a white dress. She was doing a mic check. Of course, Nikki Haley was a late addition, right, to the list of speakers. Trump's other former GOP primary opponent there, Ron DeSantis, also will be speaking along with Vivek Ramaswamy. All of them speaking tonight. Marco Rubio, who was a favorite there potentially for vice president, will be ending the night. What do you anticipate that we will be hearing? Because it's our understanding, again, the theme is safety here, but it's our understanding that specifically Ron DeSantis and Nikki Haley will be focusing a lot on unity.
Well, there's no question that whether or not it's the stated content of all the speeches, the unofficial theme, at least, is party unity. You've got all of these candidates, former candidates from different parts of the party, all basically blessing the Trump-Vance effort. I would not be surprised to hear Nikki Haley offer a more full-throated endorsement of the ticket than she has in the past. She has sort of been warming up to this ticket in stages, first saying that she was going to vote for Trump, then most recently releasing her delegates to vote for Trump, which probably eased the way for her speaking appearance tonight. And you've got to think from her political standpoint, with Trump looking like the favorite to win in November, she's going to want to be on side.
Right, certainly sort of fall in line and lockstep with the Republican Party. And Heidi, to you, we know that Nikki Haley has been very popular, especially among moderate Republicans and some independents as well. Heidi, what do you make of the fact here that she is speaking tonight? Do you think that that's a bad sign for Democrats who were also really trying to woo her supporters?
I think Nikki Haley has been a protest vote, a never Trump vote. And so her coming into the fold, does that move any of those people who were once cynical or skeptical about Donald Trump over? Not sure that that's the real outcome of this. I think that she was willing to kind of speak truth to power. She's now coming in. It doesn't surprise me that she's doing this. If she wants a future in the Republican Party, she has to. But I'm not sure that it's going to respond to the concerns that suburban Republican women have about this ticket.
Interesting. And Ramesh, again, back to the theme here tonight of making America safe again. It is really expected tonight to focus specifically on security and on immigration. But Ramesh, this is also where we've seen really a lot of finger pointing from Republicans, a lot of, they're placing blame on Democrats and some fiery rhetoric there as well. How do you anticipate them trying to get their point across while at the same time, toning down that divisive rhetoric?
Well, I think it is going to depend on the speaker. So some of the speakers that you mentioned, really pretty much almost all of them, I think, are going to be careful in how they address these issues, but not all of them will. I do think that leaving aside the Democrats and the partisan element of this, there are some serious questions about the Secret Service that now need to be answered in relation to safety and security. And I think they're on the minds of a lot of people, both inside the convention and outside it.
Absolutely, as we're starting to see the finger pointing there happening now between the Secret Service and local law enforcement there in Pennsylvania. So we'll, of course, keep on top of that investigation as well. Heidi Heitkamp and Ramesh Ponnuru, thank you both for being here with us. And thank you to all of you for streaming with us. We're so happy to have you here. I'm Kata Whitworth, and our special primetime coverage of the 2024 Republican National Convention continues. The rest of the convention here kicks off on ABC News Live tonight at 7 p.m. Eastern. So make sure to join in, because Linsey Davis will be joined by our very own David Muir and our entire powerhouse political team. So we certainly hope you check them out. The news never stops, so neither do we. Keep it right here on ABC News Live.
so many people start their day here?
From ABC News, this is Start Here.
To be in the know and get a different take on the day's top stories.
A lot of news today, so let's get into it.
Listen now to the Daily News Podcast honored with 4 Edward R. Murrow Awards and see why the New York Times calls it a news podcast worth listening to. Start Here, ABC News. Make it your daily first listen.
Now, that's a part of the story I bet you didn't see coming.
Wherever you get your podcasts, start here. This week, Donald Trump and the Republicans make their case. See it all streaming on ABC News Live. All day, live, nonstop coverage. And then at 7 p.m. Eastern, Linsey Davis live at the Republican National Convention on ABC News Live.
First thing in the morning.
There's a lot going on.
We're still in a flash flood warning.
To catch you up with what happened overnight, police in riot gear arresting dozens of protesters.
What's happening today? Escalating tensions in the Middle East.
What people are talking about, the migrant crisis.
Fast, straightforward,
with some fun in between.
Check out the Gator on the 17th hole.
The buzzkill in baseball.
First thing in the morning.
America This Morning.
America's #1 early morning news.
On ABC News Live.
Hey, good morning, America.
Good morning, America.
Good morning, America.
You don't just see it, you feel it.
I'm in.
I'm in.
I'm in too.
I am in.
I'm in.
I'm in too.
I'll be here.
Hi, I'm Andy. And I'm Sabrina. And we're moms, juggling tons of stuff every day, like all you moms out there. And you know what we love? Really love? Pop culture. So what happens when being obsessed with pop culture collides with being a mom? You get us. So listen now to our new podcast, Pop Culture Moms, wherever you get your podcasts.
Reporting from the 2024 campaign trail, I'm Eva Pilgrim. Wherever the story is, we'll take you there. You're streaming ABC News Live.
What does it take to be the most watched newscast in America?
We are part of an operation.
Is this our Combat Operations Center?
We're approaching the gate. Militants came in from different directions.
Nuclear reactor.
So you have a couple loaded and ready to go. The house is destroyed, but the flag...
Not a tear in it.
How important it made the USA. Great work.
Hi. Appreciate you.
Thank you.
Ismail? David.
I'm David Muir.
I know who you are.
You
Watch
do?
you every night.
ABC's World News Tonight with David Muir is America's most watched newscast.
Babe Ruth, Hank Aaron, Shohei Ohtani, legends of the game. But now the list of greats redefined. From ABC News, Reclaim the Forgotten League, a side of the story of baseball you have never heard before like this. The award-winning podcast is back. Listen wherever you get your podcasts or scan the QR codes you see here.
All right, welcome back, everybody. Day 2 of the Republican National Convention set to get underway here tonight at the Fiserv Forum Arena in downtown Milwaukee. You are looking live right now as people are starting to fill their seats. They've put in the official newly laminated Trump Vance signs in most of those seats. So this is certainly an exciting night ahead as you're also seeing mic checks and preparations are underway. I'm Kana Whitworth and this is ABC News Live special coverage of the historic GOP gathering here in the key battleground state of Wisconsin. And let's talk about our top headlines right now, starting with the verdict today, sending shockwaves through the political world. The pressure now building for Democratic Senator Bob Menendez to resign after a jury found him guilty on all counts in his corruption trial. Back here in Milwaukee, we'll talk about the new reaction to Donald Trump's pick for Vice President J.D. Vance, how the Ohio senator could set the course for the future of the GOP, plus the anticipation now for the next round of high-profile speakers, including that man right there, Vivek Ramaswamy, and the late addition to the program, Nikki Haley. So we'll talk about what you can expect from each of their speeches tonight. But we do start here with this breaking news from New Jersey. Senator Bob Menendez found guilty on all counts in his federal corruption trial. Federal prosecutors allege the lawmaker accepted hundreds of thousands of dollars in bribes in the form of cash, gold bars, mortgage payments, and more in exchange for favors. Menendez pleaded not guilty to 16 federal charges, and that includes bribery, fraud, acting as a foreign agent, and obstruction. The senator expressing his disappointment immediately after the jury's decision. Take a listen.
I have never violated my public oath. I have never been anything but a patriot of my country and for my country. I have never, ever been a foreign agent. And the decision rendered by the jury today would put at risk every member of the United States Senate in terms of what they think a foreign agent would be.
Well, Menendez now receiving backlash from New Jersey Governor Phil Murphy and Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer, asking him to resign, in a statement saying, quote, he must now do what is right for his constituents, the Senate, and our country. The verdict coming down as Menendez seeks re-election as an independent in a deep blue state. This, of course, is the second time the New Jersey senator has faced these federal corruption charges. I want to bring in our ABC News' Phil Lipboff, who has the latest for us there in New York. So, Phil, thanks for being here with us. And look, we know Menendez is the only U.S. senator to ever face these federal bribery charges twice, and the first convicted of acting as a federal agent. So, Phil, is there any word now on how he plans to appeal? As you pointed out, he sounds very defiant in speaking to those cameras earlier.
Yeah, I mean, if that brief statement is any indication, Kana, you know, I mean, he said the jury got it wrong. Meantime, the jury saw this mountain of evidence, literally a mountain of cash and gold bars and the Mercedes out in front of this house. His first federal bribery case, as you mentioned, Kana, was 7 years ago. That ended in a mistrial. This one ended in a conviction on all counts. He faces 36 years in prison because of this. His wife was charged as well. At one point, he sort of blamed his wife for what has happened. The Mercedes was involved in that. She will be tried a little later on this year. But no, there's no indication of him wanting to step aside.
Interesting. And we also know, again, Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer, promptly called on him to resign. He is certainly not the only voice calling for him to resign. If he doesn't, if Menendez doesn't step down, then what happens, Phil? I mean, could he be then expelled?
He could be expelled. It's very rare. It's only happened, by our research, 15 times, and 14 of those senators expelled were during the Civil War, because of the Civil War. So it doesn't really happen in modern times. The Governor Phil Murphy said you should step aside, and if you don't, the Senate should expel you. Will that happen? We don't know. But Kana, remember, there's also no law against serving in the Senate as a convicted felon. So right now, he plans to appeal and continue to serve, though he is running right now as an independent.
Running as an independent. It'll be really interesting to see how this all plays out. Again, sentencing coming in October. Phil, thank you so much for being with us. And now back here in Milwaukee, and less than an hour before tonight's convention program begins. So again, the seats are filling up behind me. It is a moment of excitement here for the GOP. I want to bring in Mahat Cook, the former Trump administration official and president of American Frontier Strategies. So happy to have you here with us. And first of all, I do want to note that you're from Ohio. So what is it like to have another Buckeye nominated for vice president here in J.D. Vance?
This has been such an exciting day, such an exciting opportunity. It not only shows that Ohio, even though we're not a swing state, we are so important for many other swing states. J.D. Vance is a force multiplier. He's going to make America great. He understands the working class, blue collar, and all the issues that matter that Biden has abandoned. So this is going to be astronomical for this campaign. This is the 2024 unity candidate, and I truly believe that President Trump is setting up his legacy. The next 4, 8, and 12 years is going to be marked by generational change, and J.D. Vance is the face of this.
And at 39 years old, right, he could be leading the party here, could very well be the future of the party. And I've heard you talk about him as being, as you call it, a force multiplier many times. And you also brought up unity as well. But it does also seem that he potentially is the MAGA candidate. That's something else that we're hearing right now. So does this seem like, with this choice, that the Republican Party is saying, look, it's MAGA or else? Or do you think J.D. Vance's message of, I didn't support Trump before, his policies changed my mind, do you think that will resonate more with voters?
I think all of it. Look, Make America Great Again is truly about getting out of Bidenomics, the fact that we are paying 20% more for gas, groceries, and everyday living, in addition to safety and security, which is all about the border. So this is a message that resonates with many Americans. In addition, I am so pleased that J.D. Vance was a candidate that changed his mind. And that's the importance of the Republican Party. We need independent thinkers that are not just rubber stamping Republican or Democrat policies, but that are truly looking at candidates and individuals. And I believe J.D. Vance actually looked at President Trump's policies, saw the impact as somebody who came from poverty, came from nothing, and has become one of the leaders in the Republican Party. He is truly trying to show America you can change your mind, forgiveness is key, and moving on. And President Trump is that unifier. He can bring somebody who was a never-Trumper into the party, show him he has a place and a place for growth and opportunity. And that is for all of us. It's not just Republicans, it's independents. Many Democrats are leaving Joe Biden's base by the droves because they are truly forgotten given Biden's policies.
And in terms of these never-Trumpers or even moderate voters, independents alike, let's talk about Nikki Haley and her supporters, right? We know she's expected to speak here tonight. We know that she has released all of her delegates and urged them to support Donald Trump. She's sort of fallen short of doing any fundraising for him. However, she is taking the stage here tonight. What do you think it might take for the GOP to start to win over her supporters?
I think Nikki Haley needs to truly spread that message because she is somebody who can reach out to those independent voters and say why she's supporting President Trump today. The fact that she is on stage as somebody who wasn't sure she would support Trump shows you that the party is unifying. And I'm going to tell you something. The incident, that assassination attempt that took place on Saturday rattled America. It wasn't about Democrats, independents, and Republicans. It was truly about the American dream, rule of law, and what is at stake. President Trump was right from day one. Democracy is at stake. He is being attacked on every single level. He was taking a bullet for that country, and I believe Nikki Haley's going to stand there and tell the Americans it's time to unite. Tell the delegates it's time to get behind President Trump. He's been right all along. We have a country to save. It is bigger than one man and one party. It is about our country today and the American dream.
All right, Mahet Cook, thank you so much for being here with us today. We appreciate your perspective and your time. And I want to turn now to our team coverage with ABC's Jay O'Brien and ABC News contributing political correspondent and co-author of the Political Playbook, Rachel Bade. Thank you both for being here with us. And so, Jay, look, we just heard from her, right, about how Republicans really do seem to be unified in this moment. She even talked about everything that happened over the weekend. She said the assassination attempt rattled America. And I know that you're now talking to lawmakers that are getting, for lack of a better word, swept up in the unity moment that we're seeing play out here day after day in Milwaukee.
Yeah, and forgive me, Kate, I'm just going to look behind me real quick and see if there's anyone I want to talk to. There was someone over there that I think, no, that's not who I think it is. Anyway, forgive me, I was just looking around. Yes, so we talked to Asa Hutchinson, right? Former governor of Arkansas, former presidential candidate, staunch moderate in the party, very critical when he had his long shot presidential bid of former President Trump. He made a commitment saying he would never vote for a convicted felon, among other things. And when we found him here on the convention floor, we wanted to ask, did the events of Saturday change your mind about Trump as a candidate? And what he said was very interesting, and it perhaps demonstrates maybe an arc happening right now in the party, certainly in the wake of Saturday's events. Here's what the governor said. Will you vote for Donald Trump, sir?
Well, you know, that I've made some commitments about not voting for a convicted felon, but that seems like a long time ago.
So you could move away from that commitment?
Well, let's see how it develops in the future.
Now, look, Nikki Haley is expected to take this stage tonight, and it will be interesting as to what she says, because while she has said she will vote for Donald Trump, she had a lot of critical things to say about him at the time. Does she tell her voters to get behind him in a fulsome way, or is it only a tacit endorsement? That we don't know.
That is very interesting. All right, Jay O'Brien, thank you. And Rachel Bade, I want to check in with you here. I have some of your new reporting here. Starting it off with the fact that we're starting to actually see in the aftermath of this assassination attempt on former President Donald Trump, we're starting to see the Secret Service, while they're taking full responsibility, there's a bit of finger pointing that is happening right now between the Secret Service and local law enforcement that were there that day as investigators start to pick apart exactly what happened. And it sounds like we're hearing some pretty serious concerns from head Republicans right now, Rachel.
That's right, Kana. I just had two back-to-back interviews with House Majority Leader Steve Scalise and the chairman of the House Judiciary Committee, Jim Jordan. And I can tell you both of them want answers, and they say they're getting a whole lot of nothing right now. When my interview with Jordan, he basically railed against the fact that they're not getting more information. Republicans haven't even heard yet if this was sort of a lone wolf situation or whether it was part of some sort of connected group. Are there other people going on? Or other people who were part of it? Steve Scalise called called for the Secret Service director to step down. And Jordan also talked about how he actually wants to bring in some of the people who are on the ground there for the shooting into his committee on Capitol Hill to get a TikTok of exactly what went down in the communication breakdown, Kana.
Those are all certainly important questions. I know Steve Scalise shared with you as well what it's like to be shot and how that affects you in the aftermath. And I want to talk about this a lot more with you, Rachel Bate. Our thanks to you. Right now, we do need to take everybody to Nevada at this moment. You can see there President Biden is speaking. This is in Las Vegas at the NAACP National Convention. Let's take a listen.
Laying the groundwork for the civil rights agenda. You build upon President Kennedy by that. President Johnson signed the Civil Rights Act of 64, 60 years ago. Harry Truman was president, was often counted out. He was also known for something else. Story goes, Truman said, "You want a friend in Washington? Get a dog." Guess what? After the last couple weeks, I know what he means. It's so good to have real friends. I'm not being solicitous. I have real friends. So many of you had my back, but I think I've had yours as well. Lots of a couple Delaware folks here still. And one of my best friends, when I was a lifeguard in projects, he was, his nickname is Mouse. Mouse is very loyal as hell. I'm truly honored to be here. To me, this tense moment in this country, it is a tense moment. Just a few days after the assassination attempt on Donald Trump, we're grateful he was not seriously injured. We continue to pray for him and his family. It's time for an important conversation in this country. Our politics has gotten too heated. I said in the Oval Office on Sunday night, as I made clear throughout my presidency, we all have a responsibility to lower the temperature and condemn violence in any form. You gotta remember, America, we're not enemies, we're friends, we're neighbors, we're fellow Americans. Most importantly, let's fully and firmly reject not only political violence, but violence of any kind. Period. No exceptions. We have to say with one voice, that violence is not the answer. That's what we should rally around as a nation. That's the unity I'm talking about. Few organizations know that better than the NAACP. For the race riots in Springfield, Illinois in 1908, the NAACP was formed. That's what started it. You know the pain and the price of violence. You understand, if you're going to talk about standing against violence, you must stand against all violence. You must stand against violence perpetrated against presidential candidates in Pennsylvania. You must stand against all violence. The violence perpetrated against George Floyd in Minnesota. Against black veterans like police officers Eugene Goodman on January 6th. Black election workers like Kirby Freeman and Shane Moss in Atlanta. To stand against the violence and intimidation of white supremacy, the murder, innocent lives in the grocery store in Buffalo, New York when I went up there. Mother Emanuel Church in Charleston, South Carolina. To stand against the violence and murder of children in Sandy Hook and Uvalde. Concert goers in Las Vegas. Innocents on the street all across America that never make the news. There's Uvalde every day in the communities across the country. You're going to be outspoken on one, don't be silent on others. You're going to speak about violence. You're going to speak about guns. More children in America die of a gunshot wound than any other reason. That's stunning and that is sick. It's sheer cowardice if we do nothing about it. So, if you want to stand against violence in America, then join me in getting these weapons of war off the streets of America. When AR-15 was used in the shooting of Donald Trump, just as it was an assault weapon that killed so many others, including children. It's time to outlaw them. I did it once and I will do it again. Now, just because we must lower the temperature, our politics is related to violence, it doesn't mean we should stop telling the truth. Who you are, what you've done, what you'll do, that's fair game. As Harry Truman said, I've never delivered or given anyone hell. I just told the truth and they thought it was hell. That's what I'm going to do. There is the truth about why Donald Trump's presidency was hell for Black America. He tried to repeal Obamacare. He kicked millions, I mean millions of Black Americans off their health insurance. He had a $2 trillion tax cut. It overwhelmingly benefited the super wealthy, the biggest corporation, and exploded the federal debt larger than any one president has in one term. He left no room for us to do what we should be doing. Invest in things that affect people's lives, like child care, elder care, and so much more, that grow the economy and help people. His mismanagement of the pandemic was especially devastating to Black communities. Oh, I know. And other countries, other communities would call it. That economic crisis drove up Black unemployment, decimated small Black businesses, and you peacefully protested George Floyd's murder. Donald Trump called for the National Guard to go after him. What the hell's the matter with this man? I'm serious. No fingers. From a guy who spread the birth as a lie against Barack Obama, saying he wasn't born in America and he wasn't a U.S. citizen. Of course, here's what he thinks of black jobs. I love this phrase, black jobs. Tells a lot about the man and about his character. Folks, I know what a black job is. It's the Vice President of the United States. Secretary of Defense in American history. You're doing one hell of a job. I nominate the first Black woman to the United States Supreme Court. I promised myself, and I promised America, that my administration would look like America. Proud to be the most diverse administration in all of history and tap into the full talents of the nation. That's who we are. These guys don't get it. That's why we're so successful. I'm serious. That's what makes us the greatest nation on earth. It's not hyperbole. Folks, it's because of you that I'm president and Kamala Harris is vice president. She's not only a great vice president, she could be president of the United States. Black elected members in the Congress, we've got so much done. Seriously, presidential historians said we've got more done of consequence than any president since Franklin Roosevelt. Just think about where the Black community was when I came into office. Think about how far the Black community has come. We still got a long way to go. COVID no longer controls our lives. Our economy is not figuring literally the strongest economy in the world. Record low Black unemployment. Record growth in Black small business. Let me say this again. because Trump is lying like hell about it. But unemployment hit a record low under Biden-Harris administration. First bill I passed put $1,400 checks plus $300 checks per child, per family, per month in the pockets of people of this country. To get them through the pandemic. Not Trump's administration. Kamala and I did that. We put more money in the pockets than anyone. We cut black, and the consequence, we cut black child poverty in half. And when we finally get through to people, my economic policy grows the economy when we spend money. Grows it. We grew the American economy to the strongest in the world. And I'm determined to make that tax cut permanent. No child should ever go hungry in America. And by the way, all the data shows that we can't let them tell us we drive up deficits. They drive up deficits. When you have child care, guess what? Mom or dad can work. And the child can be safe. We're connecting black neighborhoods that were cut off with old highways and disinvestment decades ago. My city, Wilmington, Delaware, I-95 runs up through what used to be the black community, divided, 6 lanes wide. We're going to make sure that the state's wanted, we're going to be able to pave over the top of that and still have the highway. Connecting neighborhoods. We're removing, which is costly, every poisonous lead pipe in a house in America so every child can drink clean water without fear of brain damage. We're delivering high-speed and affordable broadband. No child should have to sit out in the parking lot with their moms in front of McDonald's so they can get online to do their homework. And because of you, not only protecting Obamacare, you allowed me to increase it, making health care more affordable. We're putting, and by the way, more than it's ever been, millions of African Americans now have health care because of it. We're putting home ownership within reach. How do you generate generational wealth, no matter what community you're from? I know how we did it. Everything got stuck in Scranton with no jobs. Moved to Delaware. Dad worked like hell to get down payment to buy a small house. That's how you build equity. As small as a 3-bedroom split-level home with 4 kids and grandpa lived, but it was a home, and he was able to build some equity. Look, we're making the most significant investment in climate ever in all of history. Including the most significant action on environmental justice ever. Look, folks, think about this. My state of Delaware, not many don't know my state. My state of Delaware has a Delaware River runs up on Jack. But at the top of the state, there's a half moon. And it goes up along more oil refineries on the other side of that half moon in market-looking areas than anywhere in the country, including Houston. And guess what? Wind blows southeast. We had the highest cancer rate for the longest time. Do you know who's affected? Fence line communities. And you know the fence line communities are black communities. And I promise, as we make this legislation work, we're going to take care of those communities first. I mean it. Same way in Louisiana, same way in other places. Look, we received student debt for more than 4 million borrowers. Significant amount of black borrowers. I don't know how many have called me and say, Mr. President, I've got the phone numbers, I've called them back. Mr. President, thank you. Couldn't get married. The debt was so large. Couldn't have children. Couldn't think of, no, I'm sure you know it. Couldn't buy a home. But what you did, you freed me of my debt, and you gave me $10,000 for a down payment on a home. This project, 2024, Trump, 2025, Trump deal. You know he talks about education. HBCUs are as good as any other university. Come on now. I'm serious. Not a joke. Kamala and I have a constant fight. She says Howard's the best. I say Delaware State's the best. That's how I got my start. But my point is this. They don't have the endowment. So what are the jobs of the future? The high-tech jobs of the future. You're going to pay a lot of money. They don't have the money for the laboratories. They don't have the money for all that material. So that's why I've invested a stretch record $16 billion in HBCUs. No HBCU student is any less qualified than they student anywhere else. By the way, making sure that no one goes to jail for the mere use or possession of marijuana. The record should be expunged. Holds them back. All told because of you, NAACP, making the most significant investments in Black America ever in all of history. We're seeing the results. The racial wealth gap is the lowest it's been in 20 years. Inflation is down. In 3 years, and coming down further, and we're going to have, as they say, a soft landing. Folks, you're going to see us grow faster and faster. That's not just my view. It's the view of 16 Nobel Prize-winning economists. We put out a statement looking at my economic plan and Trump's. They said my plan will continue to lower inflation, continue to grow the economy. Prices are falling. Cars, appliances, groceries. We're going to keep corporate greed at bay. But here's the thing, what I said about Trump. They said his policies will cause a recession. No, these are not a Democratic outfit. 16 Nobel laureates. Look, I come from the corporate state of the world, Delaware. I know how they work. There are more corporations incorporated in my state than any state in America, all combined. But that's what? We have to deal with corporate greed now. Oh, it is. Corporate profits are double since the pandemic. They keep bringing prices down. We have to bring prices down further. Look, folks, the idea that corporate-owned housing, if they raise your rent $300-400 a month or something, under what I'm about to announce, they can't raise it more than $55. That debate is taking place. The bottom line is we're just getting started. Well, no, it's not enough to talk about the past. We need a vision for the future. Here's my plan for the first 100 days of the second term. Kamala and I are calling on Congress to pass the John Lewis Voting Rights Act. I did all that I was constantly able to do with executive authority, but we need the act. And we need to pass the Freedom to Vote Act. And I'll sign them both into law immediately. And guess what? Come hell or high water, we're going to restore Roe v. Wade as the law of the land. I know you say, Joe, you may not have a Congress. Well, guess what? You all told me I couldn't pass the Inflation Reduction Act. You all told me I couldn't face the... Anyway, we did it. With your help. Republicans blocked police reform in Congress. So I signed a historic executive order on police reform. And I'm going to come back and we'll sign George Floyd and Policing Act into law come hell or high water. Not only going to stop MAGA Republicans, we're going to stop them in their program on 2025. We're going to stop them from cutting Social Security and Medicare. I'm going to expand Social Security and Medicare by making the very wealthy begin to pay their fair share. We're going to bring rents down, as I said. We're going to build 2 million affordable homes and cap rent increases of 5% a year so corporate landlords can't gouge. Anyway, I don't want to get going. I'm going to get very upset. But they're just gouging Americans. And we're going to keep relieving student debt. And we're going to end medical debt. We've already made sure medical debt can no longer be put on a credit report. Well, I'm working with states to wipe out medical debt for pennies on the dollar so it's not hanging over you the rest of your life. We're going to raise the federal minimum wage. Our first term, we capped the cost of insulin for seniors at $35. Total drug costs for seniors beginning in 2024-5 at $2,000 and some of those cancer drugs are $10,000, $12,000, $14,000 a year. But the second term, we're going to do that for not just seniors, for everyone in America. And by the way, not only saves lives, it will save taxpayers, just what I did on the first round on dealing with Medicare. It saves the taxpayer $160 billion because they don't have to pay these exorbitant prices to these, anyway. This year, Medicare is negotiating lower prices for some of the costliest drugs on the market. That threats everything. That treats everything from heart disease to arthritis. In the next term, we want to go further. Give Medicare the power to negotiate lower prices for 50 drugs a year, not 10. That not only saves lives, it's estimated to save the taxpayer another $200 billion a year. This is saving taxpayers money. And by the way, if you notice, all the stuff they said, big spend in Biden, we have lowered the deficit, not raised it. We've increased economic growth. Folks, here's what else I'm determined to do. I'm determined to end Trump's tax cuts for the very wealthy and big corporations and make the tax code fair and ease the burden on working people. I kept my commitment that no one making less than $400,000, I never saw in my life till I got elected president, will pay a penny more in federal taxes. But here's the deal. We have in America, since the pandemic, 1,000 billionaires. 1,000. You know how much in federal tax they pay? 8.2%. That's their federal tax, 8.2%. We're going to make billionaires pay a minimum of 25%, which is low. No billionaire should pay a lower tax rate than a teacher, a firefighter, a nurse, a janitor. That's simply ridiculous. And when we do that, that alone will generate $500 billion in revenue over the next 10 years, allowing us to lower costs for families and save the government money. We can do more on elder care, child care, bringing down the federal deficit, and so much more. This is not rocket science, folks. But they've convinced us that any spending of money is costly. It's saving money. God's truth, it's saving money. And it's vitally important. You know, the next president of the United States could appoint 2 or more justices to the Supreme Court. Just imagine. I know the stakes. Folks, my vision for the future will continue to be all about working people in this nation. And my whole career, go back and look at it, I've not been perfect by any stretch of the imagination, but a simple proposition, the family I come from, the neighborhood I come from. Everybody deserves a shot, just a shot, no guarantee. Give hate no safe harbor. Leave no one behind. That's in stark contrast to my predecessor and the mega officials. They'll do everything, undo everything the NAACP stands for. But now they're trying to deny it. They're lying about their Project 2025. They want to deny you freedom, the freedom to vote, have your vote counted. They'd impose a nationwide ban on abortion. This new vice president, if you ever have any doubt, man, just take a look at what he's been saying. They want to prosecute political enemies. They want to cut Social Security and Medicare, rip away protection from millions of pre-existing conditions, over 400 million people. Stop Medicare from negotiating lower prescription drug prices, risking people's lives, costing the government more money. They'd eliminate the Department of Education. No, you ought to read it. Saying it's a state issue. Give me a break, a state. We know how well we did with the states. It would cut school lunches, eliminate the Head Start program for lower-income children. That allow employees to stop paying overtime, employers to stop paying, catch this one, to stop paying overtime to hourly workers. They're such good people. But give the very wealthy and big corporations a new tax cut. They've already eviscerated affirmative action. They'd also decimate diversity, equity, and inclusion all across American life. They're already trying to do it by banning books. They're trying to erase black history. Black history is American history. Folks, I'm not being dramatic here. We cannot let that happen. That's why it's so important to me. It was so important to me to make Juneteenth a federal holiday. They can't erase it. Now, people are going to know what happened on Juneteenth. That's why I made federal lynching a federal hate crime in Emmett Till's memory, and that's where you've been reminded. Remember what they tried to do? As well as establish national monuments for Mamie and Emmett Till, and so much more. So there's no doubt about what's happening. Look, folks, as I said before, we know black history is American history. It's as simple as that. Let me close with this. The Psalm tells us, I've been young and now I'm old. Yet I have not seen the righteous forsaken. I have not seen the righteous forsaken. And I will not see the righteous forsaken. Hopefully, with age, I've demonstrated a little bit of wisdom. Here's what I do know. I know how to tell the truth. I know right from wrong. I know how to do this job. And I know the good Lord hasn't brought us this far to leave us now. We have more work to do. This is the moment to be engaged. The work you're doing to recruit hundreds of thousands of volunteers, move millions of people to make their voices heard, may well determine America's future for decades to come. And folks, that's important. We must all be defenders for freedom, justice, equality, and the bedrock of democracy. And there's been no more important voice in that truth than the voices of the black community. I mean it. And when Americans fail to live up to what we say we believe, you don't give up hope, nor do I. We've always loved this country, even when it has not loved us back. We worked hard as hell. Just think about it. Our children, your children, grandchildren. Ask yourself, what America do you want to leave them? My answer is an America of hope, fairness, opportunity, possibilities. Look, I spent more time with Xi Jinping of China than any other world leader has. I was with him in China on the steps of the mountains. And he looked at me and he said, can you define America for me? It's God's truth. And I said, it's recorded. I said, yes, in one word, America. Possibilities. Nothing is beyond our capacity. America, where it's full of promises available to everybody. America, where racism and violence are no longer the ghost that have too long haunted the nation. Folks, this is about you and your families and everything the NAACP has stood for generations. Freedom, democracy, America. Always marching, always believing, always keeping the faith. We're going to do this. So let me ask you, are you all in? Because I'm all in. You just have to remember who we are. We are the United States of America, and there's nothing beyond our capacity when we do it together. And let's stay together. God bless you all, and may God protect our troops.
All right, so there you see President Joe Biden. He was just speaking at the NAACP National Convention in Las Vegas, of course, in the crucial swing state of Nevada, and he was making his plea to black voters there, a pivotal voting bloc for him. And he talked a lot about his policies in the past that have helped this community, but he also talked about his plan for the first 100 days if he were to win, if he were to win the White House yet again. And he talked about passing what he calls the Freedom to Vote Act. He talked about restoring Roe versus Wade. He also talked about capping rent prices, which is something he brought up specifically there in Nevada. And he talked about relieving student debt, wiping out medical debt, and raising minimum wage as well. And he also talked about how the possibility of the next president could nominate 2 more Supreme Court justices to the Supreme Court, and of course touting his nomination of the first black woman to the Supreme Court. I want to bring in ABC's senior White House correspondent Selena Wang, who is there in Nevada with us. And Selena, you and I spoke right before he took the stage there, and this speech was very fiery and very energetic, and he didn't have any missteps in this moment, Selena. And I know that you were talking with some voters who were there to support him, but also really to support the party if they were faltering a little bit on if they would really want Joe Biden to be the one leading that party. How does a speech like that go over with the room? It clearly sounded like they were cheering, especially when he asked them, Selena, are you all in? There was a resounding yes.
Kana, I can tell you the energy in this room was electric. People are starting to walk out now, but during the entirety of that speech, you had many people behind me standing the entire time. There's a bunch of people in front of me as well. You can't see it. They were also standing and cheering. There were chants for 4 more years. There was one part of that speech I want to isolate, which is when he said that Vice President Kamala Harris is a great vice president, would also be a great president. You had cheers during that moment, Kana, but then you also had chants afterwards of people saying 4 more years. And we had spoken before the president started speaking. I was talking to many of the NAACP members who were here today, and some of them told me they would prefer Vice President Harris at the top of the ticket. One man telling me he thinks she would bring fresh, new ideas instead of the same old thinking. But then again, you've got a lot of folks here who say they are behind President Biden no matter what. One woman telling me that the criticism against President Biden is, quote, ageism. So you really got split views here. But as you say, the president delivering a very strong and fiery speech. And I will also point out that he did thread the needle at the beginning of his speech. He did bring up the attempted assassination of the former president, Donald Trump, but he pivoted that in a way. He said, we need to stand up against all violence, not only talk about some kinds of violence, but all violence. He talked about how America needs to stand up to gun violence, violence against George Floyd, against white supremacy, against all types of violence, against black police officers on January 6th. So you did see the president pivot there and also say that he hopes the former president is recovering well, saying that he is grateful Donald Trump was not seriously injured.
He did say that, and I thought it was an interesting moment as well, Selena, because when he said that, you also heard that crowd of people cheer in support for what he was saying there. This is a crowd of people who were also sharing that notion with him that they were glad that former President Donald Trump was not more severely injured or killed in that assault. However, he also did use that to sort of weave in some concerns about what a Trump administration would look like. He talked about some concerns. He said that Donald Trump would cause a recession, that his policies would cause a recession. He also talked about everything that Biden and his administration has done for HBCUs, but also, of course, I do want to note that Donald Trump signed a bipartisan bill, right, sending $250 million a year to HBCUs. That was in 2019. But again, I think you're right, Selena. He used this moment and what happened to Donald Trump also to talk about his plan to ban assault weapons and some other things like that. But the way it was received in the room, I thought was very poignant when he talked about that.
Yeah, Kana, and it is a pretty tricky balance to strike, but the president saying that we need to lower the political temperature, that this is a moment of tension, of unrest, but also not shying away from drawing the contrast between his vision and that of Donald Trump, often referring to him as my predecessor, painting this pretty dark vision of what a MAGA presidency could look like. And as we talked about earlier, the president finally here doing a better job of articulating what his future vision would be when it comes to relieving student debt, his investments in climate, investing in HBCUs, his economic vision, his plan to lower those rent prices. I will say the president did make a bit of a slip up the first time he talked about rent prices. It is a 5% cap per year that he's proposing. He appeared to say 55, but then the president later correcting that. But again, I think people here, when I spoke to them, they said they really wanted to see a forward-looking message, and you did get that in conjunction with a message about his record and what he's already accomplished.
Yeah, exactly right. So he wasn't just touting his past policies. He was, again, trying to lay out his plan for the first 100 days. And he went on to say, turning down the temperature on the rhetoric doesn't mean not telling the truth. So that was interesting contrast, an interesting split screen to what we're seeing here behind us at the Republican National Convention that's getting kicked off, as you can hear. Selena Wang, our thanks to you for joining us there from Las Vegas, again, in that crucial swing state. We have a lot more special coverage ahead here on ABC News Live. Of course, we are here at the Republican National Convention in Milwaukee, and things are really starting to get started down there. You see those seats are certainly filling up now. Don't go anywhere. Stay with us.
Whenever news breaks,
We are here in Israel, a nation at war after that brutal surprise attack by Hamas.
On the ground in Ukraine, reporting from Lewiston, Maine.
The scene of a horrific mass shooting.
ABC News Live is right there everywhere.
From the scene of that deadly missile strike in Dnipro, Ukraine. Reporting from the earthquake in Turkey.
In rolling forward, this tornado tore through this little town.
From the most devastating disaster in Hawaii.
From Charleston, South Carolina, on the 2024 campaign trail.
In Iceland, let's go.
Traveling with the president in Mexico City.
Wherever the story.
From the front lines. From southern Israel. Outside the Gaza Strip. In Beirut.
From the FBI.
Reporting from the nurses on the picket line.
Here at 10 Downing Street in London.
Streaming live to you.
Wherever the story is.
Wherever the story is.
Wherever the story is, we're going to take you there.
You're streaming ABC News Live.
ABC News Live.
You're streaming ABC News Live.
ABC News Live. Streaming free everywhere. America's #1 streaming news.
First thing in the morning.
There's a lot going on.
We're still in a flash flood warning. To catch you up with what happened overnight. Police in riot gear arresting dozens of protesters.
What's happening today? Escalating tensions in the Middle East.
What people are talking about, the migrant crisis.
Fast, straightforward.
With some fun in between.
Check out the Gator on the 17th hole.
The buzzkill in baseball.
First thing in the morning.
America This Morning.
America's #1 early morning news.
On ABC News Live.
There is a price to be paid every time a survivor shares their story. I will not be silenced.
Do you feel the church accepted abuse?
I wouldn't say accepted it as so much pretended it didn't exist.
Yep, that's him.
Yep.
Ready? Kira Phillips with ABC News. Does your church protect sexual predators?
The powerful new Impact by Nightline. Secrets of the 2x2 Church.
There's nothing pretty about hearing this.
Now streaming on Hulu.
Welcome back, everybody. I'm Kana Whitworth, and this is part of our ABC News Live special coverage of the Republican National Convention. We're so happy to have you here with us as things are kicking off here behind me. It's getting a little bit loud. GOP has certainly rallied up here tonight, but I want to talk a little bit more about tonight's theme here at the RNC. It is Make America Safe Once Again, and there's a lot of people that will be hearing from tonight, a set of huge speakers, including Nikki Haley, but I do want to bring in Republican Representative Brian Mast. He hails from Florida's 21st Congressional District on the east coast of the state there. Brian, I'm so happy to have you with us. And as you heard me just mention, right, we know that the theme of tonight is to make America safe once again. And I want to just bring to you a few questions, because we just listened to President Joe Biden speak live in Nevada at the NAACP and National Convention. And he really highlighted some ways in which he thinks that Donald Trump would not make America safe again. And he talked about gun violence. And he also said, and I want to just share this with you, he was critical of Donald Trump for bringing in the National Guard for what he called peaceful protests for the murder of George Floyd. I want to get some of your reaction to some of those sentiments that we just heard from President Biden.
Yeah, I did hear the entire last segment, the analysis of Joe Biden's speech. I thought the analysis was laughable, just, flat out, to hear that there was no missteps in Biden's speech. Every time he went to go say something that was off the cuff, he literally said, well, anyway. In 10 minutes, I must have heard him say that 10 times, because, again, if he's not reading it, he doesn't really have a thought of his own to go out there and give. But President Trump is always speaking for himself. He's always speaking off the cuff. And he goes out there and he presents real ideas on how to make America safe, strong, secure. That has to do with the border, totally on the other end of the spectrum from what Joe Biden is doing on our border. That means giving states the opportunity to exercise states' rights. Obviously, that was hit by Joe Biden just now in his speech in Nevada, talking about, going back and reversing what the Supreme Court did with Roe v. Wade. He wants to be on the other side of that, not let the states have their rights. I know you want to talk about security, but I can't help but get over the analysis that I just heard about Joe Biden's speech, truthfully.
You've also talked a little bit how Joe Biden has somewhat pandered to his supporters when he is talking about policy, and this has happened in the policy regarding the war in Gaza. Can you elaborate a little bit about that? And can you talk about concerns that you may have in that pandering and how that would relate to policy that he might put in place between now and November?
Yeah, I mean, the pandering conversation is unfortunate but easy to discuss. If he's giving a speech in Miami, Florida, where there's a large Jewish population, he's going to go out there and say he has Israel's back. It's ironclad. There's no distance between them. If he's going to do a speech somewhere outside of Detroit, Michigan, he's going to talk about building a pier for the Hamas terrorists in Gaza. That was a waste of $300 million of the American taxpayer. He's going to talk about not finishing the job there, having a ceasefire, not letting the IDF go out there and complete the mission of eradicating Hamas. It's constantly a tale of two cities when he's speaking, dependent upon who he's speaking to. And for all of the foreign intelligence agencies out there across the globe, they don't have the luxury of gaslighting their leaders like so much of what happens here in the United States. They go out there and they give the truth about what the president is saying to their leaders, and they know that unfortunately for this president, there is a lot of daylight between what needs to happen with getting rid of the terrorists in Gaza and what the commitment of Joe Biden actually is.
You are in the unique position of having served in Afghanistan, and thank you for your service, but also volunteered with the IDF. What are some of the things that you are talking with your constituents, but also your supporters about in terms of how that should be handled if the GOP were to take over in November?
Look, there are dominoes, and you brought up Afghanistan. Afghanistan was one of the first major dominoes that started to knock down national security, or let's say started to knock down dominoes that produced national security threats across the globe. Because of that withdrawal, that botched withdrawal in Afghanistan, you see Hamas start to spread terrorism across the Middle East, whether it's Yemen, whether it's with Iran spread terrorism across the East, whether it's with Yemen, whether it's with Hezbollah at the north of Israel. You see what happens on our southern border. You see what happens with Ukraine. You see what happens with China and Taiwan, putting them in their crosshairs. This is what happened, and Afghanistan was that first major domino, that along in the U.S. southern border. There's a very big difference between the way President Trump handles national security issues. His yes is yes, his no is no. He's never going to allow America to be stepped on. And he makes those statements. If you harm the hair on the head of one American, then you are going to pay the highest price imaginable. And those kind of statements have real results, which result in the safety for American service members. Unfortunately, this weakness that we see out of the Biden administration from beginning right up into this moment, that has detrimental results for the American service member who's out there on the front lines.
Certainly, and we have heard from some voters and talked to some people that even specifically the withdrawal from Afghanistan was so disastrous that is a pivotal moment for them as they were, thinking about how they were going to vote. That even, in fact, some people switched parties after watching that disastrous withdrawal from Afghanistan. When you are paying attention to the speeches tonight in terms of security and safety for America, how do you imagine the speakers will navigate in that conversation conversation while also toning down the rhetoric as we've been hearing? Or do you think that it might get fiery here on the Republican side here tonight?
Look, I think the speakers are talking about things that should be unifying. This is a country for Republicans, Democrats, non-voters, people of other parties. It's a country for everybody. But no matter what party you come from, you should be able to rally around the idea of having a safe country, a secure country, a strong country. And some of the speakers that you are going to hear from are the families of those 13 that were killed in the Abbey Gate bombing in that withdrawal from Afghanistan. And again, when you look at what's going on here and the way that they're affected, not only was that botched withdrawal a domino that knocked down so many other things, but we saw this replay itself in an even worse way, in part at the recent debate, at the disastrous debate, where Joe Biden did not even remember that there were 13 Americans that were killed in that withdrawal. And if you don't think that digs something up for those families that lost their loved ones, absolutely it does. But those are going to be some of the speakers that will be out there, and they'll be talking about that as well, because they've seen it play out firsthand by having folded flags now sitting on their mantle that were draped over the caskets of their loved ones.
Yeah, that's certainly a good point, right? The home of the free because of the brave. Representative Brian Mast, our thanks to you. We do appreciate you coming on. Thank you. And thank you for streaming with us. I'm Kana Whitworth. We have special primetime coverage of the 2024 Republican National Convention kicking off right here on ABC News Live tonight at 7 p.m. Eastern. And later, Linsey Davis will be joined by our own David Muir and our entire powerhouse political team. We hope you check them out. The news never stops. Neither do we. Keep it right here on ABC News Live.
What does it take to be the most watched newscast in America?
We are part of an operation.
Is this our combat operations center?
We're approaching the gate. Militants came in from different directions.
Nuclear reactor.
So you have a couple loaded and ready to go. The house is destroyed, but the flag.
Not a tear in it.
How important it made to USA. Great work.
Hi. Appreciate you.
Thank you.
Ismail? David.
I'm David Muir.
I know who you are.
You
Watch
do?
you every night.
ABC's World News Tonight with David Muir is America's most watched newscast.
First thing in the morning.
There's a lot going on.
We're still in a flash flood warning.
To catch you up with what happened overnight. Police in riot gear arresting dozens of protesters.
What's happening today? Escalating tensions in the Middle East.
What people are talking about. The migrant crisis.
Fast, straightforward.
With some fun in between.
Check out the Gator on the 17th hole.
The buzzkill in baseball.
First thing in the morning.
America This Morning.
America's #1 early morning news.
On ABC News Live.
Whenever, wherever news breaks, it's so important to always remember that lives are changed. Here in London, in Buffalo, Uvalde, Texas, Edinburgh, Scotland.
Reporting from Rolling Fork, Mississippi.
Ukrainian refugees here in Warsaw.
We're heading to a small community outside of Mexico City.
Getting you behind the stories as they happen. ABC News Live Prime. We'll take you there.
Stream ABC News Live weeknights wherever you stream your news. Only on ABC News Live.
All right, let the dogs out, please.
I don't think he's going to give you a hard time.
Even if he gives me a hard time, I'm the right guy.
You can handle it.
I want to make sure that we all learn together.
Calm, confident.
Calm, confident, calm, surrender.
Everything that he's taught has become a reality.
Yeah.
We are so grateful and impressed.
I feel like crying.
You changed our world.
It is a beautiful thing to see. As you rehabilitate the dog, you also rehabilitate you.
Why do so many people start their day here?
From ABC News, this is Start Here.
To be in the know and get a different take on the day's top stories.
A lot of news today, so let's get into it.
Listen now to the Daily News Podcast honored with 4 Edward R. Murrow Awards and see why the New York Times calls it a news podcast worth listening to. Start Here, ABC News. Make it your daily first listen.
Now, that's a part of the story I bet you didn't see coming.
Wherever you get your podcasts, Start Here.
This is ABC News Live.
The crush of families.
On the ground in Ukraine.
ABC News Live, America's #1 streaming news. Anytime, anywhere. Streaming 24/7, straight to you for free.
Thank you for making ABC News Live America's #1 streaming news.
Reporting from Paris on the 80th anniversary of D-Day, I'm Tom Sufi Burridge. Wherever the story is, we'll take you there. You're streaming ABC News Live.
everybody. It is day 2 of the Republican National Convention. Of course, it is getting underway right now at the Fiserv Forum Arena in downtown Milwaukee. People are certainly filing in and filling up those seats. I'm Kana Whitworth, and this is ABC News Live special coverage of the historic GOP gathering in the key battleground state of Wisconsin. Let's go through some of our headlines here, including, of course, tonight's convention theme, to make America safe once again. How tonight's program will focus on crime, America's deadly fentanyl crisis, and illegal immigration. The high-stakes profile speakers, including Vivek Ramaswamy, you see him there, and of course the late addition of Nikki Haley. We'll talk about what you can expect from their speeches tonight. Plus, we have the latest reaction to Donald Trump's pick for Vice President J.D. Vance, how the Ohio senator could set the course for the future of the GOP. But we begin here with day 2 of this historic convention. It is set to start here in any moment at the Fiserv Forum. And again, today's theme is to make America safe once again. Speakers will be focusing on crime, along with America's deadly fentanyl crisis and illegal immigration. And among those set to address the convention tonight, of course, is Vivek Ramaswamy and Nikki Haley. She has been Trump's biggest rival from the GOP. She's the former South Carolina governor. We saw her doing some mic tests here earlier today. This is all, of course, a day after Trump received the resounding welcome right here inside the forum, appearing alongside his running mate, J.D. Vance. You can see there the bandage covering the former president's right ear following the assassination attempt against him over the weekend. Joining me for more on this is ABC News' Jay O'Brien and ABC News contributing political correspondent and co-author of the Political Playbook, Rachel Bate. I'm so glad to have you here, both of us. Jay, look, I know you're down there. It's really busy. It's starting to get really loud in here. We've talked a lot about how we will see Vivek Ramaswamy and Nikki Haley, but also Ron DeSantis will be taking the stage tonight. Sarah Huckabee standards. It sounds like, though, specifically in terms of Haley and DeSantis, that they really do plan to bring unity to the top of mind as they talk about securing this nation. Jay.
Yeah, and so the question becomes, what do those one-time rivals of the former president say on that stage as it relates to unity? We know that Nikki Haley has said she will vote for Donald Trump. Forgive me, Kano. We're going to try to grab this gentleman here. Senator Scott? Senator Scott, we're live on ABC News. Can we ask you a question very quickly, sir? Senator Rick Scott of Florida here with me. What was your reaction to the events on Saturday? And do you think, as Trump has said, that it might unify maybe some of the moderates in the party, bring them into the fold?
Look, I hope what we all do is we all start focused on the issues. Let's focus on how do we bring people together to solve the issue of the country. We know we have to secure our border. We got to get inflation under control. We got to get our budget under control. There's a lot of problems. Let's all come together to do it. So hopefully that's what's happening.
Do you think that Trump is doing enough outreach to those moderates who maybe felt he was unpredictable, didn't like him as a candidate earlier on in the campaign?
I think you look at who the speakers are here. He's talking to everybody he can. You look at, we had a great start last night with the speakers. Just everyday people talking about how what the Biden agenda has done is hurt their lives, and what the Trump agenda has done improves their lives.
Last question. He picked your colleague, J.D. Vance, for vice president. What do you think about the pick?
It's a good pick. I think J.D. had a challenged childhood. He figured out how to succeed. He's been the Senate a year and a half, and he's done a great job. He hit the ground running. He works hard. He's smart. He's going to do a good job.
Is he too similar to Trump to compliment him in any way? Are they too similar in a way?
They'll work well together.
Thank you very much, Senator Scott. Thank you very much, sir. Senator Rick Scott, I'll let you go this way, sir. Senator Rick Scott with us of Florida, obviously vying for a place in Senate leadership. Rachel knows that better than I because she has covered that story extensively, but we'll send it back to you, Kana.
All right, Jay, thank you so much. And that was really interesting there. Again, the call for party unity and certainly the assassination attempt on former President Donald Trump is of top of mind for a lot of people. And on that note, Rachel, I know that you're speaking with leadership inside the Republican Party. And this is as the calls for the director of the Secret Service are growing, for her to resign and step down, are growing louder by the day, Rachel.
Yeah, Kana, I mean, it's interesting. The theme of the day, make America safe again. Republicans want to focus on immigration and crime, but there's also just as much concern with these Republican elected officials about their own security, but also what happened with former President Donald Trump with the assassination attempt just a couple of days ago. I interviewed House Majority Leader Steve Scalise, House Judiciary Chairman Jim Jordan, and both of them were adamant that Secret Service has not been transparent enough about what happened. How did a gunman, a 20-year-old gunman, get within, what, 150 yards of the former president? How is it that somebody saw him on the roof? Not somebody, multiple somebodies saw him on the roof, and yet they were not able to stop this. Jim Jordan told me that he actually wants to not only talk to people in the upper echelons of law enforcement, like the head of the Secret Service, but also, you know, the FBI director and folks at DOJ, but the people on the ground. And so we're going to see lawmakers in the coming days and weeks actually reach out to those folks to get a TikTok, a second-by-second TikTok about exactly what happened. Meanwhile, I heard from Steve Scalise that he actually wants the Secret Service director to step down. And so, I mean, Republicans, they're angry, and they want answers on that, specifically Kenya.
They certainly are angry about it, and as you pointed out, they are talking about security and safety here at the Republican National Convention tonight. And Rachel, we know a lot of that conversation surrounds border security and immigration. And what are you hearing from your sources about how these speakers might handle that speech tonight in light of the concern over fiery rhetoric?
Border security, it's long been one of the most red meat issues for the Republican base. And so that will absolutely be a big theme throughout the night. I mean, you're not obviously going to hear the backstory about how it was Republicans in Congress who single-handedly tanked this bipartisan immigration bill or border bill that President Joe Biden struck with Senate Republicans in the upper chamber. So we'll have to keep in mind, of course, that Republicans were the ones who halted progress when it came to the border issues. I mean, Donald Trump wanted to run on it. He didn't want it to pass, and so they killed the issue. But I also think that the issue of crime is one that really resonates with people right now. I mean, you look at what folks are concerned about. They are concerned about the border. They're also really worried about crime. And, you know, you've seen an increase in crime since the pandemic. Some of those numbers have started to come down. But this is very much an issue that Republicans know works in their favor. And I can tell you a lot of Democrats are concerned about this as well and have been trying to sort of run away from the sort of defund the police movement in recent years, or say that basically trying to not prosecute certain crimes. They don't want to do that anymore. So there's actually been a 180 shift in the Democratic Party as well because this issue is such a concern for voters, Kana.
Absolutely. Rachel Bade and Jay O'Brien are here with me. Jay, I was trying to turn around and look at what's happening because when the national anthem is played and when they do the Pledge of Allegiance, we are going to stop and we are going to honor the flag and our country. And so I just wanted to make sure that wasn't oh, there is a prayer service right now. Let's go ahead and take a moment here and listen here. I don't want to talk over a prayer.
Upon this land, for your protection of this land, and your promotion of this land, which is undeniable. Your word says, blessed is the nation whose God is the Lord. Tonight, we claim that for America, believing that you desire to bless and prosper our country as we honor you and your ways. Father, forgive us for when we have strayed from your commandments and grant us mercy. Tonight, we ask that you would protect our country from those who would do us harm. Thank you for protecting President Trump from the many attacks leveled against him, but especially the attack this past Saturday. Tonight, we pray for our military leaders and officers, pray for our police officers, our firefighters, our first responders, as they risk their lives so we can continue to be the land of the free and the home of the brave. You commanded Joshua to be strong and courageous. Tonight, all across this country, I pray that you would raise up a generation of courageous leaders who follow you with their whole heart and govern with integrity. We ask these things in the name that is above every name, the Lord Jesus Christ. Amen.
Ladies and gentlemen, please rise for the presentation of colors. The colors are presented by the professional firefighters of Wisconsin Honor Guard. Let's give them a warm welcome.
Left, right, left, right, left, right, left, right, left, right, you left, right, you left, right. Left, face.
Please remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance and our national anthem.
Present arms.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mary Ann Taylor to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Hello, Patriots. Are you ready to pledge this American flag and give them our loyalty? Yes. Well, we're going to do this the Southern South Carolina way, a little bit slower. If you are military, and I'm looking out, and a lot of you already are poised, if you're like me from a military family but not military, we're going to stand at attention, place your right hand over your heart, and pledge with me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the stage Grammy Award-winning singer and U.S. Army veteran, Milwaukee native, Daniel Irby, to perform our national anthem.
Daniel!
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we held at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight, for the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming. The rockets roared glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave for the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Please remain standing while the colors are retired.
Right, face, forward, march. Your left, right. Your left, right. Your left, right. Your left, left, right, left, you left, right, you left, right, you left, right, you left.
All right, you are now hearing applause here at the Republican National Convention in Milwaukee. You just watched the firefighter honor guard leave this convention center after the Pledge of Allegiance and the national anthem. And you can't help but think about the man, the father, the husband, the firefighter that was killed during that assassination attempt on former President Donald Trump just days ago in Pennsylvania. His funeral is set to be held this Thursday, and that is certainly weighing heavily on the hearts and minds of all Americans, but especially those that are in attendance here tonight at the Republican National Convention. This tremendous show of unity and party support, and really the plans for the future of this party are really coming to fruition here in Milwaukee day by day. And I want to check in with Jay O'Brien, who's been down there on the floor of this convention now for several days, and he's been talking with lawmakers, delegates, voters alike. And Jay, even in your conversation recently with Asa Hutchinson, I know it appears that there is a bit of a shift in support right now, and it is seemingly a groundswell of support right now for Donald Trump and now J.D. Vance as well.
And Republicans went into this convention, Kana, with some pretty deep fissures within their party. Look, former President Trump does have broad support across the Republican Party, but there was this cadre of moderates who were supporting Nikki Haley, were supporting Asa Hutchinson, some of them were supporting Ron DeSantis, and they were voting against Trump in the thousands in some primary states, even after all of those candidates had dropped out. They were essentially casting protest votes against Trump. So there has always been this cadre of moderate Republicans. You know, in 2016, they were called Never Trumpers. And then in 2020, they took on a different frame. And then this year, you know, they're considered the Nikki Haley voters or what have you, because we had that much broader primary process. And so the question going into this convention was, what would be the place for those moderates? And would they eventually come into the Trump fold? And while we don't 100% know the answer of that, of course, the answer of that question is going to be really found in November. What we've seen is some of the figureheads of that moderate movement, Asa Hutchinson earlier, Nikki Haley taking the stage tonight, signal that they may be open to throwing their full support behind Trump. Asa Hutchinson said he would never vote for Trump. He said he would never vote for a convicted felon. Trump is now a convicted felon. And he told me earlier he's essentially rethinking that pledge. Nikki Haley has said she would vote for Trump, but she never really full-throatedly endorsed him. She never really threw her full political weight behind him. And we'll be waiting to see her remarks on this stage tonight if she does that. And if there is this kind of joining of the MAGA section of the Republican Party and the moderate section of the Republican Party, that would be significant. It would give Trump more gas in the tank going into November.
Yeah, it certainly would be, and it will be interesting to see how Nikki Haley addresses the crowd tonight. Is she addressing the MAGA base here? Is she addressing the MAGA base, or is she addressing some of these moderate voters as they move forward to November? We know she hasn't done any fundraising for Donald Trump. Perhaps that's in her future as well. We don't know. We know that Ron DeSantis has done some fundraising. He also will be taking the stage here tonight, along with Vivek Ramaswamy, Sarah Huckabee Sanders as well, and Marco Rubio will be ending this night. I want to bring back in Rachel Bade here. Rachel, we have some new information here about Vice President Kamala Harris and Vice Presidential nominee J.D. Vance. It sounds like they've now finally had a conversation. We had some reporting early on that Kamala Harris had reached out to try and call him, and that they didn't quite connect at first. And it sounds like they certainly have here. Rachel, any idea how that conversation went?
Yeah, Kana, our colleagues here at ABC News have a couple of nuggets on this conversation. It happened earlier today. It was, quote, brief and respectful. And the two agreed that they look forward to debating each other. As you know, Kamala Harris had earlier indicated that she would be willing to debate whoever the vice president nomination or vice president running mate is with Donald Trump. And this could be a really interesting debate. I mean, J.D. Vance, you watch him on TV, he's pretty quick, he's good, he's pretty smart and articulate, he knows his policy issues very well. Kamala Harris, former prosecutor herself, who has become sort of the the lead voice right now prosecuting the case against Donald Trump to the public, given that Joe Biden has had some trouble doing that himself. And so I think it'll be interesting to see, you know, can she sort of perform and continue to grow in her role as vice president, as we have seen her do recently. You know, on the debate stage during the primary, she got sort of criticized for having too many canned lines. People felt like she was not very authentic. But Harris has gotten a lot better about that. And so this debate will be something really interesting to watch, Kata.
It certainly would be. Formidable foes here taking that stage together when that does happen. Jay and Rachel, our thanks to both of you. We appreciate all of you being here with us. I'm Kana Whitworth. We have much more special coverage from the RNC straight ahead. We will be here in Milwaukee as things are really starting to get underway here.
Whenever news breaks,
We are here in Israel, a nation at war after that brutal surprise attack by Hamas.
On the ground in Ukraine, reporting from Lewiston, Maine.
The scene of a horrific mass shooting.
ABC News Live is right there everywhere.
From the scene of that deadly missile strike in Dnipro, Ukraine. Reporting from the earthquake in Turkey.
In rolling forward, this tornado tore through this little town.
From the most devastating disaster in Hawaii.
From Charleston, South Carolina, on the 2024 campaign trail.
In Iceland, let's go.
Traveling with the president in Mexico City.
Wherever the story.
From the front lines. From southern Israel.
Outside the Gaza Strip.
In Beirut.
From the FBI.
Reporting from the nurses on the picket line.
Here at 10 Downing Street in London.
Streaming live to you.
Wherever the story is.
Wherever the story is.
Wherever the story is. We're going to take you there.
You're streaming
ABC News Live.
ABC News Live.
You're streaming ABC News Live.
ABC News Live, streaming free everywhere. America's #1 streaming news.
Is some kind of a bold demon here.
Somebody is killing young black women.
The fear was just insane.
I was not gonna stop until I found out who did this.
Knew all of his victims. He portrayed himself as a good friend.
Now Friday, the prison interview with the killer.
Once I touched him, it was over.
And the first interview with the only surviving victim. 2020, Friday night on ABC.
There is a price to be paid every time a survivor shares their story. I will not be silenced.
Do you feel the church accepted abuse?
I wouldn't say accepted it as so much pretended it didn't exist.
Yep, that's him.
Yep.
Ready? Kira Phillips with ABC News. Does your church protect sexual predators?
The powerful new Impact by Nightline. Secrets of the 2x2 Church.
There's nothing pretty about hearing this.
Now streaming on Hulu.
And after we've won, we're going to reach out our hand to any willing patriot. Make this government start working for you again and get this country back on the road to prosperity and peace. Tonight, I have a privilege given few Americans. The privilege of accepting our party's nomination for President of the United States.
And that, of course, was the late GOP Senator of Arizona, John McCain, accepting his party's nomination at the 2008 Republican National Convention. As history showed, just months later, in the November of that same year, McCain and his running mate, former Alaska Governor Sarah Palin, went on to be defeated by then-Senators Barack Obama and his running mate, Joe Biden, on the Democratic side. Welcome back, everybody. I'm Kana Whitworth, and we're here live at the Republican National Convention in Milwaukee, and it is my pleasure now to be joined by Republican Alabama Senator Katie Britt. She gave a speech on the convention floor just last night, a moment of excitement, I know, for this party, and is joining us now. Thank you so much for being here with us, and let's jump right in. Look, you're the youngest woman ever to be elected to the Senate, and now J.D. Vance could become one of the youngest vice presidents in American history. What do you have to say about your generation in politics as millennials start to rise into positions of power now?
Absolutely. Well, Kana, thank you so much for having me on. As you can tell, this is such an exciting time, not only for our party, but for our nation. You can feel the electricity when you walk into the arena, and you can feel just a unifying force, not just throughout the Republican Party, but I truly believe throughout the nation. And to your point, absolutely, I am so proud of my freshman colleague, J.D. Vance. He is going to do a tremendous job as our next vice president. We ran, both of us, because we believed that the next generation had to get off the sideline and fight for our nation, make sure that we preserve our country and the opportunities that we had for our children and our children's children. And so I am excited to see JD. JD and I have not only become colleagues, but have become friends. We have an opportunity once a month. Our Republican colleagues get together for dinner where we not just talk about politics or policies or even personnel, but we get to know each other as people. And when the American people get to know the person, J.D. Vance, and they get to know Usha, they are going to love everything they learn. It is a story of the American dream. It is a man who has given his life to service, who has been successful and now wants to make sure that hardworking Americans, the forgotten men and women of this nation, have a seat at the table, have a voice, and have an opportunity to succeed. And I think you will see our generation continue to speak up, speak loudly, speak directly, because we believe this nation is worth saving, and we're going to do everything we can to put it back on a more prosperous trajectory for those who come after us.
And Senator, let me ask you about your speech last night. You said that you said in your speech that prosperity in America has been diminished, just like the man in the Oval Office. In your mind, what kind of actionable change would a second Trump administration make in today's economic landscape to help the average American family?
Yes, and I am so sorry, Kana. I missed the part of your question. Can you repeat that last part? We have a lot of excitement out here, and so unfortunately I missed that.
That's okay, Senator. I get it as well. It's loud in here as well. So basically, I'm just curious to know about what kind of actionable change you think the Trump administration could make in today's economy that would help the average American family.
Well, first, we're going to make sure that we're not just energy independent again, but we're energy dominant. We know that that drives everything from the gas station to your electricity prices to the grocery store and beyond. Not only does that help Americans prosper, but it also helps us create a more peaceful globe, because we know when we are not producing energy, which, by the way, we do it cleaner, better, and more efficiently than anyone across the world, we know that that means that our adversaries are. It puts the allies in the palm of our adversaries' hand, giving them an upper advantage when it comes to national security issues. So doing that on day one, rolling back over burdensome regulation, this administration has taken the administrative state to new levels. Look, the people that serve in these bureaucracies, that serve in these agencies, are not elected by the people. We've got to make sure we roll regulation back, that we in Congress start making decisions, and we put America on a pathway forward. It also comes with securing our border. That is critically important. When we look, we've had over 10 million people come here illegally under Joe Biden and Kamala Harris' disastrous policies. We've got to make sure that we secure our border, start creating safety in our streets and our communities. We know where the fentanyl's coming. It's coming from China. It's making its way to Mexico across our border, and it is the leading cause of death between the ages of 18 and 45 in this nation. So we're going to start putting into place policies that actually put Americans first. We want to make sure that we find ways to drive wages up, to help people create the American dream for themselves, and any impediment to that, we want to roll back. We are here to make the main streets of our small communities thrive and give people a chance for success.
And Senator, I do want to ask you about a policy that Democrats have really honed in on in terms of the Republican Party. They view this as a weak spot in terms of reproductive care. There was some controversy over access to IVF treatment in Alabama. State, of course, ultimately passing a law protecting access to IVF, and the RNC now affirming support for IVF in their party platform. So, Senator, what do you think of that party platform in regards to both IVF and access to abortion?
Listen, there is no stronger supporter of IVF than President Trump. Immediately, President Trump came out and said, we support IVF. I believe IVF is pro-life, it's pro-woman, it's pro-family. It is exactly what the Republican Party stands for, and we want to help people experience God's greatest gift and be able to bring life into this world. So I was proud not only of President Trump's position on this very early on, I was proud of my colleagues in the United States Senate. I, along with Senator Ted Cruz, led all 49 Republican senators in saying that we strongly support nationwide access to IVF. Now, let's contrast that with Senator Schumer, who is trying to play his summer of scare tactics up at full tilt for the American people, putting a bill on the floor, trying to make it seem like Republicans don't support IVF, which couldn't be further from the truth. The truth is, IVF is available and accessible in all 50 states across this country. Republicans have stood up and said, we will continue to support that. We will continue to make sure that that is the case. I am proud of that, and all the other work we're doing for maternal care, and making sure that we are reaching out to maternal care deserts. We're trying to find solutions for women who want to bring their children into this world, and we're going to keep doing that and keep making a difference.
Senator Britt, thank you so much for your time. We appreciate you coming on the program with us.
Hey, I thank you. I thank you for having me, and thank you for being here. As you can tell, it's an exciting time. We are uniting the party, uniting the country, and we're going to put us back on track.
All right, we appreciate you, Senator. Thanks so much. And we have a lot more special coverage ahead here on ABC News Live. Of course, we are at the Republican National Convention right here in Milwaukee. Make sure to stay with us.
Whenever news breaks,
We are here in Israel, a nation at war.
In Rolling Fork, this tornado tore through this town.
From Lewiston, Maine.
The scene of a horrific mass shooting.
From the scene of that deadly missile strike.
ABC News Live everywhere.
In Iceland, let's go.
On the 2024 campaign trail.
Here at 10 Downing Street.
Wherever the story is.
We're going to take you there.
You're streaming ABC News Live.
ABC News Live.
You're streaming ABC News Live.
ABC News Live, streaming free everywhere.
What's good to watch, read? Where can I get a great deal on what I'm just dying to buy? Oh, it's all right here. GMA Life. Get the latest celebrity buzz, deals and steals, and the coolest lifestyle tips from GMA.
I love that so much.
Streaming weekends on ABC News Live.
With so much at stake, so much on the line, more Americans turn here than any other newscast. ABC News World News Tonight with David Muir, America's #1 most watched newscast across all of television. Why do so many people start their day here?
From ABC News, this is Start Here.
To be in the know and get a different take on the day's top stories.
A lot of news today, so let's get into it.
Listen now to the Daily News Podcast honored with 4 Edward R. Murrow Awards and see why the New York Times calls it a news podcast worth listening to. Start Here, ABC News. Make it your daily first listen.
Now, that's a part of the story I bet you didn't see coming.
Wherever you get your podcasts, Start Here.
Hi, I'm Andy. And I'm Sabrina. And we're moms, juggling tons of stuff every day, like all you moms out there. And you know what we love? Really love? Pop culture. So what happens when being obsessed with pop culture collides with being a mom? You get us. So listen now to our new podcast, Pop Culture Moms, wherever you get your podcasts.
First thing in the morning.
There's a lot going on.
We're still in a flash flood warning.
To catch you up with what happened overnight. Police in riot gear arresting dozens of protesters.
What's happening today? Escalating tensions in the Middle East.
What people are talking about, the migrant crisis.
Fast, straightforward.
With some fun in between.
Check out the Gator on the 17th hole.
The buzzkill in baseball.
First thing in the morning.
America This Morning.
America's #1 early morning news.
On ABC News Live.
I'm Tom Sufi-Barrett with this group of Ukrainian attack helicopters in eastern Ukraine. Wherever the story is, we'll take you there. You're watching ABC News Live.
All right, welcome back to ABC News Live special coverage of the Republican National Convention. Day 2 is now officially underway, and today's theme is Make America Safe Once Again, with speakers focusing on crime, America's deadly fentanyl crisis, and illegal immigration. Among those set to address the convention tonight, Vivek Ramaswamy, and of course the late addition to the program is Trump's longest-standing rival from the GOP primary, former South Carolina Governor Nikki Haley. So I want to turn now to our team coverage. Joining me now is our ABC News Chief Washington correspondent, Jonathan Karl. John, I'm so happy to have you on the program here with us. And John, look, we know a lot of former rivals of Trump will be taking the stage tonight. And John, we also know that now Arkansas Governor Asa Hutchinson just told Jay O'Brien, essentially he's considering walking back some of these comments about not voting for a convicted felon, something he said he would never do. And now he says he's considering it. John, is unity really the message that voters will be hearing, even though they are talking about security and safety tonight?
Well, I think there's going to be some pretty sharp rhetoric tonight in terms of directed at Joe Biden and Democrats about the border. But as far as the Republicans among themselves, unity is in order. By the way, we have some news. This just in. Vice President Kamala Harris has spoken to J.D. Vance, now, of course, Donald Trump's running mate. We are told that the conversation was brief and respectful. It's their first conversation since they are now officially rivals for the vice presidency, and they have agreed to do a debate. So we'll see where the details of that are, who will host the debate, when it will be, and all of that. But looks like we will have a vice presidential debate.
I know that a lot of Americans will be tuning into that. We've heard time over time that sometimes this vice president position doesn't make that much of a difference, but really we're hearing the complete opposite from some voters at this point right now. And John, I am curious of your assessment, because we were talking with some analysts yesterday that feel like J.D. Vance could be her biggest challenge in terms of debate for Kamala Harris.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think that usually the undercard is not a big factor. There can be races where perhaps a running mate may hurt the person at the top of the ticket, rarely actually helps the person at the top of the ticket. You can see possible examples of where the running mates mattered. Maybe LBJ as John Kennedy's running mate. Maybe Dan Quayle might have hurt a bit George H.W. Bush. But this race, with two, men, one 81 years old, the other just a few years younger. There's a lot of attention focused on the candidates for vice president. As I heard Joe Biden say today in his speech to the NAACP, calling out Kamala Harris, saying she's been a great vice president, and not only that, she could be president. And by the way, he didn't say couldn't be a great president, but she said could be president. And looking at Joe Biden, I think people are very much, that's top of mind. J.D. Vance is 39 years old. He's the youngest. If he became vice president, he would be the youngest vice president since Vice President Breckinridge in 1861 sworn in. So on one hand, he's young, he's inexperienced, but he is a very skilled debater. As a matter of fact, I think that was one of the reasons, one of the things Donald Trump liked about him is how he performed in the debates when he was running for Senate just 2 years ago. So this could be a tough sparring partner for Kamala Harris, and perhaps the most consequential vice presidential debate that we've ever seen, at least a televised vice presidential debate.
Certainly, I agree with you there, John Karl. Also, I have to ask you, I know that you spoke with Donald Trump, and he talked to you about rewriting the speech that he will make this week after the attempt there on his life. We saw him walk in here last night. It was incredibly emotional to watch him walk in here. Do you have any additional details, or what is your assessment here of what we might hear when Donald Trump does take the stage in the wake of everything that's happened?
Well, he was. I thought Trump himself, the moment was emotional. Certainly the crowd, the anticipation, they played it up almost like it was a WWE entrance. You know, you saw him in the hallways before he came out to walk into the stage as if he was going into a prize fight. But you know, when he got out there, the hall was actually quiet. People looking and trying in anticipation, taking in the moment that somebody who just came within maybe a half inch or an inch of an assassin's bullet from being killed was there at the convention that will make him, for the third time, the Republican presidential nominee. I thought Trump himself was quite emotional. He seemed on the verge of being choked up. And when I spoke to him, his tone was subdued. He was a little bit quieter. He seemed reflective. He spent a fair amount of that conversation. We spoke for about 10 minutes, reflecting on how close he came to getting killed and marveling at the reaction of the crowd around him after the shots were fired, and telling me, you know, I asked him point blank, has this experience, you know, changed you? I would think that any human being, maybe even Donald Trump, knowing that they came that close to death would cause you to have some sense of a reassessment of everything. So I asked him, how is it going to change your approach to the campaign? Is it going to change your approach to this convention? And one of the things he said is that, as you alluded to, he said he ripped up his old speech. He said it had been a humdinger. I mean, maybe it would have been a replay of American carnage, a deeply negative takedown of Joe Biden. Now he says he's going to emphasize more unity. Now, by the way, he's got a couple of days to rip that speech up too. I mean, we'll see what it's like when Trump actually comes out on the stage. But so far, day one, this is a convention that looked a lot more, much turned down. You know, a lot of the divisive, hardcore rhetoric about January 6th, about stolen elections, was absent, at least on day one.
It certainly was, and you're right. We will see how this all plays out. John Karl, thank you so much for coming on and being with us. We appreciate you as always. All right, I want to turn now to ABC News' Jay O'Brien, an ABC News contributing political correspondent and co-author of the Political Playbook, Rachel Bade. So thank you both for being here. And look, Rachel, you were able to just hear John Karl, I assume, and he talked a little bit about how Donald Trump was, you know, assessing and digesting this attempt on his life and how that might change not only his approach to this convention, but his approach to how he decides to lead this country if he is elected president. And I know that, Rachel, you just had a chance, right, to speak with House Majority Leader Steve Scalise, who shared with you what it was like for him in the aftermath of the attempt on his life as well.
I mean, look, you could see the change in Donald Trump's face last night when he came out into the arena. I mean, we didn't see the typical swagger that sort of emanates from Donald Trump. Instead, there were moments when he was walking where he looked like he was actually about to cry. I asked Steve Scalise, survivor of gun violence himself, about what it was like to sort of come back from that trauma. And he admitted, look, it's really difficult. But what his advice to the former president is you can't just sort of hang back and sort of wallow in fear, which honestly would be a natural reaction. You got to get out there and you got to expose yourself, and it gets easier.
Yeah, I mean, imagine what that's like, right, to enter a crowded venue. Again, it's our understanding the first campaign stop there in Michigan will now be moved to an inside event. I want to bring in Jay O'Brien as well here. So, Jay, you know, we're talking a lot about unity here. John Karl saying that Donald Trump's speech, in all likelihood, will be a lot about unity. But we're also seeing, I mean, not just images, but you're hearing about resiliency and strength as well. And the people that you're speaking with on the floor, what are they hoping to hear from the former president?
Pennsylvania. Well, it's interesting as we look around. There's just a bit of a scrum here. Oh, nothing's going on. Forgive me. There's just a lot of activity oftentimes. But Kana, to your question about what people on the floor want to hear, there's a couple things that come up when you talk to people about tonight. Firstly, they all are aware of the theme tonight, which is Make America Safe Again. So talking about the border, talking about law enforcement, et cetera. But also, as you and I discussed last night, even when the theme was the economy, there was always this undercurrent theme of defiance in the wake of those events on Saturday. When you talk to people here, that's the first thing they bring up, not the theme of the night, but what happened on Saturday and Trump putting his fist in the air in that act of defiance.
Yeah, he certainly did, and that is a picture and a moment that has resonated with a lot of Americans, no matter which side of the aisle you're on. Jay and Rachel, thank you for being here with us. And we have a lot more special coverage ahead here from the Republican National Convention in Milwaukee as things are fully underway here on day 2. Stay with us.
What does it take to be the most watched newscast in America?
An operation to capture ISIS fighters.
Is this our Combat Operations Center?
We're approaching the gate now. Militants came in from 4 or 5 different directions.
Operational nuclear reactor.
So you have a couple loaded and ready to go. The house is destroyed, but the flag, there's not a tear in it.
Not a tear in it.
How important is this label right here, Made in the USA? Look at your smile. You're proud of this.
I love this.
Great work.
Hi.
Where are you? Where are you?
Appreciate you.
Thank you, David. Good to meet you.
Ismail? David.
David.
Yes, yes. I'm David Muir.
I know who you are.
You
I watch
do?
you every night.
ABC's World News Tonight with David Muir is America's most watched newscast.
All right, let the dogs out, please.
I don't think he's going to give you a hard time.
Even if he gives me a hard time, I'm the right guy.
You can handle it.
I want to make sure that we all learn together.
Calm confidence.
Calm, confident, calm, surrender.
Everything that he's taught has become a reality.
We are so grateful and impressed.
I feel like crying. You changed our world.
It is a beautiful thing to see. As you rehabilitate the dog, you also rehabilitate you.
Why do so many people start their day here?
From ABC News, this is Start Here.
To be in the know and get a different take on the day's top stories.
A lot of news today, so let's get into it.
Listen now to the Daily News Podcast honored with 4 Edward R. Murrow Awards and see why the New York Times calls it a news podcast worth listening to. Start Here, ABC News. Make it your daily first listen.
Now, that's a part of the story I bet you didn't see coming.
Wherever you get your podcasts, Start Here.
Whenever, wherever news breaks, it's so important to always remember that lives are changed. Here in London, in Buffalo, Uvalde, Texas, Edinburgh, Scotland.
Reporting from Rolling Fork, Mississippi.
Ukrainian refugees here in Warsaw. We're heading to a small community outside of Mexico City. Getting you behind the stories as they happen. ABC News Live Prime. We'll take you there.
Stream ABC News Live weeknights wherever you stream your news. Only on ABC News Live.
And welcome back. This is ABC News Live, continuing coverage of the Republican National Convention here in Milwaukee. The room is darkened, but the stage certainly is bright. I want to bring in now the host of the 538 Politics podcast, Galen Drew, to talk more about which way the scales can tip for former President Donald Trump now that he has picked his running mate. So, Galen, let me first ask you here. This running mate is not one that a lot of analysts believe will pull in moderate or independent voters. So now I'm really curious as to your assessment here, because we know Nikki Haley's going to be taking the stage tonight. We know Ron DeSantis will be taking the stage tonight. Are you, in your polling or in your analysis, are you still seeing divisions within the GOP right now, despite the calls for unity?
There are certainly some divisions. The way that I would explain this is that in 2020, part of the reason Joe Biden won is because he overperformed with well-educated suburbanites in the collar counties around places like Atlanta, Detroit, Milwaukee, where we are right now. And if Donald Trump wanted maybe the most straightforward path back to the White House, he would try to win those voters back. Perhaps J.D. Vance is a bid for securing his appeal amongst a type of voter that he already does quite well with, which is working class white voters in the upper Midwest. So we'll see if he can still win over the, say, Nikki Haley voter, for example.
Really interesting. And how does J.D. Vance compare to, let's say, former Vice President Mike Pence?
Yeah, I mean, I think probably the most significant way that he differs from Mike Pence is that he told ABC himself that he would not have certified the 2020 elections as per Donald Trump's request. Of course, that was on January 6th. Donald Trump said he didn't want his vice president to certify the electors to the Electoral College, basically suggesting that there was an opening to overturn the 2020 election. So that's a significant break with the former vice president. Also, he's not the evangelical conservative type that you're familiar with seeing within the Republican Party. J.D. Vance, that is.
All right, Galen Druk, our thanks to you as always, right down there on the floor of the Republican National Convention. We have a lot more coverage ahead here. We'll be speaking with our political panel as soon as we return. Make sure to stay with ABC News Live from the Republican National Convention.
Whenever, wherever news breaks, it's so important to always remember that lives are changed. Here in London, in Buffalo, Uvalde, Texas, Edinburgh, Scotland. Reporting from Rolling Fork, Mississippi. Ukrainian refugees here in Warsaw. We're heading to a small community outside of Mexico City. Getting you behind the stories as they happen. ABC News Live Prime. We'll take you there.
Stream ABC News Live weeknights wherever you stream your news. Only on ABC News Live.
First thing in the morning.
There's a lot going on.
We're still in a flash flood warning. To catch you up with what happened overnight, police in riot gear arresting dozens of protesters.
What's happening today? Escalating tensions in the Middle East.
What people are talking about, the migrant crisis.
Fast, straightforward.
With some fun in between.
Check out the Gator on the 17th hole.
The buzzkill in baseball.
First thing in the morning.
America This Morning.
America's #1 early morning news.
On ABC News Live.
Why do so many people start their day here?
From ABC News, this is Start Here.
To be in the know and get a different take on the day's top stories.
A lot of news today, so let's get into it.
Listen now to the Daily News Podcast honored with 4 Edward R. Murrow Awards and see why the New York Times calls it a news podcast worth listening to. Start Here, ABC News. Make it your daily first listen.
Now, that's a part of the story I bet you didn't see coming.
Wherever you get your podcasts, Start Here.
There is a price to be paid every time a survivor shares their story. I will not be silenced.
Do you feel the church accepted abuse?
I wouldn't say accepted it as so much pretended it didn't exist.
Yep, that's him.
Yep.
Ready? Kira Phillips with ABC News. Does your church protect sexual predators?
The powerful new Impact by Nightline. Secrets of the 2x2 Church.
There's nothing pretty about hearing this.
Now streaming on Hulu.
What does it take to be the most watched newscast in America?
We are part of an operation.
Is this our combat operations center?
We're approaching the gate. Militants came in from...
Hi. Appreciate you.
Thank you.
Ismail? David.
ABC's World News Tonight with David Muir is America's most watched newscast.
We're reporting on board a U.S. Navy destroyer in the Eastern Mediterranean. I'm Maggie Rulli. Wherever the story is, we'll take you there. You're watching ABC News Live.
All right, this is ABC News Live, continuing coverage of the Republican National Convention here in Milwaukee. I'm Kana Whitworth, and joining us now is our ABC News contributor, Amanda Renteria. She's the former official for the 2016 Hillary Clinton campaign, along with Tricia McLaughlin, a Republican strategist and former senior advisor to Vivek Ramaswamy. I'm so happy to have you both here with us. And Tricia, I want to go to you first, if I can. Look, President Trump, as we all know, just survived an assassination attempt over the weekend in Pennsylvania. The theme of tonight's proceedings is to make America safe again. Tricia, do you anticipate any changes in terms of the GOP platform on gun control, or do you think tonight they might really just be focusing here on border security and things like that?
No, I think this is absolutely about border security, making sure communities around the country are safe. Our opinion as Second Amendment advocates, we believe that more firearms in good people's hands makes communities more safe.
And Amanda, I know we're running short here on time, though, but we know Nikki Haley is going to speak tonight. What does that do to Biden's attempt to try to nab her supporters, some of those independent or more moderate voters? But she might get a lot of support here tonight.
It'll be important to hear what she has to say, because on the issues, it is still true that women's rights have been protected by the Democratic Party. But we'll see what Nikki Haley has to say. That will give some information to the Biden administration on how he should be talking about protecting women's rights going forward.
And Tricia, in terms of security and safety, we know that can be a time for divisive rhetoric. How do you think that these people that take the stage here tonight will turn that into a speech about unity as well?
I think we have to stick to policies. I mean, we have just had a gunman outside of the periphery today. So, I mean, we really got to tone down the rhetoric here, both on the Democrat and Republican sides.
Amanda and Tricia, I appreciate you. Thank you for being here with us, and thank all of you for streaming with us. I'm Kata Whitworth. We have special primetime coverage of the 2024 Republican National Convention. It kicks off right here on ABC News Live tonight. Right after this quick break, of course, later, Linsey Davis will be joined by our own David Muir and our entire powerhouse political team. We hope that you check them out as well. The news never stops. Neither do we. Keep it right here on ABC News Live.
First thing in the morning.
There's a lot going on.
We're still in a flash flood warning. To catch you up with what happened overnight. Police in riot gear arresting dozens of protesters.
What's happening today? Escalating tensions in the Middle East.
What people are talking about. The migrant crisis.
Fast, straightforward.
With some fun in between.
Check out the Gator on the 17th hole.
The buzzkill in baseball.
First thing in the morning.
America This Morning.
America's #1 early morning news.
On ABC News Live.
With so much at stake, so much on the line, more Americans turn here than any other newscast. ABC News World News Tonight with David Muir, America's #1 most watched newscast across all of television.
There is a price to be paid every time a survivor shares their story. I will not be silenced.
Do you feel the church accepted abuse?
I wouldn't say accepted it as so much pretended it didn't exist.
Yep, that's him.
Yep.
Ready? Kira Phillips with ABC News. Does your church protect sexual predators?
The powerful new Impact by Nightline. Secrets of the 2x2 Church.
There's nothing pretty about hearing this.
Now streaming on Hulu.
Hey, good morning, America.
Good morning, America.
Good morning, America.
Are you ready? Covering the biggest events in the country right now.
There's a lot going on here this morning. You don't just see it, you feel it.
I'm in.
I'm in.
I'm in too.
I'll be here.
I am here and so happy.
I'm in.
I'm in too. Michael, George, Lara, Ginger.
Why do so many people start their day here?
From ABC News, this is Start Here.
To be in the know and get a different take on the day's top stories. Start here.
Now, that's a part of the story I bet you didn't see coming.
Make it your daily first listen, wherever you get your podcasts.
This is ABC News Live.
The crush of families.
On the ground in Ukraine.
ABC News Live, America's #1 streaming news. Anytime, anywhere. Streaming 24/7, straight to you for free.
Thank you for making ABC News Live America's #1 streaming news.
What does it take to be the most watched newscast in America?
We are part of an operation.
Is this our Combat Operations Center?
We're approaching the gate. Militants came in from different directions.
Nuclear reactor.
So you have a couple loaded and ready to go. The house is destroyed, but the flag.
Not a tear in it.
How important it made the USA. Great work.
Hi, appreciate you.
Thank you.
Ismail? David.
I'm David Muir.
I know who you are.
You
Watch
do?
you every night.
ABC's World News Tonight with David Muir is America's most watched newscast.
Reporting from Taylor Swift's world tour in London, I'm Will Gans. Wherever the story is, we'll take you there. You're streaming ABC News Live.
Here's to good mornings in America.
Can you feel the love? Oh, yeah.
Mornings that inspire, filled with hope, kindness, joyous surprises, and so much fun.
This is crazy. This is absolutely crazy.
Start your day with Good Morning America's ray of sunshine, highlighting the best of America and helping
make dreams come true. Wow. I'm just so happy. It's so good.
Get ready to smile and put the good into your morning, America, because
you know what will make the morning better? A little ray of sunshine.
ABC News, America's #1 news source.
First thing in the morning.
There's a lot going on.
We're still in a flash flood warning. To catch you up with what happened overnight. Police in riot gear arresting dozens of protesters.
What's happening today? Escalating tensions in the Middle East.
What people are talking about. The migrant crisis.
Fast, straightforward.
With some fun in between.
Check out the Gator on the 17th hole.
The buzzkill in baseball.
First thing in the morning.
America This Morning.
America's #1 early morning news.
On ABC News Live.
Babe Ruth, Hank Aaron, Shohei Ohtani, legends of the game. But now the list of greats redefined. From ABC News, Reclaim the Forgotten League, a side of the story of baseball you have never heard before like this. The award-winning podcast is back. Listen wherever you get your podcasts or scan the QR codes you see here.
Whenever news breaks,
we are here in Israel, a nation at war.
In Rolling Fork, this tornado tore through this town.
From Lewiston, Maine.
The scene of a horrific mass shooting.
From the scene of that deadly missile strike.
ABC News Live everywhere.
In Iceland, let's go.
On the 2024 campaign trail.
Here at 10 Downing Street.
Wherever the story is.
We're going to take you there.
You're streaming ABC News Live.
ABC News Live.
You're streaming ABC News Live.
ABC News Live, streaming free everywhere.
Tonight, night 2 of the Republican National Convention. The party faithful gather in Milwaukee one day after formally nominating Donald Trump and new running mate J.D. Vance for the 2024 Republican presidential ticket as the next wave of potential Republican leaders take the stage.
The young Republicans will be fighting to make the economy great again.
They opened the border, endangering our country. Republican governors sent the National Guard to the border to protect it, to crack down.
Immigration and security are tonight's top issues as the GOP hones in on what the party describes as Donald Trump's greatest policy strengths while bringing the stories of everyday men and women to millions of viewers.
We want to live in a place where it's safe for our children, it's safe for our families.
It's not only the border, it's also just the chaos in the streets.
A country without a border is not a country.
We'll have that and more on this night 2 of the Republican National Convention. Everyone, I'm Linsey Davis. Thanks so much for streaming with us. We are here live in Milwaukee once again as night 2 of the Republican National Convention is now in full swing. The official theme of tonight, Make America Safe Again, but you could also call it Converts Night. Trump's former bitter campaign rivals will take to the stage as the Republican Party seeks to project that message of unity. The arena stood awestruck late last night as Trump made his first public appearance since the assassination attempt Saturday, that bandage visible on his right ear. On the campaign trail, Nikki Haley said Donald Trump brings chaos and called him totally unhinged. But tonight, she will take the stage offering her support after a late ad in keeping with the party's new push to come together. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis is also expected to speak tonight. And we've now learned Trump is asking for the endorsement of third-party candidate RFK, a possible spoiler in what could be a tight race. Tensions are high outside the arena here in Milwaukee after a scare not far from the convention site. A man killed by police. More on that in a moment. Inside the arena throughout this hour, we will hear from Senate GOP hopefuls, many in key battleground states where Republicans will need to win in order to retake the Senate. We caught up with Donald Trump's son, Eric, a short time ago. He was watching that rally on Saturday live with his 2 young children. You'll see our interview in just a few minutes. We also talked with former Speaker of the House, Kevin McCarthy. Another busy night here in Milwaukee with our full team standing by. Rachel Scott leads us off.
Please welcome the next. Tonight, another sign Donald Trump tore up the script for this convention after dodging an assassin's bullet in Pennsylvania. The theme here in Milwaukee, unity, togetherness. A subdued Trump, a bandage on his wounded ear, greeting the delegates. And tonight, a surprise addition to the schedule. His former primary rival, Nikki Haley. Haley once unsparing in her criticism.
Many of the same politicians who now publicly embrace Trump privately dread him. They know what a disaster he's been and will continue to be for our party.
I want to thank Ambassador Nikki Haley.
But Haley has since endorsed Trump, and tonight she has been invited to address the convention. As Trump works to build support, this week he also reached out to independent candidate Robert Kennedy Jr., asking for his endorsement. A member of Kennedy's team recording video of the call, and then Kennedy's son posting it on social media.
I would love you to do so, and I think it'll be so good for you and so big for you, and we're going to win.
Trump playing into Kennedy's embrace of misinformation about vaccines by repeating inaccurate and debunked information himself.
When you feed a baby, Bobby, a vaccination that is like 38 different vaccines, and it looks like it's meant for a horse, not a 10-pound or 20-pound baby. It looks like you should be giving a horse this. And do you ever see the size of it, right? It's this massive. And then you see the baby all of a sudden starting to change radically.
This is not accurate. Babies are not given vaccines in doses equivalent to horses. Pediatric vaccines are the product of high-quality studies after decades of research. They have saved countless lives and do not cause babies to start changing radically. The video was taken down, and today Kennedy releasing this statement. I am mortified that this was posted. I apologize to the president. In Milwaukee, the first glimpse of this year's Republican ticket, Trump and his new running mate, Ohio Senator J.D. Vance. Today, Vance checking out the podium, preparing for his own big speech with a hug from his biggest booster, Trump's son, Don Jr. On Fox News, Vance describing what Trump told him when he got the call.
You can help me govern, you can help me win, you can help me in some of these Midwestern states like Pennsylvania, Michigan, and so forth.
And want to see that right now on the stage, Senate candidate in Arizona, Kari Lake. But Rachel Scott does join us now live from the convention floor. And Rachel, we're learning new information about when Trump will make another appearance. And it's happening as his former rival is set to take the stage.
Exactly, Lindsay. Typically when you have the presumptive nominee coming ready to accept the Republican nomination, you maybe don't see them a few days into the actual convention. Donald Trump making it a point to show up here not only on the first night, but also on the second night. And as you mentioned, it comes as his former rivals, including former South Carolina Governor Nikki Haley, will be taking the stage. Haley, as we heard in that piece, super critical of the former president. She was also his last remaining rival. And Trump campaign sources tell me they're sort of hoping that her being on the stage tonight is an appeal to independent voters to come and back the former president, Lindsay.
And Rachel, you previously reported that Vice President Harris had reached out to J.D. Vance, but he missed your call. Have they finally gotten a chance to speak?
They finally have gotten that chance to talk. So Senator J.D. Vance returning Vice President Kamala Harris's call. Now, we were told that Harris extended a congratulations to Senator Vance for being selected as Donald Trump's running mate and also officially welcomed him into this race. Both, we are told, made it very clear they look forward to seeing each other on the debate stage very soon, Lindsay.
All right, Rachel Scott, our thanks to you. And we went to the convention floor a short time ago to catch up with the former Speaker of the House, Kevin McCarthy. And we talked about what he thinks about J.D. Vance as the next potential VP, the GOP's push for unity. And I do want to just say, as we're talking about this push for unity, the House here just erupted with chants for Build That Wall. And we also wanted to talk to Kevin McCarthy about what's next for him personally, politically. First, let's just start with Saturday. Where were you when you saw or heard the news and your immediate reaction?
I was home in California and somebody texted me, turn on the TV. And I was just shocked, and like every American, seeing what was going on right then and getting the other information. And then, so I called the president the next day and talked to him. And I mean, you saw the president being much different in the process. And he explained to me hearing the sound of the bullet going by, hitting just part of his ear there. But he was still the president himself. He said, Kevin, I learned there's a lot of blood in the ear. Now, you have big, beautiful ears. You'll learn that one day, right? But he really talked about, worried about Corey's family who had lost his life there, the others. And then it's about uniting this nation. And I've continued to hear that today with him and going forward. And I think, from the tragic situation that it was, trying to turn it into a more positive thing for this nation as a whole, to think about the rhetoric in which they say, look, We can have difference of opinion, but we should respect one another's opinions. Government is designed to have compromise. Having debate is healthy, but turning it into what we saw there was traumatic, and really a democracy can't sustain itself. And I've talked to a number of foreign leaders have called me about what transpired there.
Liz Cheney, who just released a statement today in response to J.D. Vance being selected as the vice presidential nominee, described him as being willing and pledging to do what Mike Pence wouldn't, overturn an election, something that she has called tyranny. I'm curious your response to that.
I think there's a reason Liz Cheney's not here, and I bet she's never met J.D. Vance, so she doesn't really know what J.D. Vance would do. I've never seen the Republican Party as united as it is now. We've got Ron DeSantis. We've got Nikki Haley speaking tonight. These are people who ran for president too, but understand that they want to put the country first and unite people together. I look at the Democratic Party. Only 1/3 of Democrats want their nominee to be Joe Biden. I look at them fighting among themselves to even go through. And then if you were here last night, that was an unbelievable moment. I even look back to the Republican conventions 4 years ago, 8 years ago. You had people standing up there not supporting President Trump. It is more united. We have a greater contrast in ideas for the future and solutions than we do with the Democrats. The Democrats are divided. We're united. I think this is a time where Republicans can reach people who maybe never thought about voting Republican, because they're looking at what transpired in America from an open border, from inflation, from now we've got war throughout Europe. How can we do it better? And I think they're looking at the ideas we're producing.
You mentioned the Democrats. I'm curious if you've given thought or consideration at all. Do you think that Joe Biden ultimately will be the nominee?
Yes, he will be the nominee. He has to decide to get out, and he's not going to. I've known Joe Biden a long time. He believes he's the only person who could beat Donald Trump. He won last time, but I don't think he's going to do now. I served with Joe Biden. As Speaker, I worked with him. I told people for a long time, this is not the same Joe Biden. This is not an individual that's really up to the job, and they finally found it with the debate. I think America's seeing that.
As far as J.D. Vance being decided as the pick, your reaction to that, do you feel like he's the right man for the right time?
I look at whoever President Trump believes who could be the running mate. It's going to be a team. But I think J.D. is an excellent individual. You think of his upbringing, his background, raised by his grandparents. But how many American families have struggled with addiction? You think about joining the Marines, writing a bestseller book, but what was the book about? The Appalachians, the struggles, these small communities losing their jobs. I mean, you want somebody to have an advocate and a voice for that. I think he's going to really work well across Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and Michigan. And I think those are the key states that for President Trump. But to be honest, J.D. Vance is excellent. But it didn't matter who President Trump picked. At this moment in time, it's really a decision about President Trump versus President Biden.
Donald Trump has really separated himself from Project 2025, though there are those who say, if you look at it, a lot of these were people who worked for him directly. They're Trump loyalists who have created it. What do you say to those who might be on the fence, but they're concerned about Project 2025 potentially being the future agenda if he is to become president again?
Don't worry about it at all. I was Speaker of the House. I never had one meeting on Project 2025. I've never met with one person about it. President Trump disavowed it. It has nothing to do with it. Think about and listen to what you're hearing here. Think about what you're hearing and know what you saw with President Trump. You had a secure border. You had economics where you were making more money. You had America where the only time Putin has never invaded another country with an American president was President Trump. You had North Korea not testing missiles. We've had 5 embassies have to evacuate. We had 13 new Gold Star families based upon what President Biden did in Afghanistan. So there's a real contrast here. Don't worry about what thing the Democrats are trying to make up. Just think about what your life was like and what you want it to be in the future for your children.
What's next for you, and have you ruled out running again?
Look, if I look at those who are running right now, I could wait another 20 years and jump back in. But I just want to make sure I make this country a better place, and I continue to help every place I can for President Trump.
Have you ruled out running?
Look, I don't think I'm running again, but I'll continue to serve in any capacity I can.
All right. Thank you very much. I appreciate it, Kevin McCarthy.
Thank you all very much.
All right. Thank you. And now we want to take a listen to Eric Huckabee, who is on the stage right now, a Senate candidate for here in Wisconsin.
This shows how detached she is from everyday Wisconsinites. It doesn't have to be this way. Under President Trump, family budgets were more secure. Our border was secure. Our world was secure. Where Biden and Baldwin have failed, President Trump and I will get the job done. Our country has become...
Eric Huckabee there again running for Senate here in Wisconsin. Security, as you can imagine, has been tight in Milwaukee with the convention here in town, and especially after the assassination attempt against former President Trump over the weekend. Earlier today, there was an officer-involved shooting not far from the convention site. ABC News Chief National Correspondent Matt Gutman is here in Milwaukee. Matt, give us a sense of what you're learning at this hour about that shooting.
Here's what we understand, Lindsay, from Milwaukee police officials and from the Columbus Police Department as well, from officials there. Essentially, officers on bicycles who were patrolling sort of the outer limits of the security envelope of the RNC were about a mile from where we are right now. They encountered what they say were two men fighting. One of them apparently pulled out a knife. They demanded that he put the knife down. He didn't. Apparently, they felt threatened, and they shot the man. He was killed. And this has caused some outrage in that community at this point. We were there. We saw massive police presence, SWAT teams, helicopters in the air, ambulances, lots of people on the ground. But the people who live there said, why is it that somebody who's coming from out of state is shooting somebody in an altercation in our backyard? And Milwaukee's already on edge, Lindsay, as you've noticed from the massive security cordon around us and these lines here. Thousands of people are here in Milwaukee, and the city right now is on edge because of this.
Thank you. All right, Matt Gutman, our thanks to you. And I think that this is not who we want to go to there. So President Biden restarted his campaign events today after taking a pause in light of the assassination attempt on former President Trump. President Biden spoke at the NAACP convention today in Las Vegas, where he had several supporters.
Just because we must lower the temperature our politics and ready to violence, it doesn't mean we should stop telling the truth. Where is the truth about why Donald Trump's presidency was held for Black America? Folks, I know what a black job is. It's the Vice President of the United States. She's not only a great vice president, she could be president of the United States.
ABC's Selena Wang is live in Las Vegas. Selena, what was his message to black voters today?
Yeah, Lindsay, the president really had two key messages. The first one was to draw the contrast with Donald Trump, and the second one was to position his forward-looking message and vision and why that would help black Americans. Now, in the first one, he did not shy away from slamming the former president, calling his presidency, quote, hell for black Americans, citing the former president's pandemic policies, his tax cuts for the wealthy, and also his efforts to repeal the Affordable Care Act. He also called out Project 2025 and the MAGA Trump vision, saying that this would be an attempt to, quote, erase black history. Now, the president did also present what his plan would be, talking about efforts to further reduce rent prices. He is calling on Congress to put a 5% yearly cap on rent price increases, talking about his efforts to reduce more student debt. So the stakes here, Lindsay, are high for the president to convince this community why he is the better choice at a time when black support has been slipping for President Biden and trending a little bit more towards former President Donald Trump.
And Selena, you've been on the ground there speaking with voters. What are they telling you about whether they would support a Biden candidacy amid calls for him to step aside?
Yeah, Lindsay, I've been talking to NAACP members who are here today, and they are very much split on the president's candidacy. Some of them tell me that they would actually prefer Vice President Kamala Harris at the top of the ticket. Others telling me they're behind President Biden no matter what. Take a listen to what some of them told me.
See, if he feels that he's not in the position to carry the torch, I would hope that he would have enough inside of him for the party to say, I'm going to step down and let someone else follow.
I take a personal
3 years old over a person who has been part of an insurrection any day of the week.
Linsey, one voter told me that their preference was for Kamala Harris because she would present more forward-looking, more innovative, new ideas instead of the same old ideas. Another voter told me that they would prefer Kamala Harris, but believes that it's just too late in the game and the party has got to stick with what they've got, but not really a full-throated endorsement from all of the members here today, Linsey.
Very interesting. All right, Selena Wang, our thanks to you as always. There is a new development involving security surrounding Donald Trump, and we'll get to that in a moment, but we are about to see brought to the stage a Senate candidate for Michigan, Mike Rogers, and we'll take a listen as they announce and bring him to the stage. Mike Rogers.
Hello, America. I'm Mike Rogers, candidate for the United States Senate for the great state of Michigan. And I want to give a quick shout out to my fellow Michiganders, the hardest working people in the United States. God bless you right there. I said, because Joe Biden and my liberal opponents' runaway spending, American families have been crushed by inflation. High costs of groceries and gasoline and rent. I was talking to a grocery clerk just recently. She said, I got it when this carts got a little skinny at the beginning of Joe Biden's administration because of high costs. But what breaks my heart is at the end of ringing up an order, they have to reach up and pull something off the counter and put it back in their cart. Thanks to the Democrats in Washington, D.C. The most expensive vehicle to operate in Michigan in 2024 is your grocery cart, thanks to the Democrats in Washington, D.C. And while pockets are pinched, Biden is trying to force you to buy an electric vehicle. Better get a long extension cord. Let me be clear. EV mandates will destroy American jobs. EVs require 40% less labor to build than gas cars. And here's the kicker. 85% of the critical minerals needed to build them are processed in China. It is impossible to build an EV
once
without
again, Mike Rogers, who is running for Senate there in Michigan. I want to go back to a story, a new development with regard to security surrounding Donald Trump. ABC News has learned the Secret Service had already increased protection for Trump before that Pennsylvania rally because of intelligence that Iran wants to assassinate him. So the question now is, how was the gunman able to get on the roof with increased security? Here's ABC's Pierre Thomas.
Tonight, officials confirming they had intelligence of threats from Iran to assassinate former President Trump well before the shooting at Saturday's rally. In response, the Secret Service in recent weeks surging resources to bolster his security detail. But even that could not prevent the attempt on Trump's life in Butler, Pennsylvania. The White House saying Iran for some time has wanted revenge for Trump ordering the strike that killed military commander Qasem Soleimani in 2020. But officials stress there's no evidence linking Iran to the shooter at Trump's rally. But the major question tonight, if they surged security because of Iran, how did that man get on the rooftop? And meanwhile, in that Pennsylvania investigation tonight, sources telling ABC News that before the shooting, Secret Service agents could hear radio dispatches from local police about a suspicious man. Shortly after, Secret Service agents heard more radio traffic, saying local police had confronted the suspect they were looking for. Then, shots fired.
He's got a gun!
In our exclusive interview, the head of the Secret Service, Kim Cheadle, saying local officers were stationed inside the same building, where Trump's would-be assassin climbed up to the roof and opened fire.
There was local police in that building. There was local police in the area that were responsible for the outer perimeter of the building. I'm being told that the shooter was actually identified as a potential person of suspicion. And so the local police department actually put a call out.
We also pressed the Secret Service on why agents weren't posted on that roof.
Should that roof have been secure, period?
That building in particular has a sloped roof at its highest point. And so, there's a safety factor that would be considered there, that we wouldn't want to put somebody up on a sloped roof. And so, the decision was made to secure the building from inside.
Our thanks to Pierre Thomas, and joining us now is the former chief of the San Bernardino, California Police Department, Jared Bergwan, who guided his department through one of America's worst mass shootings, a terrorist attack in 2015 perpetrated by a husband and wife who killed 14 innocent people and injured more than 20. Chief Bergwan, we thank you so much for taking the time to join us. The FBI is not yet calling the man who shot former President Trump a lone wolf. They say they want to learn more about him first, but there are some similarities between him and the male shooter your team eventually killed in 2015. Both held down jobs and moved through society without attracting too much attention. How difficult is it to stop potential lone wolves in the first place?
Well, we know that lone wolves are among the most difficult and challenging aspect of stopping or preventing an attack. Intelligence is pretty well developed, and quite often we can pick up on intelligence on large groups because it's difficult for them to keep secrets or to keep quiet. But lone wolves are acting by themselves, and if they don't leave signals on social media, if they don't tell people what they're thinking about doing, it becomes extraordinarily difficult to know anything about them or to have any idea that they might be planning something.
Investigators always want to discover the motive behind such violent acts. Why is that important from a policing standpoint?
Well, the motive helps tell the story, and it helps potentially prevent future occurrences from happening. So, for instance, in the case that we dealt with in San Marino several years ago, obviously the motive led to it being a terrorist investigation and a federal investigation. Motive can be everything.
The FBI is casting a very wide net to learn more about that shooter in Pennsylvania. In these kinds of instances, these investigations, who are you talking to, and what physical evidence are you gathering?
Yeah, so keep in mind, there will be no stone left unturned in this investigation. Everybody that knew him, from his family to his friends to his co-workers to former classmates, many of whom will be interviewed to get the clearest picture as to who he was connected to, what network was potentially in place, and what potentially motivated him. They'll also bring every available resource to bear in terms of uncovering this from a forensic standpoint. We've already heard about the phone. There's some similarities there in how long it takes to get into a phone. But phones can give you a tremendous amount of intelligence to know what were his Google searches, what was his social media activity, what was he really interested in, and what was on that device.
And your department did a comprehensive review of its response that tragic day in 2015. How important is it for the Secret Service and local law enforcement to do the same?
Yeah, so every critical incident really deserves a fresh set of eyes to kind of do that lessons learned piece. What did we learn in an incident? How can we get better? How can we improve a response in the future? When I first saw that incident and they talked about the chaos that was going on, I kind of understood it. I've worked in a number of incidents with the Secret Service where you've got this campaign stop, it comes into your city. There's this very quick plan that is put together to secure a facility as well as possible. The Secret Service can't do it without the help of locals, but it's also not the specialty of local law enforcement. So local law enforcement is trying to figure out as it goes. Clearly, there was a breakdown in communication. Clearly, there's lessons to be learned on how the Secret Service and local law enforcement can work better to ensure that those events are safe and that the person being protected is safe.
Former Police Chief Bergwan, we thank you so much for your insights tonight. And turning now to another top story today, Democratic Senator Bob Menendez was found guilty on all counts in his federal corruption trial. The New Jersey senator was convicted on all 16 charges, including bribery, fraud, obstruction, and acting as a foreign agent. He was accused of accepting bribes in the form of cash, gold bars, and a luxury in a car in exchange for favors benefiting 3 New Jersey businessmen and the governments of Egypt and Qatar. Democratic Majority Leader Chuck Schumer and New Jersey Governor Phil Phil Murphy have both called for Menendez to resign shortly after the verdict was read. And we still have much more to get to here on this special edition of ABC News Live Prime, the GOP convention. The theme tonight, Make America Safe once again. Many are painting migrants as a threat to public safety, but is it as dire as some say? We take a look at the facts. Before we go to break, a look at George W. Bush's acceptance speech of the RNC in 2000. Just like with Trump's first term, Bush won through the Electoral College, but lost the popular vote.
If you give me your trust, I will honor it. Grant me a mandate, I will use it. Give me the opportunity to lead this nation, and I will lead. I know how serious the task is before me. I know the presidency is an office that turns pride into prayer. But I am eager to start on the work ahead, and I believe America is ready for a new beginning. Mr. Chairman, delegates and my fellow citizens, I proudly accept your nomination.
Whenever news breaks,
we are here in Israel, a nation at war after that brutal surprise attack by Hamas.
On the ground in Ukraine, reporting from Lewiston, Maine.
The scene of a horrific mass shooting.
ABC News Live is right there everywhere.
From the scene of that deadly missile strike in Dnipro, Ukraine.
Reporting from the earthquake in Turkey.
In Rolling Fork, this tornado tore through this little town.
From the most devastating disaster in Hawaii.
From Charleston, South Carolina, on the 2024 campaign trail.
In Iceland. Let's go.
Traveling with the president in Mexico City.
Wherever the story.
From the front lines. From southern Israel.
Outside the Gaza Strip.
In Beirut.
From the FBI.
Reporting from the nurses on the picket line.
Here at 10 Downing Street in London.
Streaming live to you.
Wherever the story is.
Wherever the story is. Wherever the story is. We're going to take you there.
You're streaming
ABC News Live.
ABC News Live.
You're streaming ABC News Live.
ABC News Live. Streaming free everywhere. America's #1 streaming news.
First thing in the morning.
There's a lot going on.
We're still in a flash flood warning. To catch you up with what happened overnight. Police in riot gear arresting dozens of protesters.
What's happening today? Escalating tensions in the Middle East.
What people are talking about. The migrant crisis.
Fast, straightforward.
With some fun in between.
Check out the Gator on the 17th hole.
The buzzkill in baseball.
First thing in the morning.
America This Morning.
America's #1 early morning news.
On ABC News Live.
What does it take to be the most watched newscast in America?
We are part of an operation.
Is this our Combat Operations Center?
We're approaching the gate. Militants came in from different directions. Nuclear reactor. So you have a couple loaded and ready to go. The house is destroyed, but the flag.
Not okay, ain't it?
How important it made the USA. Great work.
Hi. Appreciate you.
Thank you. Ismail? David. I'm David Muir.
I know who you are.
You
I watch
do?
you every night.
ABC's World News Tonight with David Muir is America's most watched newscast.
If you were coming of age in the 1980s, the Brat Pack was near the center of your cultural awareness. But for those of us experiencing it from the inside, the Brat Pack was something very different.
The critics agree.
Hated the Brat Pack. What a disaster.
Why did we take it as an offense?
I'm not going to say we were the Beatles or anything. Well, we didn't fill Shea Stadium.
1985? I think we could have.
They call him the beauty queen killer. He's targeting young women in malls.
I am single. I want to enjoy the company of a member of women.
He tortured me.
How did she survive 9 days of terror?
The word accomplice came up. Nobody knows the real story.
The Beauty Queen Killer, only on Hulu.
Welcome back, everyone. Right now, taking the stage, a two-time governor of West Virginia, Jim Justice, who's also running for the Senate in West Virginia, along with his dog, Baby Dog, joining him on stage tonight.
Hello, everybody. I'm Jim Justice, and I'm from West Virginia. And I absolutely believe with all my soul we've got the greatest people in the world in West Virginia. And we want you to come and try us out someday. Now, with all that being said, I know that a lot of you want to meet my little buddy. So if Baby Doll could come on out here. Now, as the world watches, you didn't really expect that, did you? But with that being said, let me just say just this. She makes us smile, and she loves everybody. And how could the message possibly be any more simpler than just that? Now, I've got to tell you just this. The foundation of my life is the truth. I've got to tell you just this and tell you this right now. I challenge the media all the time to find something that knowingly I've told them it's not the truth, and they can't do it because I'm not going to do that. Now, I want you to listen to this and pay really close attention. The bottom line to why we're here, the bottom line to every single thing that's going on in this great country today is one thing. We become totally unhinged if Donald Trump is not elected in November.
Governor Jim Justice now vying for a spot as the next senator from West Virginia. Immigration is a big theme for this night 2 of the RNC. I want to bring in our Maria Villarreal, who leads much of our coverage on the border. Maria, what do the residents of the border towns expect to hear tonight at the convention as they watch?
He's a business guy.
You know, Linsey, I think it's all about issues. I think the one thing that happened after the debates that we heard a few weeks ago is that people were surprised, obviously, that there was a lot of chatter back and forth between the two candidates. But what wasn't heard was true impact and true pathways moving forward when it comes to immigration. You know, we have heard a lot of immigration talk tonight. In generalities, the idea that there is an open border, that there's a border crisis. But I think what people are truly wanting in these communities is a pathway moving forward. What is the plan after the election? How are we going to handle issues at the border? What are we talking about in terms of resources? Are we going to come to a consensus when it comes to providing more funding for the Department of Homeland Security? How are we going to work together with nonprofit organizations and also border communities to make sure that they are safe and they are also funded in ways that they need? So right now, I think a lot of people, not just voters, but community leaders and organizers, local politicians, they are hoping to get more of a true understanding of where not just the Republican Party stands as a whole, but really where the president and now the vice president, potentially the candidates for these positions, where they will stand moving forward. How hard in the paint will they go?
And so you talk about those questions that may arise as a result of after the election, but give us a sense of the state of play right now when it comes to crossings, migrant crime, and border security.
You know, again, Linsey, listening to just most of the conversations that are happening right now, most of the speeches that are being given, the one thing I don't hear that we often have in the last few years is a lot of spouting of statistics. And I think a lot of that might have to do with the fact that just in the last few months, we really have seen a considerable decrease, a considerable change at the border. You are not seeing the masses come to the border and cross over into the U.S. looking to seek asylum. And the numbers are really sort of supporting what the video is showing at this point. You know, what we can tell you is that along the southwest border, encounters have decreased by 50% since Biden's new plan went into effect in June, where he essentially, shut down the border between the ports of entry, and he's considerably limiting who can come in and who can stay here and seek asylum. Also, we know that as of right now, 50,000 individuals have been sent back to at least 100 different countries, again, since This new plan went into effect in June. And then finally, we're also seeing that 83,000, just over 83,000 apprehensions were made by Border Patrol since June. And that is the lowest amount that we have seen in a given month or so since January of 2021. So considerable difference that we have seen just in the last few months, especially after the Biden administration put in a new plan in place. But again, there's still a lot of questions around why did it take so long for this plan to go into effect. The administration will say a lot of that has to do with the reality of the Biden administration trying to come together with
We're having some technical difficulties there with Maria, but our thanks to her. Still much more to get to here on this special edition of ABC News Live Prime. The GOP convention, of course, former President Trump will accept the nomination later this week. The end of his first presidency was, of course, marked by the January 6th Capitol attack. Some have tried to downplay it in subsequent years, viewing the rioters as martyrs, but not everyone who participated that day still believes what they did was right. We talked to several of them about how they feel now. That's all coming up next, as well as more analysis and coverage of the day's events as we're here live in Milwaukee at day 2 of the Republican National Convention.
What does it take to be the most watched newscast in America?
An operation to capture ISIS fighters.
Is this our Combat Operations Center?
We're approaching the gate now. Militants came in from 4 or 5 different directions.
Operational nuclear reactor.
So you have a couple loaded and ready to go. The house is destroyed, but the flag, there's not a tear in it.
Not a tear in it. How important is this label right here, Made in the USA?
Look at your smile. You're proud of this.
I love this. Great work. Hi. Where are you? Where are you?
Appreciate you.
Thank you, David. Good to meet you.
Ismail? David.
David.
Yes, yes. I'm David Muir.
I know who you are.
You
Watch
do?
you every night.
ABC's World News Tonight with David Muir is America's most watched newscast.
Tonight's theme here at the RNC is Make America Safe Again, but hanging over all of this is the assassination attempt on former President Trump, reminding all of us of a problem this country has faced since its founding, political violence. It certainly wasn't the first time we've seen it. Presidents have been killed and wounded, including Teddy Roosevelt, who survived an assassination attempt just blocks away from here in Milwaukee back in 1912. And then there's January 6th, a day federal prosecutors argue was likely the largest single-day assault ever on U.S. law enforcement. This election, we've seen a culmination of years of work by some to rewrite the history of the Capitol attack. ABC's Jay O'Brien spent months investigating that, interviewing former January 6 defendants, some of whom are still in prison, and has this report.
For those detained, Dennis Adams, Justin Adams, Tommy Allen, Chris Albert, Joshua Atwood, Francis Azari.
We came to this vigil in the shadow of the barbed wire and brick of the Washington, D.C. jail to see this. Every night when the sun sets and the flags come out, the protesters here sing the national anthem unlike you've ever heard it before. Joined on the phone from inmates inside that very same jail who face charges for their role in the January 6th attack on the U.S. Capitol. A day of violence, an attempt to stop the peaceful transfer of power that's now become a cornerstone of former President Donald Trump's re-election campaign. Trump even plays a recording of that jailhouse rendition of the national anthem to kick off his rallies and occasionally salutes. He's promised pardons for January 6 defendants and said this.
From the hostages, and that's what they are, as hostages.
Thank
got Jan 6 started because now our eyes are open.
That is what Nicole Reffin thinks.
I truly believe my husband is at this point. You know, he is a hostage. He's done his time.
That's Nicole's husband, Guy, seen in the blue jacket in this video used as evidence by the Department of Justice. He was sentenced to 7 years in prison.
Well, you know, yes, of course. People had every right to be there that day.
Over months of reporting, we've met several January 6th defendants and their families whose feelings about the Capitol attack echo Trump's.
Coal country and Trump country are one and the same.
We're on the back roads of West Virginia to meet one of them.
So this place is really nice.
He's the man giving us this tour, and he served federal prison time for his role in January 6th.
All right.
He's Derek Evans, a former member of the West Virginia House of Delegates.
You guys wouldn't be here talking to me right now if January 6th hadn't happened.
Trump! Evans was convicted of trespassing at the Capitol and trying to obstruct the certification of the 2020 election.
Stop the steal! Stop the steal! We're going in! We're going in!
In court, prosecutors used this live stream video Evans shot as evidence.
Derek Evans is in the Capitol!
Evans issued an apology for his actions on January 6th
Let's go!
and resigned from the state legislature, which he now says he regrets.
The federal agent said in your interview with the FBI, you expressed, quote, great shame.
Well, I don't know about shame.
They said you were apologetic, that you expressed remorse.
Yeah.
Do you have remorse?
Depends on in which way you're meaning that by. Do I regret what my family was forced to go through because of my actions? Absolutely. Do I regret that the media, that I was a part of something that allowed the media to paint this false narrative, to twist this narrative and paint this into something that it wasn't? Absolutely. Do I have shame? No, I do not.
After serving 3 months in federal prison this year, Evans joined a handful of other January 6th defendants running for Congress, portraying himself as a political martyr, even using this photo from court on his website, and repeatedly insisting the January 6th he saw
Cops are running.
Wasn't a violent attack fueled by lies of a stolen election, but a peaceful demonstration.
But you were standing right next to rioters who were clashing with police officers.
That's simply not true.
Derek, it's on video.
Okay.
I'll show it to you.
Do it.
Here it is. Ready?
Yeah.
This is your video.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah.
For the record, guys, I'm not touching anything. I am just here to watch.
Oh, that's not up there, the Capitol building. That's a bicycle
Right, they're
racks
about
back
to
there.
break through the first barricade.
Okay, the bicycle racks. Okay, yeah. I thought you meant up at the Capitol.
Right,
okay.
but this is the Capitol complex.
Well, they're not, for the record, they're not clashing.
They're pushing the barricades.
They are removing barricades, yes, but they're not fighting police officers.
They're not removing the barricades, Derek. They're pushing through them.
They're not fighting the police officers, though.
The police
no
are
one
holding
there
the
that
barricades back, Derek.
Show me where someone puts their hands on a police officer.
They're putting their hands on the barricade.
On the police officer.
And on the other side is the police officer.
Show me where someone puts their hands on a police officer.
Well, firstly, they're pushing thing that the officers
I'm not
are
arguing with you. I agree with you.
Evans lost his primary this spring.
Stay strong, never give up.
At her home in South Carolina, Pam Hemphill feels much differently about the Capitol attack.
They said, well, we got to fight the government and prove to them they're wrong. And I said, but I was wrong. I was guilty.
The 69-year-old cancer survivor.
Are you hurt? Yeah, can I go sit down? No.
Shot this video inside the Capitol that day. She was sentenced to 2 months in prison for her actions on January 6th. She still has the letters Trump supporters wrote to her while she was behind bars. But Hemphill calls any claim that she was a political prisoner an insult.
That's what gaslighting is. It makes you feel like you're nuts. Oh, Pam, we had the right to be in there that day. It's our house. That's all delusional.
The same day we planned to interview Hemphill, minutes before our cameras started to roll, we got an unexpected phone call.
I'm putting on my microphone here because, I wasn't expecting your call.
From someone who still reveres Trump and believes what he says about January 6th.
This call is from a federal prison.
On the phone was Rachel Powell, currently serving a 4-year sentence.
I don't feel bad about believing that there was election fraud.
That is Powell in the pink hat, fueled by Trump's lies about election fraud, trying to smash through a window of the Capitol.
You went through the court system. You're not a hostage, necessarily.
Yeah, I do feel like a hostage. I can't believe that this is happening. I mean, any other protester there's been some protesters that have done some terrible, horrible things, and they've gotten slaps on the wrist or they've gotten fines.
But that doesn't necessarily forgive, hurting a police officer, right?
Well, none of us in here hurt police officers or there with that intention.
The Department of Justice says more than 140 police officers were injured that day. We wondered what Derek Evans thought.
Do I think that anyone should be fighting police officers? No, I do not. I think it's wrong to do that. The police officers are the ones that really started the whole violence over there. Oh, come on, nothing.
There are people who were not supposed to be there, who broke through the perimeter, and the police officers responded. Come on.
If you wanna believe that these police officers did no wrong for the first time in history, that's fine.
I think it's interesting that you're taking somewhat of an anti-police stance.
Well, I sort of am, absolutely.
Multiple accused January 6th rioters have put forward defenses claiming they were incited to violence by police. None have been successful in court. According to the Department of Justice, more than 1,400 people have been charged in connection with January 6th. It's misinformation about that day that concerns John Cohen, an ABC News contributor who handled counterterrorism for the Department of Homeland Security in the months after the Capitol attack.
When you have mainstream figures in politics or the media mimicking the same narratives we're seeing on terrorist or violent extremist forums, then that creates the perfect storm for violence.
You have to go home now.
Trump waited nearly 3 hours that day to tell the mob to go home. Pam Hemphill told us she'll never vote for him again.
He started off with fear. They're coming after me, but they're really coming after you.
But she's an outlier. Most former January 6th defendants we met are still deeply loyal to the former president, like Rachel Powell, who mailed us this photo smuggled out of her federal prison cell, showing her and 3 other January 6th inmates smiling with the words Trump 2024 scrawled up top.
He's going to pardon us, and that's really encouraging. It gives like a little glimmer of hope.
Do you think it's a symptom of the way we're going to handle political disagreements in the future?
I think we're already there. I think this country is more divided than it probably was right before the Civil War.
For many, January 6th has created a sense of community, fueled by a deep-seated false belief that they are being persecuted. That's the message at this vigil every single night. And that is what Donald Trump has tapped into as he runs for the White House again.
Our thanks to Jay O'Brien for that report. Still much more to get to here on this special edition of ABC News Live Prime, the GOP convention. We're live here in Milwaukee at day 2 of the RNC, and some former rivals for the GOP nomination will speak tonight, including Nikki Haley.
Whenever, wherever news breaks, it's so important to always remember that lives are changed.
Here in London, in Buffalo, Uvalde, Texas, Edinburgh, Scotland, from Poland once again tonight. Thank you so much for streaming with us. Ukrainian refugees here in Warsaw. Do you think you'll ever be able to go back home? We're heading to a small community outside of Mexico City. Splintered houses and splintered lives. The magnitude of the devastation. You're streaming ABC News Live. Reporting from Rolling Fork, Mississippi, Santa Fe, New Mexico, Raleigh, North Carolina, the U.S. Capitol, Mayfield, Kentucky,
Minneapolis,
Mexico, Tongass National Forest, Alaska.
Getting you behind the stories as they happen, giving you a front row seat to our world as it plays out in real time, live.
ABC News Live Prime. We'll take you there.
Stream ABC News Live weeknights, America's most honored streaming news program, only on ABC News Live. Streaming free right now wherever you stream your news.
Welcome back, everyone, to ABC News Live's coverage of the second evening of the Republican National Convention. Terry Moran joins us now from the floor here. Terry, a number of prominent speakers are expected in the next 90 minutes, including Nikki Haley, who competed against Donald Trump for the nomination, at times calling him unhinged. How do you think that she's going to be received by the party faithful here?
You know, Lindsay, that's going to be a fascinating question, and it feels like it depends. Talking to people here, they're so, as obviously, they've demonstrated so pro-Trump. What Nikki Haley has to say about her commitment to this party, her commitment to Donald Trump, her commitment to the movement, I think they're ready to bury the hatchet. People don't want to have hard feelings. It doesn't feel like those conventions, you know, where there's hundreds of delegates that are just not coming with the rest of the party. Bernie Sanders and Hillary Clinton most recently. That's not the way this feels. There are Hillary voters here. Talked to one just a little while ago. She said, you know, she hopes Nikki Haley gets a position in the administration. And I talked to a Trump delegate who said, you know, that depends on what she says tonight.
And following Nikki Haley is Florida Governor Ron DeSantis, who also competed for the presidential nomination. Imagine they've been able to bury the hatchet, but it really seems like this is a night of converts now supporting Donald Trump.
He is. You know, there was a time, about a year and a half ago, when polls showed that DeSantis had a lead over Donald Trump. He was, in his own mind, I'm sure, he could sense it coming his way, and of course it didn't. He's got to be disappointed. There were some sharp words between them, but once again, you don't see with DeSantis voters the kind of resentment that you see in other losing candidates, delegates at other conventions. As one delegate from Arkansas put it, who was a DeSantis voter, he said, winning makes everybody friends. And they can sense that they believe they're going to win this election, and so they can afford to be nice to one another.
And we discussed this a little bit last night. When you were here back in 2016, it seemed like there was room for dissent. Is there any room for dissent on the floor tonight?
You know, I think so, because I don't think there's that much interest in dissent. Donald Trump was the insurgent, the outsider. His people were the deplorables. Now they are the Republican Party. And I do sense there's greater tolerance for Nikki Haley voters, for people who voted for Ron DeSantis, because, you know, the party has decided it's a Trump party. That's the way they're going to go. So is there room for dissent? Sure. I don't think there's that much interest in dissent. I think they get a sense that this is working. It's working electorally. They believe it's working for the country. And so I don't get that sense that there's bitterness here. There are people disappointed. The Nikki Haley voter that I talked to, she wanted Nikki Haley to be up there on Thursday night. But she gets it. She gets it, and she just hopes that the party can win, and Nikki Haley has a future in it.
A lot of excitement in this room here. Terry, we'll talk to you again later on tonight. Thanks so much. So much more context and analysis to get to here on this very special edition of ABC News Live Prime, the GOP convention. We're here in Milwaukee this week for the Republican National Convention. We have our team of correspondents and experts breaking down the most notable moments of the day and what we can expect next. A little RNC fact for you on the screen as we head to break.
Why do so many people start their day here?
From ABC News, this is Start Here.
To be in the know and get a different take on the day's top stories.
A lot of news today, so let's get into it.
Listen now to the Daily News Podcast honored with 4 Edward R. Murrow Awards and see why the New York Times calls it a news podcast worth listening to. Start Here, ABC News. Make it your daily first listen.
Now, that's a part of the story I bet you didn't see coming.
Wherever you get your podcasts, Start Here.
It's lunchtime in America, so what are we serving up?
Well, how
now about everything you need to know.
Give it to me. Your health, your money, breaking news, pop culture, with the biggest stars, music, trends, and of course, good food.
It's all coming up on GMA3.
You're going to love it. We'll see you then.
GMA3, what you need to know. A third hour of GMA in the afternoon.
So join us, afternoons.
For everything you need to know.
I love that.
Me too.
Whenever news breaks,
we are here in Israel, a nation at war.
In Rolling Fork, this tornado tore through this town.
From Lewiston, Maine.
The scene of a horrific mass shooting.
From the scene of that deadly missile strike.
ABC News Live everywhere.
In Iceland, let's go.
On the 2024 campaign trail.
Here at 10 Downing Street.
Wherever the story is.
We're going to take you there.
You're streaming ABC News Live.
ABC News Live.
You're streaming ABC News Live.
ABC News Live, streaming free everywhere. What does it take to be the most watched newscast in America?
We are part of an operation.
Is this our Combat Operations Center?
We're approaching the gate. Militants came in from different directions. Nuclear reactor. So you have a couple loaded and ready to go. The house is destroyed, but the flag...
Not a carry in it.
How important it made the USA.
Great work.
Hi. Appreciate you.
Thank you.
Ismail? David.
David.
I'm David Muir.
I know who you are.
You
Watch
do?
you every night.
ABC's World News Tonight with David Muir is America's most watched newscast.
Whenever, wherever news breaks, it's so important to always remember that lives are changed. Here in London, in Buffalo,
Uvalde, Texas,
Edinburgh, Scotland.
reporting from Rolling Fork, Mississippi.
Ukrainian refugees here in Warsaw. We're heading to a small community outside of Mexico City. Getting you behind the stories as they happen. ABC News Live Prime. We'll take you there.
Stream ABC News Live weeknights wherever you stream your news. Only on ABC News Live.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Linsey Davis. Thanks so much for streaming with us. We are here live in Milwaukee. It's night 2 of the Republican National Convention, now in full swing. The official theme of tonight, Make America Safe Again, but you could also call it Converts Night. Trump's former bitter campaign rivals will take to the stage as the Republican Party seeks to project that message of unity. We've been hearing for the past hour from Senate GOP hopefuls like Carrie Lake, many in key battleground states where Republicans will need to win in order to retake the Senate. Pennsylvania Senate hopeful Dave McCormick, who was at the rally Saturday night, called the moment terrifying and praised Donald Trump's resolve. No appearance from former President Trump as of yet, but the arena stood awestruck late last night as Trump made his first public appearance since that assassination attempt on Saturday. That bandage clearly visible on his right ear. On the campaign trail, Nikki Haley said Donald Trump brings chaos and called him totally unhinged. But tonight, she will take to the stage offering her support after a late ad in keeping with the party's new push to come together. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis is also expected to speak, and we've now learned Trump is asking for the endorsement of third-party candidate RFK Jr., a possible spoiler in what could be a tight race. Tensions are high outside of the arena here in Milwaukee after a scare not far from the convention site, a man killed by police. More on that in a moment. But first, I do want to go back to the floor where Senator Rick Scott from Florida is now speaking.
Now, like all of you, I'm blessed. I was born to a single mom. I grew up in public housing. I started working at the age of 7. I enlisted in the U.S. Navy at the age of 18. Go Navy. But only because I grew up in America, I was able, like many of you, to come from absolutely nothing to build one of the biggest companies in the world, be the 45th governor of Florida, a U.S. senator, where we have to fight every day to stop the radical Democrats from absolutely destroying our great country. They will lose, we will win. USA, USA. We will win. Now, let me tell you about a dream I had recently. I had a dream and I did some time traveling. I traveled into the future to an imaginary world where actually Joe Biden got reelected. Yeah. So, remember the Christmas Carol, the ghost of Christmas past? Well, in my dream, I met the ghost of Biden's future. So I got to see a Biden second term. Now, it wasn't a dream, it was a nightmare. Mortgage rates skyrocketed to 15%. Only rich people could buy groceries. Gas was $10 a gallon. In my nightmare, Biden and the Democrats erased our southern border and flew so many illegals into our country that the Mexican cartel started getting frequent flyer miles.
Florida Senator Rick Scott addressing the RNC tonight. And I want to bring in Rachel Scott, who joins us now from the convention floor. Rachel, what do you know about Trump's efforts to try to get RFK Jr. to endorse him?
Yeah, we know that former President Donald Trump did speak to RFK Jr. There was a video that was released from that phone call in which the former president was spreading false and misleading information about vaccines. He was trying to get RFK Jr. to come around to back him. Ultimately, RFK Jr. ultimately apologized, saying that he never intended for that video to be recorded or to be released. But it's a sign that the former president is looking ahead to November, really looking to coalesce support around him and see some danger in a possible third-party candidate, Linsey.
And you previously reported that Vice President Harris reached out to J.D. Vance yesterday. He had missed his call. I assume they've finally gotten a chance to speak.
They finally got a chance to speak. Vice President Harris, we are told, called from a private number, and so Senator J.D. Vance missed that call. The staff's then connected, so today they did have an opportunity to connect, and I'm told that Vice President Kamala Harris extended a congratulations to Senator J.D. Vance for being selected as Donald Trump's running mate, also officially welcomed him into this race. And notable here, Linsey, both of them made it clear that they want to meet again on the debate stage soon.
And let's discuss the Nikki Haley supporters. Do you think that she'll be able to help turn them into Trump voters with her speech tonight?
Yeah, this is going to be really big for former President Donald Trump and his campaign, because you remember Nikki Haley was his last remaining Republican rival. And not only that, even after she dropped out of the race, she was getting a significant amount of the vote in several key Republican primaries, even though she wasn't even running anymore. So this is a chance for Nikki Haley to really reach out to those voters, maybe some of those double haters that don't like President Biden or former President Donald Trump. We'll see what she has to say tonight, but it could make a difference for the former president's campaign.
Rachel Scott for us from the convention floor. Thank you so much. Earlier today, I got a chance to get on that convention floor and caught up with Donald Trump's son, Eric. He was watching that rally live Saturday night with his 2 young children. Give us a sense of how what happened in Butler, Pennsylvania on Saturday has changed you and the campaign.
Yeah, when your father hits the ground because somebody tries to take off his head with a rifle, it obviously changes you. It changes everybody. And scary moment. I was watching with my 2 kids, 6 and a 4-year-old on your lap, and obviously the unthinkable happened. And you hear the gunshots rain out, and then you see a bunch of people jump on top of him. You see him come up with, blood running down his face. It's unthinkable. And 48 hours later, we were here in Milwaukee, and I was casting the vote. I was a delegate for Florida, but I was casting the vote that would ultimately make him the Republican nominee for president of the United States. And you want to talk about highs and lows in life in a short period of time. Those are your highs and lows. But when he stood up, when he got up, again, blood running down his face and put his fist in the air and said, fight, 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 I couldn't be more proud of him. That's the person America needs. We need that more than anything right now as a country. We need that more than anything with all the problems that we have as a nation. And I've never been more proud of a person in my life, and, love him to death.
Politics aside, you know him well as a person.
I do.
What was that first conversation like when you were finally able to get in touch with him?
Yeah, well, thank God. He still had a sense of humor, which was... we have an unbelievable relationship. There's probably no 2 people who are closer. And, he cracked a little joke, and I knew the life was still in him. And that's scary times, right? I mean, they threw him in that car. He's bleeding all over the place. They threw him in that car, and, you don't really have contact, right? Things are chaos at that time. They're trying to get him to a hospital and everything else. And to hear his voice was beyond, reassuring. It was, scary, roughly hour of, I was in a little bit of contact with them, but that's a scary period of time. It really is.
You mentioned that you're going to be on this stage shortly. Have you changed what you're going to say?
Yeah, I have. And I think the whole tone's changed. I've been doing interviews all day, and traditionally with outlets that might not necessarily always treat us well. And I can tell you that the tone of all of them has been beautiful. It's been respectful. And every single time I've come off the air, I've said that. I go, isn't this nice? Like, isn't this what politics in the U.S. should be? Hey, you can disagree on 2 issues, right? 2 political issues. And there's real reasons to disagree on 2 issues. None of this stuff's easy, but isn't it nice to have some civility and, and some love? Like, at the end of the day, we don't disagree on the fact that we love the United States of America, and we want to see the best for our nation. And, and we can all fight for that, but, it doesn't need to get as ugly as it's gotten. And I think everybody can tone it back in a very big way. And, oftentimes people's memories are short, and I hope to God, if I have one wish, if I have one dream, I hope to God people's memories aren't short, and that can become the new norm.
Obviously, tonight you might consider it's a number of converts who are going to be speaking, including Nikki Haley, who has said in the past that she feels that your dad brings chaos. In the name of unifying the party, what do you feel that the people who are saying that they, at one time perhaps, were never Trumpers, who are saying that they're never going to be part of this unified Republican Party, what do you say to them?
Well, listen, I think it's kind of republic. It's kind of politics, right, in the United States. You had Kamala Harris, who at one time called Joe Biden a racist. Does she really believe that? No, but it was part of the political race that they ran, and it's not nice. But unfortunately, that's a political system in the United States. People run; they run on their own ideas. It gets all, very, very personal, and sometimes it gets very ugly because of that. You and I both wish that didn't exist in the world, but it does, and it exists on both sides. And I think it's actually a great testament that Nikki Haley's here tonight, and I think her words are going to be beautiful. It's a great testament that Ron DeSantis is going to be here tonight, and I think his words are going to be incredibly powerful. And the list goes on and on, but so oftentimes when you can take somebody who is critical of you and then you can turn them around, almost get them to admit that maybe they're wrong, maybe they missed something, maybe they were I think it's actually a beautiful thing. I think that's almost nicer than having somebody who's been a lifelong believer who's still a believer, right? It's you almost did the impossible based on the fact that you proved something to them. Maybe it was about your character or your positions or your policy or whatever it was. But I think it's beautiful that they're speaking, and we welcome every person into this party. I don't care who you are, where you are, your race, your ethnicity. We welcome everyone into this party. My father's always reached out to everybody with open arms, and you saw that last night with the Teamsters. When was the last time the Teamsters spoke at a Republican event? And he comes in here saying, it's the greatest honor of my life to be able to speak here because I want to speak on behalf of everybody. And my father's opened his arms. The party has opened their arms. My wife, certainly running the RNC, has opened her arms. Gay, straight, white, black, it doesn't matter. We want you in the party. We love you. We care about you. You're an American. Let's make this country great again.
J.D. Vance, within an hour of the assassination attempt, had tweeted basically pointing fingers at Joe Biden. Do you feel that flies in the face of the messaging of unification?
Yeah, well, we need to unify. We need to unify. Listen, there's been a lot of things. Obviously, Joe Biden had a tweet that 2 days before about putting a bullseye on the president's head, right? That wasn't exactly helpful for the president of the United States to go out there and speak to however many constituents he has and talk about.
And he's apologized for it, right?
No, of course, fair enough. But what I'm saying is, I don't think that was helpful, and whether he meant physically put a true crosshair on somebody's face or whether he's metaphorical about it, right? I mean, I'm not at all suggesting that, but what I'm saying is there's some pretty tough rhetoric on both sides of the aisle, and ideally it stops. And listen, we got to fix our economy. Our economy sucks right now. Everything's more expensive. Everything's too expensive. No one can afford life. We've got to fix our country. We've got to fix our borders. 300,000 kids died from fentanyl this year. Like, let's actually tackle the important stuff. Stop with the sound bites. We can make this country so much stronger, so much safer, so much better. Our cities are falling apart. Our infrastructure is falling apart. Let's focus on the big hole in the roof that we have as a country and stop with the games. Stop with the nonsense. Stop messing around with the things that aren't important. We'd be a much better nation if we did, and I think that's going to be so much of what you hear tonight and from my father and from our whole family.
Mayor Trump, thank you so much for your time. Appreciate it.
It's good to be with you.
Thank you. Now I want to take us live to center stage where Congresswoman Elise Stefanik from New York is now speaking.
Fueled by Democrats' pro-criminal sanctuary cities and defund the police policies like we have seen in my home state of New York. All while corrupt Democrat prosecutors and judges wage illegal and unconstitutional lawfare against President Trump in an effort to do Joe Biden's political bidding. And around the world, the feckless and failed Joe Biden has caused chaos, weakening our national security. From the catastrophic withdrawal from Afghanistan, to Putin's invasion of Ukraine, to Hamas's terrorist attack against our most precious ally, Israel. And let me ask you a question. What has been the response from the radical left on our college campuses? Vile anti-Semitism, chanting death to Israel, death to Jews, death to America. This is Joe Biden's Democrat Party. Who saw that congressional hearing with the college presidents of so-called elite universities? Oh, wait, they are former presidents.
Elise Stefanik, Congresswoman from New York there. And joining us now is ABC News executive editorial producer John Santucci. John, certainly a big night for former President Trump with rivals Ron DeSantis and Nikki Haley hitting the stage. What are you going to be looking for in particular tonight?
Honestly, I'm going to be watching to see if Donald Trump is lasered in and focused as his former rivals take the stage. Look, there is nothing that Donald Trump likes more than seeing people he beat have to say nice things about him. We know this. That's Donald Trump's favorite thing. So to think that not only he gets Ron DeSantis, he gets Nikki Haley, Lindsay, right there, and she's going to have to say nice things about him. And I'm going to be curious if Donald Trump, who we know is expected to be in the hall at some point tonight, if he comes in to hear her speech. And look, obviously we know it's been a frosty relationship. Donald Trump has made no bones about it. He made it very clear when we were eventually in the Veep Stakes hunt that Nikki Haley wasn't even in the running, forget in the short list. But the fact being that though she knows this is the way to stay relevant in Republican politics. You know, we've been talking all day about the Republican Party platform, how different this party is from 2016. Any skepticism then, gone now. This is Donald Trump's Republican Party. And for Nikki Haley to have a future in it, she's got to be here.
And John, I think it's fair to say so far, at least Donald Trump has been low-key, something that we may not be used to seeing. Are you reading anything into this?
You know, listen, a little low-key. If you see some of the Truth Social posts, I think we're getting kind of back to the rhetoric, if you will. But it's slow, it's steady. I think, listen, the reality is that yesterday was obviously something that even Donald Trump was overwhelmed by. You saw that emotion, you saw that reaction, you saw the way he looked at his adult children as he entered the room. I think tonight, and again, I think it's just the first night being the beginning. I think we're getting back to programming, if you will. It'll be curious to see, as Donald Trump has told our colleague Jonathan Karl, what that speech on Thursday is going to look like. Is it more unity? Is it a little bit hot? I think that's where we're really going to get a sense of the Donald Trump going forward. And look, I do think the reality also is that this is his party, the event, right? So we know he's going to be enjoying it tonight. I'm sure we're going to see him tomorrow when his new running mate, J.D. Vance, takes the stage. You saw the excitement in the hall when he did that walkthrough earlier today, Lindsay. I know you were running around on the floor yourself. So I do think, you know, night one is a little bit of just, you know, getting back into the groove of it, if you will. Now we get on with the show.
John Santucci, our thanks to you. Security has been tight around Milwaukee, as you might expect, with the RNC here in town, especially after the assassination attempt against former President Trump. For more on that front, I want to bring back an ABC News chief national correspondent, Matt Gutman, who's just outside of the convention site. First, Matt, earlier today, we know that there was an officer-involved shooting not far from the convention here. What are we learning about that at this hour?
Lindsay, it happened about a mile from where we're standing right now. As we understand it, from police from Ohio and from Wisconsin here in Milwaukee, a group of bicycle officers encountered two men at Martin Luther King Park. They were apparently in an argument. It was violent. One of them pulled a knife, at some point apparently threatening the officer or the other man, and the officers opened fire, killing that man. As a result, there was a massive police presence. I mean, you've seen what it looks like here, but at that intersection where we spent about a couple of hours today, there were hundreds and hundreds of officers, SWAT teams, there were helicopters in the air, bicycle cops, FBI, other agencies as well. So a very significant presence, and now people are beginning to organize. We understand there will be a vigil in about 45 minutes. There could be additional marches. People are extremely upset that an officer from out of state shot somebody essentially right in their backyard. So that is causing a bit of agitation here in a city that's already on edge, Lindsay. And I don't know if you can see that. You're probably going to ask me next about security, and you're experiencing it inside there. We've been watching this helicopter from the Coast Guard. It might just pass through that building right there, go around and around. There's also a customs helicopter flying above our heads. You can see, Linsey, how many officers there are on foot patrol right outside one of these entrances. And I'm going to have our cameraman Juan zoom into that nest right up there. You can see spotters and snipers right on the roof of Pfizer, right above where you are. There's another one over there. So security here has been incredibly intense. Thousands of officers from 24 different states and obviously federal agencies as well, all packed in this area. And obviously, as we understand it from that shooting, Linsey, they're also operating at a pretty far limit from this RNC convention as well, about a mile out. So they have created a pretty large footprint over the city at this point, Linsey.
Land, sea, and air. We see these security represented everywhere. Matt Gutman, our thanks to you. Joining us now is Milwaukee RNC chairman of the host Milwaukee committee, Reince Priebus, and ABC News contributor and former DNC chair, Donna Brazile. Donna, I want to start out right with you. The news of day, you and other former DNC chairs wrote a letter appealing to the DNC party rules committee that supports a virtual roll call ahead of the in-person convention. Why do you feel that that's necessary while other members of the party are asking not to move forward?
Well, as you know, in the Democratic Party, we set our rules of procedure early in advance. In September of 2022, we approved the call to the convention. And after we learned of the nefarious action of the Secretary of State in Ohio and several other states, we decided that it was prudent for us to go ahead and conduct a virtual nomination. It's not just Ohio. It's also Washington State. There are several other states that have deadlines during the time of our convention. So this will give us the flexibility to ensure that our nominees are on the ballot. And that's why we did it. There are members of Congress and donors and some activists and pundits who think that we should stop the process. We do everything with notice. We've had meetings, we've had debates, we've had forums, and it's time now that the DNC move aside and let the DNCC, which contains the delegates, let them make the decisions. Of course, any member of the DNCC can vote yes, no, or abstain. It's our priority to ensure that the nominees are selected and they proceed to get on the ballot in all 50 states in the District of Columbia.
And Reince, what's your reaction to that and the signs that the Democratic Party may still be divided over Biden's candidacy?
Well, I'm going to leave the expertise on the rules of the DNC up to Donna. You all have to understand that the rule-making process in these parties is pretty strict. There isn't really a lot of deviation. If the rules are drafted, notice is given, generally things are going to roll like Donna said. But I will just say generally outside of that issue that the DNC, or not the DNC, the Democrats are eventually going to come back to the core issue, which is what are they going to do about Joe Biden? What are they going to do about a guy who every time he does an interview on TV, people have a jar of Tums next to him and they're eating them like M&Ms because they don't know whether they're going to get through it or not. I think that they're going to get tired of being nervous and upset, and it gets tiring, and after a while you just want to move on. So we'll see what they're going to do.
Would love to ask you all more, but do want to go to the stage now with Congressman Steve Scalise from Louisiana, who, of course, has been shot before. Let's listen in.
These past 4 years, Joe Biden and Kamala Harris have spent your tax dollars trashing America's finances in ways no sane or sober-minded person ever would. Let's talk energy. They've eroded the American energy dominance that President Trump delivered. Joe Biden approved the Nord Stream pipeline for Russia, but he killed the Keystone pipeline here at home. Thousands of American jobs gone. It doesn't end there. Biden let Iran and Venezuela export their oil, but he stopped liquefied natural gas exports here in America. President Biden's not done. President Biden waived taxes on Chinese solar panels, but he raised taxes on Americans. When we When we elect Donald Trump as our next president and expand our Republican House majority, we will end the Democrats' assault on American energy once and for all. Now let's look at taxes. Biden and Harris want a $5 trillion tax hike. In our first 100 days, President Trump and a Republican majority will make the Trump tax cuts permanent. And yes, we will end taxes on tips and deliver another tax cut for working families. On the border, Biden and Harris opened it up to the entire world. Prisons are being emptied. President Trump and a Republican majority will repass H.R. 2, the strongest border security bill in decades. We will lock down the border, and yes, we will finish building the wall.
This is the second time that we've heard the Build the Wall chant, as well as Steve Scalise and many others tonight's speakers talking about what he describes as an assault on American issues and pocketbook issues. I want to bring back in Reince Priebus and Donna Brazile. Donna, I want to pick up on the point where we were leaving off before with Tom Democrats, many still not convinced that Joe Biden should be the nominee, including Representative Adam Schiff of California privately sounded the alarm over the weekend about the Biden candidacy and what it could mean for the Democrats down the ballot. What do you think will ultimately be the impact on critical congressional races for Democrats?
You know, Joe Biden has really been a champion of not just members of Congress, but every down ballot governor to state lawmakers to mayors and county officials. He has been, throughout his life in public service, he has supported all of these candidates. We have a rule in the Democratic Party. It's called 13J, which means that you can vote your conscience. And I would like to say to my friends, especially those on Capitol Hill, vote your conscience. Because Joe Biden has been rewarded more than 90% of the delegates, members of Congress who are automatic delegates will have an opportunity, perhaps, to vote their conscience. Let me just say this, because I heard the chairman say something about the Democratic Party. Yeah, democracy is messy, but we've had an open process. We have an open process on platform today, and only 2 people voted against it. It was basically a strong document that you will be able to see in a couple of hours. We have these debates within the Democratic Party because we believe in the democratic process. And while not everyone will be, on board the Joe Biden train, the Joe Biden-Kamala Harris train, I do believe that we're going to continue to move forward. You have seen the polls. You've seen the polls after the media has talked nonstop about Joe Biden's inability to complete a sentence or two. And you've seen the polls stay steady, and maybe some erosion. But after Donald Trump was convicted, 34 convictions, his poll numbers also remain steady. So we're going to continue to keep moving forward, and I hope that Joe Biden continues to deliver the kind of strong message and deliver for the American people. I want to correct Steve Scalise. I know there's a lot of fact checkers working tonight. I don't have to sit here and fact check. We're experiencing the largest oil boom, and had the Republicans in the United States Congress not caving to Donald Trump, Joe Biden would have brought extra protection to the border. He would have brought extra judges to process those who are seeking asylum. He would have brought more personnel, more border security. If they want to solve the problems, work with Democrats. And I have to say one last thing. Mike Johnson is Speaker today because the Democrats rallied to support him when Marjorie Taylor tried to overturn, once again, the Speaker of the House. I'm proud of the Democratic record. I'm proud of Joe Biden, and I still believe that Joe Biden is going to win.
Donna Brazil, Reince Priebus, we thank you both so much for your time. Do want to, as you were just mentioning, nice segue there, to Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson, who is on the stage addressing the convention right now.
The order team. We always have been and we always will be the advocates for the rule of law. And we all know that that principle, as well as many others, is in serious jeopardy today. See, we've come to a moment in America where the basic things that we once took for granted are being openly challenged like never before. My friends, we are no longer just in a battle between two opposing political parties. We are, but it's not just ours versus D's anymore. We're now in the midst of a struggle between two completely different visions of who we are as Americans and what our country will be. The Republican Party stands for the foundational truths that made America the greatest nation in the history of the world. We are the most free, the most powerful, the most benevolent nation that has ever been. It's not even close. It's not even close. But we have no guarantee that this grand experiment in self-governance can endure unless we respond to the call to keep it. 248 years ago, we boldly proclaimed in our Declaration that all men are created equal, not born equal, created equal, and that we're endowed by our Creator with certain inalienable rights. See, we understand that our rights do not come from government, they come from God. There's another thing that we recognize. We recognize that we are made in His image. And because of that, every single person has inestimable dignity and value. And your value is not related in any way to the color of your skin, what zip code you live in, where you come from, what your talents are, or what you can contribute to society. Your value is inherent because it is given to you by your Creator. That's what we stand for.
Mike Johnson there. And now I want to bring in ABC contributor, political correspondent Rachel Bade, who joins us now. And Rachel, just a little while ago, we saw Congressman Steve Scalise from Louisiana on the stage. I know you got a chance to speak with him not too long ago. He also experienced a life-threatening act of gun violence. He was shot in 2017 by someone targeting Republicans. What did he tell you about his experience?
Those are the 7 core principles of American conservatism, but they're actually...
That's right, Lindsay. I mean, look, former President Donald Trump and his inner circle are saying he's fine, that the former president is in good spirits. But anybody who has gone through this experience where they have been, just a breath from death, they're going to actually have some sort of trauma. And so I talked to Scalise about that, and he said 2 things. The first thing he said to me was that in the moment when it happens, you actually don't know how bad it is. A lot of people were watching Donald Trump on the stage. He stands up, he puts his fist in the air, and people thought, okay, he's fine. Scalise told me that when he watched this, he had no sense of whether or not Donald Trump was fine, because when he was shot and bleeding out on a congressional baseball field where they were having this practice, he basically went numb. He didn't feel any pain. He was in a state of shock, and it wasn't until much later that he realized that he was going to be fighting for his life. I also asked him about how he dealt with the trauma after, not just talking about the physical, but the mental, his sort of mental strength that it would take to sort of go out as an elected official into crowds where something like this could happen again. And look, his wife at the time, Jennifer, she wanted him to retire and return to Louisiana. Instead, he decided to get back to work right away, and this is what he said about how he approached the trauma.
I had a choice to make early off. Do you try to feel sorry for yourself, or do you try to focus on getting better? And I made an early decision, rip the rearview mirror off. I'm not going to look behind me.
And Lindsey, Scalise also said he thinks that the director of the Secret Service needs to step down. I asked him about whether Republicans would ever think about and maybe advance some sort of gun restrictions. Unsurprisingly, his answer was no, he didn't think so. But I do think it's an interesting thing to watch, given that Donald Trump, when he was in the White House, actually flirted with the idea of making some sort of deal with Democrats on gun issues. And now he is a survivor of gun violence. So that is something I think that would be interesting to watch and ask him in the future, Lindsay.
All right, Rachel Bade for us. Thanks so much. And now I want to bring in ABC News contributor Maria Elena Salinas. Maria, thank you so much for joining us. I know you've been covering the border and immigration for decades now. Why do you think it continues to be a theme election year after year?
Well, because the immigration system has been broken for decades, and it's been a point of contention for Democrats and Republicans for decades now. There have been attempts for both Democratic and Republican administration to pass an immigration reform that would address the issue at the border and that would create a path to legalization for millions of undocumented immigrants that live in the U.S. But members of Congress just never agree. They've been close, but nothing yet. And also never until Donald Trump first ran for president has the rhetoric toward immigrants been so harsh, calling them rapists and drug dealers and murderers and calling it an invasion and saying that they poisoned the blood of this country. And that rhetoric has brought up the temperature across the country. And so this year, that decades-long debate is more heated than ever.
And many times people conflate the issue of immigration with the Latino vote, but immigration goes far beyond one community. When you talk to people about immigration, regardless of political affiliation, what are they wanting to hear from our elected officials? What do they want to see them do?
That's right, Lindsay. You know, while the majority of immigrants might be from Mexico, Central and South America, there are millions of undocumented immigrants that are here from Asia, Europe, Canada, and Africa. And many arrive with a visa and they stayed after it expired. So it's not just a Latino issue. And, you know, what is it that people want to hear? It depends on who you ask. There are about 25 to 30% of Latino voters that are Republican conservatives. They support the party line. They support the hard-line approach toward immigration. Democrats, on the other hand, would like to see an immigration reform that allows undocumented immigrants to come out of the shadows. You know, they're disappointed that Democrats have been promising that elusive immigration reform for decades and have not delivered. But no matter what their party affiliation, you know, most immigrants would like to see the parties work together and fix the immigration system with a comprehensive immigration reform that addresses all of the issues: the border, a more orderly legal immigration system, more visas, and the legalization of those already here. You know, they realize that immigrants contribute to this country through their work. There are industries that depend on their labor. They are essential workers. They have established roots here. They have families, and many are part of mixed status households. So that's what they want. They just want Democrats and Republicans to work together and fix this.
Maria Elena Salinas, we thank you so much for your time, as always. I want to go back to the main stage here where Vivek Ramaswamy, former candidate for President of the United States, addressing the convention now.
That you get ahead in this country, not on the color of your skin, but on the content of your character and your contributions. It means we believe in the rule of law. And I say this as the kid of legal immigrants to this country. That means your first act of entering this country cannot break the law. That is why we will seal the southern border on day one. Thank you. It means the people who we elect to run the government ought to be the ones who actually run the government, not unelected bureaucrats in the deep state. These are not black ideas or white ideas. They are not even Democrat ideas or Republican ideas. They are American ideas that we fought a revolution to secure. And the man who will revive these ideals in the United States of America is your next president, the 47th president of the United States, Donald J. Trump. If you want to seal the border, vote Trump. If you want to restore law and order in this country, vote Trump. If you want to reignite the economy in this country, vote Trump. If you want to revive national pride in this country, vote Trump. If you want to make America great again, vote Trump. But there is one more reason I'm going to ask you to vote Trump, and it's the most important one. It's the one the media won't talk about, but it's the truth. Donald Trump is the president who will actually unite this country, not through empty words, but through action. Because you know what? Success is unifying.
Vivek Ramaswamy on the stage tonight. It has been a busy and high-energy evening already with some of Donald Trump's biggest critics, formerly in the party, now moments away from taking the stage tonight, including several of his primary rivals now vanquished. Joining us now, Stuart Stevens, a former Republican consultant and co-founder of the Lincoln Project. Thank you so much for joining us. This is a night when Nikki Haley and Ron DeSantis are both going to be addressing the convention. What do you say to that show of unity for the party now after such a bitter battle during the primaries that often turn very personal?
Yeah, you know, one thing they all have in common is that they raised their hands and they said that they would support Donald Trump if he was a convicted felon. Well, at least I guess you have to say they've been true to their word. He is a convicted felon and they are supporting him. I just don't think that most Americans believe we should have a felon as president. I mean, it's a radical notion, but I think that's the majority of the country.
How does the Republican Party move on after the assassination attempt on Trump? And what does the future of the party look like with Senator J.D. Vance now?
Look, this is the full embrace of Trumpism for the Republican Party. The Republican Party that I worked in, going back to George Bush, no longer exists. George Bush couldn't get 5% in the Republican primary if he ran as he did in 2000. This is an angry party. It's a party that has Donald Trump is out there saying we live in a third world country, an uncivilized country. There are these dark demons out there that are after us, and you need a strong man to protect you. And I just don't think that that's where the country really is. It's not a very optimistic vision. Ronald Reagan announced in front of the Statue of Liberty to send the signal to welcome immigrants. His last speech was an ode to immigration. And here you have this attack on people who want to come to America for a better life. I think it's just not where the majority of the country is.
What messaging would you have for Democrats looking ahead to the DNC?
Yeah, listen, I think this is a very simple race. If you look at the 100-day plan that the president outlined last Friday night in Michigan, those are ideas that test about 80-20 to the good. You look at Project 2025 and a lot of these ideas that are being tossed around in Republican convention, they test about 20-80 to the bad. So I think you take the 80-20 and you run it against the 20-80. It's pretty straightforward. You have someone who is out on bail, who is running for president of the United States, who his hometown jury has found him liable of sexual assault, a judge called rape. This is not a very complicated race. I think the Democrats have gone through this period that I don't understand, but they need to get through it. And they have a president who has been one of the most successful first-term presidents since World War II. They ought to run on that record. The stock market is at record highs. The economy is in good shape. Put it out there. Get about the business of making the case why you should continue to lead the country.
Stuart Stevens, we thank you so much for your time. Really appreciate it. So much more context and analysis to get to here on this special edition of ABC News Live Prime, the GOP convention. We are live here in Milwaukee for day 2 of the RNC as we head to break. A look at the last convention when then incumbent President Donald Trump accepted the nomination. He'll be in the same position once again at this convention, hoping to beat now President Joe Biden in November.
This election will decide whether we will defend the American way of life or whether we will allow a radical movement to completely dismantle and destroy it. I profoundly accept this nomination for President of the United States.
All right, let the dogs out, please.
I don't think he's going to give you a hard time.
Even if he gives me a hard time, I'm the right guy.
You can handle it.
I want to make sure that we all learn together.
Calm confidence.
Calm, confident, calm, surrender.
Everything that he's taught has become a reality.
Yeah. We are so grateful and impressed.
I feel like crying. You changed our world.
It is a beautiful thing to see. As you rehabilitate the dog, you also rehabilitate you.
Babe Ruth, Hank Aaron, Shohei Ohtani, legends of the game. But now the list of greats redefined. From ABC News, Reclaim the Forgotten League, a side of the story of baseball you have never heard before like this. The award-winning podcast is back. Listen wherever you get your podcasts or scan the QR codes you see here.
Reporting from inside Buckingham Palace, I'm Maggie Ruley. Wherever the story is, we'll take you there. You're streaming ABC News Live.
We're live at day 2 of the Republican National Convention. Tonight's theme, Make America Safe once again. And there's been a lot of talk tonight about both crime and immigration. 5:38's Galen Droop joins us now. Galen, who do voters think is more capable of handling both of those issues?
Yeah, ABC actually recently did polling with Ipsos asking voters about their perceptions of the two candidates. And immigration and crime were two areas where Donald Trump leads President Biden. On immigration, he has a lead over the current president by about 15 percentage points on the question of who you trust more on immigration. And when it comes to crime and safety, he leads by about 8 percentage points. And this has been a theme of Donald Trump's political career for almost a decade now, these two areas of policy. And we've seen him run on it in 2016, in 2020, and again now. But perceptions amongst the broader public have changed over the past decade. When Trump came on the scene, when he came down that escalator and started talking about building a border wall and mass deportations, those were very unpopular policy positions. They were popular within the Republican Party, but when you looked at the general electorate, they rejected those ideas. In fact, when you look at the polling today, there's a majority of Americans in support of building a border wall, deportations, and remain in Mexico policies. I think probably that's in part response to what we have seen at the southern border during the Biden presidency, which is encounters elevated above about 150,000 encounters per month. During Obama and Trump's presidencies, it was more like 50,000 a month. So we have seen a material change, and public opinion has changed accordingly.
And the majority of those speaking just in the past hour here have been Senate candidates. The Senate is currently evenly split with Vice President Kamala Harris acting as the tiebreaker. What will the fight to gain more seats look like?
Yeah, so if Republicans gain just one seat and also win the presidency and therefore vice presidency, they would have a majority. And I think the expectation is that Republicans will at least flip the Senate seat in West Virginia. Of course, former Democrat, current independent Joe Manchin is not running for re-election. And current governor of West Virginia, Jim Justice, who we heard from earlier this evening, is instead running for Senate, and he's likely to win that seat. But across the Senate map, there's a lot of vulnerabilities for Democrats. You look at states like Montana, Arizona, Wisconsin, Ohio. These are states where Republicans are in many cases going on offense and playing on friendly territory. I mean, Ohio in particular is not even really thought of as a battleground state anymore. And so current Democratic Senator Sherrod Brown is pretty vulnerable there. And if Republicans just flip those two seats, they wouldn't even need to win the presidency in order to have control of the Senate. So in all likelihood, look, it's hard to predict still 3.5 months out, but in all likelihood, Republicans could be in the majority in the Senate come 2025.
All right, 5:38's Galen Droop. We'll be checking back in with you later tonight. Now I want to take a listen into reality TV star Savannah Chrisley greeting the stage.
My family was persecuted by rogue prosecutors in Fulton County due to our public profile. I know, Fulton County, they know how to do it, don't they? Due to our public profile and conservative beliefs. They accused my parents of fraud when really we were defrauded by a dishonest business partner who, let's not forget, the government gave full immunity to. We suffered warrantless raids and harassment. One of the officials even had my father's face on a dartboard.
I want to bring now
in his
back
office.
in Jay O'Brien. And Jay, we're about 30 minutes from Nikki Haley taking the stage. She, of course, ran against Donald Trump for the Republican nomination and lost. She said repeatedly on the trail that the nation, quote, can't survive another 4 years of the chaos that surrounds Donald Trump. Why do you think she decided it was important for her personally to be on this stage here tonight?
I think that's the open question, really, Lindsay, and it's what everyone is going to be thinking when they listen to Nikki Haley's remarks. You can expect every word she says on that stage to be parsed, because the reality here is, while Nikki Haley has said she would vote herself for Donald Trump, she has never really given him this full-throated endorsement. And some of her supporters, as you and I have discussed really for the past few months over the course of this campaign, have still been voting for for Nikki Haley, rather, in some primaries in some states as a protest vote against Donald Trump. So what does she say to those more moderate Republican voters today? I can tell you, I've talked to voters here who consider themselves moderate, some of whom who were not fully sold on former President Trump, and some say they still aren't, but the events of Saturday put him in a different light in their view. So if Nikki Haley picks up on that prevailing theme, what appears to be at least a prevailing theme, that would of course be noteworthy. And does she continue this message of unity to her supporters, talk to those moderates, those Nikki Haley voters, and get them into Donald Trump's camp? If that happens, it would put a lot more gas in his tank come November.
We will be watching. Jay, we'll talk to you a little bit later. Thank you. Still much more context and analysis to get to on this special edition of ABC News Live Prime, the GOP convention. We are here in Milwaukee for day 2 of the RNC, and the theme was Make America Safe once again. Every night, the party is looking to focus on a different part of its platform. We'll look at the picture they're painting for the future next.
All right, let the dogs out, please.
I don't think he's going to give you a hard time.
Even if he gives me a hard time, I'm the right guy. I want to make sure that we all learn together.
Calm confidence.
Calm, confident, calm, surrender.
Everything that he's taught has become a reality.
We are so grateful and impressed.
I feel like crying. You changed our world.
It is a beautiful thing to see. As you rehabilitate the dog, you also rehabilitate you.
If you were coming of age in the 1980s, the Brat Pack was near the center of your cultural awareness. But for those of us experiencing it from the inside, the Brat Pack was something very different.
The critics agree.
Hated the Brat Pack. What a disaster.
Why did we take it as an offense? Andrew?
I'm not going to say we were the Beatles or anything.
Well, we didn't fill Shea Stadium.
1985? I think we could have.
What does it take to be the most watched newscast in America?
An operation to capture ISIS fighters.
Is this our combat operations center?
We're approaching the gate now. Militants came in from 4 or 5 different directions. Operational nuclear reactor. So you have a couple loaded and ready to go. The house is destroyed, but the flag, there's not a tear in it. Not a tear in it. How important is this label right here, Made in the USA? Look at your smile. You're proud of this.
I love this.
Great work. Hi. Where are you? Where are you?
Appreciate you.
Thank you.
David, good to meet you.
Ismail? David.
David.
Yes, yes. I'm David Muir.
I know who you are.
You
Watch
do?
you every night.
ABC's World News Tonight with David Muir is America's most watched newscast.
Welcome back, everyone. Joining us now, former Georgia Representative Tom Graves and former Assistant Secretary of Homeland Security Marsha Espinoza. Thank you both so much for joining us. First, tonight's theme at the RNC is Make America Safe once again. I want to ask you both the same question. What does that mean for each of the parties as they make their case to voters? Marsha, we'll start with you, since the RNC platform is so focused on safety concerns on the border.
Yeah, so I'm not understanding their so-called platform of unity tonight or their efforts to make America safe again. But I will point out that Joe Biden, on day 1 of his administration, put forward a border bill to try to get something done on immigration, which both sides agree is completely broken. And Republicans didn't do anything on that. They didn't do anything on the bipartisan border bill that was proposed in the Senate just a few months ago. Instead, they wanted to keep it as a political issue, and they wanted to be able to talk about it this week at their convention. That's exactly what they got, so that they could say that the border is broken, which we all agree that immigration needs to be solved by Congress, the only body that can actually solve it. But they've got that talking point tonight. Unfortunately, they could have actually done something about it. Joe Biden has done everything he can with the powers that be to try to solve this, including hiring more agents and asylum officers and judges. So we're sort of still waiting to see what their actual plan is.
Tom, want to bring you in here. What's your response?
Yeah, I mean, it's unfortunate. It has to be a platform issue. But, you know, apparently we have so many problems in our country that the Republicans are taking the lead on this, but it should be a bipartisan issue. And, you know, I know they like to cast shade on Republicans, but let's be fair. Joe Biden has been president. The Democrats have controlled the Senate, and Republicans have had a 3 or 4 seat majority for a year and a half. It's not their issue or crisis. It wasn't created by them. And so I think moving forward, the platform you're seeing today is something America is seeking.
And Marcia, earlier this evening, we heard President Biden talk about safety at the NAACP convention. He spoke about the shooter that tried to kill Trump having easy access to an AR-15. Does this reopen the conversation about gun access in America?
I think so. I think it's reopening so many conversations, including gun safety, which our Vice President Kamala Harris has led on for so many years in her experience as AG and prosecutor in California. But it's also so many open questions regarding what happened on Saturday. And the Homeland Secretary, Ali Mayorkas, was out at the White House podium yesterday saying they would conduct an independent investigation into what happened there. And the Secret Service Director has also indicated that some mistakes were made and that they are taking a look at. But much more to come there.
And Tom, the appeal in Trump's election interference case in Georgia has officially been delayed until December after the election. What has been the reaction to this case in Georgia, and do you think that it'll have any impact on the election now that it's been delayed?
Yeah, I don't think it's going to have an impact. I mean, I think President Trump is doing fantastic in the state of Georgia. I sort of want to go back to the issue of the theme of the night, and it is safety, it is security. And that's for families. That's for, the families of the U.S. And what the president is putting out there is a very visionary plan of how to protect families. In the communities, it's not defunding the police like the Democrats have advocated for. Instead, it's strengthening the police in our local communities. It's not for, open borders. Instead, it's for building the border wall. Those should be, bipartisan issues that we could gather around, but the president is making this a key part of his platform. I think he's right to do it. Republicans are unified around it. And then lastly, I'll say the message of tonight really is about unity. Having Nikki Haley, having, Governor DeSantis join the stage, be a part of this event. You can't unite the country until you unite your party, and the president's taking a leadership role in that here tonight.
And Tom, as we're looking at J.D. Vance make his entrance, doing the high fives and handshakes, slapping backs here to this very excited arena here. I'm just curious to get your take on what you think now on day 2 of the RNC. Do you feel that they've been able to move any of the meter at all with regards to perhaps convincing some independents or some never-Trumpers to come on board?
Yeah, assuming it's to me, I will say this. I've been speaking to a lot of members and that are elected, House and Senate members, and I've been to several conventions. This one has more energy than I've ever experienced, and it's excitement. And conventions are about energizing your base. They're about bringing your party back together. And I think the announcement of this, of J.D. Vance, Senator Vance as the nominee is a great way to do that for the Republicans this week.
Former Georgia Representative Tom Graves and former Assistant Secretary of Homeland Security Marcia Espinoza, we thank you both so much for joining us tonight. And that is our coverage for this hour. I'm Linsey Davis. ABC News Live is here for you all night with the latest news, context, and analysis. Our coverage of the Republican National Convention continues with a special report. I'll join David along with the rest of the team right after this. Stay with us.
In Israel, a nation at war.
In Rolling Fork, this tornado tore through this town.
From Lewiston, Maine.
The scene of a horrific mass shooting.
From the scene of that deadly missile strike.
ABC News Live everywhere.
In Iceland, let's go.
On the 2024 campaign trail.
Here at 10 Downing Street.
Wherever the story is.
We're going to take you there.
You're streaming
ABC News Live.
ABC News Live.
You're streaming ABC News Live.
ABC News Live, streaming free everywhere. Why do so many people start their day here?
From ABC News, this is Start Here.
To be in the know and get a different take on the day's top stories.
A lot of news today, so let's get into it.
Listen now to the Daily News Podcast honored with 4 Edward R. Murrow Awards and see why the New York Times calls it a news podcast worth listening to. Start Here, ABC News. Make it your daily first listen.
Now, that's a part of the story I bet you didn't see coming.
Wherever you get your podcasts, Start Here. What does it take to be the most watched newscast in America?
We are part of an operation.
Is this our combat operations center?
We're approaching the gate. Militants came in from different directions. Nuclear reactor. So you have a couple loaded and ready to go. The house is destroyed, but the flag...
Not a tear in it.
How important it made the USA. Great work.
Hi. Appreciate you.
Thank you.
Ismail? David.
David.
I'm David Muir.
I know who you are.
You
Watch
do?
you every night.
ABC's World News Tonight with David Muir is America's most watched newscast.
They call him the beauty queen killer. He's targeting young women in malls.
I am single. I want to enjoy the company of a member of women.
He tortured me.
How did she survive 9 days of terror?
The word accomplice came up. Nobody knows the real story.
The Beauty Queen Killer, only on Hulu.
Hey, good morning, America.
Good morning, America.
Good morning, America.
Are you ready? They are ready. Covering the biggest events in the country right now.
There's a lot going on here this morning.
You don't just see it, you feel it.
I'm in.
I'm in.
I'm in too.
I'll be there.
I am here and so happy.
I'm in.
I'm in too.
Michael, George, Lara,
Ginger.
Hi, I'm Andy. And I'm Sabrina. And we're moms, juggling tons of stuff every day, like all you moms out there. And you know what we love? Really love? Pop culture. So what happens when being obsessed with pop culture collides with being a mom? You get us. So listen now to our new podcast, Pop Culture Moms, wherever you get your podcasts.
You're watching America's #1 streaming news. Live reporting, breaking new exclusives. Keep streaming with ABC News Live.
Tonight, ABC News live coverage of the Republican National Convention, night 2 here in Milwaukee. Donald Trump and J.D. Vance here tonight. We've just seen J.D. Vance, the former president, expected at any moment. Also taking the stage, a late edition, one of Donald Trump's biggest critics during the campaign, Nikki Haley, set to address the convention. ABC News live coverage starts now.
This is an ABC News Live special. Right now, Republicans come together in Milwaukee to make their case to America and stand behind Donald Trump and his new running mate, Senator J.D. Vance, to take on President Biden in the race for the White House. The Republican National Convention, live from Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Now reporting David Muir.
You're looking live at the convention hall right here in Milwaukee, a packed hall as you see the camera there move in on the ABC News broadcast booth here. Good evening. Thank you for joining us on this very busy night 2 of the Republican National Convention here in Milwaukee. Former President Donald Trump and his new running mate, J.D. Vance, both expected to be here tonight. J.D. Vance, we saw just moments ago, the former president expected to appear at any moment. And so are some of his biggest rivals, of course, now turned allies. That's politics in America in 2024. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis and former Governor and Ambassador Nikki Haley also here tonight. She was a late addition. She will speak right here in the convention hall tonight. She had said just days ago that she would not be coming. She will speak tonight. Nikki Haley was seen on stage during her walkthrough earlier today during her campaign. She called Donald Trump unhinged, diminished, unfit for office. She said chaos follows Trump everywhere he goes. After she dropped out of the race, she later endorsed him, and now she will speak right here in the convention hall tonight. Donald Trump likely right here in the hall watching Nikki Haley, who he fought in that primary. She stayed in She got votes even after she bowed out of the race. She has now endorsed Donald Trump. The other major headlines heading into tonight already. There's new video that has emerged showing a phone call between Donald Trump and independent candidate for president Robert F. Kennedy Jr. You can see and hear in the video Trump asking Kennedy for his support to endorse him, telling Kennedy it would be very good for Kennedy. Trump appearing to agree with Kennedy's views on child vaccines as well. The theme here in Milwaukee so far, unity. And of course, that will be punctuated right here this evening with the appearance of several of those former critics, perhaps none more vocal than Nikki Haley. And as I mentioned, Donald Trump, this will be very interesting for us all to watch tonight, along with the rest of the country. Donald Trump watching Nikki Haley talk about Donald Trump. I'm here with our entire powerhouse political team, Linsey Davis, John Carl, Martha Raddatz right here. Down on the floor again tonight, Rachel Scott and Terry Moran. And let's get right to Rachel Scott, because Rachel, here in the hall, we saw J.D. Vance arrive just moments ago. We're waiting on the former president. And you learned tonight, and I hear the crowd, oh, here he comes. Stand by, Rachel. The former president, Donald Trump, now entering the hall in a very similar fashion to what we saw last night. And of course, everybody now trained on that right ear and the bandage over his ear. It's gone viral, actually, the bandage. We've actually seen some images today of his supporters putting bandages on their ears in solidarity with Donald Trump. Entering the hall, and you know, this is a Trump signature in these political conventions. His third nomination now. He comes to the convention every night, not something typically we have seen in modern politics, but he's redefined it in so many ways, and we're seeing it. Night 2 here, Donald Trump has arrived, waving to the crowd. And as he walks up those stairs, I would gather to join his running mate, J.D. Vance. There you see J.D. Vance there in the front row waiting for Donald Trump. Reveling in the moment, Rachel Scott, not speaking, but the fist bump, the patch on his ear, and resilience. That's the theme and the image he hopes to project.
Exactly, David. And when I was talking to the former president's senior advisors, I asked why he wanted to show up before he scheduled to accept the Republican nomination. And they told me it was for that very reason. They want to project strength after that attempted assassination. David, I will tell you, I am in the middle of a crush of people. You would think that the stage was in the back of the arena. Everyone has moved this way to get a glimpse of the former president, David.
Sarah Huckabee Sanders expected to speak tonight. Eric Trump there. There he is, J.D. Vance, the running mate. A full 24 hours now by Donald Trump's side. J.D. Vance, 39 years old, the Ohio senator, the junior senator from Ohio. A very vocal critic, a darling of liberals for a period of time, as he was described, wrote Hillbilly Elegy. Well known for his critique of Donald Trump. He actually said that Donald Trump was taking the white working class of this country to a very dark place, called him America's Hitler. There were so many words that he used to describe Donald Trump, and he knows these questions will come his way. He laughed about it on Fox News last night with Sean Hannity. Sean Hannity brought up some of those terms he used to describe Donald Trump. He fully expects these questions, John Carl, are coming his way.
Oh, absolutely. And as we've talked about before, David, Donald Trump loves a convert. He likes people that have always been loyal, but in a way, he likes even more somebody who harshly criticized him and then had to come around and recant everything. It gives him hope that other people that don't like him now will come around and do the same thing.
Really interesting, because we've talked about this. He loves a believer, but in many ways, he loves a convert even more.
Yep, and look, J.D. Vance is not just a convert. He is now a true believing convert in every sense.
The campaign plane, obviously, we've seen the name change, Trump Vance. They're playing a video now, President Biden, for this audience. Obviously not a Biden campaign video, but instead Trump's take on what they have witnessed during the Biden years. J.D. Vance at Donald Trump's side. And Linsey Davis, we've learned late today that after Vice President Kamala Harris reached out to Vance yesterday to congratulate him on the running mate role, they did talk today for the first time. We were told it went well.
And we'll see if they meet again for the first time on the debate stage. You know, I thought it was interesting. They had the song, That's What I Like About You, as Donald Trump was entering the building. We've heard some of the things from a number of those rivals, former rivals, now converts, what they don't like about Donald Trump, but he is here and is going to be able to hear firsthand what they like about him. You know, I have to say, with regard to Nikki Haley, I had a chance to interview her back in December, and I asked her, do you think that Donald Trump is fit to be president? And she said, that's not the question. The question is, should he be president? Of course, we've heard her talk numerous times about he was the right president at the right time back in 2016. She now says that, or had said prior, that he was not the right president. We'll hear what she has to say now. But I have to say, earlier tonight, I did get a chance to talk to Eric Trump. He echoed that sentiment where he said it's nicer to have somebody who you can convince to come into the tent than a lifelong believer. And we're going to see some of those people who are coming into the tent, some of them at the 11th hour.
And listen, this isn't a brand new concept in politics where you have a tough primary campaign and then you see people come full circle. It is somewhat extreme to hear the types of descriptions we heard perhaps from J.D. Vance and now to be the running mate. Mark the Raddatz on this notion of this potential debate. Apparently, both J.D. Vance and Kamala Harris said we look forward to debating each other during this phone call. They said at a future time and place. They were apparently the call was warm, gracious as she congratulated him. He returned the call today.
That's a debate we would all love to see. That to me would be the kind of debate that's a little more old-fashioned. I don't think you'd have the fireworks that we've seen before. A real debate, possibly.
Speaking of debates, we've all seen Ted Cruz debate Donald Trump before. Back in the run-up to 2016, it was a very heated debate between both of those candidates. He did eventually endorse him, and now he's back all these years later to endorse him again.
And the last time Ted Cruz spoke at a Republican convention, he got hounded out of the place because he didn't endorse Donald Trump.
Very different tonight, I expect.
And let me start by giving thanks to God Almighty for protecting President Trump. And for turning his head on Saturday as the shot was fired. Together we lift up in prayer all of our leaders for protection. And our prayers are in particular with the family of Fire Chief Corey Comparatore and the others injured on Saturday. Never before has an election mattered so much. We are facing an invasion on our southern border. Not figuratively, a literal invasion. 11.5 million people have crossed our border illegally under Joe Biden. Look around you. This arena holds about 18,000 souls. Now imagine 639 arenas just like this, filled to the brim. That is 11.5 million people, larger than all but 8 states in the nation. But the numbers don't show us the true price that our country is paying. Every day, Americans are dying. Murdered, assaulted, raped by illegal immigrants that the Democrats have released. Teenage girls and boys wearing colored wristbands are being sold into a life of sex slavery. This is evil and it's wrong. And it is happening every damn day. Think of Kate Steinle. She was 32, walking with her father on a San Francisco pier when a bullet tore through her heart. The man who fired that gun, he'd been deported 5 times. Every damn day. Think of Laken Riley. Just 22 years old, a nursing student with dreams of healing others. She went for a jog and never came home. Her life taken by someone who should have never been here. Every damn day. Or Rachel Morin, a beautiful mother of 5, raped and murdered in suburban Maryland by an illegal immigrant the Democrats released. Every damn day. Or Jocelyn Nungary, only 12 years old. It was just 1 month ago today that she was brutally raped and murdered in Houston by 2 men who were supposed to be detained and monitored, but instead released and allowed to roam free. Every damn day. These aren't just stories or statistics. They're our daughters, our sisters, our friends. The families don't care about the empty numbers. They care about the empty chairs at the dinner table, about the voices they'll never hear again, about the laughter lost, and about the dreams that will never be fulfilled. I've sat with these families in living rooms where the silence is so loud that it hurts, where photo albums are opened with trembling hands. How did we get here? It happened because Democrats cynically decided they wanted votes from illegals more than they wanted to protect our children. Today, as a result of Joe Biden's presidency, your family is less safe. Your children are less safe. The country is less safe. But here's the good news. We can fix it. And when Donald Trump is president, we will fix it. We know this because he's done it before. I know this because I worked hand in hand with President Trump to secure our border, and we achieved the lowest rate of illegal immigration in 45 years. It's real simple. He's done it before, and he'll do it again. So tonight, I speak for Kate and Laken and Rachel. Tonight, I speak for Jocelyn. And let us go forward together and keep our sacred oath to defend the Constitution and to protect the American people. Let us secure our borders, enforce our laws, protect our children, and restore the future. Because when we do that, when we remember who we are and who we love, and we act to protect them, then and only then will we truly make America great again. Thank you. God bless Texas, and God bless the United States of America.
Well, this was an extraordinary change in tone from Ted Cruz the last time he spoke in 2016. You might remember he said, if you love your country, love your children as much as I know you do, stand and speak and vote your conscience. That was the moment he was booed inside the convention hall all those years ago for not coming out and saying, vote for Donald Trump. Tonight, what a stark contrast, began by saying, let me start by giving thanks to God Almighty for protecting President Trump. We'll get into immigration, what he said about immigration, obviously a huge issue for Republicans and Democrats in this country, independents obviously too. But Terry Moran, you're on the floor, and again, this is going to be one of the big themes tonight. Former rivals getting up there and wholeheartedly endorsing, embracing Donald Trump.
Absolutely, David. And Ted Cruz's journey is the journey of so many Republicans, but his is exceptional. In the whole brutal history of American politics, it's hard to think of another instance when one politician said worse things about another than what Donald Trump said about Ted Cruz. He said his wife was ugly, and he suggested that his father might have had some role in the assassination of John F. Kennedy. And here is Ted Cruz tonight, standing up, and not as he did 4 years ago, saying, vote your conscience, refusing to endorse Donald Trump. Clearly, he is 100% part of this party because he knows he's a politician and he knows where this party is. 4 years ago, he might have thought there would be a post-Trump Republican Party. Maybe he wanted to protect his position in that. Now he knows there is no such thing, and he's right on board.
Not only on board, but Terry just described the difference between the energy on the floor when he said, vote your conscience in 2016 versus what we heard from him tonight.
Exactly, that line that he began with. You know, he thanks God for protecting President Trump, as does any decent person. But his embrace of Trump is met with warmth here, no question about it. I don't think they forget the enmity between those two men, but the spirit here is genuinely one of bury the hatchet.
And big questions, Terry, about how the welcome will be inside that room for Nikki Haley tonight.
Well, that's a fascinating question, David. I've been talking to delegates, including people who voted for Nikki Haley. There is a general sense, as one delegate put it to me, that winning makes everyone friends, and they sense that they can win. But the Haley delegate, one of the Haley delegates I talked to, actually, she's a Haley voter. Everybody's a Trump delegate. But what she said was that she hopes Haley has a role in the administration. And I mentioned that to a Trump supporter, and he said, well, it depends on what she'll say tonight. So a lot is riding on her speech, and how she is received will depend on what she says.
No question about that. Let's get to ABC News contributor Governor Chris Christie, who also was in that Republican primary, Nikki Haley, Donald Trump, Chris Christie, others at one point along the way. Chris Christie got out of the race before Nikki Haley did. What are you looking for tonight, and what do you gather will be the initial reaction when they see her come out on that stage here tonight?
Well, my guess is that it'll be mixed, but look, this was completely predictable. Nikki Haley never really took Donald Trump on directly until the very, very end of the race, when many people would argue the race was already over. And so, but she pledged, I heard her over and over in New Hampshire, that she would never be with Donald Trump, and worked really hard to convince people in that state that she thought, as you mentioned earlier, David, that Trump was unfit to be president of the United States. So I think one of her big problems after tonight's going to be, which statement did Nikki Haley actually mean? Did she mean that he was unfit to be president of the United States, or the platitudes that I'm confident she will give him tonight from that stage? Because believe me, the Trump people have reviewed her speech and approved her speech before she ever is going to be able to step foot on that stage. So you can be confident it'll be filled with platitudes. And for Nikki Haley, she has made a decision to place her own ambition ahead of what she said back in the campaign were her principles. So I don't know whether those really were her principles or not. I suspect they weren't. Ambition is what drives her.
Chris Christie, not holding back on Ambassador Haley, saying ambition is what drives her. And as she makes this appearance here tonight, John Carl, we've learned that, in recent days, Nikki Haley had been asked, will you show up at the convention? She said, I'm not going to be there. She was not on the schedule. But it's your understanding that Donald Trump, if not personally, the campaign, perhaps Donald Trump himself reaching out, saying we would like you there, and particularly in light of what the country witnessed, the horror on Saturday in Pennsylvania, and this push for unity now at the convention, speaks volumes about what the Trump campaign is trying to do here tonight by bringing the ambassador.
Yeah, up until just a few weeks ago, there was this standoff. Nikki Haley saying she wasn't going. People close to Trump saying she's not going to be invited. She's not even going to be welcome in this hall. There was resentment that she stayed in the race too long in their view. Not just all the things that she said about him, but she stayed too long. But she released her delegates a few weeks ago. This outreach happened. I'm told that the two haven't spoken since the assassination attempt on Saturday, which is interesting because Trump told me about how many people have been reaching out to him. He apparently hasn't spoken to her yet. But I think it'll be very interesting to see what the reception is here. I have no doubt it'll be a full-throated endorsement of Donald Trump. But there's still some bitterness here. And I want to read one thing that she said after January 6th. And I think you should think about it as she takes the stage. This was in the immediate aftermath of what happened in the Capitol. She said, he let us down. Trump let us down. He went down a path we shouldn't have, and we shouldn't have followed him, and we shouldn't have listened to him, and we can't let that ever happen again. And here she is.
And this is what Governor Christie is getting at. So which Nikki Haley are you to believe? And she had a strong support among independents in this country. I want to bring in Donna Brazile, ABC News contributor Donna Brazile. Donna, as you know very well, President Biden, the Biden campaign would very much like to reach those Nikki Haley voters as well. What does this do to change that calculation at all, given the fact that she's going to appear here in person, Donald Trump watching, embracing this, inviting her himself?
I believe those voters are still up for grabs. They're independent. Yes, they're fiercely loyal to conservatism, but they also want the kind of country where they can talk about access to abortion. They want a type of country where they could talk about real issues impacting the middle class and people who are struggling to make ends meet. And they don't see that in the Republican Party. I think the voters are still up for grabs, and the president really must continue to talk to them, persuade them, and I do believe it would be a winning strategy for the Democratic Party.
Donna Brazile believes those Nikki Haley voters are still up for grabs. Martha Raddatz, I think it's a fascinating dynamic here to have Donald Trump in the hall watching these former rivals now stand there and, fully embrace him. They're speaking to the country, but they're also speaking to Donald Trump tonight.
They are definitely speaking to Donald Trump. And the bottom line is, if Donald Trump has forgiven them, then we will. And that's what you talk to voters about and people on the floor tonight. What Donald Trump says, if Nikki Haley is invited to talk and he's forgiven her, then we will. Again, we will have to watch how people react to her. But I also think Nikki Haley's voters were different from the others, from the Vivek Ramaswamis. She was someone they felt very strongly about. They really were looking for an alternative to Donald Trump. So I think Donna's right. They will still be looking. It's not necessarily that they'll go to Joe Biden, but I think there will be some disappointment there at what Nikki Haley says.
We are just minutes away, Martha, thank you, minutes away from hearing from former Ambassador Nikki Haley. Let's go to Rachel Scott on the floor. Rachel, we saw Nikki Haley earlier this afternoon, her walkthrough, her preparation for this speech tonight. And you've talked to some of the Nikki Haley supporters, not only in this convention hall, but you covered the campaign as well. How do you think she'll be received there in the hall, not just by the people who supported Nikki Haley along the way, but by those who thought perhaps she stayed in this race too long, gave Donald Trump a fight, perhaps more of a fight than many thought she would?
And David, I'm thinking about some of the voters that I've met in some of these critical battleground states, including in Nevada. I spoke to one voter who told me that he really wants just an alternative to Donald Trump. He's in that group that we call the double haters, right? They don't really like President Biden. They don't really like Donald Trump. They thought that Nikki Haley was the best alternative. And of course, Nikki Haley was the last remaining Republican rival to the former president. And it's important to note here that even after she dropped out of the race, she still got a significant amount of the vote in several key Republican primaries. It is a sign that voters are still out there looking for a different option. And so today, as Nikki Haley comes on that stage, the dynamic is going to be fascinating, not only for the former president who's sitting right behind me in this box, but also for these voters that are going to be listening and hoping that maybe she delivers a message that kind of gets them closer to making a decision in this race. So many have told me they are torn. They just don't know how they're going to vote in November.
Rachel Scott right there on the floor of the hall. We're about a minute away now from Nikki Haley. I want to bring in Mary Bruce, our chief White House correspondent, because when Nikki Haley dropped out of the race, as we all know, in those primaries that were still to come. She still received a sizable number of voters who went her way, even though she bailed out of the race. She did eventually endorse Donald Trump, but President Biden, after she got out of the race, put out a statement trying to reach out to Nikki Haley's voters. She's here for Donald Trump tonight, but that effort doesn't end.
It certainly doesn't, David, and certainly the Biden campaign is still optimistic that those voters are up for grabs, and I think that is going to be the message that you hear from them tonight as they are very closely watching Nikki Haley's remarks. But they do think that there is still an opportunity here, that even though Nikki Haley may be coming out, her voters may not follow her to Donald Trump. That is what they are hoping, and they tonight, I can tell you, are certainly the Biden campaign being more aggressive in how they are messaging and responding to the speeches and the remarks that we are hearing here tonight. They are arguing that while the president, the former president, and those who support him may be coming out and criticizing a lot of what is coming from the Biden administration, they continue to argue that Donald Trump simply doesn't have solutions that the American people support.
John Carl. Mary Bruce, thank you. You'll be with us all night long. I know we're going to dive into where the Biden campaign stands right now. The president, is he going to be the nominee? We'll get into that. We've got a long night ahead and a lot of issues to get here. But in the meantime, John Carl, the short list for VP. We know it's J.D. Vance now. But a lot of folks were saying, Marco Rubio, obviously, it came down to Marco Rubio, J.D. Vance, Governor Burgum. There were some who said, is there any chance it could be Nikki Haley? You're probably one of the folks who are like, not a chance.
I said 99.9% not, but you just never know entirely with Donald Trump. And the fact that you had the surprise news that she was going to be not just coming to the convention, but getting a surprise speaking role, there was a momentary...
Where people thought, well, maybe this could be.
There could be. I mean, there was this, look, we all thought it was going to be J.D. Vance. All the signs pointed to J.D. Vance. But Trump wanted so much to have that element of surprise that there were these kind of false signals that were put out. Maybe it could be Glenn Youngkin.
And Ambassador to the United
Let's watch, John.
Nations.
Here she comes. Nikki Haley addressing the convention. Many on their feet for her. Many boos, though, as well. Let's listen to the ambassador.
My fellow Republicans, President Trump asked me to speak to this convention in the name of unity. It was a gracious invitation, and I was happy to accept. I'll start by making one thing perfectly clear. Donald Trump has my strong endorsement, period. Our country is at a critical moment. We have a choice to make. For more than a year, I said a vote for Joe Biden is a vote for President Kamala Harris. After seeing the debate, everyone knows it's true. If we have 4 more years of Biden or a single day of Harris, our country will be badly worse off. For the sake of our nation, we have to go with Donald Trump. But there's more to it than that. We should acknowledge that there are some Americans who don't agree with Donald Trump 100% of the time. I happen to know some of them. And I want to speak to them tonight. My message to them is simple. You don't have to agree with Trump 100% of the time to vote for him. Take it from me, I haven't always agreed with President Trump. But we agree more often than we disagree. We agree on keeping America strong. We agree on keeping America safe. And we agree that Democrats have moved so far to the left that they're putting our freedoms in danger. I'm here tonight because we have a country to save. And a unified Republican Party is essential for saving her. For those who have some doubts about President Trump, I want to tell you a few things about the Commander-in-Chief I know and worked with. As ambassador to the United Nations, I had a front row seat to his national security policies. We sure could use those again. Think about it. When Barack Obama was president, Vladimir Putin invaded Crimea. With Joe Biden as president, Putin invaded all of Ukraine. But when Donald Trump was president, Putin did nothing. No invasions. No invasions, no wars. That was no accident. Putin didn't attack Ukraine because he knew Donald Trump was tough. A strong president doesn't start wars. A strong president prevents wars. Then look at the Middle East. Every problem in that part of the world can be laid at the feet of Iran. The dictators who chant death to America are the bankrollers and weapons suppliers for Hamas and Hezbollah. They're behind the barbaric massacres and the hostage-taking. Once again, compare Trump and Biden. Trump got us out of the insane Iran nuclear deal. He imposed the toughest sanctions ever on Iran. And he eliminated the arch-terrorist Qasem Soleimani. Iran was too weak to start any wars. They knew Trump meant business, and they were afraid. And then there's Joe Biden. He lifted the sanctions. He begged them to get back into the nuclear deal. He surrendered in Afghanistan. He sent every possible sign of weakness. Even now, while Hamas is still holding Americans hostage, Biden is pressuring Israel instead of the terrorists. Between Israel and Hamas, Donald Trump is clear about who is our friend and who is our enemy. Then look at the border. It's the single biggest threat Americans face. Under Joe Biden, migrants are coming into our country by the thousands every day. We have no idea who they are, where they end up, or what they plan to do. And let me remind you, Kamala had one job, and that was to fix the border. Now imagine her in charge of the entire country. Under Donald Trump, we didn't have the border disaster we have today, and we won't when he is president again. I was proud to serve America in President Trump's cabinet. And I'll tell you something you won't hear from the critics. He appreciated advice and input. Americans were well served by his presidency, even if they didn't agree with him on all things. Now, to my fellow Republicans, we must not only be a unified party, we must also expand our party. We are so much better when we are bigger. We are stronger when we welcome people into our party who have different backgrounds and experiences. And right now, we need to be strong to save America. This is a defining moment, not only for our party, but for our country. Our fellow Americans are fearful right now. Families are suffering from inflation and wages that don't keep up with prices. Young people are being indoctrinated to think our country is racist and evil. The Jewish community is facing an obscene rise in anti-Semitism. Too many minorities are trapped in communities devastated by crime. Our foreign enemies win when they see Americans hate each other. They see that today, whether it's on college campuses or in a field in Butler, Pennsylvania. But we can conquer those fears with strength and unity. No president can fix all of our problems alone. We have to do this together. America has an amazing ability to self-correct. In this moment, we have a chance to put aside our differences and focus on what unites us and strengthens our country. Let us join together as a party. Let us come together as a people, as one country, strong and proud. Let us show our children and the world that even on our worst day, we are blessed to live in America. God bless you. Thank you. God bless the United States of America.
As we stay with this live picture, Donald Trump's reaction, applauding Nikki Haley. Governor Christie, was that a gift for Donald Trump tonight?
No, it really wasn't. It was a complete, incredible flip-flop from what she's done. Flip-flop, flip-flop. I don't think any Haley voters are going to care.
We'll get everybody else on Nikki Haley in a moment. Let's listen to Governor DeSantis of Florida.
And let's send Donald Trump back to the White House. Life was more affordable when Donald Trump was president. Our border was safer under the Trump administration, and our country was respected when Donald Trump was our commander-in-chief. Joe Biden has failed this nation. As a veteran, I was appalled when 13 of our service members were killed in Afghanistan due to Joe Biden's dereliction of duty. As a citizen, as a husband, and as a father, I am alarmed that the current president of the United States lacks the capability to discharge the duties of his office. Our enemies do not confine their designs to between 10 a.m. and 4 p.m. We need a commander-in-chief who can lead 24 hours a day and 7 days a week. America cannot afford 4 more years of a weekend at Bernie's presidency. But let's be honest here. Biden is just a figurehead. He's a tool for imposing a leftist agenda on the American people. They support open borders, allowing millions and millions of illegal aliens to pour into our country and to burden our communities, but just don't send any to Martha's Vineyard, then they get really upset. They have unleashed progressive prosecutors across our nation who care more about coddling criminals than about protecting their own communities. They use the unelected bureaucracy to impose their will on us without our consent, and they weaponize political power to target their political opponents like they've done to our own nominee. They want to ban gas automobiles, eliminate Second Amendment rights, and impose gender ideology on everyone from our infantrymen to kindergartners. They stand for DEI, which really means division, exclusion, and indoctrination, and it is wrong. They mandated that you show proof of a COVID vaccine to go to a restaurant, but they oppose requiring proof of citizenship to cast a vote. They can't even define what a woman is. Now, Donald Trump stands in their way, and he stands up for America. Donald Trump has been demonized, he's been sued, he's been prosecuted, and he nearly lost his life. We cannot let him down, and we cannot let America down. It is the values of this Republican Party that reflect our nation's founding principles. We believe schools should educate, not indoctrinate. We stand for parents' rights, including universal school choice. We support law and order, not rioting and disorder. We seek a strong, focused United States military, not one distracted by a social agenda. We reject entrenched political class, and we demand term limits for members of Congress. We stand for fiscal sanity, for low taxes, and for reduced debt. We seek to reclaim the constitutional government as envisioned by our founding fathers by bringing the administrative state to heel once and for all. We believe that you must be a citizen in order to vote, and that photo ID should be required before casting a ballot. We stand for strong borders and believe that our nation must have a shared civic culture, and we oppose any immigration that stands apart or in contrast to our American values. We believe in the principles articulated in the Declaration of Independence that our rights come not from the generosity of the state, but from the hand of the Almighty, including the right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Now, none of this is easy, but it can be done. For decades, my home state saw elections determined by razor-thin margins. Today, due to bold leadership, the Democratic Party lies in ruins. The left is in retreat. Freedom reigns supreme. The woke mind virus is dead, and Florida is a solid Republican state. Now, electing Donald Trump gives us the chance to do this all across America. And we have a responsibility to step up and make it happen. We have a responsibility to preserve what George Washington called the sacred fire of liberty. This was a fire that burned in Independence Hall in 1776 when 56 men pledged their lives, their fortunes, and their sacred honor to establish this nation. It's a fire that burned at a cemetery in Gettysburg, Pennsylvania, when our nation's first Republican president pledged this nation to a new birth of freedom. It's a fire that burned at the foot of the Berlin Wall in 1987, when our nation's 40th president stood in front of that wall and said, "Mr. Gorbachev, tear down this wall." This is not a responsibility we should fear. It's a responsibility we should welcome. After all, if not us, who? And if not now, when? Let's make the 45th President of the United States the 47th President of the United States. Let's elect Republicans up and down the ballot, and let's heed the call of our party's nominee to fight, fight, fight for these United States. Thank you. God bless you. Let's win in November. Thank you so much.
Florida Governor Ron DeSantis, we took note that a lot of what he said there, we heard on the stump speech, too, when he was running against Donald Trump. But Martha Raddatz, talking about, under the Biden administration, the pullout from Afghanistan, and given what Biden has said after that debate performance, that perhaps he was doing too much, too late into the evening, if you will, Ron DeSantis went after that tonight.
And the Republicans have jumped on that for weeks and weeks, and Ron DeSantis went right to the heart of that, saying our enemies do not confine their designs to between 10 a.m. and 4 p.m., which is essentially what President Biden had said. We need a commander-in-chief who can lead 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. America cannot afford 4 more years of a weekend at Bernie's presidency. Afghanistan is clearly a weakness for President Biden, and that withdrawal, which was chaotic and disastrous in so many ways. But it was President Trump who also wanted to pull out of Afghanistan. He started that process. We also heard Nikki Haley talk a lot about foreign policy. That, to me, was a tryout for Secretary of State.
You do. If Trump's elected, do you think she wants to be the nation's chief diplomat?
It certainly sounded like that tonight.
Yeah. All right, we've got a lot to chew on. Nikki Haley, Ron DeSantis, the split screen of Donald Trump watching his former rivals embrace him wholeheartedly on that stage. We're going to take a break here. The entire team waiting to jump in on this. A lot more ahead here. ABC News live coverage of the Republican National Convention continues in a moment.
ABC News live coverage of the Republican National Convention from Milwaukee will continue in a moment.
What does it take to be the most watched newscast in America?
We are part of an operation.
Is this our combat operations center?
We're approaching the gate. Militants came in from different directions. Nuclear reactor. So you have a couple loaded and ready to go. The house is destroyed, but the flag.
Not a tear in it.
How important it made the USA. Great work.
Hi. Appreciate you.
Thank you.
Ismail? David.
I'm David Muir.
I know you are.
You
Watch
do.
you every night.
ABC's World News Tonight with David Muir is America's most watched newscast. Why do so many people start their day here?
From ABC News, this is Start Here.
To be in the know and get a different take on the day's top stories.
A lot of news today, so let's get into it.
Listen now to the Daily News Podcast honored with 4 Edward R. Murrow Awards and see why the New York Times calls it a news podcast worth listening to. Start Here, ABC News. Make it your daily first listen.
Now, that's a part of the story I bet you didn't see coming.
Wherever you get your podcasts, Start Here.
If you were coming of age in the 1980s, the Brat Pack was near the center of your cultural awareness. But for those of us experiencing it from the inside, the Brat Pack was something very different.
The critics agree.
hated the Brat Pack.
What a disaster.
Why did we take it as an offense? Andrew?
I'm not going to say we were the Beatles or anything.
Well, we didn't fill Shea Stadium.
1985? I think we could have.
Babe Ruth, Hank Aaron, Shohei Ohtani, legends of the game. But now the list of greats redefined. From ABC News, Reclaim the Forgotten League, a side of the story of baseball you have never heard before like this. The award-winning podcast is back. Listen wherever you get your podcasts or scan the QR codes you see here.
Reporting from Santa Fe, New Mexico, I'm Linsey Davis. Wherever the story is, we'll take you there. You're streaming ABC News Live.
ABC's David Muir, the most watched newscast in America. More Americans watch World News Tonight with David Muir than any other newscast.
Live from Milwaukee, the Republican National Convention. Here again, David Muir.
All right, some extraordinary moments playing out here on night 2 of the convention in Milwaukee. You can see the crowd gathered here in the convention hall. And there you are, Martha Raddatz, right there on camera with the rest of us. Linsey Davis, John Carl. We're all here in the broadcast booth, our team down on the convention floor. And quite a night already. Linsey, you've seen Nikki Haley up there, who lasted the longest in the primary against Donald Trump. She said it was Trump who asked me to speak to the convention in the name of unity. I was graciously happy to accept the invitation. She went after Kamala Harris. She said she had just one job, immigration. Imagine if she had to run the entire country.
You know, it may be that she, on behalf of the Republican Party, is hedging their bets just in case the eventuality is that Kamala Harris becomes the nominee on the Democratic side for president at the top of the ticket. But it's interesting, we had not heard any other speaker prior to Nikki Haley going after Kamala Harris in such a way.
Quite so directly, yeah.
Right, she mentioned her multiple times. And interestingly, also prior to Nikki Haley, we had not heard any boos in this arena unless it was people talking about Joe Biden and Kamala Harris and their policies. But we, for the first time, heard some boos in there amidst the cheers as she first came out on stage. And I thought it was so interesting when she mentioned that you don't have to agree with Trump 100% of the time to vote for him. Take it from me, I haven't always agreed with the president. Look, I think that people recognize there's a difference between disagreeing with someone or debating with them and detesting them. When you talk about in the past, as she said, that he's toxic or he's all vengeance, no vision, there's some bells you can't unring. And out of the abundance of the heart, as the saying goes, the mouth speaks. So you have to wonder if she was able to move the meter at all with the crowd in here.
And you also have to wonder if the Trump campaign really loved that line, though, because they really are going for that tiniest slice of voters who might be able to swing this election one way or the other. Mary Bruce, there's already reaction coming in from the Biden campaign on those key Nikki Haley voters, that voting bloc. We've called them double haters. I'm not sure I love that definition, but it's sticking. People who really don't want either one of these men. The Biden campaign says they're not giving up on those who did support Haley in the primary.
No, they certainly are not giving up, and they say there's a reason that so many of those Republican voters backed Nikki Haley in the primary, turned away from Donald Trump, and tonight responding, they're quoting Nikki Haley back to herself, saying that she said it best, she said, someone who doesn't respect our military, doesn't know right from wrong, and surrounds himself in chaos can't be president. And they conclude this statement by inviting those Nikki Haley voters, saying there is a home for every single one of them in the president's campaign. David.
Mary Bruce with what the Biden campaign is saying tonight after Nikki Haley gave this speech. Donald Trump watching her right here in the convention hall. Tom Cotton coming out right now. But real quick from Reince Priebus, the Trump campaign has to be very happy with Nikki Haley tonight.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, I think what's permeating around this hall is the idea that I think all of America is just tired of hating each other. I think there could be a new slogan, Make America One Again. Seeing Nikki Haley, Ron DeSantis come together is a big moment here. Very important for the party and very important for Donald Trump.
Senator Tom Cotton is speaking. Let's listen. Reince, thank you. Stick with us.
20 yet, but his family could. Manuel proudly told his contractor that they had just cast their first votes for president. For whom? Donald Trump, of course. When asked why, Manuel gestured to the parking lot and responded, "Have you seen my new pickup? And did you know that my brother and sister both have full-time jobs? With Trump, we've had more work than ever. Things are good." Manuel became a citizen last year, and he's excited to vote for the first time for Donald Trump. By contrast, after Joe Biden and the border czar, Kamala Harris, reversed President Trump's immigration policies and welcomed a third world invasion, I traveled to our border. What did I see? The body of a migrant drowned in the Rio Grande. Human traffickers on the southern bank taunting the Border Patrol. Migrants huddled under a bridge. I asked them why they came. None said persecution. Most said for a job. A few admitted because they could get in. Another answered with one simple word: Biden. My flight home the next day was full of these migrants. And you, all of you, paid for their tickets. That's our choice. A secure border and an immigration system that works for all of our citizens, whether your ancestors bled with George Washington, or like Manuel in Arkansas, you just took the oath of citizenship, or Joe Biden's chaos. Donald Trump said, you can't have a nation without borders, and he defended those borders. Joe Biden thinks borders are racist. Donald Trump will secure our border once again.
Senator Tom Cotton on the floor here at the Republican convention. We're going to go to prime time on the ABC network, 10 p.m. Eastern, just a few moments from now. Stay with us for our live coverage right here on ABC.
Get ready, America, every Friday.
The hottest trends, styles, and must-have. What's the right stuff to buy right now? I really love that. It's time to buy the right stuff.
Yes!
And save big time, too.
The right stuff.
Fridays on GMA. You're going to love it.
Why do so many people start their day here?
From ABC News, this is Start Here.
To be in the know and get a different take on the day's top stories. Start here.
Now, that's a part of the story I bet you didn't see coming.
Make it your daily first listen, wherever you get your podcasts.
They call him the Beauty Queen Killer. He's targeting young women in malls.
I am single. I want to enjoy the company of a member of women.
He tortured me.
How did she survive 9 days of terror?
The word accomplice came up. Nobody knows the real story.
The Beauty Queen.
So important to always remember that lives are changed.
Here in London, in Buffalo, Uvalde, Texas,
Edinburgh, Scotland.
from Poland once again tonight. Thank you so much for streaming with us. Ukrainian refugees here in Warsaw.
Do you think you'll ever be able to go back home?
We're heading to a small community outside of Mexico City.
Splintered houses and splintered lives. The magnitude of the devastation.
You're streaming ABC News Live. Reporting from Rolling Fork, Mississippi.
Santa Fe, New Mexico. Raleigh, North Carolina. The U.S. Capitol. Mayfield, Kentucky.
Minneapolis.
Mexico. Tongass National Forest, Alaska.
Getting you behind the stories as they happen, giving you a front row seat to our world as it plays out in real time, live.
ABC News Live Prime. We'll take you there.
Stream ABC News Live weeknights, America's most honored streaming news program, only on ABC News Live. Streaming free right now wherever you stream your news.
Tonight, the Republican National Convention right here in Milwaukee. The major news already on night 2 of this convention. Former President Donald Trump is here. Some of his biggest rivals already taking the stage, including Nikki Haley, who on the trail called Trump unfit, unelectable. What she said right here tonight with Donald Trump watching here in the hall. Our special live coverage of the race for president and the Republican National Convention begins now.
This is an ABC News special. Right now, Republicans come together in Milwaukee to make their case to America and stand behind Donald Trump and his new running mate, Senator J.D. Vance, to take on President Biden in the race for the White House. The Republican National Convention, live from Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Now reporting David Muir.
A live picture of the convention hall, a packed hall here in Milwaukee, and a night of many headlines already made as that camera trained on the ABC News booth. Martha, I can always see that white suit right there in the booth. Linsey Davis, John Carl here in the broadcast booth with me, the entire team here in the hall. Good evening, everyone, from the Republican National Convention here in Milwaukee, and already tonight, a night of unexpected and some would say improbable moments. Donald Trump making an appearance now for the second night in a row. It's some of the speakers, though, getting a lot of the attention here tonight. Some of Trump's biggest rivals on this stage right here behind me tonight. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis, but perhaps most notably former Ambassador and Governor Nikki Haley, who famously argued chaos follows Trump everywhere he goes. You're going to hear what she said right here tonight. First this evening, though, Donald Trump again coming out to thunderous applause here. The bandage again clearly visible on his right ear where he was wounded during Saturday's attempted assassination in Butler, Pennsylvania. The Republican National Committee saying tonight's theme is unity. The clearest example of that so far, Nikki Haley. Trump and Haley had exchanged bitter blows during the primary campaign. She, of course, called him unhinged. She called him diminished. Trump saying at the time she doesn't have what it takes to be president. She would go on to secure a sizable vote even after dropping out of the race in that primary. She later endorsed Trump, releasing her delegates so they can vote for Trump. And Donald Trump's pick for running mate, Ohio Senator J.D. Vance, back in the hall tonight, making news tonight. We saw him here a short time ago, now sitting beside the former president. Multiple sources telling ABC News tonight that he has spoken with Vice President Kamala Harris after the vice president reached out to him yesterday, leaving a voicemail to congratulate him, to welcome him to the race. And today we learned their first conversation, the call said to be brief and respectful. The vice president, Kamala Harris, J.D. Vance, saying they are looking forward to debating each other down the road. And new polling just out tonight. This, of course, taken after the horror that the country witnessed Saturday night. The polling showing that this race, Donald Trump, President Biden, still a virtual tie. The same poll actually did a hypothetical matchup, Donald Trump versus Kamala Harris, also a dead heat as well. And look at this tonight, another headline making news, this new video emerging. It shows a phone call between Donald Trump and independent candidate for President Robert F. Kennedy Jr. Trump asking Kennedy for his support to endorse him, saying it would be very good for Kennedy to do so, and Trump appearing to agree with Kennedy's views on child vaccines. So as you can tell, there is a lot to get to tonight. I'm here with our entire powerhouse political team. We're going to dive into it all. John, Lindsey, Martha right here with me. The first thing we want to show everybody at home is what Nikki Haley came out on this stage and said here just moments ago. Take a look. Many on their feet for her. Many boos, though, as well. Let's listen to the ambassador.
My fellow Republicans, President Trump asked me to speak to this convention in the name of unity. It was a gracious invitation, and I was happy to accept. I'll start by making one thing perfectly clear. Donald Trump has my strong endorsement, period.
It was an extraordinary moment. John Carl, you learned that in recent days, because we knew that Nikki Haley had been asked. She said she was not coming to this convention. She wasn't on the schedule. So what changed here?
David, there was a standoff. Nikki Haley was saying she wasn't going to come, and the Trump people were saying she wasn't going to be even invited to come in the convention hall. But it was just in recent weeks. It was after Nikki Haley belatedly released her delegates that Trump reached out, invited her here, and after what happened in Saturday, we saw her get a very prominent speaking role here in prime time.
Lindsey, we were wondering when she walked out of that stage what the reception would be. She stayed in the primary the longest. She got more votes than anyone other than Donald Trump in the Republican primary. People still voting for her even after she bowed out of the race. we took note of the reception here.
That's right, because as far as those people who have come on stage to greet those congregants here, no one has been booed. The only time that we've heard those boos has been when Joe Biden and Kamala Harris have been mentioned or their policies. But in addition to those cheers, you had a number of people who booed, because I think that you have to see, as far as the people who are here, did she move the meter? You know, there's some bells you can't unring. And when she's called them before toxic, unhinged, vendetta, no vision, you can pick your adjective, basically. You have to, as the saying goes, out of the abundance of the heart, the mouth speaks. You have to wonder if the people here are buying what she's saying. But she did have that quote where she said, you don't have to agree with Trump 100% of the time to vote for him. Take it from me. I haven't always agreed with the president. I think we just all have to decide, is there a difference between disagreeing with someone and detesting them?
That's right. It is politics in 2024. Not entirely knew that a rival would come full circle like this, but this was a really fascinating sort of split screen to watch with Donald Trump right here in the hall. Martha, I wanted to get your reaction to what she said to the swing voters out there. We've talked a lot about, I don't know if I love the phrase double haters. You know, these are people who didn't really want either one of these candidates, Joe Biden or Donald Trump. Nikki Haley addressed them directly tonight when she was talking about those swing voters, the people who don't agree with everything they've seen from Donald Trump. Take a listen.
But there's more to it than that. We should acknowledge that there are some Americans who don't agree with Donald Trump 100% of the time. I happen to know some of them. And I want to speak to them tonight.
Martha Raddatz, what do you think?
Well, I think the voters that I have spoken to, and some of the delegates as well, they were different. They really were committed to Nikki Haley. They were really looking for someone different, someone who cared about them or represented them. So I think it's going to be tougher than she thinks. She reached out to those voters. She was the last one in, as Linsey said. But I think it's going to be difficult for those voters to go fully with Donald Trump. And in fact, Nikki Haley's speech to me was a bit of a, I have no choice here. I really have to support Donald Trump at this point. I'll throw in my wholehearted support. But I felt a little tension. And even if you looked at Donald Trump during the speech, which we've all done all night, very carefully watching his face, there were some moments in his speech where he kind of winced when she was talking about, I don't agree with everything he says. I mean, he finally, in the end, came around and seemed like he loved the speech. But I think those voters will still have a difficult time and still not decided.
Those voters watching tonight, someone else watching, President Biden, the Biden campaign. I don't know if the president has seen it yet personally, but the Biden campaign already out with a reaction. And Mary Bruce, our chief White House correspondent, they're not giving up on Nikki Haley's voters, those swing voters right in the middle who were looking for some other option other than Joe Biden or Donald Trump.
Yeah, they certainly are not, and they still think that they can turn them over to the Biden campaign. In a response tonight, the Biden campaign quoting Nikki Haley back to herself, saying she said it best, someone who doesn't respect our military, doesn't know right from wrong, and surrounds himself in chaos cannot be president. And they go on to say in the statement that there is a home for every single one of her voters in the Biden-Harris campaign. And David, I'm also told that in their conversations with Nikki Haley's voters, the Biden team has found that those are voters who are motivated more by values than by a certain candidate. In other words, they feel that they were voting more for Haley as a protest to Donald Trump than for Nikki Haley. And they think a speech, an endorsement, isn't going to change that. The Biden campaign sees a lot of opportunity here still, David.
Mary, thank you. Let's get right back down to the floor. Let's look at this live picture right now, because the family of Rachel Morin, she was the mother of 5 who was killed on a trail. Ann Funder is still on the stage talking about opioids, how fentanyl destroyed her family, getting a standing ovation inside this hall. Part of a group of what the Trump campaign is calling everyday Americans affected by issues in this country. Let's listen.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. And the tens of thousands of American innocent children. For that alone, they should be voted out of office. highest number of fentanyl deaths during the Biden-Harris administration, and fentanyl is now the #1 killer of Americans ages 18 to 45, and it is quickly becoming the leading cause of death for teens, with 14 and under being the fastest growing demographic. We need President Trump back in office. We need a president who will seal the border, aggressively prosecute drug dealers, and stop communist China from poisoning our children. This is not a red or blue issue. This is a red, white, and blue issue. And fentanyl doesn't care if you're black or white. It does not discriminate. This is an American issue. We need a president who will call the drug cartels what they are: terrorist organizations. This fight is not for me. My son is gone. This fight is for your children. We owe it to our children to elect a president who will win the war against fentanyl once and for all. It's too late for my son, Weston. Say his name, Joe Biden. Weston. Thank you. Thank you. But we can change this for your children. We need President Trump back to save the lives of our kids. Thank you. Thank you. God bless America.
A deeply emotional and personal speech from Ann Funder,
Ladies and gentlemen,
a California mother who lost her 15-year-old son to fentanyl, moving back east to be closer to her family. Speaking about her son, Weston, she's saying, "This fight is not for me. My son is gone." We're now going to hear from Michael Morin, brother of Rachel Morin.
We lost my beloved sister, Rachel. She went for a walk in one of our family's favorite places. This beautiful trail was to us a safe place where we pushed our babies in strollers, where we walked together as a family, where my wife and I got married, near what would later become the spot where my sister's body was found. Rachel, a joyful, accomplished athlete and mother of 5, was raped and murdered by a suspected illegal immigrant. This was described as among the most brutal and violent offenses that has ever occurred in Harford County, Maryland history. Open borders are often portrayed as compassionate and virtuous. But there is nothing compassionate about allowing violent criminals into our country and robbing children of their mother. My sister's death was preventable. The monster arrested for killing Rachel entered the U.S. unlawfully after killing a woman in El Salvador. Joe Biden and his designated border czar, Kamala Harris, opened our borders to him and others like him, empowering them to victimize the innocent. Yet, to this day, we have not heard from Joe Biden or Kamala Harris. They never apologized. But when Rachel was killed, President Trump called my family to offer his condolences. He wanted to meet with us. He cared. That is leadership. And we need real leadership back in the White House. What has gotten us through this unthinkable loss is our faith in Jesus Christ. And as brutal as the murder of my sister was, I pray that her killer will find Jesus Christ. For all the affected by senseless tragedy, I pray for peace, knowing that all things work together for good to those who love God, to those who are called according to his purpose. I pray that we hold worldly leaders accountable for safety and justice for innocent people. I pray that we make our country safe and secure in the memory of my sister Rachel, who loved life. Thank you. God bless America. Good night.
Michael Morin, the brother of Rachel Morin. She was the 37-year-old mother of 5 who disappeared in Maryland while she was out on a jog in August of last year. Authorities say a suspect who had fled El Salvador unlawfully in the U.S. committed the crime. Let's listen to Madeline Brame, her son.
Good evening, everyone.
Hasan Correa, a veteran.
My son, Sergeant Hasan Correa, an Afghanistan War retired veteran. He received enemy fire from the Taliban, only to be murdered with a knife on the streets of New York City. The 4 assailants responsible for his death initially were facing justice, but that changed when District Attorney Alvin Bragg was elected. Suddenly, 2 of the homicidal maniacs responsible for my son's death had their gang assault and murder charges completely dismissed. One of them received 14 months time served. Alvin Bragg charged her with assault with a shoe. And another one was sentenced to 7 years. I later learned that Alvin Bragg often dismisses and reduces dangerous criminals. He wants to clear the jails and return violent felons onto our streets every day. The injustice was devastating for me and my family. I don't want anyone else to experience the senseless pain that many other victims across this United States of America have to live with every day. So I decided to use the voice that God gave me to be the voice for the voiceless across America. We need justice for victims, and we need accountability for prosecutors who fail in their duty. Soft on crime prosecutors like Alvin Bragg in New York, Kim Foxx in Chicago, and George Gascon in Los Angeles have turned our great country and cities into war zones. Poor and neglected communities like mine are suffering. And who else in here is sick and tired of being sick and tired. The Democratic Party that poor minorities have been loyal to for decades, including myself, all right? They betrayed us. They stabbed us in the back. Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, who claim to represent us, have abandoned us. They neglected the poor minority communities across America. But mine eyes have been opened. Just like so many other poor minorities across America. Donald Trump shares our values, love of God and family and country. He's been a victim of the same corrupt system that I have been and my family has been. He is committed to providing economic opportunities, helping those suffering from addiction with long-term inpatient drug programs, rolling back deadly bail reform policies that are getting our children killed every single day, and supporting our police. We back the NYPD. We back the blue. Back the blue. NYPD, black the blue. Trump was right when he said, they're after us. He's just standing in the way. And guess what? He always will. That's why I'm standing with him today. Let's make America safe again. Donald J. Trump. Thank you, and good night.
Terry Moran on the floor. That mother, Madeline Brain, lost her son, a married veteran. She had the hall.
Sarah Huckabee Sanders.
Oh, no, they might after Sanders. I think it's going to be after Sanders. Oh, yes. Sorry about that. So she just lit up the hall, Madeline Brain, grabbed this convention and lifted it up on one of the key themes of this convention, the disorder at the border and the crime that they think is out of control. Statistics show crime is down, but there is something in the air in the country, people feel here, that is out of control. And as she described her ordeal and her anger and her sense of betrayal, this convention was just lit up.
Just over Terry's shoulder there, Terry, thank you, is Governor Sarah Huckabee Sanders, who, of course, was the public face of the Trump campaign in those early years. Let's listen.
Not even an assassin's bullet could stop him. God Almighty intervened because America is one nation under God, and he is certainly not finished with President Trump. and our country is better for it. I am here tonight as America's youngest governor, the first woman to lead the great state of Arkansas. And most importantly, a mom to 3 amazing kids, Scarlett, Huck, George. When I was President Trump's White House press secretary, the best job, I got the chance to take my 4-year-old son, Huck, to Bring Your Kid to Work Day. Much like Jill now drags Joe to bring your husband to work day. And while I was briefing the president on the upcoming event in the Oval Office, all of the kids who were attending that day gathered in the Rose Garden, getting ready to meet him. And we were walking out onto that beautiful, perfect colonnade. And I saw out of the corner of my eye that my son Huck was running full speed directly at the President of the United States. Being the gracious person he is, President Trump bent down to give him a big hug. And right in front of everyone, Huck sidestepped the president, completely ignoring him in front of everyone, and ran straight into my arms. For my 4-year-old son, the most powerful man in the world had nothing on his mom. But because he's the amazing man he is, President Trump didn't mind at all. After all, he's a dad to 5 unbelievable kids and a grandfather to 10. And while that story is certainly a special memory for my family, it's an even greater reminder why I support President Trump, not for me, not for him, but for my kids and for yours. Under President Trump, America was safer, the world was safer, and it felt like the next generation would have a chance at the American dream. President Trump did the job that Kamala won't and Joe Biden simply can't. When we're honest, every American knows that we were so much better off under President Trump. So tonight, I don't want to just speak about President Trump's successful policies. While there are many, I want to talk about the man that I know. When the president hired me, I was the first mom and only the 3rd woman to ever serve as the White House press secretary. And in that role, I endured relentless attacks from the left. I was insulted as a guest at the White House Correspondents' Dinner. My family was denied service and kicked out of a restaurant. And a parent at my 3-year-old son's preschool spit on my car. And in those moments, it was President Trump who defended me. And when an MSNBC host, the author of several books on empowering women, said I was unfit to be a mother, And another MSNBC host said I was vile, not even human, and that I should be choked. MSNBC, again, did nothing. But our president pulled me aside, looked me in the eye, and said, Sarah, you're smart, you're beautiful, you're tough, and they attack you because you're good at your job. Never let them stop fighting. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you. That's the Donald Trump that I know. And that's the Donald J. Trump I will always respect. The left doesn't care about empowering women. Biden and Harris can't even tell you what a woman is. They only care about empowering themselves. But we have a president who believes in empowering every American and that our country is worth fighting for. For the last 4 years, Republican governors have been leading that fight and doing what Joe Biden refuses to do. We've deployed the National Guard to the border. We've cracked down on crime and drugs. We cut taxes to give hardworking Americans a break from Bidenflation. And we empowered parents with universal school choice across the country. Donald Trump was the very first president in my lifetime to take a hard line against China, and I'm proud to be the first and only governor in the country to kick communist China off our farmland and out of my state. President Trump is a leader, and he's the leader our country needs. And if ever there was a doubt, earlier this week, we saw just how tough, resilient, courageous, and daring this man is, and we can't get him back in the White House fast enough. Ladies and gentlemen, we are not called to stand still in the face of great danger. You and I were put on this earth at a moment in time to charge boldly ahead. We cannot know what the future holds, but we know damn sure who holds the future in his hands. God spared President Trump from that assassin because God is not finished with him yet. And he most certainly is not finished with America yet either. With God as our guide and President Trump back in the White House, we will show the world that America is the place where freedom reigns and liberty will never die. Ladies and gentlemen, Tonight, let us not leave here just excited about a great few days, but let us leave here energized and committed to making sure that we protect our freedom and we have the ability to pass it on to the next generation, because America is the greatest country that the world has ever known, and our kids and our grandkids deserve to enjoy it the way each of us did. And we will, with President Trump back in the White House. Thank you so much. God bless the great state of Arkansas and the amazing United States of America. Thank you very much.
Governor Sarah Huckabee Sanders of Arkansas, the face of the Trump administration, the press secretary in those early years. And this was a speech you could see in that split screen that Donald Trump really enjoyed. John Carl, you sat across from her asking the tough questions in those early years.
I sure did. She had the toughest job in Washington you could possibly have. Spokesperson for Donald Trump in the White House. She did battle on his behalf. But what a transformation. She got into that job. She had just been a very junior aide on the campaign, junior aide in the press office. Now she's the youngest governor in the country and a big Republican star.
And a big surrogate for Donald Trump out on the campaign trail. In the meantime, another major story here tonight has been this other sort of storyline. She's an ally, Sarah Huckabee Sanders. She always has been. She was the face of the Trump administration. But we've watched something else unfold tonight. Former rivals coming to embrace Donald Trump wholeheartedly on that stage. We showed you Nikki Haley a short time ago. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis, who also challenged Donald Trump in this Republican primary, came. He took on Joe Biden, and he talked about President Biden after that debate performance, when one of the answers that the president gave was how busy the schedule had been in the days, weeks leading up to that debate, and talked about how they should pare down his schedule a bit. This was what Governor DeSantis had to say about that. Take a listen.
Our enemies do not confine their designs to between 10 a.m. and 4 p.m. We need a commander-in-chief who can lead 24 hours a day and 7 days a week. America cannot afford 4 more years of a weekend at Bernie's presidency.
You see the laughter there from Donald Trump when Ron DeSantis delivered that line. He was talking about how the Biden administration handled the departure from Afghanistan with U.S. troops. Obviously, it turned out to be a very costly, very deadly departure. But he's talking about the president and the schedule that he pointed to after that debate performance, and foreign policy, making the point all in one.
Making the point about foreign policy, and that a president certainly does have to be 24/7. I think President Biden has tried to temper that a little bit, just saying, I don't want to do late night events. But Afghanistan is a real vulnerability for Joe Biden, a total vulnerability. When they got out, it was chaotic, as you said, and it was deadly. But it was Donald Trump who also wanted to leave Afghanistan. He is the one who started the conversations and started dealing with the Taliban on a complete withdrawal.
There was something else that the Florida governor said there. It's a theme that comes up over and over again. We heard it from Governor Huckabee Sanders there as well. Each and every one of these speakers has addressed, obviously, the horror witnessed by the nation on Saturday in Butler, Pennsylvania, the assassination attempt. Ron DeSantis got there with this point, started by talking about the culture during COVID in this country, ended this point by talking about what Donald Trump had been through just this past Saturday. Listen to this.
They mandated that you show proof of a COVID vaccine to go to a restaurant, but they oppose requiring proof of citizenship to cast a vote. They can't even define what a woman is. Now, Donald Trump stands in their way, and he stands up for America. Donald Trump has been demonized. He's been sued. He's been prosecuted, and he nearly lost his life. We cannot let him down, and we cannot let America down.
These are the rivals who took on Donald Trump during the Republican primary. One person who was not on that stage here in the convention hall tonight, Governor Chris Christie. What did you make of Ron DeSantis, but in particular perhaps of Nikki Haley, who lasted in the primary the longest, said that Donald Trump was unfit to serve, unelectable, that chaos follows him everywhere. Did she convince voters tonight? Did she make a difference in that speech?
Well, let me first start, David, with Governor DeSantis. I spent a lot of time with him during the campaign. That was pretty much his stump speech. amended a little bit to throw in Donald Trump's name a bit. And so Ron DeSantis did what Ron DeSantis does, and I thought it was fine. As for Nikki Haley, I'd just say this. We have enormously challenging times in our country right now. And what we need are leaders who have the courage of their convictions. And what we saw in her speech tonight was neither courage nor convictions. It was really tortured ambition. And she was on that stage because she's tortured by her own ambition. She had to go up there if she wants to run again in 2028 in her own mind. And that was more important than her standing up for the things that she represented to the voters in the Republican primaries about Donald Trump being unfit, unhinged, just unqualified to be president of the United States. So I think when people who were supporting Nikki Haley in places like New Hampshire and Iowa look at this speech tonight, what they're going to look back on is not be persuaded by Nikki Haley to vote for someone. They're going to be ashamed they voted for her in the first place.
Governor Chris Christie's take on Nikki Haley, the longtime rival of Donald Trump, lasted the longest in the Republican primary, even got votes after she got out of the race. Governor Christie, our thanks to you. We're standing by for another one of those former rivals, Marco Rubio. Got to go back to 2016 for that primary. We all remember that debate night. We were sitting across the stage from Marco Rubio, Chris Christie, Donald Trump. Now he was vying to be the VP pick. It was J.D. Vance instead, but Marco Rubio will take the stage in just a moment. We'll bring it to you live. What will he say about Donald Trump in a moment? Our live coverage here, the Republican convention, continues on ABC in a moment.
ABC News live coverage of the Republican National Convention will return in a moment.
Is some kind of a bold demon here.
Somebody is killing young black women.
The fear was just insane.
I was not gonna stop until I found out who did this.
He knew all of his victims. He portrayed himself as a good friend.
Now Friday, the prison interview with the killer.
Once I touched him, it's over.
And the first interview with the only surviving victim. 2020, Friday night on ABC.
Let's go.
The ship is incredible. It feels like living in a science fiction movie.
We just saw what no one has seen before.
Wow, look at that.
Oh my gosh.
Well, dead ahead. Turn on!
We are heading into the unknown.
Hammer, hammer, hammer.
It doesn't get any more cutting edge than this.
It's lunchtime in America, so what are we serving up?
Well, how about everything you need to know?
Give it to me. Your health, your money, breaking news, pop culture, with the biggest stars, music, trends, and of course, good food.
It's all coming up on GMA3.
You're gonna love it. We'll see you then.
GMA3, what you need to know. A third hour of GMA in the afternoon.
So join us, afternoons.
For everything you need to know.
I love that.
Me too.
All right, let the dogs out, please.
I don't think he's gonna give you a hard time.
Even if he gives me a hard time, I'm the right guy.
You can handle it.
I want to make sure that we all learn together.
Calm confidence.
Calm, confident, calm, surrender.
Everything that he's taught has become a reality.
Yeah.
We are so grateful and impressed.
I feel like crying.
You changed our world.
It is a beautiful thing to see. As you rehabilitate the dog, you also rehabilitate you.
Hey, good morning, America. Good morning, America.
Good morning, America.
Are you ready? They are ready. Covering the biggest events in the country right now.
There's a lot going on here this morning.
You don't just see it, you feel it.
I'm in.
I'm in.
I'm in too. I'll be here.
I am here and so happy.
I'm in.
I'm in too.
Michael, George, Lara,
Ginger.
First thing in the morning.
There's a lot going on.
We're still in a flash flood warning.
To catch you up with what happened overnight. Police in riot gear arresting dozens of protesters.
What's happening today? Escalating tensions in the Middle East.
What people are talking about, the migrant crisis.
Fast, straightforward.
With some fun in between.
Check out the Gator on the 17th hole.
The buzzkill in baseball.
First thing in the morning.
America This Morning.
America's #1 early morning news.
On ABC News Live.
What's good to watch, read? Where can I get a great deal on what I'm just dying to buy? Oh, it's all right here. GMA Life. All the exclusive and buzziest celebrity good stuff. Deals and steals with amazing savings and the coolest lifestyle tips from Good Morning America.
I love that so much.
GMA Life. Streaming weekends on ABC News Live. Your weekend just got a little better with GMA Life.
By the hand of God,
Senator Marco Rubio has just taken to the podium.
What truly matters in our lives and in our country. This thing we do called politics, it matters. It's not unimportant. But it is our people who must always matter the most in everything we do. By giving voice to everyday Americans, President Trump has not just transformed our party, he has inspired a movement. A movement of the people who grow our food and drive our trucks, the people who make our cars and build our homes, the people whose taxes fund our government, and whose children fight our wars. Americans like Corey Comparatori. He was a former fire chief and a loving husband. He was described as the best dad a girl could ever ask for. As a man of God who loved Jesus fiercely and looked after members of his church. Corey was one of the millions of everyday Americans who make our country great. He wasn't rich, he wasn't famous, and the only reason why we know his name and story now is because last Saturday, he shielded his wife and daughter from an assassin's bullet and lost his life the way he lived it, a hero. For those still wondering who are in the press and many watching at home, these are the Americans who wear the red hats and wait for hours under a blazing sun to hear Trump speak. And what they want, what they ask for, it is not hateful or extreme. What they want is good jobs and lower prices. They want borders that are secure, and for those who come here to do so legally. They want to be safe from criminals and from terrorists. And they want for our leaders to care more about our problems here at home than about the problems of other countries far away. There is absolutely nothing dangerous or anything divisive about putting Americans first. Those who are offended, anyone who is offended about putting America first has forgotten what American is and what American means. American isn't the color of our skin or our ethnicity. Americans are people as diverse as humanity itself. But out of many, we are one. Because as the life story of our next Vice President, J.D. Vance, reminds us, we are all descendants of ordinary people who achieved extraordinary things. Who do we come from? We come from pioneers who ventured west to chase their dreams, and slaves who overcame bondage to claim their right to the promise of America. We come from exiles who fled tyranny in search of freedom, and of immigrants who left behind all they had and knew because they could not be or achieve God's purpose for their life in the nation of their birth. That is an American. And putting Americans first must be what this election is about. When President Trump was in the White House, Americans had more money and lower prices. Our borders were secure and our laws were enforced. Iran was broke, the Taliban stopped killing Americans, and Putin didn't invade anyone. Now, under Biden, high prices devour paychecks. Criminals and drugs are allowed to flood into our country and terrorize our people. And Iran has money to support terrorists. The Taliban humiliated us in Afghanistan, and not one, but two major wars have broken out. My fellow Americans, the only way to make America wealthy and safe and strong again is to make Donald J. Trump our president again. Our country has been injured by the bad decisions of weak leaders. But now, though bloodied by our wounds, we must stand up and we must fight. Fight not with violence or destruction, but with our voices and our votes. Fight not against each other, but for the hopes and dreams we share in common and make us one. And fight for an America where we are safe from those who seek to harm us on our streets and from abroad. And we will not be alone in this fight. For leading us in this fight will be a man who, although wounded and facing danger, he stood up and raised his fist and reminded us that our people and our country are always worth fighting for. It is time to put our country and our people first again. And if we do, together, we will make our people wealthy again. If we do, together, we will make our country safe again. Together, we will make Donald Trump our president again. And together, we will not just make America great again. We will make America greater than it has ever been. Thank you. God bless you.
Florida Senator Marco Rubio, who had been on the short list for a potential vice presidential pick.
Please welcome Lara.
Donald Trump has suggested Rubio, if Trump is elected, will have a role in the administration. Next up, Donald Trump's daughter-in-law, Lara Trump, who is the co-chair of the Republican National Committee now since March. Let's listen.
Whoa! I don't feel like I actually have to ask this question, but is anybody in this room ready to send Donald Trump back to 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue? Well, it may not be a surprise that I actually had a very different speech that I was prepared to give up here tonight. That all changed at 6:11 on Saturday evening. Nothing prepares you for a moment like that. Our family has faced our fair share of death threats, mysterious powders sent to our homes, tasteless and violent comments directed towards us on social media, but none of that prepares you as a daughter-in-law to watch in real time someone try to kill a person you love. None of that prepares you as a mother to quickly reach for the remote and turn your young children away from the screen so that they're not witness to something that scars the memory of their grandpa for the rest of their lives. The prayers and well wishes we've received over the last 72 hours have been overwhelming, to say the least. And my heart goes out to the family who lost a husband and a father because of this senseless act. All of you here tonight and watching at home mean the world to all of us in the Trump family. If Donald Trump has shown us anything, it's that when it feels impossible to keep going, those are the times we must keep going. I don't know how many people here watching at home have ever been to a Trump rally, but if you've never been, let me tell you about them. Oh, some of you have been. Oh. Regardless of how the media have painted these rallies, you would be hard-pressed to find and to join a happier group of people coming together over their love for the greatest country on earth, the United States of America. I dare anyone trying to leave a Trump rally without leaving with some new friends. You always make friends at a Trump rally, right? Veterans, teachers, blue-collar workers, white-collar workers, active duty military, police officers, firefighters, small business owners, Latino supporters, Christian supporters, Jewish supporters, black supporters, white supporters, Asian supporters, gay supporters, Republicans, independents, and yes, even Democrats. At a Trump rally, you're not viewed as your profession, your religion, or the color of your skin. You're viewed as one thing: an American. Last Saturday was a jarring reminder that we, as Americans, must always remember there is more that unites us than divides us. We all want this country to be great, even if we don't always agree on the best way of doing that. And with every bone in my body, I can tell you that all Donald Trump wants to do and has ever wanted to do is make this country great again for all of us. Proverbs 28 reads, "The wicked flee, though no one pursues, but the righteous are as bold as a lion." And that truly epitomizes Donald Trump. He is a lion. He is bold, he is strong, he is fearless, and he is exactly what this country needs right now. Let's not forget what life actually looked like under President Donald Trump. Trade deals across the world that benefited our economy, allied countries paying their fair share, a safe and secure southern border, record low unemployment rates for African Americans, Hispanic Americans, Asian Americans, and women, record investment in historically black colleges and universities, the creation of the United States Space Force, the most comprehensive prison reform in decades. How about the peace agreements in the Middle East that they said would never happen? The largest tax cuts in American history, our energy independence, massive amounts of red tape cut, and no new wars when Donald J. Trump was president. Maybe, most importantly though, you could actually feel it in your everyday life. Now, you didn't have to love everything that he tweeted, but you cannot deny you were better off when Donald Trump was in office. Americans were finally able to start saving money. Home prices were affordable, and gas hit a low of $1.87 a gallon. As I speak here tonight, many of our fellow Americans don't know how they'll pay for their next trip to the grocery store, new clothes for their children, or this month's rent. Many of our fellow Americans worry that we are on the verge of a major terror attack here on American soil. Many of our fellow Americans don't think their own children will be able to establish a better life than they themselves currently have. Many of our fellow Americans are right now sitting and wondering how on earth this country could have moved in the wrong direction and so quickly. The Democrats and the media know that they cannot convince you, the American people, that your life is better off now, because it's not. So what will they do? They'll try to sell you on some outrageous narrative about the terrible things that Donald Trump will do if he becomes president. But you don't have to imagine what it would be like. All you have to do is remember what it was like. I know. Oh, yeah. I know what you hear out there about Donald Trump. I know what you read, what the media tells you, and what out-of-touch celebrities on the left say about this man. But when I look at Donald Trump, I see a wonderful father, father-in-law, and of course, grandfather to my 2 young children, Luke and Carolina. I know that I'm lucky enough to get to call him my father-in-law and see him a little differently than all of you. But it's through that lens that I sometimes wish more people could see him. This is a man who has sacrificed for his family, and a man who has truly sacrificed for his country. Donald Trump didn't need to run for president for fame or money. Trust me, we all know he already had plenty of that. I'll tell you why he did it and why he continues on, even in the face of the unthinkable. Because he loves this country. He did it for his grandchildren, for your children and grandchildren, and for the generations to come. I have seen this man dragged through hell and back, in and out of courtrooms, indictments, impeachments, mugshots, and even an assassination attempt. And yet, he has never backed down. I'll never forget watching my 2 children run up to him with their drawings and hugs for Grandpa, just moments before he took the elevator down in Trump Tower to address the media the day after his wrongful conviction. Despite everything else he had going on, he had no other focus in the entire world, just a man relishing time with his grandchildren. It's a side of Donald Trump that not enough people get to see. Maybe you got to see a side of Donald Trump on Saturday that you were not sure existed until you saw it with your own eyes. Martin Luther King Jr. once famously said, "The ultimate measure of a man is not where he stands in moments of convenience and comfort, but where he stands at times of challenge and controversy." There's no doubt that Saturday was one of the most frightening moments of my father-in-law's life. Millimeters separated him from life and certain death. And yet, it was in the midst of it all, as he was jostled off stage by Secret Service, that he knew how defining that moment would be for our country, and he hoisted his fist in the air. It was not just for the audience at the rally, not just for his supporters tuning in, but for all of America. And as a signal to the world that no matter what, America will always prevail. Though it's been strained and attacked, no enemy, no force, not even a bullet is strong enough to break our American grit and our American soul. We are the country whose founders gave their fortunes, freedom, and lives to pursue the dream of a free society. We are the country of Thomas Edison, Susan B. Anthony, Henry Ford, and Harriet Tubman. We are the country who fought and won 2 world wars. And we are the country who always rises to meet the moment, no matter how insurmountable the task. And in that split second, on Saturday, Donald Trump reminded us all of that very history and who we are at our core as a nation. That is the Donald Trump that I know. He is an American who conquered the business world, an American who made himself a household name, an American who was beloved by politicians and fellow celebrities for decades until he ran for office with an R next to his name. An American whom even Barack Obama admits people consider the American dream. And instead of sailing off into the sunset after an illustrious real estate and television career, he decided to give back. He decided to bring some of the things that had made him so successful in life to all of you in order to improve the lives of all Americans. Black, white, brown, gay, straight, all Americans, because that's the man that Donald Trump is. I can tell you that my personal experience with Donald Trump has shown me his heart. There wasn't a second that he made this small-town girl who was way out of her element in New York City feel anything but welcomed and part of the family. And if not for the support and encouragement of my father-in-law, I wouldn't be where I am today. It's been said by many that Donald Trump sees things in people that they don't even recognize in themselves. In 2016, when he asked me to help him win my home state of North Carolina, I'll be honest, I was terrified. I had no idea how I would make it happen, but he knew I would, and I did. When I was given an opportunity to join a television network as a commentator, it was the push and support of my father-in-law that gave me the confidence to take that job. Always the first one to call or text me after a TV hit and tell me, "Great job, keep going." Not bad, right? Or even a few months ago, when he called and asked me to be the co-chair of our party. He showed me potential in myself that I couldn't yet see. So tonight, to my father-in-law, I want to say thank you. Thank you for your resilience. Thank you for continuing on. Thank you for raising wonderful kids. Thank you for being an amazing grandfather. Thank you for never giving up on me. And thank you for never giving up on our country. Tonight, I come to you, not as the co-chair of the RNC, not as the daughter-in-law of the candidate. Tonight, I come to you as a mom and as a citizen of this country. For those of you watching who have never voted for Donald Trump, I know what the media and his political opponents have tried to tell you about this man. Believe me, I have seen and heard it all, but I have also seen the truth. I am proud to know Donald Trump, to campaign for him, to vote for him, and to raise his grandchildren. He will do what is necessary to protect you, protect your family, and protect this country. Because Donald Trump wants us all to be successful, to be safe, to be happy, to be strong, and to be great again. Tonight, I'm asking you to vote, not for the Donald Trump you see flashed on your TV every day, splashed across the headlines. Tonight, I'm asking you to vote for the Donald Trump that Luke and Carolina call Grandpa. I'm asking you to vote for the Donald Trump that my husband Eric calls Dad. I'm asking you to vote for the Donald Trump that I call my father-in-law. I'm asking you to vote for the Donald Trump who can and will make America great once again for all of us. Thank you. God bless you. God bless the United States of America. We love you.
Lara Trump, co-chair of the Republican National Committee since March, but perhaps most importantly, as she spelled out repeatedly
Ladies
there
and
tonight.
gentlemen,
She is
please
Donald
welcome
Trump's
back
daughter-in-law,
chairman of
the
the
proud mother of his
Republican
grandchildren.
National Committee,
John
Michael
Santucci,
Walker,
you've learned
North
other family
Carolina.
members will be here by week's end.
Fair will continue. Sources have now told ABC News come Thursday, Ivanka Trump and Melania Trump will be in this hall. David, just in attendance, not speaking, but there to support Donald Trump, David.
Night 2 now almost complete. John, thank you. Rachel Scott on the floor.
Please
The energy on that floor, even when rivals took the stage to support Donald Trump.
Yes, David, and Lara Trump really underscoring the shift in tone that Republicans are hoping to convey at this Republican National Convention, and really solidifying the image that she hopes defines this campaign. The former president with his fists up after gunfire erupted after being grazed by that bullet, after he said the words fight, 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 the crowd here then erupting in those chants as well. Lara Trump saying this is not the speech that she planned to give. This was not the speech that she wrote. So much of her speech focused on that attempted assassination. We know the former president still in the works, revamping his remarks to focus more on unity, but after this divisive campaign, we'll have to see if that holds, David.
Thank you, Rachel. John Carl, this is clearly a family affair.
Yeah, and the unity here that Trump saw and wanted and wants is the unity of Republicans in support of him. And you saw that with DeSantis and Nikki Haley after that bitter primary, offering full-throated endorsements.
Nikki Haley, perhaps the headliner of the night, or making the most news, perhaps, as the rival who was in that primary the longest, Linsey, but who came here and said, make no mistake, I will vote for Trump. People don't always agree with him. I know some of them, she said, but then she went on to make it clear she's voting for Trump.
She had a gracious speech. You have to imagine that was probably what she planned from the beginning. But you have to imagine or wonder what some of these original scripts were after that reminder from Lara Trump that she had scrapped her original one. Still, we heard some fiery speeches tonight. They are saying that this is a more toned down, more civil discussion that they're having. I talked to Eric Trump today. He said that he, too, has changed his speech for Thursday. So we'll see what continues to progress over the next few days.
Eric Trump told you he changed his speech for Thursday. Donald Trump told John Carl yesterday the former president has changed his speech as well. Martha Redditz, they are aiming to show a united Republican Party.
A united Republican Party, and everything they've talked about since this began is something that affects people. It's crime, it's grocery prices. That's what they want to talk about, and they're also still tapping into people's fears.
They're tapping into their fears. They're feeling at home, even with inflation numbers easing or federal crime stats coming down. Numbers are one thing. It's whether or not families feel it is the other, and that's the central challenge, Mary Bruce, for the Biden administration as they move forward with Joe Biden's campaign.
And tonight, David, the Biden campaign is arguing that while you heard a lot of sharp attacks against the president and his administration tonight, they say what you didn't hear was solutions. The speaker's not outlining or making clear what Donald Trump would do to address these pressing problems. And just now, in a statement sharing their final thoughts on the night, the Democratic National Committee with this parting jab, saying if Republicans wanted to focus on crime tonight, perhaps they should have brought up their nominee, a convicted felon, Donald Trump, to give his keynote address early. David.
Mary, thank you. We'll go to a live picture on the floor here of Donald Trump, J.D. Vance. This is the Republican ticket on night 2 of the convention. A prayer here to end out the night. J.D. Vance, the senator from Ohio. He's the big speaker tomorrow night, and we'll be here for that. ABC News coverage of the Republican National Convention, night 3, 10 p.m. Eastern tomorrow night. We'll all be right here for you. We'll see you then. For many of you, your local news is coming up next. We'll see you tomorrow night. Good night.
Some kind of a bold demon here.
Somebody is killing young black women.
The fear was just insane.
I was not gonna stop until I found out who did this.
Knew all of his victims. He portrayed himself as a good friend.
Now Friday, the prison interview with the killer.
Once I touched him, it was over.
And the first interview with the only surviving victim. 2020, Friday night on ABC.
Let's go. The ship is incredible. It feels like living in a science fiction movie.
We just saw what no one has seen before.
Wow, look at that.
Oh my gosh.
Well, dead ahead.
We are heading into the unknown.
Hammer, hammer, hammer. It doesn't get any more cutting edge than this.
There's a price to be paid every time a survivor shares their story. I will not be silenced.
Do you feel the church accepted abuse?
I wouldn't say accepted it as so much pretended it didn't exist.
Yep, that's him.
Yep.
Ready? Kira Phillips with ABC News. Does your church protect sexual predators?
The powerful new Impact by Nightline. Secrets of the 2x2 Church.
There's nothing pretty about hearing this.
Now streaming on Hulu.
Tonight, night 2 of the Republican National Convention. The party faithful gather in Milwaukee one day after formally nominating Donald Trump and new running mate J.D. Vance for the 2024 Republican presidential ticket as the next wave of potential Republican leaders take the stage.
The young Republicans will be fighting to make the economy great again.
And our message to Gen Z is this: you're going to be the generation that actually saves this country.
Immigration and security are tonight's top issues as the GOP hones in on what the party describes as Donald Trump's greatest policy strengths while bringing the stories of everyday men and women to millions of viewers.
We want to live in a place where it's safe for our children, safe for our families.
It's not only the border, it's also just the chaos in the streets.
A country without a border is not a country.
As Trump's vanquished rivals address convention goers, amplifying a message of unity just days after that attempted assassination.
I'll start by making one thing perfectly clear. Donald Trump has my strong endorsement, period.
Let's send Joe Biden back to his basement and let's send Donald Trump back to the White House.
We'll have that and more on this night 2 of the Republican National Convention. Welcome back, everyone. Thanks so much for tuning in to another hour of ABC News Live's coverage of the Republican National Convention. We are at the midway point with Republicans about to close out their second of 4 evenings. Former President Trump once again in attendance tonight, greeting an even more jubilant crowd of well-wishers with former opponents right where he wants them, here at his convention and now on his side. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis and Nikki Haley taking center stage.
I'm here tonight because we have a country to save. And a unified Republican Party is essential for saving her.
And just moments ago, Lara Trump, the former president's daughter-in-law and now Republican Party chief, completing the rechristening of the grand old party as the Party of Trump.
But is anybody in this room ready to send Donald Trump back to 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue?
And leading us off now, Jay O'Brien with a recap of the day's subjects, speakers, and sound bites.
Day 2 of the Republican National Convention marked by a dramatic question. What would Nikki Haley say? A mix of cheers and boos greeting Trump's most bitter primary opponent, who said the former president asked her to address this convention in the name of unity.
I'll start by making one thing perfectly clear. Donald Trump has my strong endorsement, period.
Speaking to some moderate Republicans still not supporting Trump.
My message to them is simple. You don't have to agree with Trump 100% of the time to vote for him.
Other one-time Trump primary rivals also taking to the stage and throwing their weight behind the former president, too.
Let's make the 45th president of the United States the 47th president of the United States. Let's elect Republicans up and down the ballot, and let's heed the call of our party's nominee to fight, fight, fight for these United States.
Trump watching it all from his box, making another surprise appearance alongside new VP pick J.D. Vance. Still hanging over the gathering, that assassination attempt.
And let me start by giving thanks to God Almighty for protecting President Trump.
In the crowd, a tribute to the former president's ear wounded by that assassin's bullet. Also addressing the convention, a lineup of Senate hopefuls trying to flip the upper chamber from Democrats in November.
The problems we face are huge. The problems caused by the Democrat Party. But the solutions, guys, they're really simple. First of all, stop the Biden invasion and build the wall. Easy.
Biden and the Democrats are doing everything they can to tear down this great country and rebuild it in their woke, radical image. Their dream's not new. It's an old, evil idea that has failed every time it's been tried.
Americans want a president who is proud of their country and who they can be proud of. Joe Biden is an embarrassment.
Tuesday's message, law and order. Many using their time at the podium to go on the offensive.
If you want to seal the border, vote Trump. If you want to restore law and order in this country, vote Trump.
To Biden's violent crime crisis, fueled by Democrats' pro-criminal sanctuary cities and defund the police policies like we have seen in my home state of New York.
House Speaker Mike Johnson pledging a full investigation into Saturday's attack at that Trump rally.
Everyone hear me clearly and listen to me at home and make no mistake. The House is conducting an immediate and thorough investigation of these tragic events. The American people deserve to know the truth, and we will ensure accountability. I promise you that. I promise you that.
Our thanks to Jay O'Brien for that. Now I want to get right to our senior congressional correspondent, Rachel Scott, who is on the floor once again tonight. Rachel, quite a night. Nikki Haley, once a Donald Trump foe, now a friend. But any indication if her supporters are convinced?
Yeah, well, it was a mixed reaction, not only from the crowd here who booed and cheered all the same, but also from several Nikki Haley supporters that we talked to. There were some that said her message of unity really resonated with them. There are others that say they just simply cannot just go with the values of former President Donald Trump. And while they were definitely appreciative of her calls for unity with the party, that the former president has done things that just go a bridge too far, including some of the attacks that he has had on Nikki Haley herself. Remember, he mocked her birth name. He also mocked her husband, who was deployed overseas at the time. This was a very bitter campaign. But the Trump campaign also very keenly aware of the pull that Nikki Haley has in this race. Remember, she did very well among moderates, among independents, the very voters that Donald Trump would need in a very tight race. And even after she dropped out, Linsey, we remember looking at those primaries, she was still pulling in a lot of support. The question now is if her supporters turn toward President Biden or Donald Trump, Linsey.
And we may not know that still for a few more months. Rachel Scott, our thanks to you as always. Want to bring in John Carl and Martha Raddatz. And interesting to note, J.D. Vance's book, Hillbilly Elegy from 2016, today #1 on Amazon's bestseller book list. John,
and moving up on Netflix, too, the movie version.
John, I want to start with you, the Nikki Haley and Ron DeSantis of it all. Your thoughts on these people who were former foes, now suggesting that they're converts?
Well, it showed a couple of things. One, Donald Trump really wants to win, so he gave those two who, Nikki Haley wasn't even invited into this convention until a few weeks ago. It shows that, he wants to win, gave them prominent speaking slots, but it also shows how much he loves to have somebody who hated him come out and confess their love for him. I mean, it wasn't just Haley and DeSantis. It was Ted Cruz and Marco Rubio. All of them have said the most vicious things about Trump and had to go out there today and tonight and talk about how much they liked him. But the Nikki Haley thing, she wasn't speaking to this crowd. I mean, it was a mixed reception. She's speaking to the people that aren't sold on Trump, that don't like Trump, and giving them a reason to vote, to come around and to vote for him. I don't know if it's going to work. I mean, they voted for her because she was the anti-Trump. They didn't vote for her because she was Nikki Haley. And now that she's like part of the Trump crowd, I mean, we'll see.
Many have suggested already that they were just protest votes when they were putting in her name there by the end when she was no longer in the race. And Martha, what we did hear, some common issues that people have concerns about drug overdoses or crime, pocketbook issues, as well as immigration on multiple accounts tonight. You heard build the wall chants, and it feels like fear is still a big issue.
I think it is, and you you heard those families who were such powerful speakers, who'd lost loved ones to fentanyl, to murder by someone who was in the country illegally. You heard that powerful, powerful voice of the average American, but it really did. That's exactly what it did. It tapped into fear. And that is part of this campaign, very much so. He may want to say he wants to unite people, but it is fear. And it is like, look what's happening to you every day. And not only fear, but grocery prices, gas prices, no matter what the statistics actually say, and grocery prices are definitely higher, but it doesn't matter. They affect people. They can really relate to that. In some ways, Donald Trump is this non-incumbent incumbent. I know Lara Trump said tonight, just remember what it was like 4 years ago. But people don't really remember. What they're living right now is that is a disadvantage for Joe Biden right now, because people are feeling the Biden presidency. So Trump could say, hey, I was president, but that was 4 years ago. Everything was great.
And even though the Dow hit a record yesterday, a number of people saying,
it's all about going to the
grocery
grocery shop. Yeah.
Martha, John, our thanks to you. We'll see you right back here again tomorrow.
Yes, we will.
Do it all over again. And back with us now, ABC News executive editorial producer John Santucci. And John, I know that you're getting reporting on what we can expect from the former president on Thursday. What can you tell us?
Well, it's not even from the former president. It's the Trump family, Lindsay. I mean, for the first time in years, we are going to see the entire Trump family under one roof. Sources have just told ABC News that Ivanka Trump and Melania Trump will both be in this hall come Thursday night. Now, look, neither are expected to speak, per my sources, but nevertheless, to see all of them together here supporting Donald Trump is going to be a moment. And we've seen the way this crowd has reacted so far as Donald Trump entered that hall Monday night. I can't imagine that reaction on Thursday when they see everyone together, Lindsay.
Oh, you can only imagine. All right, John Santucci, we will be here and watch it, witness it live when it does happen on Thursday. Our thanks to you. Now I want to bring back in Mary Bruce, who's in Las Vegas tonight. Mary, Nikki Haley, clearly she was on that stage tonight. Not the stage she wanted. She eagerly for months had asked Donald Trump to be on the debate stage with her. But the Trump campaign clearly hoping that she was going to be able to bring her supporters on board. The Biden campaign also has their eyes on her former base. What are you hearing?
Yeah, the Biden campaign is still very much hoping that her voters are still up for grabs. In a statement that they put out after Haley's remarks, they quoted her back to herself, saying that she said it best. Someone who doesn't respect our military, doesn't know right from wrong, and surrounds himself in chaos. That's how Nikki Haley has described Donald Trump. They say he cannot be president. And then at the end of this statement, the Biden campaign saying flatly that there is a home for every single one of those Haley voters in the Biden-Trump campaign. I'm told by sources inside the campaign that they have been reaching out and talking to some of Haley's supporters, and they feel that these are voters who are motivated more by the issues and less by an actual candidate, meaning that they believe that they were voting, more against Donald Trump and not necessarily as much for Nikki Haley. They think that that is a sign that a simple speech or an endorsement won't be enough to change all of their mind. They are still optimistic that they can bring them over to back Joe Biden. But Lindsay, we have been talking with some of those voters tonight, our team, and it's a bit of a mixed bag, the reaction. Some saying they're going to follow Haley to Trump. Others saying they're not quite sold just yet.
All right, Mary Bruce for us. Our thanks to you, as always. Still much more context and analysis to get to on this special edition of ABC News Live Prime, the GOP convention. We're in Milwaukee all week long for the RNC. Several of Trump's political rivals spoke tonight, trying to unify the party behind Trump and his policies. Will it work? Still remains to be seen. We break down the tactics and the numbers next.
Take it from me, I haven't always agreed with President Trump. But we agree more often than we disagree. We agree on keeping America strong. We agree on keeping America safe.
Whenever news breaks,
We are here in Israel, a nation at war after that brutal surprise attack by Hamas.
On the ground in Ukraine, reporting from Lewiston, Maine.
The scene of a horrific mass shooting.
ABC News Live is right there everywhere.
From the scene of that deadly missile strike in Dnipro, Ukraine.
Reporting from the earthquake in Turkey.
In Rolling Fork, this tornado tore through this little town.
From the most devastating disaster in Hawaii.
From Charleston, South Carolina, on the 2024 campaign trail.
In Iceland, let's go.
Traveling with the president in Mexico City.
Wherever the story.
From the front lines.
From southern Israel.
Outside the Gaza Strip.
In Beirut. From the FBI.
Reporting from the nurses on the picket line.
Here at 10 Downing Street in London. Streaming live to you.
Wherever the story is.
Wherever the story is.
Wherever the story is, we're going to take you there.
You're streaming.
ABC News Live.
ABC News Live.
You're streaming ABC News Live.
ABC News Live. Streaming free everywhere. America's #1 streaming news.
First thing in the morning.
There's a lot going on.
We're still in a flash flood warning. To catch you up with what happened overnight. Police in riot gear arresting dozens of protesters.
What's happening today? Escalating tensions in the Middle East.
What people are talking about. The migrant crisis.
Fast, straightforward.
With some fun in between.
Check out the Gator on the 17th hole.
The buzzkill in baseball.
First thing in the morning.
America This Morning.
America's #1 early morning news.
On ABC News Live.
What does it take to be the most watched newscast in America?
We are part of an operation.
Is this our combat operations center?
We're approaching the gate. Militants came in from different directions.
Nuclear reactor.
So you have a couple loaded and ready to go. The house is destroyed, but the flag.
Not a tear in it.
How important it made to USA. Great work.
Hi.
Appreciate you. Thank you.
Ismail? David.
David.
I'm David Muir.
I know who you are.
You
Watch
do?
you every night.
ABC's World News Tonight with David Muir is America's most watched newscast.
If you were coming of age in the 1980s, the Brat Pack was near the center of your cultural awareness. But for those of us experiencing it from the inside, the Brat Pack was something very different.
The critics agree.
Hated the Brat Pack. What a disaster.
Why did we take it as an offense?
I'm not going to say we were the Beatles or anything. Well, we didn't fill Shea Stadium. 1985? I think we could have.
They call him the beauty queen killer. He's targeting young women in malls.
I am single. I want to enjoy the company of a member of women.
He tortured me.
How did she survive 9 days of terror?
The word accomplice came up. Nobody knows the real story.
The Beauty Queen Killer, only on Hulu.
As President Trump raised his fist and gave a rally cry on Saturday, now is our time to fight, and we will.
Welcome back to night 2 of the Republican National Convention here in Milwaukee. Joining us now, ABC's D.C. Bureau Chief Rick Klein. Hey, Rick, a new Reuters Ipsos poll of registered voters was published today. Tell us what it showed.
Yeah, Lindsay, this is significant because it's the first polling we've seen taken after Saturday, after the assassination attempt, which of course has a lot of people in this room and beyond buzzing about a potential boost for Donald Trump. A lot of goodwill for Trump in this room, but it doesn't really translate, at least in this one poll. Just a 2-point edge for Donald Trump over Joe Biden. For some context, our poll that came out late last week had a 1-point edge for Trump. So it doesn't seem like it's really shaken up the race, at least not yet, at least not initially. And this is also interesting. Like other recent polls, the hypothetical matchup of Harris and Trump, a dead heat, an absolute tie. Harris running a little bit stronger than Joe Biden in that hypothetical matchup.
And 5% of respondents to that poll said that they'd support some other candidate. Another 10% said they wouldn't vote or don't know who they'll vote for. Are these numbers significant?
Well, look, the number of people that are supporting third-party candidates has fluctuated a little bit, but that gives you some insight into the news today about Robert F. Kennedy Jr. had that phone call with Donald Trump where Trump is basically coaxing him into dropping out of the race. Both candidates know that Kennedy's voters or other third-party voters could be critical here. And, yeah, that number of people that right now still don't want to vote at all, I'm interested in looking at those numbers after this week, after this convention. The messaging for these first 2 nights, these have been very much on-message convention nights for Donald Trump. I remember his previous conventions. They were not like this. This is a much more subdued and rally around the man message of unity, including, of course, tonight.
All right, our D.C. Bureau Chief Rick Klein, we thank you as always for the analysis. Want to bring in our Maria Villarreal now. And Maria, you heard Senator Cruz tonight when the issue of border security came up. It pivoted to the topic of fentanyl. What facts do you have about fentanyl and its connection to the people coming to our border looking for jobs?
Well, Linsey, we actually heard the conversation over immigration and the crisis at the border by a number of the speakers that took the stage today. But what we didn't hear was that aggressive conversation, that rhetoric we've heard over the last 6 to 8 months from not just the former president, but also, people that are looking to support him, right, in the future. And this was a more subdued, as Rick just mentioned, a more subdued conversation where we're looking to pivot the message. Obviously, there is still a lot of conversation about our borders being open coming from the conservative base. But what we are seeing is a movement to saying, listen, it's not just about the people coming across the border. It's about the drugs that are coming across the border and the fact that they are killing, our American people here. And I think a lot of the reason why we are hearing that right now, Linsey, is because the numbers that we are seeing along the border, apprehensions and encounters, have decreased dramatically over the last few months, in opposition to fentanyl, which we have seen from 2020 to 2023, a 480% increase in the number of fentanyl seizures. And a lot of that is coming in through traffic and ports of entry. So again, I think we're going to see a bit of a shift now and people being brought in to explain exactly how this fentanyl crisis is now affecting families in the U.S.
The issue of Americans murdered by migrants also came up, and those stories were super compelling. Our condolences obviously go out to those families who've lost loved ones. What can you tell us about the correlation between migrants in the U.S. and crimes committed by them?
Linsey, again, this goes back to really the messaging coming from the RNC right now. I mean, obviously, a few months ago, we would have heard people talking about how, this was a migrant crime wave. I mean, this was a term that was coined by the former president and being used at a number of his campaign stops. But tonight, we didn't hear that kind of rhetoric. What we heard from them was the impact to families and how these kinds of crimes could be, perpetuated all over the country if we didn't close our borders. So as we heard both John Carl and Martha talking about earlier, this is about, striking fear in the voters that are watching this and telling them if you don't go to the polls and you don't vote for former President Donald Trump, we're going to see more of this. But let's be very clear, there are not statistics right now showing that there is a major rise in crimes being committed by migrants. And on the other hand, we've also seen a decrease in crime all across the country based on FBI stats. So definitely a very different message than we are hearing and when it comes to the border at the RNC now.
Maria Villarreal, our thanks to you as always. Want to reach across the aisle now and bring in Kevin Munoz, the senior spokesman for the Biden-Harris campaign. Kevin, thank you so much for joining us tonight. The Republicans' theme tonight, Make America Safe once again, which obviously presumes that America currently isn't safe. What's the campaign's response to that?
Well, thank you for having me on, Linsey. Let's just take a step back. What we didn't hear once tonight was one solution, one plan, one vision to create a stronger country, a more prosperous country, or a safer country. Because Donald Trump doesn't believe in plans. Donald Trump believes in himself. He does not care about creating safer communities. Joe Biden sees things differently. That is why we are at a 50-year low for violent crime in this country. He has put in record investments to address law enforcement in this country, and he has put forth a bipartisan border plan to create a safer border for our country, and Donald Trump killed it. Our view is this campaign is going to be about who is fighting, who is getting things done for the American people, and Joe Biden has a really great record and a vision for the future to address this.
And Republicans tonight highlighted crimes committed by immigrants, and their platform advocates sealing the border, carrying out the largest deportation in American history. We heard chants of build the wall multiple times throughout the night. President Biden himself has recently made it tougher to claim asylum at the southern border. How are your campaign's plans better?
Well, look, I think when you think about this issue, you do not want leaders in this country politicizing them. You want people that will honor these tragedies, horrifying stories, with action. And that is what Joe Biden has done. When Donald Trump killed that bipartisan border bill, Joe Biden figured out a way to take executive action to create safer communities and a stronger border. It is not enough. We have to continue to do more. And that is why Joe Biden will continue fighting for the comprehensive immigration reform that this country needs. It does not need to come at the expense of attacking immigrants or mass detention camps or separating mothers from their children. These are not the policies that represent the values of this country, and they're also not policies that the American people support. So we have to continue talking about this issue and also all of the issues that we know that Latinos, voters across this country care most about.
The Washington Post is reporting that President Biden plans to endorse major changes to the Supreme Court in the coming weeks. Is this true? And can you tell us what some of those changes might be?
Well, I can't get ahead of the president, but what I can tell you is he's been clear that there needs to be some changes and there needs to be some efforts to think about making sure that the Supreme Court continues to be a check and balances system. And when we look at what has happened with the Dobbs decision, when we look at this recent immunity decision that lets Trump act as a would-be king and put him above the law of the American people, we really need to reconsider what we can do to make sure that our democracy is strong moving forward.
Kevin Munoz, senior spokesman for the Biden-Harris campaign, we so appreciate your time at this very late hour. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you, Linsey.
Still much more context and analysis to get to here on this special edition of ABC News Live Prime, the GOP convention. Former President Trump made another appearance tonight alongside his new running mate, Senator J.D. Vance, as speakers put forth the Republican Party platform. We'll look at the picture they're painting for the future next.
Whenever, wherever news breaks, it's so important to always remember that lives are changed.
Here in London, in Buffalo, Uvalde, Texas, Edinburgh, Scotland. From Poland once again tonight. Thank you so much for streaming with us. Ukrainian refugees here in Warsaw. Do you think you'll ever be able to go back home? We're heading to a small community outside of Mexico City. Splintered houses and splintered lives. And the magnitude of the devastation. You're streaming ABC News Live. Reporting from Rolling Fork, Mississippi, Santa Fe, New Mexico, Raleigh, North Carolina, the U.S. Capitol, Mayfield, Kentucky,
Minneapolis,
Mexico, Tongass National Forest, Alaska.
Getting you behind the stories as they happen, giving you a front row seat to our world as it plays out in real time, live.
ABC News Live Prime. We'll take you there.
Stream ABC News Live weeknights, America's most honored streaming news program, only on ABC News Live. Streaming free right now wherever you stream your news.
First thing in the morning.
There's a lot going on.
We're still in a flash flood warning. To catch you up with what happened overnight. Police in riot gear arresting dozens of protesters.
What's happening today? Escalating tensions in the Middle East.
What people are talking about. The migrant crisis.
Fast, straightforward.
With some fun in between.
Check out the Gator on the 17th hole.
The buzzkill in baseball.
First thing in the morning.
America This Morning.
America's #1 early morning news.
On ABC News Live.
Get ready, America, every Friday.
The hottest trends, styles, and must-have. What's the right stuff to buy right now? I really love that. It's time to buy the right stuff.
Yes!
And save big time, too.
The right stuff.
Fridays on GMA. You're going to love it.
Why do so many people start their day here?
From ABC News, this is Start Here.
To be in the know and get a different take on the day's top stories. Start Here.
Now, that's a part of the story I bet you didn't see coming.
Make it your daily first listen, wherever you get your podcasts.
Today, as a result of Joe Biden's presidency, your family is less safe. Your children are less safe. The country is less safe. But here's the good news. We can fix it. And when Donald Trump is president, we will fix it.
Welcome back, everyone. That was Texas Senator Ted Cruz tonight in Milwaukee saying former President Donald Trump can fix the problems at the border and beyond as Republicans wrap up their second night here at the RNC in Milwaukee. Thanks so much for staying up late with us. And also staying up with us is former Georgia Representative Tom Graves and contributor Christina Sinsoon Ramirez. We thank you both so much for staying up. Christina, I want to start with you. Many of the speeches tonight focused on crime and safety, as we heard from families affected by that violence personally. Let's take a listen.
Elected communities like mine are suffering. And who else in here is sick and tired of being sick and tired?
Christina, your reaction to that, and do you think that this will appeal to urban moms and black voters?
I think on the fentanyl, I think we have to separate some of the crises and the crime that is being spoken of. There is a fentanyl crisis. There is a drug addiction crisis across this country that thousands of families are suffering from, seeing their loved ones die or struggle with addiction, and that needs to be addressed. And those stories are heart-wrenching. And we saw at the last debate, we didn't really even get an answer to that. What is the actual plan to deal with the fentanyl crisis and actually look at how fentanyl is getting into the country? If we look at the fact that, when Ted Cruz said, you are less safe than you were before. Our country is less safe than you were 4 years ago. That is patently false. There is no data to back that. And so if we're going to address the crisis, we have to actually look at the facts. And the facts are that fentanyl is coming into the country mostly through trade, not through individual migrants. And so if we can't actually look at why it's coming here, we won't actually be able to address it and get people the treatment and support they need, which is what I think people are asking for. The last thing I want to say is I think, look, Republicans win when they sow fear and division, and they paint a picture of taking our country backwards. Democrats win when they paint a picture of the future that brings people together and celebrates our diversity and talks about how we can be a stronger country together. Immigration is the big wedge issue. And so I think Democrats need to be able to respond that Republicans ultimately didn't move forward on addressing immigration when they had the chance just a few months ago. They refused to address it because they knew they wanted it as a wedge issue for this election.
And Tom, President Biden also spoke today about safety. In particular, he was talking about Georgia poll workers who received death threats after allegations were made against them. What is your thought on Democrats' approach to safety as Biden in particular tries to connect with his base?
I mean, it's clear they're disconnected from the American people. I mean, it's, I hear what was just said, and it's a justification for crime that's occurring. And to say that it's false how people feel, I mean, people really do feel threatened today. They feel concerned. They're concerned for their children, concerned for their communities. But to hear the heart-wrenching stories from these mothers and to just push that aside and say that's false or there's no facts that back that up, I mean, folks are generally concerned today. And so I think it's important that Republicans put folks out there sharing stories that are common throughout the country that express how people really feel through personal experiences.
Republicans like to look at themselves as the party of law and order. But the elephant in the room a little bit is the fact that Donald Trump is a convicted felon. Do you think that there is a double standard there?
Well, there's a process that he's going through, right? And he clearly, as well as many other folks, feel like the process was, a thumb was put on it a little bit as it went through, but he has a process in which he gets to go through as a U.S. citizen. But what they've been talking about today are those who are truly illegally entering our country. And I think you had somebody on earlier that was talking about migrants and that they're not committing illegal acts as much as they used to. A legal immigrant is committing an illegal act as soon as they enter the country. So that's already breaking the law. And so that's already setting a pattern for what might be future behavior. But being from Georgia, I can tell you families have been impacted by illegal immigrants killing innocent young women.
Christina, let me just put this to you in the last 30 seconds that we have here. Tom is suggesting that the Democratic Party is out of touch when it comes to the fears and concerns with regard to safety of the average American.
The truth is the vast majority of Americans want a safe and legal immigration system that honors hardworking immigrants that help pick our food, build our homes. If we didn't have immigrants working, for example, in agriculture, they make up 70% of the workforce, estimated to be undocumented in the United States. 50% of the workforce in my home state, our schools and homes, are undocumented. We must build a system that protects immigrants and American-born workers. We can build it. Republicans have been blocking us from being able to do that.
Christina, Tom, we thank you both so much for your time. Really appreciate it. And that is a wrap on night 2 of the Republican National Convention. We'll have complete coverage of the entire 2024 RNC from here in Milwaukee, streaming all week right here on ABC News Live. I'm Linsey Davis. ABC News Live is here for you all night with the latest news, context, and analysis. You can always find us on Hulu, Roku, Pluto TV, the ABC News app, and of course on abcnews.com. The news never stops. Thanks so much for streaming with us. Have a great night, everybody.
Why do so many people start their day here?
From ABC News, this is Start Here.
To be in the know and get a different take on the day's top stories.
A lot of news today, so let's get into it.
Listen now to the Daily News Podcast honored with 4 Edward R. Murrow Awards and see why the New York Times calls it a news podcast worth listening to. Start Here, ABC News. Make it your daily first listen.
Now, that's a part of the story I bet you didn't see coming.
Wherever you get your podcasts, Start Here.
It's lunchtime in America, so what are we serving up?
Well, how about everything you need to know?
Your health, your money, breaking news, pop culture, with the biggest stars, music, trends, and of course, good food.
It's all coming up on GMA3.
You're going to love it. We'll see you then.
GMA3, what you need to know. A third hour of GMA in the afternoon.
So join us afternoons
for everything you need to know.
I love that.
Me too.
Whenever news breaks.
We are here in Israel, a nation at war.
In Rolling Fork, this tornado tore through this town.
From Lewiston, Maine.
The scene of a horrific mass shooting.
From the scene of that deadly missile strike.
ABC News Live everywhere.
In Iceland, let's go.
On the 2024 campaign trail.
Here at 10 Downing Street.
Wherever the story is.
We're going to take you there.
You're streaming ABC News Live.
ABC News Live.
You're streaming ABC News Live.
ABC News Live, streaming free everywhere.
Whenever, wherever news breaks, it's so important to always remember that lives are changed. Here in London, in Buffalo,
Uvalde, Texas,
Edinburgh, Scotland.
reporting from Rolling Fork, Mississippi.
Ukrainian refugees here in Warsaw. We're heading to a small community outside of Mexico City. Getting you behind the stories as they happen. ABC News Live Prime. We'll take you there.
Stream ABC News Live weeknights wherever you stream your news. Only on ABC News Live. What does it take to be the most watched newscast in America?
We are part of an operation.
Is this our Combat Operations Center?
We're approaching the gate. Militants came in from...
Hi, appreciate you.
Thank you.
Ismail? David.
ABC's World News Tonight with David Muir is America's most watched newscast. You're watching America's #1 streaming news. Live reporting, breaking new exclusives. Keep streaming with ABC News Live.
Tonight, ABC News Live coverage of the Republican National Convention, night 2 here in Milwaukee. Donald Trump and J.D. Vance here tonight. We've just seen J.D. Vance, the former president, expected at any moment. Also taking the stage, a late edition, one of Donald Trump's biggest critics during the campaign, Nikki Haley, set to address the convention. ABC News Live coverage starts now.
This is an ABC News Live special. Right now, Republicans come together in Milwaukee to make their case to America and stand behind Donald Trump and his new running mate, Senator J.D. Vance, to take on President Biden in the race for the White House. The Republican National Convention, live from Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Now reporting David Muir.
You're looking live at the convention hall right here in Milwaukee, a packed hall as you see the camera there move in on the ABC News broadcast booth here. Good evening. Thank you for joining us on this very busy night 2 of the Republican National Convention here in Milwaukee. Former President Donald Trump and his new running mate, J.D. Vance, both expected to be here tonight. J.D. Vance, we saw just moments ago, the former president expected to appear at any moment. And so are some of his biggest rivals, of course, now turned allies. That's politics in America in 2024. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis and former Governor and Ambassador Nikki Haley also here tonight. She was a late addition. She will speak right here in the convention hall tonight. She had said just days ago that she would not be coming. She will speak tonight. Nikki Haley was seen on stage during her walkthrough earlier today during her campaign. She called Donald Trump unhinged, diminished, unfit for office. She said chaos follows Trump everywhere he goes. After she dropped out of the race, she later endorsed him, and now she will speak right here in the convention hall tonight. Donald Trump likely right here in the hall watching Nikki Haley.